Chapter 1, The Pain of Rebirth. It hurts. It really hurts. Alicia endured the overwhelming pain in her head, feeling as if it might explode. She struggled to integrate the memories of two individuals in her mind, trying to distract herself and alleviate the pain. The first sensation she felt after suddenly regaining awareness was an unbearable headache. Fortunately, after being a wandering soul for hundreds or thousands of years without sensory perception after her death, the vividness of this pain was startling. For a moment, she didn't know how to react and even found the pain to be a beautiful and real experience because this was what it meant to be alive. Only the living could feel pain, while a wandering soul was like a wisp of air, empty, ethereal, and unaware. To be honest, this all happened too suddenly, without any warning, and Alicia really couldn't process it. At that moment, she was anxiously watching Alicia tremble violently in pain, her face pale to the point of being blue, but as a soul unable to communicate with Alicia, no amount of anxiety could help. Suddenly, another wave of intense pain hit, causing Alicia to shake violently. Alicia suddenly saw Alicia's soul rising from her body, leaving it behind. Alicia widened her eyes in disbelief. Before she could make sense of everything, she felt a sudden, powerful force pulling her soul out of the jade pendant and pressing it against Alicia's body. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through her head, as if it were being pried open. Having watched everything unfold, even though it happened too suddenly, Alicia still understood her current situation, leading her to a guess. Perhaps the original soul had exited and disappeared, and her soul was passively drawn into this body. From now on, Alicia would be her. Alicia. Although ever since she gained consciousness and realized she had become a wandering soul, Alicia had longed to be reborn, she had never considered seizing a body to do so. In fact, even if she had thought about it, she wouldn't know how, so this wasn't something she had actively sought. However, such an extraordinary act of seizing a body to change one's fate couldn't possibly come easily. The sheer agony that made the original soul's pain force it out was terrifying. Before Alicia could even take a moment to marvel at regaining human sensations, she realized that the previous sharp pain was merely an appetizer. At first, she only felt as if her head might explode from the pain, but now the agony was surging through her entire body. In less than a minute, she felt intense pain throughout every part of her being. What was worse, she could sense that the various pains were only intensifying. Alicia felt her entire body's veins repeatedly snapping and reassembling. At the peak of her pain, she couldn't help but want to bang her head against the ground, rolling back and forth to alleviate the unbearable suffering. But she was tightly bound, unable to move at all. Even taking a deep breath felt impossible. Amid the intense pain, time seemed to stretch infinitely, as if it would never end. Despite Alicia's resilient willpower from having died once, when the pain reached its extreme, her consciousness began to fade uncontrollably. In the haze, one thought persistently echoed in her mind: if she could endure the onset of the pain while awake, it would greatly benefit her. Therefore, she absolutely could not lose consciousness. If she fainted, all the pain she endured would be in vain. She couldn't afford such a loss, so she couldn't pass out. She absolutely couldn't. Thus, despite the excruciating pain throughout her body, Alicia gritted her teeth, using every ounce of willpower to prevent herself from losing consciousness. She had no idea how long she had endured this. For Alicia, every minute felt like an eternity in hell, stretching on for hundreds or thousands of years. In the midst of this nearly fainting pain, time seemed to elongate indefinitely. Just as she felt she had lived a lifetime, her awareness half foggy, suddenly sensed two warm currents surging from her sea of consciousness and tension, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Wherever these warm currents flowed, the pain in her veins vanished instantly, nourishing and repairing her exhausted body with abundant energy. Soon, she felt a blissful, floating sensation. Alicia thought she had ascended from hell to heaven, overwhelmed by a comfort so profound that she wanted to moan. Had she passed the crisis? Had she won? Alicia thought dreamily, her spirit and body relaxing to the point where she could no longer hold on and slipped into a deep sleep. Alicia was jolted awake by an alarm clock. Her consciousness was still fuzzy, leaving her confused about her surroundings. It seemed she was in a virtual realm, as her body floated in a white space. In front of her was a 9-inch screen displaying the message, "Player name." What was this? Player? Did that mean a game player? What was going on? Suddenly awakened from a deep sleep, Alicia was utterly bewildered. There was no time for her to think. As she noticed the countdown on the screen rapidly decreasing, a sense of urgency compelled her to input her name, Alicia. Then she heard a sweet mechanical voice, binding the gene of citizen Alicia. Alicia? Right, Alicia. She had been reborn. Now she was Alicia. The War Realm. Yes, the War Realm. Her awareness started to return as Alicia shook off her confusion. She recalled the environment she was in and the information about the War Realm. That's right. The War Realm officially launched today at midnight. She was now in a holographic game pod, and the original owner had encountered an incident inside the pod. In the War Realm, players were allowed only one account each. When creating a character, the game would automatically bind the citizen's gene sequence number, preventing account theft. After she entered her player ID, The War Realm system had automatically extracted her gene number. Player Alicia has successfully bound her gene sequence number. The mechanical voice echoed in Alicia's ears, and the screen in front of her began to automatically switch, quickly displaying a line of text. War Realm Player ID, Alicia. Physical value, 810. Mental value, 3010. Intelligence value, 810. Agility value, 310. Strength value, 210. Speed value, 310. Comprehensive life value, 5454. At the bottom of the screen, a note read, for players under level 10, the average value for each attribute is 10 points. A raw value exceeding 5 points qualifies as C grade, while exceeding 8 points qualifies as D grade. Player Alicia's mental value reached 30 points, qualifying her as F grade. She is a natural psychic and is advised to choose the psychic profession in the War Realm. War Realm Psychic. Alicia finally remembered everything. 4 hours before the War Realm launched, the original owner, Alicia, had added a second-generation gene enhancement agent obtained from the black market into the nutrient solution of the holographic game pod. Alicia's actions were well planned. She intended to enhance her physique with the second-generation gene enhancement agent in hopes of upgrading her martial potential to B grade, allowing her to showcase her abilities once the War Realm went live. Chapter 2, the beginning of the story. With high hopes, Alicia had no idea that she had fallen into the trap of the supporting antagonist, the Aidan. She was unaware that the second-generation gene enhancement agent had deadly side effects, with an extremely high mortality rate. As a result, during the excruciating pain caused by the agent, Alicia's soul was forcibly ejected from her body, leading to her death. Meanwhile, Alicia, whose soul had been trapped in the jade pendant Alicia wore, was thrust into Alicia's body by an unknown force the moment her soul left, thus seizing the body and being reborn. Truth be told, Alicia didn't know why she regained consciousness after her death, nor how long she had been dead before becoming aware again. It was only 30 years ago that she suddenly became conscious, but she had been trapped in the jade pendant in a soul state, unable to move, merely watching the outside world passively. At first, Alicia's awareness fluctuated between clarity and confusion, so for the first 10 years after regaining consciousness, all she could do was piece together that the world outside was no longer the one she had known before her death. This world was highly advanced in technology. Humans were no longer confined to a single planet but lived across a galaxy. The language and culture bore no resemblance to those of Earth's civilization. Fortunately, humans were still humans, with the same bodies and living habits. Around a decade ago, the jade pendant changed owners and was worn around the neck of a young girl. From that moment, Alicia noticed her periods of clarity becoming longer, but she was still tightly confined within the pendant, unable to do anything other than passively observe the outside world. That was until today, when Alicia's soul left her body, and Alicia seized the opportunity to take over and be reborn as Alicia. Alicia's original plan had been to use the gene enhancement agent to improve her physique, rest for 4 hours, and then, at the exact moment of the War Realm's launch, enter the game ahead of everyone else. To avoid missing the launch, she had preset the system to automatically enter the game when it went live. So, when the War Realm launched, Alicia, having passed out from the excruciating pain of the second-generation gene enhancement agent after her soul transfer and rebirth, was awakened and, according to the settings, entered the game's interface. Alicia finally pieced together all the information and preliminarily concluded that she had successfully taken over the body and been reborn. However, it still felt somewhat unreal to her. Could such a life-altering event really have happened? Or was it just a dream? But now, her consciousness was within the Skynet system, making it impossible for her to sense the real state of her body. Alicia felt no sense of reality. Regardless of whether she had truly been reborn, she needed to focus on the task at hand to prevent any future problems. The War Realm game was incredibly important enough to affect the life and death of everyone in this world. If she really had been reborn, she had to seize the opportunity presented by the launch of War Realm, especially since the apocalypse of the Gamma Star was approaching. Looking at Alicia's base stats on the screen, Alicia wasn't sure what to do at first. After calming herself, she carefully recalled the information she had about War Realm and clicked on the profession description section. The screen immediately switched, showing the descriptions of the 4 major professions in War Realm. Psychic, a combatant class that enhances a player's mental strength and fortifies their psychic combat skills through training in the War Realm. It is the top choice for players with above-average mental attributes. Martial artist, a combatant class that allows players to strengthen their physical abilities and combat skills through training in the War Realm. It is suitable for players with high physical strength, agility, and speed. Healer, a support class for players whose mental and physical values are below average but have above average intelligence and agility. Players with a talent for working with medicines may choose this class. Mecha engineer, a support class where players can learn to manufacture mechas and weapons. It is suited for players with above-average mental strength and intelligence, as well as physical values that are not less than 10% below the average. Players with a talent for mecha creation can choose this class. Note: if a player's physical, mental, and intelligence stats are exceptional, and they can endure hardship and are diligent in training, they may choose to specialize in both a combat class and a support class. Otherwise, it is recommended to focus on mastering one. Alicia felt uncertain. Alicia's body had excellent stats, so what should she choose? Logically, she should choose to be a mecha engineer, as Alicia was a level 1 mecha engineer. As someone who had always been a bystander beside Alicia, whatever Alicia studied, Alicia had no choice but to learn as well. Even though Alicia, in her soul form, had never physically done any work, she could recall the processes for creating mechas with her eyes closed. To truly master it would be very easy for her. In fact, Alicia's strengths were also Alicia's strengths. Moreover, training as a mecha combatant required a lot of money early on, while a mecha engineer could start earning money as soon as they reached level 2. The problem was that making money was the best choice for normal times, but if her suspicions were correct, this world only had about 7 or 8 years of peace left. When the apocalypse arrived, having high combat skills would be more beneficial for survival. Alicia weighed the pros and cons, unable to make a decision right away. In her previous life, she was just an ordinary girl, living in a peaceful era without war. She had passed away from illness shortly after graduating from university, without much worldly experience. How could it be that she, in the form of a wandering soul, entered the world of the interstellar novel she had been reading before her death? How had all this happened? Was this world even real? Looking at the countdown timer on the screen selection box, she saw that War Realm originally gave players 30 minutes to choose. She had already spent 5 minutes piecing together information from both her and the original owner's memories, leaving her with only 25 minutes to make a decision. Alicia relaxed her tightly wound nerves. There were still over 20 minutes left, so there was no need to rush. This was a crucial choice, as War Realm, once bound to a genetic code, didn't allow players to delete their account and restart. She had to think carefully about how to proceed. Alicia thought it might be best to log out for now, to first verify whether all of this was real before making her final decision. If this was just a dream, there was no point in worrying, and agonizing over it would be useless. Gus Empire, Techstar, War Realm Game Operations Center. This was an expansive hall, with square screens covering all the walls. Thousands of screens showed live footage of players in War Realm, and alongside them flashed each player's data. If Alicia were here, she would notice that the players displayed on the screens were all youths with exceptionally high base stats. Because the game had just launched, many influential figures were present in the operations center. These were people of great status, easily recognizable by the general public as powerful individuals from various elite fields in the country. The journalists allowed into the center were so excited by the sight of these figures that they were nearly overwhelmed. However, because the launch of War Realm was of utmost importance, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Everyone present wore serious expressions, and despite the large number of people, there was no noise. The reporters, too, were as quiet as quails, only daring to act under orders. The sudden flashing of red lights and the blaring of alarms were jarringly out of place in this silence, yet, no one seemed bothered by the abrupt disruption. In fact, upon hearing the alarm, everyone immediately turned their sharp gazes toward the small screen where the red light was flashing. "Your Highness, it's from Zone 16. The War Realm Operations Director respectfully reported to the young man seated in the central position of the hall. There was a slight stir in the crowd. Zone 16 was a fringe star region, and the first player to trigger the red light alarm, marking him as a genius, had appeared there, surpassing the talents of those in the central star regions. Chapter 3, The Beginning of an Unexpected Event. Actually, the director didn't need to report, because as soon as the red light flashed, the young man addressed as His Highness had already turned his attention to the screen showing Sector 16. The reporters standing nearby couldn't contain their excitement as they gazed at the young prince dressed in a black military uniform embroidered with red cloud patterns. His strikingly handsome appearance and extraordinary martial demeanor made their hearts race with admiration, and they could barely control their urge to take pictures. This was the young male idol universally acknowledged in the Gus Empire. At only 31 years old, he had already reached the level of a 7th-degree warrior. They had never been this close to him before. Not even the flashing red alarm could distract them from their awe. Although the young prince was focused on the screen flashing red, his expression remained calm. With a graceful wave of his hand, he pointed in midair, causing the small, flashing red screen to expand into a light projection, which now occupied 1/3 of the room. The players' data appeared on the display for everyone to see. As soon as they saw the players' initial values, everyone gasped. The first thing that caught their attention was the player's astonishingly high mental power. This player's mental power level is incredibly high, and she's still in the youth category. Her potential likely exceeds 3D. Let's check the age. If she isn't close to adulthood yet, her future capabilities could be even greater, someone said, his voice trembling. a knee-level mental power potential. The Gus Empire hadn't seen a genius of this level for over a century. In normal times, encountering such an extraordinary talent would have been remarkable. The people present were calculating scenarios in their minds, contemplating the possibilities, but at this moment, a single thought surfaced in everyone's minds: hope. To ensure the player's privacy and security, the image of the player's projection was somewhat blurred, making it hard to see their facial features. However, no one doubted that the person was a girl, likely not even 20 years old, a mental power genius under 20, with a 3D level rating, combined with a 3C grade top-tier warrior physique. If fully trained, she could potentially advance to become an 8th degree control type Mecha Master in less than 8 years. Only Mecha Masters of the 8th degree and above were humanity's hope in the fight against the alien invaders, especially 8th degree control type Mecha Masters, who not only had immense combat power but also excelled as battlefield commanders with perfect control over the field. Currently, there were only about 20 Mecha Masters of the 8th degree or higher in the Gumara Starfield, and not a single one was a control type Mecha Master. The highest level control type Mecha Master in the Gumara Starfield was from the Vera Federation. Although this Mecha Master was a late stage, 7th level Psychic Force Master, he had retired a decade ago due to old age, with no further potential for advancement. The Gus Empire also had 2 7th level Psychic Force Masters. However, one of them, despite being relatively young, was approaching middle age and was primarily a mecha maker. The other was only a mid-stage 7th level Psychic Force Master, and given his age, he was unlikely to advance beyond the late 7th level. It's no wonder that everyone was so excited to discover a young Psychic Force Master genius. This was the future hope for the Gus Empire and the Gumara Starfield. Your Highness, given the current situation, we must bring this talent into the military, a middle-aged officer in a crisp uniform said excitedly. She should be placed in our first army. We will spare no effort to train her. Another younger officer chimed in. Our third army has more resources. One said, she's a citizen of a planet under our legion's jurisdiction. If she joins, it should be in our fourth army. Our second army. Several generals began to argue, each wanting to recruit the young talent. The young man addressed as Your Highness remained unmoved. After using his authority to review the player's information, he glanced at the eager generals eyeing the data like a prized treasure and calmly said, Generals, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The generals, wary of their young prince, immediately grew defensive. Was he planning to recruit her personally? However, the young prince turned his gaze toward the corner of the room, smiling as he said, this girl is only 15 years old. Headmaster Christian, we'll need to have a conversation later. Headmaster Christian of the Xuanbu First Military Academy, who had been watching quietly, approached with delight. The generals who had been vying for the girl understood the situation and quickly stopped their internal squabbling, instead turning their attention to cozying up to Headmaster Christian. Topaz Star. When the door of the holographic gaming pod slid open, Alicia sat up and pinched her face hard. The slight pain that registered in her brain was a clear indication, this was nothing like being a wandering soul. As a human, she now had the nerve sensations that spirits lacked. Still somewhat in disbelief, Alicia got up from the gaming pod, took a few tentative steps, and pinched her arm again. Finally, she was 100% certain this was not a dream. She was no longer an invisible soul trapped in a jade pendant. She had truly been reborn as a living person. To be honest, Alicia was bewildered by how such a fantastical event had occurred. What had orchestrated all of this? And had the real Alicia truly perished? The thought pained Alicia. Over the past decade, she had accompanied Alicia as she grew up, even though Alicia had never known of her existence. To Alicia had felt like a twin sister. However, given that Alicia had previously existed as a wandering soul after her death, she hoped that Alicia's soul had not completely dissipated into the world. Instead, she wished that, like herself, Alicia's soul was trapped somewhere, possibly awaiting a new opportunity in the future. Alicia didn't know why fate had arranged for her to take over Alicia's body. Now, her soul had merged with Alicia's body, and she didn't feel any discomfort or instability. Even if Alicia's soul hadn't vanished, Alicia had no idea how she could possibly return the body to its original owner. This wasn't something she could change on her own, so she decided not to dwell on it. Since she had arrived here, she might as well make peace with the situation. Besides, being reborn into this world wasn't exactly a blessing. According to the novel's storyline, Alicia would only survive until next year at most. When the jade pendant first changed hands and Alicia's consciousness was still foggy, she only vaguely felt that the name Alicia sounded familiar when she first heard it from her new little owner. As Alicia grew older and Alicia's conscious periods became longer, Alicia accompanied the young girl through her studies and life. Over the years, she gained a complete understanding of this world's culture and technology. Eventually, Alicia realized that this interstellar era was at least 5 or 6,000 years more advanced than the time she had lived in. She dismissed the sense of familiarity as a mere illusion and let go of her lingering doubts. That is, until 5 months ago, when Alicia saw an announcement for the release of a new holographic game. The two glowing words War Realm struck her like lightning, clearing a fog in her mind. Suddenly, everything became clear. Alicia recalled the contents of the novel she had been reading just before her death. Perhaps because it was the last book Alicia read before she died, no matter how many millennia had passed, she still remembered its main storyline. Alicia. Could she be that minor female supporting character who appeared in less than one chapter of the book? If Alicia remembered correctly, Alicia was introduced to highlight a neighbor and classmate named Aidan. If that was the case, then Alicia's neighbor, the girl named Aidan, must be the novel's main antagonist. When Alicia first realized that this world was actually the world of a novel and that her soul had somehow crossed into it, she found it all too absurd to believe, but as time passed, she came to accept it. After all, if she could become a ghost after death, what else was impossible? Not long after Alicia speculated that she had entered the world of a novel, Alicia's mother disappeared under mysterious circumstances, just as it had happened in the book. Chapter 4, Disappearance. Alicia was born out of wedlock, and Theresa never told her who her father was. She only had her mother as her family growing up. Therefore, it's easy to imagine how devastating the loss of her mother was for Alicia. It was as if the sky had fallen. Alicia, trapped within the jade pendant, watched as Alicia completely broke down after losing her mother. If it weren't for Alicia's mentor, who stayed by her side for a full 10 days after Theresa's incident, Alicia might have cried herself into unconsciousness. However, Mentor Fang had a husband and children, along with her responsibilities at the school, so her time to accompany Alicia was limited. When she wasn't there, it was the friendly neighbors of Theresa who looked after Alicia. The two were mother and daughter. Living as orphans, Theresa was an emotionally intelligent woman. After settling down, she made a conscious effort to befriend the neighbors on the same floor, hoping that when she was unavailable, someone could look after her daughter. After all, distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. As a pharmacist, it was easy for her to get along with the neighbors, so the other 5 households on the 30th floor had harmonious relationships with Theresa and Alicia. After years of interaction, there was a bond, and after Theresa's incident, the neighbors took good care of Alicia. Aidan's home was right next to Alicia's, making her a true neighbor, and they were also classmates in different classes at Minxon Intermediate Academy. If Alicia remembered correctly, according to the timeline in the novel, Theresa had gone missing just a few days before Aidan was reborn. Alicia watched as Aidan, the top female supporting character after her rebirth, skillfully befriended Alicia, who quickly came to see her as a confidant, and they soon became good friends. Alicia was almost driven to desperation by Alicia's actions, as Alicia and Aidan were of similar ages, neighbors, and classmates, which should have made them close friends already. However, Theresa had never liked Aidan from the start and constantly found excuses to keep Alicia away from her, preventing the two from playing together. But Alicia was just a naive girl. She didn't notice her mother's dislike for Aidan. With her mother gone, Aidan's sweet words and comforting talks made her see her as a good friend. Alicia thought about Alicia's nature and wondered if Theresa could ever close her eyes after her death. But with Theresa gone, what difference did it make whether she could or couldn't? In the novel, there was no more news about Theresa. The reason for Theresa's disappearance was her stubborn hope that Alicia would graduate from the Intermediate Academy and be accepted into the prestigious Xuanbu First Military Academy on Capital Star. In the Gus Empire, where the average physical potential is rated at 3A, Xuanbu First Military Academy has very high enrollment standards. For applicants to the Mecha Combat Department, their physical potential must be at least C level, and they need to have a martial arts level of at least level 4 to apply. Those who meet these criteria at the age of 15 or 16 are considered local prodigies. Among all the departments at Xuanbu First Military Academy, the one with the lowest physical requirements is the Mecha Manufacturing Department. Even so, it still requires applicants to have a physical potential of at least B and a martial arts level of at least level 2, which is even higher than the requirements for the combat departments of regular military academies. Moreover, the Mecha Manufacturing Department also stipulates that applicants must have at least C-level telekinetic potential, with a minimum telekinetic level of 4 to qualify. These conditions meant that, out of the 1 billion people in the Gus Empire, there might not even be 100 candidates each year. Alicia had excellent telekinetic potential, reaching a genius level 2C, which is why Theresa had such high hopes for her. Alicia did not disappoint her mother. She had already advanced to a level 4 telekinetic master a year ago. Additionally, Alicia showed promise in mecha manufacturing. Having become a level 1 mecha manufacturer 2 years prior, she was even capable of successfully creating the most basic model of a level 2 mecha online. However, the trouble was that Alicia's martial arts potential was slightly below the requirements of Xuanbu First Military Academy, rated at an ordinary 3A. Due to the limitation of her martial arts potential, along with Alicia's lack of enthusiasm for martial arts training, she had not managed to advance to level 2, and it didn't seem likely that she would this year. As a result, Alicia did not meet the qualifications to apply to Xuanbu First Military Academy. Theresa Du, being a pharmacist, had been nurturing Alicia's health all these years. With the application deadline for Xuanbu First Military Academy approaching, and with no hope for Alicia to reach level 2 martial artist in time, Theresa Du was forced to consider other options. In addition to regular training, martial artists can also take potions to advance. However, using potions can damage one's foundation, making future advancements difficult. Generally, this method is only chosen when one is in dire circumstances. There was another option, for young people between the ages of 12 and 18. Taking a level 6 enhancement potion had a high chance of increasing their training potential by 1 or 2 levels. Although the enhancement potions have a random success rate, they have at least an 80% success rate with minimal side effects and do not impact future training. This makes them highly sought after. However, these potions are not only expensive but also quite rare. In the Gus Empire, despite their exorbitant prices, enhancement potions are often available only in name. They are quickly snatched up as soon as they hit the market. Unless one comes from a wealthy or influential family, it's nearly impossible to obtain one, making it out of reach for someone like Theresa Du, a single mother. However, Theresa Du is not an ordinary civilian. Shortly after she advanced to a level 4 pharmacist 3 years ago, she was fortunate enough to spend a fortune online to acquire the formula for the enhancement potion. Over the past few years, Theresa Du has tried every possible way to purchase enhancement potions, but unfortunately, she was failed each time. Now that Alicia is already 15, time is of the essence. Theresa Du is preparing to go out and find the spirit plants needed to create enhancement potions, hoping to enlist the help of high-level pharmacists from the Pharmacists Guild. Fortunately, Theresa Du has been making preparations for the past 2 years. She has been collecting all the auxiliary spirit herbs and main ingredients for the enhancement potion. Currently, the only major ingredient she has yet to find is the elusive Wushan, ginseng. The rarity of enhancement potions is not due to the difficulty of their preparation, but rather because the 5 main ingredients are all quite scarce, particularly Wushan, which is extremely rare. Unlike the other 4 main ingredients, which are limited by quantity, Wushan requires plants that are over 1,000 years old. It cannot be cultivated artificially and must grow in remote, untouched forests, with a required age of over 1,000 years for harvesting. Consequently, the yield of usable Wushan is incredibly low. Moreover, enhancement potions are hot commodities. Due to the extreme scarcity of Wushan, the supply of enhancement potions consistently fails to meet demand. With only 6 months left until the application for Xuanbu First Military Academy, Alicia's situation had not changed at all. Just as Theresa Du was feeling anxious, she received news that adventurers had discovered Wushan on a desolate planet. Overjoyed, she decided to personally hire a team of mercenaries to search for Wushan in the wild forests of the desolate planet. In the book, Theresa Du went on this expedition and was never heard from again. Chapter 5, Desolate Forest. In reality, when Theresa Du went on this journey, she indeed encountered an incident and went missing. At that time, Alicia, trapped in the jade pendant, saw the last recorded message from Theresa Du sent to Alicia before her disappearance. In the video, Theresa Du and the Flying Dragon mercenary group successfully arrived at the desolate planet. They stayed for a day in the nearest city to the desolate forest, preparing sufficient supplies before smoothly entering the forest the next day. The desolate forest is notorious for its dangers within the Gus Empire, covering almost 3/5 of the planet's surface. Its vastness is immense. With today's technology, exploring an entire forested planet would usually be straightforward, but the desolate forest is different. There is a strong magnetic field of unknown origin within the forest that disrupts all energy-based devices, and once humans enter more than 1,000 meters into the forest, they lose all communication with the outside world. As such, the desolate forest remains an unexplored primitive forest, preserving a very original ecosystem with numerous high-level exotic beasts. Because no one dares to venture deep into the forest, these beasts have the opportunity to reproduce freely, leading to a beast tide erupting every 10 to 20 years. For ordinary people, such a beast tide is deadly, but for high-level adventurers, it presents a relatively safe opportunity to acquire significant wealth. Therefore, whenever a beast tide is imminent, the cities on the entire desolate planet are filled with adventurers. When there is no threat of a beast tide, the desolate forest is also a place for adventurers to test their luck, as many have found very valuable high-grade medicinal plants on the forest's outskirts. Not to mention, numerous low-level exotic beasts can be hunted. For ordinary citizens, the desolate forest is notoriously known as a death trap, but for adventurers, it poses significant risks while also providing opportunities for profit. Since communication is impossible within the forest, all adventurers entering the desolate forest will set a predetermined time to return with those waiting outside. When Theresa Du and her team arrived at the desolate planet, it was 3 years after the most recent beast tide. Based on past probabilities, The 5 years following a beast tide have typically been the safest period for the entire desolate planet, including the forest's outskirts. They had initially agreed to return within 30 days, however, the Guardians waiting outside the desolate forest did not receive any word from them even a month after the deadline. On the 20th day after Theresa Du's group entered the forest, the Guardians heard some unsettling news. A city about 500 kilometers away from theirs had been attacked by a small-scale beast tide. Such small-scale beast tides are extremely rare, and locals and adventurers alike began to speculate, wondering if something had happened in the central area of the forest. The desolate forest on the desolate planet is a perilous place, and the Interstellar Rescue Organization of the Gus Empire has stated that they will not send rescue teams in for assistance. Therefore, once humans go missing inside, they can only leave their fate to chance. When Theresa Du and the Flying Dragon mercenary group entered the desolate forest, they only brought enough supplies for a month. Now, over 3 months have passed, and while everyone officially refers to them as missing, in reality, they all assume they have perished. Alicia also leans toward believing that Theresa Du has met with an unfortunate end. Given the conditions there and the length of time that has passed, unless she possesses the protagonist's invincibility aura, she is likely lost. 3 months after Theresa Du's disappearance, the vice president of the Pharmacist Guild personally came to find Alicia. He offered her some encouraging words and gave her 100,000 credit points, saying it was a gift from her mother. Young Alicia did not fully grasp the vice president's intentions, but Alicia, trapped in the pendant, understood clearly. This sum was essentially a consolation payment from the Pharmacist Guild for Alicia. At that moment, Alicia thought the Pharmacist Guild was quite admirable. When one of their pharmacists encounters trouble during an adventure, the guild provides compensation to the family. While 100,000 credit points may not seem like much, it is sufficient to support a civilian family for 8 to 10 years. With this credit, even if Theresa Du left no other assets for Alicia, as long as Alicia manages her expenses wisely, she wouldn't have to worry about living costs until she comes of age. Upon receiving the credit points, Alicia's first reaction was to cry. Alicia understood her feelings well. If possible, Alicia would trade this sum to bring her mother back. Having grown up without a father, Alicia had always relied on her mother, making her disappearance a devastating blow, an injury that felt irreparable. Theresa Du had been very determined for Alicia to attend the Xuanbu First Military Academy, but Alicia didn't understand her mother's obsession. She disliked the pressure but was too afraid to defy her mother, resulting in passive resistance. Additionally, her lack of enthusiasm for physical training caused her to stagnate at the first level. Alicia never considered that her laziness could lead to her mother's decision to take risks. Now, the young girl finally grasped the meaning of regret. Slowly, Alicia began to pull herself together, motivated by the desire to fulfill her mother's wishes. Thus, gaining admission to the Xuanbu First Military Academy became her own obsession. However, the obstacles to her enrollment remained. Alicia's physical potential had not improved with her mother's disappearance. Instead, having immersed herself in grief for over 2 months without training, her physical skills had regressed rather than advanced. With Alicia's current level in physical training, she hadn't even met the most basic requirements to apply to the Xuanbu First Military Academy, making it impossible to fulfill her mother's wish. Just as she was about to fall into despair, she saw a promotional video for the newly launched holographic game, Battle Realm, which suddenly seemed like her last hope. Alicia, trapped within the jade pendant around Alicia's neck, could see everything that Alicia saw. So she also watched the promotional video for Battle Realm. It was this video that made Alicia realize she had somehow entered the world of the book. The promotional video for Battle Realm began by stating that humans have always considered sleep to be a waste of time. Therefore, scientists had been researching ways to utilize sleep time without affecting sleep quality or daytime productivity, allowing people to learn online while dreaming. After countless experiments, scientists confirmed that humans only need about 2 hours of deep sleep each day. Thus, during light sleep, people can engage in online learning and gaming in specially designed gaming pods. Accompanying this research breakthrough was the release of the Battle Realm holographic gaming pod, representing the pinnacle of this technology. Chapter 6, War Realm Buying Point. In the promotional video for the War Realm, players lie down in specially designed holographic game pods during their usual rest periods. The auxiliary solution in the pod helps players quickly enter deep sleep. After 2 hours of deep sleep, the pod's neural interface automatically wakes up the sleeping player, guiding their mental energy into a preset game, allowing them to sleep and play simultaneously. For Alicia, the most appealing selling point in the War Realm's official promotion is the specially configured auxiliary solution in the holographic game pod. In the video, this expensive solution is said to enhance physical fitness. While players are immersed in the solution playing the War Realm, it gradually improves their physical condition. It is said that players who use the solution according to the guidelines for over a year, and diligently level up and train in the game, can expect to enhance their physical condition by about 1 small level. This selling point perfectly resonated with Alicia's desire to become stronger. On the other hand, Alicia believes the biggest draw in the promotional video is that when players first enter the game, the official team invites renowned military instructors from the Gus Empire to customize suitable combat skills for each player. These skills can be practiced not only in the war realm but also in the real world. Although this selling point is unprecedented, it is officially recognized, with even the Crown Prince personally endorsing it, leaving no room for doubts about false advertising. This selling point might not mean much to aristocratic families. For children from noble backgrounds, those with cultivation potential typically begin training in their teens, with the elite learning advanced combat skills and those from less affluent families settling for basic skills. However, for commoners who can't afford advanced skills and can only practice ordinary ones, this presents an excellent opportunity to obtain transferable advanced skills for their descendants. Thus, the holographic game pods in the war realm are receiving unprecedented attention from the lower classes. To avoid impacting children's normal growth and development, the war realm stipulates that players must be at least 12 years old to enter the game. Additionally, there are restrictions on online time for minors. Those under 25 cannot log in for more than 6 hours a day, while adults over 25 can play for up to 12 hours. Alicia just turned 15 last month, and she is extremely focused on this game that promises to enhance physical fitness and combat levels, placing all her hopes on it. So, as soon as the pre-sale for the War Realms game pod started, she spent 2/3 of her credit points to secure a specially designed holographic game pod, leaving her with just over 400,000 credit points. The specially formulated auxiliary solutions are also pricey, costing 500 credit points per bottle. To use it consistently for a year would require at least 300,000 credit points. Alicia, determined to enhance her cultivation potential, didn't hesitate to spend another 300,000. Thanks to her quick actions, Alicia was fortunate enough to secure a spot among the first 100 pre-sale buyers, earning her a luxurious version of the holographic game pod. Without any special advantages, Alicia had no idea what made this special version different, but Aidan, who had reincarnated 10 years later, certainly did. In the timeline of Aidan's previous life, by the 5th year after the War Realm launched, the benefits of the specially designed game pods had become widely known throughout the Gus Empire. Mina Ollie and Huadeli were both direct descendants of prominent families, giving them access to information and resources. As soon as the official War Realm released the special edition holographic game pods, they quickly secured theirs, so both owned the special version. In her previous life, Aidan, who longed to transform from a sparrow to a phoenix, ended up with a tarnished reputation after using deceit to entice Huadeli. Although she hid away, she secretly kept a close watch on Mina Ollie and Huadeli, being classmates and all, allowing her to pick up on certain things. By the 3rd year after the War Realms launch, Aidan realized that the specially designed holographic game pods were significantly better at enhancing players' physical attributes than the regular versions. Knowing this in her previous life, Aidan was consumed with jealousy. She believed that Mina Ollie's rapid progress in cultivation and her standing alongside Huadeli as a perfect couple were solely due to the special game pod. Later, when Aidan unexpectedly got the chance to enter Mina Ollie's dormitory, her jealousy drove her to recklessly destroy Mina Ollie's special game pod, resulting in her being suppressed by the Ollie family and eventually exiled to a poor, remote planet far from the imperial capital. Ironically, Aidan benefited from this misfortune. That remote planet was in the opposite direction from Topaz Star, which had become the first battlefield when the disaster began. That planet was only affected by the war at the very end. Otherwise, Aidan wouldn't have survived for another 10 years. Of course, filled with resentment, Aidan never reflected on her own actions but only fixated on what others had done to her. After her rebirth, she was determined to get into the Xuangu military academy, claim Huadeli for herself, and trample Mina Ollie underfoot. But while imagination is beautiful, reality is harsh. Coming from a common family, Aidan is average in appearance and lacks any special abilities. Trying to snatch Huadeli away from the noble Mina Ollie is nothing but a pipe dream. In her previous life, Aidan had no chance. Huadeli didn't even want to look at her. However, this time, Aidan believes everything is different because she has been reborn. What does this mean? It means she is the destined one, returned to change her future fate. She confidently thinks that one day she will be better than Mina Ollie. Aidan is certain that while she cannot change her commoner status immediately, she will surpass others in the future. As long as she makes a name for herself in the Xuangu military academy, Huadeli will surely notice her. Once he sees her, he will undoubtedly fall in love with her. After realizing she had been reborn at 15, Aidan has been training hard. With the experience from her past life, her training speed is much faster this time. She regrets that her rebirth came too late. In just 5 months, the academy's assessment will take place, and she won't have time to advance to the late stage of level 4. Still, compared to her previous self, she is already much stronger. She believes that by the time of the assessment, she will definitely reach the mid-level of level 4, while in her previous life she had only just reached the early stage. For new students at the Xuangu Military Academy, this represents a significant difference between top students and average ones. Filled with confidence and hope after her rebirth, Aidan no longer focuses her thoughts and attention on Topaz Star. Chapter 7, Female Supporting Character Makes a Move. After her rebirth, Aidan was busy training and using her prophetic abilities to earn credit points. Initially, she had no interest in her neighbor, the girl who had died young. She figured she could talk to Alicia after her mother went missing. That girl was foolish enough. It wasn't until Aidan saw the news about the War Realm preparing to launch that she got excited about making big moves with her prophecy. At that moment, she remembered Mina Ollie's special holographic game pod and realized something important. If her memory served her correctly, in her previous life, Alicia had managed to secure one of the special game pods during the limited sale in the War Realm. Aidan remembered this detail even after a lifetime because Alicia had spent most of her credit points to grab that game pod, which meant Aidan couldn't borrow many credit points from her. Naturally, Aidan felt unhappy and thought Alicia was foolish for wasting so many credit points. She had privately cursed Alicia. At that time, Aidan didn't yet understand the unique advantages of the special game pod. After the War Realm launched, she had mocked Alicia several times, both openly and covertly, for being rich but foolish. By the time Aidan learned about the special features of the game pod, Alicia had already been missing for 2 to 3 years. Aidan remembered that the year she was accepted into the Xuangu Military Academy's Mecha Combat Department, Alicia couldn't even apply due to her poor physical fitness. She eventually entered the Mecha Manufacturing Department a year later. However, Alicia wasn't lucky in her previous life. After finally getting into the Xuangu Military Academy, she encountered space pirates on her way to school, and Aidan never saw her again. She vanished just like her mother. Recalling this, and realizing she couldn't afford a special game pod herself, Aidan finally felt a connection to Alicia and thought that maybe she could become friends with her after all. The two were not only neighbors but also classmates in the same grade. It just so happened that Alicia was in a vulnerable state due to her mother's disappearance, making it easy for Aidan to befriend her without any defenses. Alicia was very generous when it came to good friends, and in her previous life, Aidan had borrowed quite a few credit points from her using this approach. Sure enough, Aidan quickly became good friends with Alicia and effortlessly learned that Alicia had indeed purchased the special holographic game pod, spending double the credit points compared to a regular one. Even though she was mentally prepared for this based on her past life, she couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy, her eyes turning red. If that special game pod were hers, she would definitely be able to reach the late stage of level 4 by next year, and from there, she could achieve so much more. Jealousy can make a person ugly, and greed can drive one to madness. Moreover, in her previous life, after following a powerful figure on the fringe planet for the last few years, Aidan had become ruthless, capable of killing without a second thought. Filled with a desire to possess, Aidan naturally developed a malicious intent to find a way to acquire Alicia's special game pod. In her past life, Aidan had lived in tight circumstances due to her father's unemployment, relying on the military academy's stipends. Even though she had been accepted into the Xuangu Military Academy, she was at the bottom of the ranks, becoming a laughingstock for the privileged children of noble families. The first 3 years of her life were filled with deep insecurity. It wasn't until she reached the late stage of level 4 that those people finally silenced themselves and dared not bully her openly. However, their gazes revealed that they still looked down on her in private. This time around, Aidan was determined not to fall into such a situation again. Alicia's special holographic game pod would be the second step in Aidan's plan to change her fate. After all, Alicia was destined to be short-lived. Letting her disappear a year later and wasting the game pod would be a loss. It was better to take it for herself now. Aidan felt no psychological burden about killing. However, the Gus Empire had excellent security measures. Even in a third-tier fringe planet like Topaz Star, surveillance was highly advanced. Killing someone without leaving a trace was not an easy task, and at least for now, Aidan lacked the capability to do so. Especially since Alicia had recently lost her mother and was registered as an orphan with the police. She attracted special attention from law enforcement. Police officers checked on her almost daily to ensure her safety. Additionally, military officers stationed on Topaz Star would occasionally visit her, showing genuine concern. Everyone nearby knew that even though Alicia was an orphan, she had powerful connections and was not someone to be easily bullied. After observing for about 10 days, Aidan realized that with her current abilities, it was impossible to discreetly take out Alicia without leaving evidence. Having a rare second chance at life, Aidan didn't want to throw it all away and jeopardize her promising future. So, she set aside the thought of taking matters into her own hands. However, her credit points were too limited, and she was reluctant to spend money on hiring a hitman, so she decided to think of another method. As the destined one with prophetic abilities, Aidan was confident she could find an opportunity. Sure enough, in less than 2 days, she recalled an incident from her previous life. She was incredibly excited and felt fortunate that over the past month, she had been pretending to care for Alicia, feigning friendship and casually suggesting ways for her to improve her combat skills. Under these circumstances, Aidan naturally decided to express her concern for Alicia and made a suggestion. Alicia's physical fitness was below standard, and if she wanted to successfully apply to the Xuangu Military Academy, she needed to improve her physique before the entrance exams. This was common knowledge among those familiar with Alicia. Her mother had gone missing in search of ways to enhance her cultivation potential. With just over 2 months left until the application date for the Xuangu Military Academy, even if the War Realms holographic game pod could gradually improve Alicia's physique, there wouldn't be enough time. Thus, Alicia was still troubled by this issue. Using the excuse of wanting to help Alicia, Aidan tricked her into purchasing a new type of gene enhancement serum from the black market. She suggested that Alicia mix it with the auxiliary fluid on the day the War Realm launched, which would quickly improve her physical condition. When Alicia heard her close friend Aidan say that the second-generation gene enhancement serum could rapidly enhance her physique, she became excited at the thought of training in the game at night and practicing diligently during the day. It was estimated that within half a month, her physical potential could reach level B, and her combat skills could advance to level 2. This enticing opportunity definitely caught the attention of the eager Alicia, who was desperate to improve her physique. Chapter 8, Tragic Novel. Of course, Alicia wasn't naive enough to believe everything Aidan said without question. After receiving the suggestion, she privately looked into the second-generation gene enhancement serum. However, as an orphan with limited information channels, all Alicia could find were superficial details. When Aidan spoke about the miraculous effects of the second-generation serum, she conveniently omitted the fact that it had only completed animal testing and lacked data from human clinical trials, and that it hadn't officially hit the market yet. At that moment, a small quantity of the second-generation gene serum was circulating in the black market, promoted by interested parties. It was claimed that many warriors had experienced excellent results from using it, with word of mouth elevating its status to almost mythical. This was the extent of the information Alicia could uncover. Meanwhile, Aidan, having been reborn, knew the hidden dangers involved. In 2 months, the now legendary second-generation gene enhancement serum would begin to be revealed as having terrifying side effects. While users of the second-generation serum indeed experienced a significantly higher increase in physical potential, more than 10 percentage points above the first generation, there were dire consequences. Unlike the first-generation users, who only suffered weakened physiques for a year or 2 due to side effects and could gradually recover, those who failed with the second-generation serum faced a 50% chance of death and a 40% chance of completely destroying their meridians and losing all cultivation abilities. This led to a storm in the gene serum market, resulting in the research institute that developed the second-generation serum being taken to the interstellar court. At this time, the terrifying side effects of the second-generation gene enhancement serum had not yet been exposed, allowing Aidan to exploit the situation. Under the guise of looking out for Alicia, Shay urged her to purchase the serum from the black market. Aidan benefited from this scheme, pocketing 1,000 credit points in the process. Although Alicia, the bystander, couldn't recall whether the second-generation gene enhancement serum was mentioned in the book, she knew Aidan was the first villainess and always suspected that Aidan was approaching Alicia with ulterior motives. Alicia found Aidan's motivation to bring up the serum very suspicious. She couldn't believe Aidan was genuinely concerned for Alicia. However, Alicia was merely a soul trapped in a jade pendant, unable to communicate with Alicia. Despite her anxiety, she couldn't stop Alicia from believing Aidan's words and stepping into her trap. The consequence of Alicia trusting Aidan would be her soul leaving her body due to the brutal effects of the second-generation serum, while Alicia would be passively forced to take over her identity. Thus, Alicia's death should be attributed to Aidan's malice, not to Alicia's reincarnation harming anyone. While Alicia felt sorrow over Alicia's death, she didn't feel guilty. However, she wasn't particularly happy about being reborn as a human again. According to the story's timeline, Alicia could only live for a year at most. Even if Alicia changed the original character's fate, an even harsher future awaited them in the coming years, which was hardly a cause for celebration. This novel is not centered on themes of romance, but rather tells a tragic tale of interstellar humanity on the brink of extinction, finally gaining the power to fight back heroically in a desperate situation. In this process, nearly 80% of humanity was lost, totaling about 8 billion people. Set in the interstellar era, the story features the Gus Empire and the Vera Federation as the 2 strongest ruling powers in the Gumra star domain, embodying the classic rivalry where 2 tigers cannot coexist. For centuries, while there had been no large-scale wars between the Gus Empire and the Vera Federation, small conflicts were inevitable. Over the years, as ordinary soldiers faced death, resentment and hostility naturally grew between the populations of the 2 factions. Fortunately, These long-standing grievances ceased to matter when an external enemy appeared. Although discord remained, the two powers ultimately united to confront the alien threat from the Yunkai, working together to find a way for humanity in the Gumara star domain to survive. According to the story, 2 years ago, the Gus Empire's military accidentally captured an alien warship, uncovering a shocking secret. It was revealed that for the past 20 years, the Yunkai aliens had been secretly capturing humans from the Gumara star domain, aiming to identify their weaknesses and dismantle their armed forces in order to invade the Gumara star domain. The reason behind this was that in the Yunkai star domain, a supernova explosion was expected within a century, which would destroy all planets in that region, making life impossible. Therefore, the Yunkai had to relocate to another star domain to survive. After over 50 years of exploration, the Yunkai exploration teams deemed the Gumara star domain a suitable place for their survival. By the time the Gus Empire learned this information, it was already too late. The Yunkai had received the explorers' signals long before, and intelligent beings from the entire Yunkai star domain had set off toward the Gumara star domain 10 years ago. The higher-ups of the Gus Empire almost unanimously agreed that different life forms attempting to seize human territory could never be resolved peacefully, as it pertained to the survival of the race. Due to their limited understanding of the Yunkai star domain and incomplete information, Gus Empire scientists estimated that the Yunkai alien advance forces would arrive in the Gumara star domain in 12 years, while the main immigration fleet would arrive in 13 or 14 years. However, in the novel, the Yunkai actually arrived in 11 years, catching the Gumara star domain off guard. In this context, even if Alicia could be reborn as a human, it wouldn't matter. For the people of the Gumara star domain, a war threatening the lives and futures of all humanity was imminent. There was no possibility of remaining unaffected even if she could escape the imminent disaster next year. What about 9 years later, if she couldn't evade it? What was the point of her rebirth? Would it be worse than her previous death? It's important to note that after interrogating the captured Yunkai aliens and studying their spacecraft, the military and various scientists of the Gus Empire came to a very unfavorable conclusion for humanity. The technology of the Yunkai civilization was at least one level above that of the Gumara star domain. Chapter 9, Wasteful Rebirth. If the humans of the Gumara star domain are considered a level 3 civilization, then the civilization of the Yunkai star domain is a level 4 civilization. The technological level of the Yunkai aliens is at least thousands of years more advanced than that of the humans in the Gumara star domain. What this means doesn't need to be elaborated by the military of the Gus Empire. Even civilians can assess that the Yunkai aliens can absolutely overpower the military forces of the Gumara star domain. Therefore, this information is the worst possible news for the Gumara star domain, especially since the homeland of the Yunkai aliens has been destroyed. They have no way out. To survive, they will fight desperately and crazily invade the Gumara star domain without leaving any options for retreat. In the face of the critical situation regarding the safety and survival of the entire Gumara star domain, all factions must set aside their grievances and gather top talents from various planets to collaboratively research new types of spaceships, warships, and mechas, in order to rapidly enhance the overall military strength of the Gumara star domain. At the same time, the high-level officials of various nations are focusing on one crucial issue: within the next 10 years, how can they elevate the combat capabilities of all humanity in the Gumara star domain to a new level, and how can they train a large number of level 5 mecha combat specialists capable of fighting in space? Only with a sufficient number of star warriors can humanity hope to compete with the Yunkai aliens and potentially block them from invading the Gumara star domain, preventing the war from spilling over onto its planets. Otherwise, when the war ends, the planets will be destroyed as well. Unity can always lead to miracles, especially when the top scientists from the entire Gumara star domain come together. Thus, within 2 years of learning about the Yunkai aliens, a game called War Realm was created, capable of rapidly enhancing the combat abilities of all humanity. Of course, all informed government officials dared not disclose the truth to the public at this stage. History has shown that revealing such major events without sufficient preparation and the strength to overcome them only leads to public panic. Over time, this could trigger various problems that hinder development. It's even worse if the enemy hasn't arrived yet and the society collapses from within. Therefore, each government and faction aim to attract citizens into the war realm to learn various skills without revealing the truth, quickly increasing the population's strength. Consequently, countries could only offer generous benefits to war realm players and link in-game achievements to real-life rewards to enhance its appeal. For example, the game coins earned in War Realm can be freely exchanged for information points, and the professional levels achieved in the game can serve as credentials for bonuses and salary increases in real life. This encourages the public to join War Realm for training from various angles. With the government's strong promotion and various incentives, War Realm stirred up the entire Gumara star domain even before its official launch. Although the holographic game capsules for War Realm are expensive, players can apply to the government to pay only 1/5 of the credit points up front. The remaining 4/5 can be deducted monthly from the game coins earned by players in the game. If players cannot earn enough to cover these costs within 2 years, the worst penalty would simply be the confiscation of the game capsule, without any legal liability. Such unprecedented favorable conditions are affordable for the vast majority of the population in the Gumra star domain. As a result, on the first day of the game's launch, over 50 billion players entered, representing 1/3 of the human population in the Gumra star domain. In the novel, the entire Gumra star domain acted similarly, but Alicia sighed deeply. If only the humans of Gumra could have an additional 20 years, perhaps the plan would succeed. However, with only 9 years left to bridge a gap of thousands of years, it seemed like a pipe dream. Although the humans in Gumra were aware of the impending arrival of the Yunkai aliens, they lacked sufficient space forces to intercept the enemy in space. As a result, at least 20 to 30 planets were destroyed, leading to significant loss of life. Thinking of that heavy future, Alicia felt her spirits sink. She truly hoped the plot could be rewritten. It was frustrating that when she died in her past life, the novel had not yet concluded. It only mentioned that the eldest prince led his entire escort fleet to confront the enemy, delivering a devastating blow that began to turn the tide of the battlefield, giving Huadeli and others a chance to turn the situation around. Yet, the novel never detailed how the eldest prince achieved this or what methods and weapons he used to reverse the dire circumstances on the brink of human extinction. Even as a reincarnated character, Alicia felt helpless. She couldn't help but curse the author for creating such a cliché scenario. Why arrange for the malicious supporting character, Aidan, to be reborn? It seemed pointless. If only the sacrificed eldest prince could be reborn after fighting the Yunkai aliens, Alicia believed that his return would surely change the course of the interstellar war. However, whether through soul transmigration or rebirth, Alicia had no control over her fate. Complaining was futile. She needed to focus on the tasks at hand. Even though the government promoted War Realm extensively, many players remained skeptical about the skills learned in the game being applicable in reality, resulting in various complaints and doubts within the War Realm community. Alicia, who had come into the story with a big-picture perspective, knew that this was true. Moreover, not only that, the cultivation gained through battles in the War Realm would also translate to real-world growth. The most concrete manifestation was that the combat training in the War Realm could increase battle experience and enhance physical fitness. When combined with daytime training, accumulating certain values would lead to an increase in the player's cultivation level. The initial attribute points when entering the game represented the player's potential level, measured against a standard of C grade, rather than their actual cultivation level. Everyone started from the same point, but skills and experience from the real world would reflect in the player's performance in the game. Thus, players with higher cultivation levels in reality would level up in the game much faster than those with lower levels. Players in the War Realm were divided into 4 groups: youth, young adults, middle-aged, and seniors. The first 3 groups focused on fighting monsters to level up, while the senior group studied logistics and care-related knowledge. The novel didn't specify the reason, but Alicia understood that the War Realm prioritized training young players because they were the hope for future interstellar wars. Chapter 10. Back to the topic. After reflecting on past events and cursing the author of the novel, Alicia finally refocused her thoughts on the main topic. She tried hard to recall the best attribute points of the male lead, Huadeli, and the female lead, Mina Oli, when they first entered the game. Fortunately, Alicia had always enjoyed reading the highlights of the novel, so while she couldn't remember every detail, she retained quite a bit of information about the main characters. She remembered that Huadeli had a martial artist potential of 2D, with a full physical value of 10 in the game, making him one of the best in the youth group. However, she couldn't recall his other stats. As for Mina Oli, Alicia remembered her spiritual potential was also 2D, with a spirit value of 10 in the game, making her equally outstanding in the youth group, so it was true that they were a natural pair. However, after 2 years of using the special game chamber, both Huadeli's physical value and Mina Oli's spirit value had increased to 15, indicating their potentials had reached above 3D. Alicia then looked at her own initial attributes. Not only was her spirit value exceedingly high, but her physical value was also a remarkable 8. This was incredible. She guessed that this was a result of enduring the unbearable pain from the second-generation gene enhancement drug when she first took over the body. This drug not only boosted her spirit value to astonishing heights but also significantly enhanced her physical potential. However, in her memories, she recalled that the second-generation gene enhancement drug primarily strengthened physical potential, so why was her spirit potential so much higher? Was this her golden finger from being reborn? She remembered the original owner's spirit value was not as high as Mina Oli's, yet her own spirit value had reached 30. Just how high was this spirit potential? It must be rare, possibly even 2E. To be honest, Alicia preferred a golden finger that could greatly enhance physical strength. In the context of interstellar warfare, only strength could ensure survival. So, enhancing her strength became Alicia's most important goal moving forward. Having made her decision, Alicia noticed it was getting late and entered the holographic game chamber again. The countdown for choosing a profession showed only 3 minutes remaining, so she decisively selected the recommended professions of Mind Master and Mecha Engineer, 1 combat and 1 support. After making her choice, the interface in front of her changed again, presenting another option. Since the game was fully immersive, players' appearances were largely based on their real selves, with male and female distinctions clearly defined. However, there was some room for minor adjustments. Players could modify their original appearance by up to 10%. Alicia checked her current charm value, which reached an impressive 85 points, indicating she was quite attractive. She recalled that the female lead, Mean Ollie, had a charm value of 90, and the author described her as exceptionally beautiful, so Alicia's score wasn't far off. Yet, Alicia just wanted to play the game quietly and quickly improve her skills. She had no desire to attract attention or rely on men, especially the male lead. Once the interstellar war began, who would have the time to care for anyone else? According to Alicia's wishes, never knowing anyone and having no entanglements was ideal. Unfortunately, if Alicia wanted to enroll in the Xuangu First Military Academy, that wish would be difficult to fulfill. With her current spiritual power level, it would be hard to avoid drawing the attention of the male and female leads. Feeling that beauty was more of a nuisance, Alicia unhesitatingly adjusted her charm value to 75 points. Satisfied, she observed her character's appearance. Her somewhat luring phoenix eyes transformed into ordinary single eyelids, and her slightly plump lips were now thinner. Overall, she looked much more ordinary, shifting from a stunning beauty to a pretty young lady. Alicia privately believed that women with scores of 60 to 70 were often the best, as those with above-average looks are generally more likable, but not so striking that they attract unwanted romantic troubles. History was filled with examples of the perils of extraordinary beauty. Of course, her overall appearance hadn't changed much. Anyone familiar with Alicia could still recognize her after some interaction, as her black hair and black eyes were quite distinctive. Once she confirmed her settings, the interface in front of Alicia changed again, this time to select a login city. Alicia found herself struggling with this choice. While reading the novel, she had experienced it through the female lead's perspective, and most of her knowledge about the game came from the prophet in Imperial Star City. However, choosing Imperial Star City could likely lead her to encounter the male and female leads, and the reborn Aidan would certainly seize the opportunity to get close to the male lead using her prophet status. If Alicia were in Imperial Star City, Aidan might recognize her, and that woman would probably cause trouble again. It was important to note that Aidan lived nearby and harbored malicious intent towards Alicia. She had already concocted a scheme to harm Alicia and aimed to seize her special holographic game chamber. Alicia wondered what Aidan would do tomorrow when she found out her plot had failed. Although Alicia was now Alicia, she was no longer like the original character, completely oblivious to Aidan's schemes, naive and unguarded. However, Alicia's current strength was still very low, and she couldn't even defeat Aidan. Given the urgency of the entrance exam for the Xuangu First Military Academy, she didn't want Aidan to discover her changes too early. It was easy to guess that once Aidan suspected Alicia was a reborn character, she would never allow such an existence and would likely retaliate fiercely. After considering it, Alicia chose to enter Starfish City, which represented the second most prosperous city on the Sea Blue Star in the game. After clicking on Starfish City, Alicia, from now on, she would be Alicia. With Alicia as her ID in the game, was immediately teleported to a coastal city, which was essentially a smaller version of the main city of Sea Blue Star. As a level 0 character, Alicia wore a plain white training outfit with no attributes and had a beginner's gift pack. She opened the gift pack to find only a 10-slot backpack and a skill jade slip. Alicia pressed the jade slip against her forehead, transferring the information into her mind. On the screen in front of her, an ethereal figure demonstrated the skill she was about to learn. If needed, she could press for a repeated demonstration. Chapter 11, Killing Monsters and Leveling Up. Before the game launched, the promotional video for War Realm mentioned that the skills players learned in the game were evaluated to be suitable for each individual player. The first skill given to Alicia was psychic power, the ability to move objects using telekinesis, which was well suited to her high mental strength. Perhaps because of her immense mental power, Alicia discovered that she had developed a photographic memory, something neither the original owner of her body nor Alicia had. Following the method taught in the Jade Slip, Alicia attempted to use her psychic power. Surprisingly, on her very first try, she successfully condensed her mental strength into an invisible hand. Although it felt a bit weak, it still took form. Less than 10 seconds later, Alicia heard a ding sound. The system announced, "Congratulations to player Alicia for learning the basic telekinesis skill of a psychic master within 3 seconds, setting a new record for this skill. The player is awarded 10 experience points and 2 gold coins." Alicia then noticed a progress bar appearing under her ID. Player ID, Alicia, player level, level 0. Experience bar, 10/100. Mana points, 54/54. Health points, 300/300. Learn skill, telekinesis, skill level, level 0, skill proficiency, 1/10. Casting range, 5 meters, damage, indeterminable. Alicia understood how to earn experience points. Simply follow the quest instructions and kill monsters to gain them. Mana points seemed to be a composite score of all her attributes. However, she was confused about her health points, which, like her mental strength, were far above the norm. From the data, her health points were 10 times her mental strength. And what was going on with this skill progress bar? As for the indeterminable damage, Alicia understood this was because the skill could only move objects and didn't directly cause any damage, so the system couldn't determine a damage value. Regarding the skill's proficiency, it seemed like gaining 10 points wasn't much. She had just earned 1 point of proficiency from successfully condensing her mental hand. When Alicia was selecting her character class, she took a long time to decide and ended up entering the game more than 20 minutes later than most players. By the time she joined the game, the youth leaderboard had already opened, and 3 players had already reached level 1, progressing at a remarkable speed. Not wanting to fall too far behind, Alicia checked her quest log and saw a line of red text. Kill 10 level 1 beast monsters. Eager to level up, Alicia clicked to accept the quest without hesitation. Immediately, her figure was teleported to a mountain peak on the lush green hillside. A group of herbivorous grass monsters were leisurely grazing on the grass. The scenery was beautiful and pleasant, thanks to advanced technology. The Skynet system boasted a 99% simulation accuracy. To Alicia, she couldn't tell any difference between the virtual landscape before her and the real world. As the mountain wind gently brushed against her face and clothes, she could almost smell the fresh scent of grass. She felt completely at ease, as if she were truly standing on that hillside. However, she wasn't there to enjoy the scenery. Her real task was to kill the herd of grass monsters on the hillside, which looked a bit like sheep. However, War Realm didn't provide Alicia with any weapons, and even the most basic, attribute-less weapon in the game's exchange shop cost 10 gold coins. There was no way she would spend that much. Besides, from the pricing, it was clear that War Realm didn't encourage players to use weapons right from the start. Without a weapon and only the telekinesis skill at her disposal, how could she possibly kill 10 level 1 grass monsters? While pondering this, Alicia opened the game interface, and in the corner, information about the grass monsters popped up. Grass monsters were usually very docile. If players had no intent to attack, they wouldn't react, even if someone walked right up to them. But once disturbed, they would attack as a group. Alicia counted. There were 50 to 60 grass monsters in this herd. If they all attacked at once, they could easily trample her to death. The death penalty in War Realm was extremely harsh, almost unbearable. This forced players to be extra cautious to preserve their lives, otherwise, the consequence would be starting all over from scratch. Alicia tried walking next to the grass monsters, and sure enough, they didn't pay any attention to her. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed that the grass monsters were grazing near the edge of a cliff. An idea instantly formed in her mind. Alicia carefully walked to the edge of the cliff, transforming her psychic power into an invisible hand and subtly pushed the grass monster closest to the cliff's edge, inching it closer without it noticing. When the grass monster was about 2 to 3 meters from the edge and refused to move any further, Alicia's hand grabbed its neck and forcefully moved it to the cliff's edge, pushing it over. As she completed the action, Alicia was ready to run in case the grass monsters panicked and attacked. However, the scream of the grass monster as it fell off the cliff was faint, and only the nearby grass monsters looked around uneasily for a moment. Seeing nothing unusual, they quickly resumed grazing, undisturbed. This made Alicia breathe a sigh of relief. The grass monsters had very low alertness. 5 seconds after the grass monster fell off the cliff, Alicia heard a ding sound. The system announced, player Alicia successfully killed a level 1 grass monster, earning 10 experience points, 1 skill proficiency point, and no skill cooldown. Alicia recalled that in the novel, the female protagonist had a 10-second skill cooldown at the start, but she didn't. Why was that? Could it be that her high mental strength, which boosted both her mana and health points, allowed her to handle the skill without a cooldown? Looking at her stats, Alicia realized that killing a level 1 grass monster had only consumed 1 mana point and 2 health points. Seeing that she still had 53 mana points left, Alicia thought happily. This meant she could kill 20 grass monsters in one go without any problem. If an average player had only about 10 to 20 mana points total, they would have to be much more cautious. This was definitely her advantage. With this kind of golden finger boost, her monster killing and leveling speed would certainly be faster than others, Alicia thought cheerfully. Having successfully completed it once, the second time went much smoother for her. Soon, Alicia heard the system's sounds of ding, ding, continuously as she killed more monsters. In no time, despite 2 failures where the grass monsters unintentionally broke free from her mental control, causing her to lose 6 health points, Alicia heard the system notification again in under 5 minutes. Congratulations to player Alicia for reaching level 1, placing 38th on the youth leaderboard. Player Alicia is awarded 1 gold coin, 1 additional gold coin for being in the top 100, and an upgrade gift pack. In War Realm, 1 game gold coin could be exchanged for 1 credit point, and in the real world, 2 credit points could buy you a good meal. Chapter 12, Divine Meditation. In less than 30 minutes of entering the game, Alicia had already earned 3 credit points in War Realm, which greatly boosted her spirits. This was the first amount of credit she had personally earned in this world, and although it was a small sum, it held significant meaning for her. Alicia's current credit points were all left to her by the original owner's mother. While she wasn't overly sentimental, using someone else's money while occupying their body felt somewhat uncomfortable. Earning her own money was different. It felt fulfilling and grounded to use her own hard-earned resources. Alicia opened the upgrade gift pack stored in her inventory. Inside, she found a pair of mesh knee pads and a jade slip. She wasn't sure what the knee pads were for, and the system didn't provide any explanations. However, given the nature of a game like War Realm, she knew that the items provided must be useful. So, she placed them in her bag, planning to ask someone about them once she returned to Starfish City, or to check the player forums in the game where other players might have discussed it. Having learned from her previous experience, Alicia realized that the information in the jade slip was a skill. She pressed the slip to her forehead and was delighted to discover it was a technique for cultivating mental strength. Psychic meditation. Meditation implied a state of stillness. As a psychic master, players could sit or lie down in a safe environment to meditate using their mental power, enhancing their telekinetic strength. Since psychic meditation was likely an auxiliary skill, there was no proficiency progress bar. However, Alicia understood it was a method for cultivating mental strength, as the original owner had practiced similar meditation techniques since the age of 13 in the real world. So, Alicia earnestly attempted to meditate for half an hour, feeling her mental strength increase noticeably. In comparison, she found this method of cultivating mental power far superior to the original owner's basic meditation technique. It was important to note that the meditation technique the original owner had practiced was a basic one that Theresa had acquired at great expense. This psychic meditation, however, seemed even better. Alicia couldn't help but wonder if what War Realm had given her was possibly a technique of a higher level than the basic human-level techniques. In the novel, heavenly-level techniques were typically found only in prestigious families with a lineage, while newly rich and ordinary families mostly practiced human-level techniques. Yet War Realm casually provided players with heavenly-level techniques, and the rulers of the Goose Empire seemed so generous. However, Alicia felt something was off. According to the novel, the best skills players learned in War Realm were supposedly just human-level techniques, so how had she learned a heavenly-level skill? If heavenly-level techniques were commonly given to players in War Realm and could genuinely be cultivated in reality, Alicia felt she couldn't fully grasp the implications of that. Was there a plot in the novel about this that hadn't been revealed? Yet, she remembered several instances where the protagonist, Mina Ollie, looked down on the human-level techniques provided in War Realm. Mina Ollie had even discovered that she could autonomously cultivate heavenly-level techniques within the game. This made Alicia suspect that their War Realm in reality was somewhat different from the one depicted in the novel. She wondered if this was a variable, and if so, it would certainly be beneficial to players. However, she wasn't sure about these differences and set them aside for now, turning her attention to her upgraded stats. After reaching level 1, Alicia's player information showed notable changes, while her original attribute values remained unchanged. Player ID, Alicia. Player level, level 1. Experience bar, 101 thousandths. Mana points, 540. Health points, 2,985 3 thousandths. Learned skill, telekinesis, skill level, level 1. Skill proficiency, 11 100ths. Casting range, 7 meters. Damage, indeterminable. After killing 10 level 1 grass monsters, Alicia had only consumed 20 mana points and 15 health points. When she attempted to cultivate psychic meditation earlier, her mana points had fully recovered, while her health points were almost completely restored. This indicated that practicing psychic meditation in War Realm consumed health points instead of mana. However, Alicia's health points were extremely high, giving her plenty of time to level up again. She decided to continue with her task and quickly reach level 2. If she had enough time afterward, she planned to check out the Mesh Manufacturing Association in Starfish City. Alicia's level 2 upgrade task was to kill 100 level 1 grass monsters, which increased the difficulty tenfold. Fortunately, her previous task wasn't in vain. With her improved experience in accurately and effectively forming her telekinetic hand, and with her player level increased, along with a significant boost in health and mana points, she had an extra 2 meters of safety distance. Determined, Alicia decided to try a more aggressive approach. Instead of slowly pushing the grass monsters, she grabbed one with her hand and threw it off the cliff. The difficulty of throwing 10 grass monsters compared to 100 wasn't just multiplied tenfold, Alicia didn't know how others fared, but by the time she had thrown 89 grass monsters, she began to feel her telekinetic hand becoming somewhat strained. Moreover, from that point on, mana consumption doubled and her health points started to drop by 5 or 6 at a time. By the time she reached the 95th grass monster, mana consumption had risen to 3 points per throw, and her health was plummeting by tens at a time. In War Realm, if a player dies in the game, everything in their account except for game currency is formatted, forcing them to start over. Additionally, if a player dies more than 3 times, they are kicked out of the game and can only log back in after 6 months. Therefore, leveling up makes death an unbearable pain for players. For War Realm players, losing health points is much more frightening than losing mana points. If mana runs out, they simply become temporarily unable to fight. Losing health points, however, means death. Fortunately, Alicia's health points were 3 times the average. Otherwise, with the way her health was dropping, she would have been too anxious to continue. Of course, with losses come gains. While her health points were plummeting, her experience points were increasing exponentially. In War Realm, monster killing tasks come with a time limit. Once a player starts a task, they must complete it within the specified time. If they fail, they have to start from scratch, and with each repetition, the task becomes slightly harder to complete. Alicia felt fatigued at that moment, but unless her health points were about to hit 0, she wouldn't give up. Although the game of killing grass monsters seemed simple, the process was honing her mental strength and the precision of her telekinesis. The greater the intensity, the more significant the progress. Alicia was determined to advance quickly. Unless her health points were critically low, she would never back down. Chapter 13, Mission Upgrade. Despite feeling unwell, Alicia gritted her teeth and persevered. Fortunately, after she threw down the 98th grass monster and began to feel a throbbing pain in her head, her skill started to incur a 5-second cooldown. Although it was only 5 seconds, this allowed the pain in her head to lessen significantly, rather than continuously building up, which could have made it unbearable. Even so, after she threw the last grass monster off the cliff, the pounding in her head left her dizzy. Her mana and health points were almost depleted, with just a pitiful 20-some points remaining. She quickly sat down to rest and let her mana and health recover on their own. In fact, there was another way to quickly restore mana and health: spending gold coins to buy recovery potions from the exchange shop. However, in War Realm, players didn't receive any loot besides experience points when defeating monsters initially. Players only receive various potions and treasures from defeating monsters in dungeons after reaching level 11. Alicia noticed that the recovery potions in the War Realm exchange shop were even more expensive than those in reality, and purchases were restricted. Each player could only buy 1 potion per day. This clearly indicated that the game did not support players relying on recovery potions to complete tasks. Instead, it wanted players to hone their skills. In War Realm, players could only recover mana and health points naturally or by using recovery potions. These points would not automatically restore to full when leveling up. While browsing the exchange shop, Alicia heard a ding sound. The system announced, "Congratulations, player Alicia has reached level 2, becoming the 5th on the Gus Youth leaderboard. Rewards, 2 gold coins, and an additional 10 gold coins for being in the top 10 of the 100-member leaderboard, plus an upgrade package." This time, she received a total of 12 gold coins, which felt like a very generous reward, making Alicia quite satisfied. Gold coins were much more tangible than anything else, as there were plenty of good items in the exchange shop that she could purchase with them. Alicia quickly browsed through the War Realm exchange shop, unable to hold back her drool. Some high-tech items available there could be purchased with gold coins and used in the game. After paying for shipping, the operators would send them to the players in reality. However, when she checked, she saw that the War Realm operators were located on the Technology Star in the Central Star of the Gus Empire. Shipping to the Topaz Star would cost more than the price of the items themselves. After resting for over 10 minutes, Alicia waited until her health points recovered to 3 digits and her mana points reached 2 digits before checking her upgraded status. Player ID, Alicia. Player level, 2. Experience bar, 1000 10,000ths. Mana points, 4,200 5,500. Health points, 23,000 31,000. Learned skill, telekinesis. Skill level, level 2. Progress proficiency, 301 thousandths. Casting distance, 12 meters. Damage value, unable to assess. Alicia noticed that all her original attribute points remained unchanged, with only her mana and health points increasing due to leveling up. She recalled that the novel had mentioned that an increase in mana and health points indicated a boost in a player's combat capabilities. Alicia didn't dwell on the reasons for her progress. She was just glad to have leveled up. Regardless, the strength of her telekinetic hand was several times stronger than when she first started the task. She was confident that if she attempted the level 2 upgrade task again, she could complete it by consuming only half of her health and mana points. To fully restore her health and mana, she would need to rest for at least another hour. However, Alicia had already decided not to continue her upgrade tasks for the day, so she put recovery aside and eagerly opened her upgrade package. The level 2 upgrade package contained one additional item compared to the previous one, a pair of mesh gloves, a basic quality longsword, and a jade slip. With a weapon now included, it meant she could learn weapon skills. Alicia happily picked up the jade slip and read it. It contained a basic swordsmanship technique with 18 moves designed to complement physical training. Alicia was thrilled. The original host had been a waste in martial potential, having only trained in a set of Earth-level pure physical techniques. Now, her martial potential was at least C-grade, and what she needed most was a weapon skill to go along with her physical techniques. This set was at least of human-level quality, making it perfect timing. Indeed, the War Realm promotional claims were genuine. It felt tailor-made for her. After reading the jade slip, Alicia noticed that this set of sword techniques now displayed an upgrade progress bar in her skills, showing a proficiency level of 0-10. Clearly, this swordsmanship was one of her main skills, requiring her to gradually fill up the proficiency. Once Alicia raised the proficiency of this sword technique, her martial artist level would also increase, meaning she wouldn't just be a fragile telekinetic, she could face enemies without fear of being easily defeated. Alicia tapped the screen to check her next upgrade task, kill 10 level 2 flame beasts. She also looked up information on the flame beasts in War Realm. The ferocity of carnivorous beasts was on a completely different level compared to herbivorous ones. A level 1 ferocious flame beast had enough attack power to defeat a level 2 mild grass beast. Since her next upgrade task required her to kill level 2 flame beasts, the difficulty had increased significantly. Her telekinetic hand wouldn't be able to lift the larger flame beasts, and their habitat was in the forest, not by the cliff. Even if her telekinetic hand could barely grasp a flame beast, she wouldn't be able to throw it off to kill it. Therefore, for this next monster killing upgrade task, Alicia guessed she would need to learn how to use the longsword in conjunction with her telekinesis to complete the task. Alicia had half an hour to complete her level 1 tasks, an hour and a half for level 2 tasks, and 3 hours for level 3 tasks, showing how the difficulty multiplied. Right now, Alicia had less than half of her online time remaining, and her mana and health had not yet recovered to half. With her health so low, she didn't dare to practice her swordsmanship just yet. Alicia decided to rest for a while longer before starting to train with the sword. Feeling bored, she opened the War Realm information world to check for gossip. She saw that the top player on the junior leaderboard was the male protagonist, Huadeli, with the ID Huafishan. The second place was a player named Hylangsing, whom Alicia didn't recognize. In third place was herself, Alicia, while the fourth place, Bublugu, was still a level 1 player. Alicia thought hard and finally remembered that the female protagonist's ID in the book was Xianxian Yufei. She had advanced to level 2 about 5 hours after the game opened, ranking 10th on the leaderboard on the first day of War Realm. Chapter 14, 3-dimensional map. Alicia had been in the game for almost 3 hours. If she used a recovery potion to restore her health and mana to their optimal state, she would have enough time to complete her leveling task. So far, only 3 players had reached level 2, and if she completed the level 3 task today, she would take the top spot on the leaderboard. From this perspective, her strength was definitely better than the protagonist Mina Oli's, Alicia thought proudly. However, she only entertained the thought. While she wanted to achieve impressive results and gain others' admiration, as an orphan, it was wiser not to attract too much attention. After browsing for a while in the War Realm for useful gossip and finding nothing, Alicia decided not to waste more time. She took out the plain longsword from her inventory and began practicing her swordsmanship. Alicia's memory was excellent. After reading the Jade tablet twice, she clearly remembered all 18 sword techniques. Unfortunately, her martial arts level was quite low, and her body couldn't keep up with her mind. As a result, her initial practice was disjointed and clumsy. The first time Alicia practiced swordsmanship took a full half hour, and she only managed to go through all the techniques once, resulting in a pitiful increase of just 1 skill proficiency point, while her health had dropped by over 30 points. During the second round, while she was smoother, there were still some stumbles, and the skill proficiency increased by only 1 point again. The silver lining was that her health only decreased by 21 points this time, showing significant improvement. By the third attempt, Alicia finally managed to connect the 18 techniques more fluidly. Although her movements were still soft and lacking strength, her skill proficiency rose to 2 points, and her health consumption was just 15 points, with some damage value added. Though the process was somewhat tedious, Alicia felt a sense of satisfaction from physical activity. However, practicing in War Realm meant her health would continuously decline. By the time she completed the 10th round, her health was down to just over 200 points. Despite this, the results were gratifying. Alicia had raised her proficiency in basic sword techniques to level 1 and had developed some momentum, achieving a damage value of 10, while the health bar of the fire beasts was 100 points. Satisfied, Alicia decided that after school, she would focus on improving her basic sword proficiency offline, aiming to reach level 2 before logging back on to tackle her leveling tasks, believing it would make fighting much easier. Given her low warrior level was a significant hindrance, Alicia planned to concentrate on swordsmanship training in real life, resorting to meditation only when tired. Though she didn't feel fatigued yet, her low health made her reluctant to take further risks in training. Noticing she had an hour left before logging off, she decided to head back to town to learn armor crafting. The abilities of an armor craftsman in the real world correspond closely to the data in the game, especially in War Realm, where almost all data is restored with near-perfect accuracy. In reality, Alicia is already a level 1 mecha manufacturer, so in the game, she doesn't need to start from scratch. As long as she passes the assessment, she can obtain the title of level 1 armor craftsman and then learn to craft level 2 mechas. The novel didn't mention it, but Alicia realized that War Realm could be quite capricious. During tasks, the game can teleport you instantly to the task location, but once the task is completed, it leaves you to find your own way back. If you can't figure out the way, you're left wandering in the wilderness. As long as you're not completely directionally challenged, you can eventually find your way back, though wasting time is your own problem. In War Realm, time and coins are almost equivalent. When she came to complete the task, the system teleported her here, and Alicia had no idea which direction Starfish City was in. The game's provided flat map only shows a 2-kilometer radius. Reluctant to waste time, Alicia had no choice but to open the exchange shop, hoping to find a location map. The result was painful. No matter the world, earning money always lags behind spending. Did a simple location map really need to be so expensive? A small map costs 5 gold coins. If Alicia hadn't turned over 10 coins today, she wouldn't have been able to afford it. But now, under pressure to spend money, Alicia clicked to exchange, and immediately a 3D map unfolded before her. The map showed 2 light points. One was her ultimate destination, Starfish City, and the other was her current location. This clear and practical map made Alicia feel a bit better about her small expenditure, reassuring her that her money wasn't wasted. After memorizing the route and direction, she clicked to minimize the map, which then became a small marker under her attributes. In the future, whenever she wanted to use it, she could simply click to open it. This convenience made Alicia feel that the 5 gold coins were worth it. Just as she was about to close the exchange shop, she spotted an item that caught her attention. Anonymous item. A player using this item will have their ID hidden from other players for 1 month, without comparison. This 1-month item cost 1 gold coin, which was significantly more expensive than the map. After all, the map was permanent. At that moment, she didn't realize that updating the map would also cost money. However, Alicia truly needed it. She hoped that her ID, Alicia, would gain fame, but she didn't want others to find out her real identity. Hiding her ID wasn't a foolproof plan, but it could at least buy her some time. She just needed to get accepted into the Xuangu 1st Military Academy. Once she was accepted into the Xuangu 1st Military Academy, her safety would be guaranteed, and she wouldn't be as worried about others discovering her true identity. Thinking about the existence of Aidan, Alicia still felt it wasn't entirely safe to hide her ID, so she decided to spend 10 silver coins to exchange for a black veil that covered half her face. Although the veil had a hazy beauty to it, making her even more eye-catching, after adjusting her vision and putting on the veil, others wouldn't be able to see her features clearly. As long as she didn't speak, Aidan wouldn't be able to recognize her without special identification skills. Satisfied with her appearance, Alicia set off for Starfish City. Players had 2 modes to return. One was to pay 5 silver coins for instant teleportation, and the other was to run back on foot. Looking at the map, she estimated that running back would take about 10 minutes. To save some money and improve her lacking stamina, Alicia chose to run back without hesitation. To her surprise, once she started running, she found that with her stamina level of 8, running was no exaggeration. When she reached Starfish City after 10 minutes, she didn't even feel out of breath, and her life points had only decreased by 2, while her mana points actually recovered by 2. Chapter 15. Successful Operation. Hailing from a city just a level below Emperor Star City, Starfish City is said to be modeled after a famous coastal city called Sea Blue Star. It's a bustling city with a charming seaside vibe, filled with many players strolling along the streets. Using the map, Alicia quickly located the Mesh Manufacturing Guild. To her surprise, there were dozens of players in the guild hall, and quite a number of them had chosen the mesh manufacturer as their auxiliary profession. Alicia's special outfit with the veil certainly attracted many curious glances, especially from the young male players, who were eyeing her with interest. The boys in the youth group were all underage, and who wouldn't be drawn to a beautiful girl, particularly one whose face was obscured but gave off an undeniable aura of beauty, sparking their curiosity even more. In this world's network, as long as you used a holographic gaming pod, the 99% realism allowed for intimate interactions in private settings, provided the players were over 20 years old. But there was one thing better than reality: both parties needed to consent, otherwise, the other person couldn't even touch you. So, it didn't matter what those young players were thinking, they couldn't just pull off her veil to see her face. Alicia directly ignored the players' gazes and walked straight to the assessment area, applying to take the test. As expected, with the game's automatic speed-up effect, she completed the Level 1 Mesh Manufacturing assessment smoothly in just 20 minutes. If the NPC overseeing the assessment had independent thought, it would surely be curious why the girl player, who completed the Level 1 Mesh Manufacturing assessment in record time, appeared not just unhappy but also exuded a profound sadness. Alicia slowly regained her focus and wanted to apply to continue learning Level 2 Mesh Manufacturing. However, when she saw that it required 100 gold coins to learn the basic Level 2 mesh crafting skills, she looked at her pitifully low amount of gold coins and sighed. Although she could exchange information points for gold coins, Alicia planned to earn everything in the game by herself, without converting credit points into game currency. Get lost if you have no money, and don't get in the way of others. A disdainful female voice came from behind her. Alicia was thinking about how many days it would take to earn 100 gold coins to learn Level 2 basic mesh crafting and hardly paid attention to others. However, sensing the hostility from the person behind her, she turned to look. "What are you staring at?" The girl rudely shoved Alicia aside with her shoulder, using considerable force, clearly indicating she was a skilled fighter. In the city, players cannot engage in PvP combat. Although the girl with the ID fellow Rumo had crossed a line, her actions didn't trigger any attack value. Alicia couldn't be bothered to even glance at her and turned to walk away. HMPH, as if covering your face makes you a beauty, fellow Romo scoffed from behind. Can't even afford the 5 gold coins for the learning fee? What a poor wretch. All right, Fua, a boy interjected to stop her. Let's collect the materials first. Alicia ignored the woman's insults and left the mesh manufacturing hall without looking back. With only a few minutes left before the logout timer, she planned to stroll around the city to relax. Shortly after Alicia logged out, the operations hall for the game or world on the tech planet was also at ease. All the data had been running smoothly for 7 hours straight, indicating that the game had launched successfully. According to the data, the number of players entering the game from the Gus Empire was 5% higher than predicted, which relieved their staff. This was a good start. As everything went smoothly, the non-operational staff in the operations hall began to leave after a sleepless night. The young man referred to as Your Highness exited the hall through a secure passage and boarded a hover car, preparing to return to the hotel to rest. At this point, dawn had broken, and the bright light of the stars illuminated the planet. The young prince and his aide had not rested for 2 consecutive days. While the aide showed some signs of fatigue, the young prince remained upright and composed, revealing no signs of weariness. Your Highness, Assistant Chen has sent information regarding O1. The young aide leaned in slightly and said, his expression somewhat peculiar. He spoke in a mysterious whisper. Your Highness, I just browsed through it and noticed some anomalies in O1's genetic sequence, but I lack the authority to cross-reference it with the genetic database. The young prince looked at his aide and sensed the depth of his unusual expression. He granted him temporary access to the Gus Empire's genetic database. With the authorization password in hand, the aide eagerly opened the relevant information. Your Highness, indeed. Look at this. How could this happen? How is it possible? The young aide said excitedly, his breath becoming rapid. The young prince glanced at him. This companion, who had followed him since childhood, was not an ordinary person. In fact, he was his cousin, 6 months older. Though he was a prince, his cousin's status was also significant. He was the future heir of a prominent family, with power and influence only slightly less than his own. Therefore, seeing such an expression on his cousin's face indicated that the situation was quite unexpected. The young prince immediately opened the genetic comparison chart sent by his cousin. Upon seeing it, his expression turned serious, and he felt a twinge of disbelief. Are you sure all the information is correct? His cousin nodded. No doubt about it. I compared it 3 times, even cross-referenced it with my father and uncles and aunts. My uncle has the highest probability, but it can't be right. There must be some mistake. The young prince's mind raced as he pulled up his own genetic code for comparison. The result left both cousins staring at each other in shock. Despite their extensive knowledge, the sheer coincidence of the situation was surprising enough for them to suspect that there was more to it than mere chance. After a moment of deep thought, the young prince said, have you recalled any clues? His cousin tried to remember for a while and then recalled a long-buried incident. He looked at the young prince and asked, do you remember what happened 16 years ago? The young prince squinted as he recalled some distant events. Taking a while before he spoke, we need to investigate this thoroughly, and until the time is right, only those involved should know about it. His cousin was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood. Indeed, it was best to keep things that way, but completely withholding information. Should we let uncle know? No, we can't do that yet. At most, we can let your father know. The young prince said firmly, this is not just about your family. It concerns our situation and the future of our empire. The empire comes first, and I want the most secure approach." "Understood," his cousin replied seriously. Chapter 16. Something else. Having grown up together, the cousin understood his younger cousin, the young prince, very well. When he spoke with that tone and expression, it meant there was no room for negotiation. Besides, he himself agreed that this was indeed the safest approach. After all, they both knew now, with the two of them keeping an eye on things, no matter what the other party's intentions were, nothing could go wrong. Moreover, it wasn't as if they would never reveal the information. They were just waiting for the right moment. Eventually, their uncle would find out anyway. Set O1's information to top-level confidentiality and double-lock the gene sequence, the young prince said cautiously. "Understood," his cousin, who was also his adjutant, responded. After receiving temporary authorization again, he operated the interface, and, teetering on the edge of overstepping his authority, secretly added an extra layer of encryption to hide the information. Just as the adjutant finished and logged out, the vehicle arrived at its destination. The two of them quietly exited the vehicle, and under the protection of bodyguards, entered their quarters. Seeing that the young prince did not intend to say anything further, the cousin couldn't help but speak up. "Your Highness." The young prince, deep in thought, turned back and said, "From now on, you're fully in charge of everything related to O1. Be especially careful with security." "Understood." While the cousin's expression remained unchanged, a glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. At exactly 7 a.m., Alicia, feeling refreshed, stepped out of the game pod. The immersive War Realm game pod lived up to its reputation. Even though she had spent the entire night in the game after her rebirth, she didn't feel a bit tired. In fact, she felt fantastic. Enduring the agonizing pain of the second-generation gene enhancement serum had indeed paid off. After exiting the special version of the War Realm immersive game pod, she realized that she had unexpectedly advanced to a late-stage level 2 warrior, and her mental power class had also increased. Was this the blessing in disguise people talk about, or was it some sort of cheat code from the god of fate for her, a transmigrator? Advancing by a full level meant she had effectively skipped 2 years of training. This meant she could likely reach level 7 as a mental power practitioner within 5 to 6 years. Alicia wanted nothing more than to dive into her training and not emerge, but according to the original owner's life schedule, it was a weekday and she had to go to school. It was obvious that such a drastic change overnight would certainly attract attention. The level of her mental power could be concealed easily. If Alicia didn't test or use it, low to mid-level warriors and mental power practitioners wouldn't be able to detect her actual rank. However, her warrior rank was another story. She had advanced an entire major level overnight, something she simply couldn't hide. At the very least, Fang, the mentor who was now her guardian, would certainly ask questions when that time came. How should she explain? Would she discover that this Alicia was no longer the same person? While worrying about this, Alicia went to the bathroom for a shower. After changing into the uniform of Minxon Intermediate Academy, she had already come to a decision. She would blame all the differences between herself and the original owner on the second-generation gene enhancement serum. Feeling pleased with her plan to shift the blame, Alicia returned to the dining room. Looking at the delicious breakfast made by the household robot, her mood improved even more. Being human felt wonderful. Only by being alive could one enjoy the delicacies of the world. Classes at Minxon Intermediate Academy started at 9 a.m., so she had plenty of time, an hour and a half, to spare. Alicia leisurely ate her first breakfast since being reborn, savoring every moment. But just then, the doorbell rang, abruptly ruining the mood. Alicia paused, quickly guessing who the visitor was. There was no need to think too hard. It had to be Aidan, coming to inspect the results of last night. To avoid spoiling her good mood, Alicia calmly finished the rest of her breakfast, wiped her mouth, and only then walked towards the front door. Without the owner's command, the robotic butler wouldn't open the door on its own. It simply stood by, waiting for instructions as per its programming. Alicia didn't want to let Aidan inside to ruin her day, so she decided to meet her at the door herself. As she approached the door, Alicia glanced at the video feed outside. Aidan, with her light grey hair and grey eyes, was repeatedly pressing the doorbell. Aidan had been persistently ringing the bell for a full minute. Normally, after this long without a response, a visitor would assume that either the owner didn't want to answer or wasn't home and leave. But Aidan didn't give up. She didn't seem annoyed by the lack of response. While her expression looked worried, there was an unmistakable gleam of hidden joy in her eyes. Aidan likely thought that Alicia had died in the holographic game pod, and she couldn't wait to confirm the outcome. Though her malicious plan had indeed succeeded, luck wasn't on her side, as she hadn't accounted for Alicia's unexpected rebirth. Alicia let out a cold laugh and suddenly swung open the door, startling Aidan, who took a step back. When she saw Alicia standing there, looking completely renewed and with her cultivation level greatly increased, Aidan's face twisted with surprise. She almost let out a gasp, but barely managed to regain her composure. Her tone was awkward and stiff as she said, "Manny, you didn't answer the door for so long. I thought something had happened to you." Even though Alicia knew that, given her current weak position, she shouldn't provoke the reborn Aidan, avoiding conflict might no longer be possible. After all, this venomous woman had already made a move to harm her. Ignoring or running from the problem wouldn't solve anything. Alicia gave Aidan a meaningful smile and said calmly, "Last night, I almost lost my life. Luckily, the gods protected me. I survived, and not only has my physique changed significantly, but my warrior rank has also advanced by a full level. I plan to go back to school later to take a test. I will remember your great kindness and favor for the rest of my life." Aidan wasn't particularly clever, but with a guilty conscience, she immediately sensed the underlying meaning in Alicia's words and noticed that her demeanor was quite different from usual. Try as she might, Aidan couldn't take this as genuine gratitude. Feeling instinctively guilty, she nervously replied, "It's great that you've made such progress. Now you can easily apply to the Xuanbu First Military Academy." "Thank you. I won't keep you any longer. I'm going to find my mentor, Fang, and have a good chat with her, make her happy." "Do you want to come with me to see Mentor Fang?" Alicia asked, giving Aidan a meaningful look. With these words, Alicia's insinuation was almost impossible to miss. Aidan's pupils constricted slightly, but her expression remained unchanged. If Alicia's mental strength hadn't increased, she wouldn't have noticed that brief moment of tension. "No, it's fine. I was just a little worried about you, so I came to check on you. You go ahead to school. I'm going back to have breakfast, and then I'll head to class later." Aidan responded with the same friendly smile she had shown before, like a close friend. This woman recovered quickly, but that suited Alicia just fine. She didn't want to openly break ties with Aidan so soon, but at the same time, she wasn't keen on walking together with her and feeling uncomfortable. So, she went along with it and politely declined. Chapter 17. Greatly surprised. After Aidan entered her house without looking back, Alicia frowned. Judging by Aidan's expression, she had no remorse or guilt for her poisonous scheme to harm Alicia. In fact, when she saw that Alicia was fine, a trace of disappointment even flashed in her eyes. This showed that Aidan was truly ruthless and cruel. Such a heartless person, who had already developed a murderous intent, wouldn't stop just because her plan failed. Instead, she would likely devise another sinister plot after the first one failed. Having a neighbor who wanted to kill her for profit was a real headache for Alicia. Her cultivation level was still too low. Even if she were to get accepted into Xuanbu First Military Academy, it would be at least 6 months before she could leave Topaz Star. Who knows what other schemes Aidan might concoct during that time. Alicia was grateful that Theresa was clever and willing to spend a lot of money to customize a highly capable robot butler. Coupled with the public protection provided by Captain Lin, Aidan didn't dare directly harm Alicia and could only plot against her in secret. Currently, Alicia's mind was sharp, and as long as she stayed cautious, she wouldn't fall for Aidan's tricks. For now, she was relatively safe on Topaz Star. However, when she went to another planet for school without Captain Lin's protection, Aidan might become even more audacious. As Alicia thought about this, she closed the door and walked to the community's flying car platform to wait for her pre-booked ride. The flying car arrived on time, and Alicia got in. While this was technically her first time actually riding in a flying car, she had seen the original host do it so many times through the jade pendant that it had long lost any novelty. She wasn't excited or curious at all, her mind solely occupied with her thoughts. It took about 20 minutes to get from Alicia's home to Minxon Intermediate Academy. As she mentally mapped out her key training focus areas for the upcoming Xuanbu First Military Academy entrance exam, she suddenly realized she didn't have any suitable weapons for a martial artist at home. Since Alicia's previous physical combat level had been too low, Theresa hadn't even considered preparing weapons for her. After some thought, Alicia opened her light brain and browsed an online store for martial artists. With limited time, she quickly selected 2 long swords and a whip and placed the order. Alicia had already learned swordsmanship in the battle realm. Although the 18 basic sword forms were considered fundamental, they were a set of techniques that focused primarily on defense with supplementary offense, making them ideal for someone like her who was a psychic. Alicia decided that, in front of others, she would specialize in swordsmanship while keeping the whip as her hidden skill. She believed that once her cultivation improved, the whip would become her trump card. In her previous life, she had watched a fantasy movie in which the heroine wielded a whip as a terrifying weapon. The heroine, a psychic ability user, imbued her whip with psychic energy, allowing it to strike with precision, killing ghosts, gods, or anything in its path. The weapon's destructive power was immense. Now that Alicia's psychic abilities had grown so powerful, she was confident that once she advanced both her martial artist and psychic levels by another grade, her combat power wouldn't be any less than that of the whip-wielding heroine. However, before that, Alicia needed to find a way to acquire whip techniques. She planned to ask Instructor Fang and her husband about it since they were her current guardians, and Captain Lin, in particular, held a high-ranking position as the fourth most powerful person on Topaz Star. They definitely had more resources and connections than she did. Topaz Star, a third-tier edge planet in the Gus Empire, was middle of the road when compared to other planets in the Empire. However, when compared to other third-tier edge planets, Topaz Star was relatively resource-rich and prosperous. The campus of Minxon Intermediate Academy reflected this middle-of-the-road status. The school buildings were all plain and functional, without the desolation of fourth-tier planets or the opulence of first- and second-tier planets. Since Alicia had spent years accompanying the original host through her jade pendant, she was already extremely familiar with the campus and felt no urge to sightsee. Upon entering the school gate, she confidently headed straight to the faculty office to find Instructor Fang. Before Alicia even reached the office, she ran into another instructor. "Alicia, how did you suddenly advance to the late stage of level 2 overnight?" Instructor Vasilievich was extremely surprised. Normally gentle and refined, his shock caused him to unconsciously raise his voice. Alicia was a well-known star student at Minxon Intermediate Academy. Her psychic abilities were at a prodigy level, and at just 14, she was already a level 1 armorer, making her one of the top students of her age group on Topaz Star. In addition to excelling in her studies, she was obedient and well-liked by her instructors. In any world, teachers appreciate smart and well-behaved students. All the instructors who had taught Alicia hoped she would achieve her goal of getting into Xuanbu First Military Academy. For the teachers, having a student accepted into such a prestigious school would be a crowning achievement. For the past 6 months, all her instructors had been worried about Alicia's martial artist level. It was just one minor level holding her back from qualifying for Xuanbu First Military Academy. To suddenly see that she had overcome this hurdle overnight was enough to shock Instructor Vasilievich. Hearing his surprised voice, Alicia quickly adopted an expression of guilt, as if she had made a big mistake and didn't know how to explain it. "What's going on? What did you do?" Naturally, as a teacher, he could tell just by her expression that she had caused some kind of trouble. Instructor Fang also came out upon hearing the commotion, and she too was shocked upon seeing Alicia's current state. She got straight to the point. "Manny, what did you do?" Even Alicia, not just the original host, felt a deep connection to Instructor Fang. 7 years ago, Theresa Du had saved Captain Lin, Instructor Fang's husband, with a special medicine. Both Instructor Fang and her husband were the type to repay kindness, and the two families had maintained a close relationship ever since. After Theresa Du went missing, Instructor Fang and her husband had taken great care of Alicia. It was due to Captain Lin's particular concern for Alicia's safety that Aidan never found an opportunity to directly harm her. Alicia was aware that Uncle Lin, a captain in the local garrison, was the reason she could still live peacefully after losing her mother and becoming an orphan. Captain Lin's protection was invaluable. Before today, Alicia had always been by Alicia's side, like a split persona, fully aware of everything happening around her. In fact, having been bored while trapped in the jade pendant, Alicia had studied even harder than Alicia, especially since she also had the original host's memories. This made stepping into Alicia's role effortless for her. When she saw Instructor Fang, the familiarity in her eyes remained largely unchanged. Chapter 18, Mentor's Lecture. The perspective of a familiar person differs from that of a stranger. Perhaps Alicia's lack of any sense of unfamiliarity with Instructor Fang led her not to notice anything unusual about Alicia. Or perhaps all of her attention was captivated by Alicia's significant changes. Her face filled with suspicion as she focused on how Alicia's cultivation had shifted so dramatically overnight. "Alicia, how did your physical skills advance by a whole level in just one night?" "What did you do?" Not all advancements are beneficial. Some methods can hinder future development, especially since Alicia's mother was missing, leaving her alone at home. Although Instructor Fang and Captain Lin could monitor Alicia's situation through the robotic housekeeper, a mischievous child always finds a way to act on their intentions. The two instructors became increasingly uneasy, their brows furrowing in concern. "Instructor, I did something foolish yesterday. I was persuaded by others and bought a second-generation gene enhancement serum." "What?" Instructor Fang's expression changed dramatically. "You can't use that. This kind of gene serum hasn't gone through clinical trials and hasn't been officially validated. You must understand that the side effects could be beyond what humans can bear, unless it's been tested like the first-generation serum, which is confirmed safe for use. How could you be so impulsive? Why didn't you consult with us instructors?" Vasilievich also broke into a cold sweat. This child is usually so obedient. Who knew she could be so reckless? "I'm sorry, teachers. I was too impulsive, and I didn't want to worry you, so I didn't tell you. In the end, I almost died last night." Alicia could only take the blame for this foolish act. Seeing the two instructors' faces change immediately after hearing her words, Alicia quickly reassured Instructor Fang, "But the effects are great. I feel like my physique has improved a lot. In just one night, my physical skills have reached the late stage of level 2, and my mental power has also advanced to the mid-stage of level 4. After hearing Alicia describe her experience with the second-generation gene enhancement serum, the two instructors couldn't help but feel a deep sense of anxiety for this reckless child. They wished they could break their teaching principles and give her a good lesson. Her instructors were shocked that she had used the serum without consulting them first. But now that she had acted impulsively, there was nothing they could do but express their concerns. Instructor Fang, it's time for class. Please take this child to the Academy's medical facility for a checkup. If anything comes up, message me, said Vasilievich, the department head, wielding more authority than Instructor Fang. Okay. Instructor Fang took the room card and couldn't help but scold Alicia. Even if you can't get into the first military academy this year, you can still try next year. By then, the conclusions about the serum should be out. You are too impulsive. What if something goes wrong? You could lose everything. Alicia, with your level as a mentalist, even if you can't get into the first military academy, you can still get into the second one for sure. As long as you have the capability, you still have a bright future ahead. You need to be more careful in the future. Seeing Instructor Fang's serious expression, Vasilievich softened his tone a bit. The two instructors genuinely hoped for her well-being, and Alicia obediently promised never to do something so foolish again. With class time approaching, Vasilievich had no time to say more and hurriedly left after reminding Instructor Fang. Instructor Fang was very concerned that the serum might have harmed Alicia's health. Without further delay, she took her to the school's medical room and had her lie down in the examination and treatment chamber. Alicia lay in the chamber for quite a while, almost dozing off, before Instructor Fang let her out. How was it? Alicia asked, feeling quite good and confident there was no problem. There are no hidden injuries. Your body is very healthy, Instructor Fang said, greatly relieved. Although the child's reckless behavior was worrisome, seeing Alicia make such significant progress without any adverse effects from the gene enhancement serum made Instructor Fang genuinely happy for her. Instructor Fang then took Alicia to the adjacent testing room to evaluate her physical potential. To her surprise, after the enhancement, Alicia's warrior potential had risen to sea level. No wonder her cultivation had jumped a whole level. Instructor Fang was both shocked and delighted. Dear, your mother's wish can finally be fulfilled. With your physical level and talent for mecha manufacturing, getting into the first military academy will definitely not be a problem. After celebrating Alicia's success for a moment, Instructor Fang's instinct to keep students humble kicked in, and she quickly composed herself, resuming her role as a teacher. Of course, even though the outcome is good, it doesn't mean your mistake can be erased. You mustn't do such things again. One cannot rely on luck every time. Caution and prudence are the way to go for the long term. Alicia obediently agreed. Initially, she planned to say that Aidan had encouraged her to do this, hoping to let Instructor Fang know of Aidan's harmful intentions. However, after thinking it over, she changed her mind. Aidan was also Instructor Fang's student. If she spoke up, even though Instructor Fang wouldn't see Aidan as particularly malicious, she would definitely talk to her about the mistake. Instructor Fang was a good mentor, but Aidan was not kind-hearted. Alicia feared that Aidan might hold a grudge against Instructor Fang and wish her harm. Even though Captain Lin had the ability to protect, some things were difficult to guard against, and Alicia didn't want any accidents to happen to Instructor Fang. So when Instructor Fang asked who had encouraged her, Alicia put on a "I can't say because I promised" expression. In the end, Instructor Fang had no choice but to let it go. After using the second-generation gene enhancement serum, it should have a weak, sustained enhancement effect for another month, just like the first generation. Therefore, during this month, your main task is to use intensive training to enhance the serum's effects before its potency completely dissipates. Also, since your cultivation has suddenly risen by a large level, remember that this doesn't equate to practical combat ability. You need to hone your combat skills well during this month to solidify your cultivation. Otherwise, it's not impossible for your level to regress. Instructor Fang was knowledgeable about these matters due to her husband. The cultural classes for the graduating class had already finished half a month ago, and now the students of Minxon Secondary School were all preparing for their entrance exams to higher institutions. Alicia had always been the top student in her grade for cultural subjects. Instructor Fang knew her students' capabilities, so she was confident that Romani would pass the cultural exam for the Xuangu First Military Academy, and her scores would likely be good. However, she was less certain about her mecha manufacturing skills. Chapter 19. No need to go to class. The Xuangu First Military Academy is a prestigious institution that all talented youths in the Gus Empire aspire to attend. Any student meeting the admission criteria is undoubtedly strong and capable. There are always greater heights. Within the strong, there are always stronger individuals. Every year, the assessment competition for the Xuangu First Military Academy can be considered a major contest for the strongest youths in the Gus Empire. Thus, each assessment competition is held with great fanfare, attracting the attention of the entire Gus Empire. In the month before and after the competition, all news media in the Empire focus on related reports. Now that Alicia has qualified to apply, she needs to put in her best effort. Instructor Fang ultimately decided that for the next 2 months, Alicia should focus on secluded training at home, working diligently on her second-level mecha manufacturing skills to improve her abilities. As for her cultural studies, Instructor Fang would send her review materials daily, allowing Alicia to study according to her plan in her spare time. Originally, Instructor Fang wanted to test whether Alicia's mental strength had changed, but Alicia felt a bit uneasy and declined. Based on the values in the battle realm, her mental potential might now be no lower than 3D, possibly even E-level. That would be quite shocking for a third-tier star, and this data would be recorded. Other instructors would notice it by tomorrow at the latest. Alicia didn't want to become famous for this, so she had to refuse. It is said that the second-generation gene enhancement agent primarily strengthens physical attributes, and since Alicia's original mental level was C, she already exceeded the Xuangu First Military Academy's requirement of 3B. Instructor Fang didn't press the matter and instead asked her to consider whether she wanted to pursue the combat or manufacturing track for mecha studies in the future. As a versatile talent with both physical and mental potential at sea level, if she became a mecha engineer, her potential wouldn't be lower than that of a mecha engineer with purely physical potential at 2C. With such dual qualifications, applying to the combat department of the Xuangu First Military Academy should allow Alicia to enter the elite class, which is more promising than the manufacturing track. Alicia naturally agreed to think it over, but inside, she felt no turmoil at all. Since Instructor Fang had decided that she didn't need to attend classes before the big exam, Alicia also didn't want to stay at school wasting time that could be spent training. On her first day of school in this world, Alicia didn't even enter the classroom before saying goodbye to Instructor Fang and heading home. Alicia was truly uninterested in attending class. Ever since she emerged from the battle realm that morning, she had been eager to see how the two skills and the mental meditation technique she learned would perform in reality. However, she had to suppress her excitement due to class obligations, but now she could hardly wait to return home and try them out. Before Alicia even left the gates of Minxin Intermediate Academy, she received a notification from the robotic butler that her package had arrived. She couldn't help but marvel at how fast online shopping was in this world. It hadn't even been an hour since she placed the order. With her focus entirely on training, Alicia quickly returned home and rushed to the training room to open the package containing her newly purchased weapons. She had bought one high-quality and one mid-quality longsword. At a glance, they didn't seem too different, but once she held them, she immediately understood the saying, "You get what you pay for." The high-quality longsword felt slightly heavier in her hand, and the silvery blade glimmered menacingly, sending a shiver down her spine. In contrast, the mid-quality sword felt much more ordinary. Although it had the same blade shape, it lacked the sharpness that raised the hairs on her neck. Alicia specifically chose to buy two swords because she felt uneasy carrying just one weapon. If they were knocked away, she would be left defenseless. Having a backup made her feel safer. She stored the high-quality longsword in her space ring as her personal weapon for future use, while she planned to use the mid-quality sword for her regular training. The telekinetic weapon prepared by Theresa for Alicia was 5 willow leaf daggers, each as thin as a piece of paper. Alicia hadn't been able to use them earlier due to her low telekinetic level, so they had been left in the training room. After studying the telekinetic skill of condensing hands in the battle realm, the willow leaf daggers became the most suitable telekinetic weapons for her. As for the whip, Alicia didn't yet have a technique and her telekinetic level was insufficient to control it, so she stored it in her space ring. Alicia practiced the swordsmanship she learned in the battle realm, and found that her movements were nearly identical to what she had done before. The techniques resembled a dance, lacking much force. However, with each repetition, she improved slightly. The effects of the mental meditation technique in the real world were similar to those in the battle realm, but it seemed to consume less telekinetic energy. However, the telekinetic skill of manipulating objects from a distance that Alicia learned in the battle realm was less effective in reality. The hands of telekinesis she formed in the real world weren't as solid and lacked the same strength as they had in the battle realm. In reality, Alicia's telekinetic hands could only lift objects weighing less than 2 kilograms. For the willow leaf daggers, she could merely grasp them while they wobbled. In the battle realm, however, her telekinetic hands could briefly lift beasts larger than herself. Alicia attempted to grasp a willow leaf dagger and stab it into a target on the wall, but her strength was insufficient to penetrate. After swinging it 7 or 8 times, she found it difficult to maintain her grip on the dagger, and her temples began to throb slightly, indicating she had exhausted more than half of her mental energy. Indeed, as a level 4 telekinetic, if she couldn't use her mental energy to directly attack an opponent's mental C, her combat effectiveness was minimal. With her current level of telekinetic strength, she could at most use the daggers to scratch an enemy's skin, and that was only if the enemy didn't dodge or evade. However, since she had advanced too quickly, her control over telekinesis wasn't sufficient yet. This was also her first time practicing with daggers, so as long as she put in the effort, her progress would surely be rapid. Moreover, there were other ways to inflict damage. Theresa had left behind a room full of medicinal plants and valuable books, and when she had the time, Alicia could look into those formulas to see if she could concoct a nerve-paralyzing potion to apply to the willow leaf daggers. The morning passed with Alicia experimenting with various training methods until she felt extremely hungry and decided to stop, leaving the training room for lunch. During lunch, she recalled Aidan. Unlike herself, who had received special permission, Aidan would certainly have to attend school for the next 2 months, meaning she would only be home in the evenings. Alicia wasn't sure if Aidan, having regained her composure that morning, would try to bother her again after school that afternoon. She didn't want to waste her precious time dealing with Aidan, so she hurried to the front door of the living room and set up a barrier to avoid disturbances during her training. Chapter 20, War Realm Bonus. In the evening, as Alicia ate dinner, she browsed the forums of the War Realm and suddenly recalled an important bonus announced 10 days before the game's launch. To stimulate human motivation, challenge potential limits, and quickly enhance combat power, the War Realm's developers set up an ultimate game feature. Each group of players that reaches max level within 100 members will have a high-level mesh designer create a personalized mesh of level 4 or above for each player on the leaderboard. Moreover, in reality, the game will provide players with the customized parameters for free. Needless to say, this reward is very appealing to strong players, as wealthy players are relatively few, while commoners make up about 70 to 80% of the entire Gumra star domain. With this reward, those stronger players can save on the credits typically spent finding a mesh master for customization. They can directly approach a high-level mesh designer with their parameters to have a personal mesh made. Even a moderately affluent level 6 mesh designer can afford this. To have a mesh designer capable of customizing meshes, they must at least be one level higher than the mesh pilot. The costs for designing custom mesh parameters are comparable to the manufacturing fees, meaning that the rewards in the War Realm allow players to acquire custom meshes at the same price as standard models, effectively cutting their expenses in half. This grand prize is attractive even to wealthy families, let alone to mesh pilots who lack the funds to customize and can only settle for standard meshes. For mesh pilots of the same level, those operating fully customized meshes can unleash their combat power far more effectively than those using standard models, resulting in combat capabilities that are not just double but significantly enhanced. Thus, every player in the War Realm who believes they have decent potential aims for this goal. When Alicia first saw this bonus, she was a bit confused, as she recalled that it wasn't mentioned in the book. If it had been the original owner, she would have only been able to watch others compete for this bonus, as she had no capacity to do so. But now, as Alicia, this is a bonus that can potentially be claimed with enough effort. Of course, Alicia's thoughts on customizing mesh parameters differ from those of other players. Other players likely focus on saving a significant amount of credit points to obtain a mesh that suits them best. However, Alicia's emphasis is on customizing mesh parameters. It's important to note that not all advanced mesh designers can customize meshes for pilots. It requires a wealth of experience and precise simulation calculation skills. In other words, even if Alicia becomes a level 7 mesh designer in 5 years, she won't be able to customize meshes for pilots due to her lack of experience. To accumulate experience, one must engage in thorough research and exploration, and for a novice, studying and analyzing their own parameters is the best approach, especially since these parameters are customized by other advanced designers. If a novice can study them, it can be seen as a rapid way to absorb valuable experience from those advanced designers, fostering personal growth. However, the vast majority of mesh designers have low warrior levels, and customization parameters below level 5 are not very useful. Therefore, most advanced novice mesh designers are unable to use this fast-track method. However, with Alicia's potential as a warrior, becoming a level 6 mesh designer is definitely within reach, so she won't miss out on this bonus. Since her rebirth, Alicia has been like a parched sponge, desperately absorbing information about cultivation while recalling various plot points from the novels. It wasn't until she exhausted herself and collapsed on the floor of the training room that her thoughts gradually settled, allowing her to contemplate her future path. Although rebirth wasn't something she sought, now that she has this second chance, she intends to cherish it and live well, absolutely unwilling to become the kind of expendable character who gets eliminated from the start. Her successful takeover means that the original host's premature death has been altered, changing her fate. She believes that she won't encounter the same tragic end as the original. While Alicia may not be a saint, she also doesn't want to remain passive when she knows what the future holds. She feels that, given her abilities, she can't be a savior, but she can influence smaller matters to create larger changes. After thinking for a while, Alicia realizes that wherever she goes, she cannot escape the war spreading across the entire Gumra Star region. Therefore, returning to Topaz Star after graduating from the military academy is her best option. This is where she can leverage her connections with Captain Lin, who holds real power in the Topaz military. Here, she should be able to showcase her strengths and make the most significant impact. The novel doesn't elaborate much on Captain Lin, but Alicia remembers that Topaz Star was the primary battlefield in a war marked by a significant technological disparity, and it fell quickly. In the tragic climax of mutual destruction, it was mentioned that Commander Lin piloted a level 6 mesh, leading a dozen subordinates toward the enemy's battleship, but was destroyed halfway through. When she read the novel, she merely sighed at the fate of it all, but now, in reality, Captain Lin is Uncle Lin, the husband of Mentor Fang. When Topaz Star fell, and Captain Lin sacrificed himself, Mentor Fang and her son, along with all of humanity on Topaz Star, were annihilated. Thinking about this, Alicia immediately set a goal for herself, to become a level 6 mesh designer and a level 7 mesh engineer within 5 years. This is the first change that Alicia can realistically achieve. Next, if she can design customized meshs for the Star Warriors under Captain Lin, they can maximize their potential when facing the alien meshs in the cosmos. With their combat capabilities doubled, the battlefield dynamics would surely shift. For instance, Star Warriors who were limited by standard meshs could significantly increase their effectiveness and take down more aliens with customized meshs. Moreover, this might prevent them from suffering swift defeats and allow them to wait for reinforcements. In this way, the changes she makes could alter not only Alicia's fate but also the destinies of those warriors using the meshs she customizes for them. Such changes, even in small increments, could lead to significant differences, bringing more vitality to humanity on Topaz Star, slowing down the alien offensive, and giving humans some time to react. At the very least, with Alicia's customized meshs, Captain Lin and his subordinates might not be wiped out in the first wave of the alien invasion. In the novel, the fall of Topaz Star happened too quickly, with the rescue teams from the Central Star region still on their way. Having thought everything through and having a rough idea of her future, Alicia was determined to stay within the top 100 rankings of the youth group. Chapter 21, Entering the War Realm Again. However, the matter of custom mechas is a future concern. For Alicia, the most important thing right now is to quickly improve her combat ability. Aidan, that malicious female antagonist, lives right next door. As expected, she came to find Alicia after school, even ignoring the no disturbances sign she had put up and knocking on her door. This persistence showed that Aidan hadn't given up and still wanted to plot against her. Although Alicia pretended not to hear, Aidan eventually had to give up after repeated knocking. However, avoiding her is not a long-term solution, it only provides temporary relief, and Alicia herself doesn't like this suffocating feeling. According to the novel's trajectory, Aidan is set to enter the Xuangu First Military Academy this year, so there's only so long Alicia can hide. Aidan has memories from her past life and is surely very familiar with the Imperial Star and the Xuangu First Military Academy, while Alicia feels completely lost in this unfamiliar environment. As long as Aidan is determined to find her, Alicia might not be able to escape her grasp. Don't underestimate Aidan, who is currently at the mid-level of a 4th-tier warrior. With her past experiences, her combat power is likely comparable to that of a late 4th-tier warrior. In contrast, although Alicia is a late 4th-tier telekinesis practitioner, her overall combat capability is currently weaker than that of an early 4th-tier warrior, meaning she would face a crushing defeat against Aidan. Even though the robotic butler left by Theresa is incredibly powerful, comparable to a 6th-tier warrior, there are countless ways to prevent it from being useful. If Alicia lacks the ability to protect herself, she might as well be a lamb waiting for slaughter. To ensure she has some self-defense capabilities, she must quickly raise her physical skills to the late 3rd tier. Alicia believes that, given her current sea-level warrior potential, reaching the 3rd tier within a month isn't too far-fetched. While a 15-year-old 3rd tier warrior would still be at the bottom in the Xuangu First Military Academy, if her telekinesis level reaches early 5th tier, her overall combat strength could rival Aidan. In the morning, feeling guilty, Alicia didn't dare let Mentor Fang test her telekinesis level. However, based on the information she found online, it's likely that her telekinesis level has already reached late 4th tier. Last night, aside from learning object manipulation and meditation techniques from the battlefield, Alicia didn't acquire any other telekinesis skills. This afternoon, she spent 3 hours practicing the telekinetic knife technique and made more progress than she expected. So she plans to experiment tonight in the battlefield, using leaves of similar weight to the knives to test the technique. After training in swordsmanship and telekinetic knives during the day, she meditated to relax. In the evening, she studied cultural subjects, and soon it was time for bed. Alicia lay down in the holographic gaming pod. When Alicia logged into the battlefield again, she noticed that the atmosphere in Sea Star City was even livelier than yesterday. It seemed that after the official launch yesterday, players who entered the battlefield had a positive experience, confirming that this game is indeed different from other online games. The skills learned inside can also be practiced in the real world, tailored to individual strengths rather than being generic. This may not attract wealthy and powerful families, but for ordinary people without opportunities, It represents a potential path to success. Moreover, playing this game occurs while they sleep, not taking time away from their studies or jobs. Completing tasks also earns them gold coins, which can be exchanged for credit points, making it a win-win for the commoners. Alicia glanced at the player statistics for the battlefield and saw that the number of players logging in tonight had increased by hundreds of millions compared to yesterday, with a noticeable rise in the proportion of players using gaming helmets. Although the imperial government had aggressively promoted the battlefield with substantial subsidies, making it affordable for most citizens to purchase holographic gaming pods, many poor people still couldn't afford them, until they were sure that the battlefield would indeed provide players with skills applicable in real life. They were reluctant to spend money on it. Yesterday, after the launch of the War Realm, this news was confirmed, and the most affected were undoubtedly the lower-class citizens, because apart from the holographic game pods, there are also game helmets that impoverished people can strive to afford. Even if they can't buy one for everyone in the family, they must at least get one for the child with the greatest potential for cultivation. Although the game helmet doesn't have the same direct effects on the body as the holographic pods, as long as players can learn skills suited to them and practice diligently in reality, the gap won't be too wide. This might even be a chance to change their fate. This is also why Alicia noticed the significant increase in helmet users today. She felt that the promotion of War Realm was very successful. Unfortunately, the arrival of the aliens was too swift, and the entire Gus Empire's population hadn't had the chance to grow collectively. Alicia looked at the youth level leaderboard, where Alicia was still ranked third, but the fourth place was taken by a male player with the ID World Swordsman, who was not the one originally behind her. Alicia stared at the ID World Swordsman for a while. It felt somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall any information about him from her readings. So far, only 6 players have advanced to level 2, which is fewer than Alicia had estimated. This is because the youth are all students. During the day, they go to class, and can only log in at night after sleeping. Unlike adults, whose work schedules differ, leading to varied online times. Seeing that her ranking on the leaderboard hadn't changed and that very few players had reached level 2, Alicia wasn't in a hurry to rush through her upgrade tasks. She felt that she should take advantage of the relatively easy upgrade tasks to earn more coins to learn the level 2 mecha manufacturing skill. In just over 2 months, Alicia would have her major exam. According to the enrollment requirements for the mecha manufacturing program at the Xuangu First Military Academy, students needed to at least have a level 1 mecha maker certification to apply. However, with the vast population of the Gus Empire, hundreds of billions of people, there were many talented individuals. The Xuangu First Military Academy selected candidates based on merit, and once the admission quota was filled, even the most outstanding candidates wouldn't be accepted. Alicia believed that if she couldn't advance to level 2 before the exam, even with her exceptional physical and mental stats, she might still struggle to get into the mecha manufacturing department. Of course, with her current stats, as long as she trained with the system, getting her level 2 mecha maker certification within a month or 2 was highly likely. Chapter 22, Gold Coin Mission. Thinking about mecha manufacturing, Alicia recalled last night. It was her first time assembling a mecha after her rebirth during the level 1 mecha manufacturing exam in the war world, allowing her to truly feel the high level of virtual reality in this world. In her previous life, her parents were factory workers, and growing up in the factory's housing area, she was accustomed to the cold, lifeless machines. Last night, when she touched the chilling metal and personally assembled a mecha, it sent shivers through her soul. She wondered if her parents were heartbroken after her untimely death in her past life, and what they might be like now. In this different world, was there any possibility of finding out information about them? She suppressed the lump in her throat, feeling an intense fondness for the cold machinery, a feeling she truly cherished. The players in the youth group were all students, mostly playing at night. Since they had fewer hours to play than adults, most players focused on leveling up by fighting monsters, except for Alicia. After most players vanished in a flurry, Alicia went to the empty mission hall. She wanted to see if any tasks could help her earn gold coins while leveling up. In the battle world, players could freely exchange game currency for credit points, but exchanging credit points for game currency had many restrictions and was not profitable. Alicia didn't want to be a rich target for exploitation. Currently, the youth players were all low-level, grinding through monster fighting tasks to improve their skills until they reached level 10, when they could start dungeon runs. Thus, youth players were still in the phase of solo grinding for upgrades. Most descriptions in the novel are from the female protagonist's perspective, focusing on a youth group, while only briefly mentioning the adult and middle-aged groups. Unlike the youth group, which starts with basic attributes, the adult group begins with player cultivation as their base data. Alicia estimated that the war world is designed for young people to start fresh, tailoring suitable combat skills for them to level up and build a solid foundation. They are the future hope, and a strong foundation is essential for achieving greater heights. For adults, The war world is about honing their skills, pushing their limits, and quickly improving their cultivation since they are the backbone of combat strength in the coming decades. The mission hall was quiet and empty, with no other players besides Alicia taking on tasks. The available missions were simple, involving killing level 1 monsters, collecting materials, gathering herbs, and finding ores, with rewards of only 1 or 2 gold coins at most. Alicia checked the information and decided to take on 20 monster-slaying missions. This way, she could practice her mind techniques and sword skills, and upon completing all 20 tasks, she would earn at least over 50 gold coins. In the war world, players couldn't enjoy teleportation unless they were doing upgrade tasks. Remembering the 3D map she bought yesterday, Alicia input the name of a monster, and a bright point appeared on the map along with the fastest route to it. Excited, she entered all the monsters she needed to slay into the map, planning to find them in order to improve efficiency. At this moment, she no longer thought the map was expensive. Instead, it felt like a bargain. Once she started, Alicia felt grateful for her high mana and health, allowing her to efficiently slay monsters without needing to rest. Since the tasks involved level 1 monsters, they were easy for a level 2 player, so she used this opportunity to hone her somewhat unrefined sword skills. Initially, her sword technique was weak, dealing only 10 points of damage. A monster with over 100 health would take her multiple hits to kill, especially since they could dodge and counterattack. Level 1 monsters in the battle world often appeared in large groups. While not overly dangerous, the sheer number made it tiring, especially as her health continuously dropped. However, practical experience was the best teacher. Alicia quickly learned how to maximize her damage output. As she became more skilled, her damage increased, making her monster slaying more effective. Before starting her tasks, she experimented with her telekinetic knife technique using leaves of similar weight. She was pleasantly surprised to find that the skills she learned in reality worked in the battle world as well, with comparable combat capabilities. The system wouldn't just grant her any weapon she desired, but the exchange shop had willow leaf flying knives available for 100 gold coins, which she couldn't afford, so she continued using her sword as her primary weapon. After testing, Alicia discovered that using her mind to grasp or choke a monster's neck before striking with her sword minimized her mana and health consumption. Thus, while slaying monsters efficiently, she completed the 15-hour task in just 2 hours, retaining over half her mana and only losing a third of her health. The experience gained from killing monsters for gold coins was less than from upgrade tasks. However, these tasks were easier, and although the experience was lower, her skill proficiency progressed at the same rate as during upgrade tasks. After her monster slaying spree, her experience bar increased by 1/3, and several skills improved significantly, with her sword technique's damage rising to 30 points. Alicia's telekinesis skill was becoming more refined with constant use. She learned to use her mind's hand to choke, cover, and restrain in various ways, combined with her sword techniques, allowing her to strike the vital points of monsters accurately and increase her damage. In the Gus Empire, there was a rule that, whether in reality or online, telekinetic practitioners could not use their powers to attack another human's mind unless their lives were at risk. However, if her telekinetic hand was strong enough, she could avoid attacking her opponent's head and instead use it to block, trip, or push their body. This combination of telekinesis and swordsmanship greatly enhanced her overall combat effectiveness. Chapter 23, A Trick. Alicia had completed all the tasks she had marked on the map, leaving only distant ones with longer time limits, so she decided not to pursue them today. She was very satisfied with the gold coin tasks she completed tonight, earning over 40 gold coins and effectively honing various skills, which increased her damage output several times. With such a high damage value, completing level 3 tasks would be much easier. Alicia chose a large rock to sit on and decided to rest until her mana recovered enough to tackle her upgrade tasks. However, waiting for recovery was undeniably boring, so she logged into the War Worlds forum to check the youth group's world rankings and see how other players were faring. In the 2 hours she spent on her gold coin tasks, 78 players had already reached level 2 on the leaderboard, indicating there were many talented individuals in this world, but still no level 3 players. Alicia guessed that players who had reached level 2 yesterday were likely pushing for level 3 now. Players like the male and female leads, who had trained since childhood, might not have high base attributes, but their skill damage would definitely be much greater than hers since she was just starting. It was only after completing the gold coin tasks and boosting her damage that Alicia realized that a higher damage output naturally meant lower mana and health consumption for tasks. This explained why the male lead, despite having lower base attributes, wasn't leveling up any slower than she was. Alicia really disliked being forced to rest. Sitting idle felt uncomfortable. After 20 minutes, her mana was finally restored, and she eagerly clicked on the upgrade task panel to teleport and start her upgrade mission. Her level 3 upgrade task was to kill 10 level 2 fire beasts. She was teleported to a forest, appearing about 100 meters away from a group of level 2 fire beasts. To her surprise, she noticed players on the other side of the fire beasts, specifically, a team of players. This was the first time Alicia encountered other players while doing a mission in the wild, and they were in a group. Confused, she recalled that the War World system rules stated that before reaching level 10, players could only complete their own upgrade tasks, and assistance from others in killing monsters was ineffective. What was going on with this group? As she observed more closely, she quickly noticed something unusual. She saw a male player pull the monster, while two other male players attacked it until its health was nearly depleted, allowing a female player standing nearby to deliver the finishing blow. The War World system determines that only the player who delivers the final blow to kill a monster can gain experience points. This group was exploiting that loophole to help the female player complete her upgrade task. Given the way they were fawning over her, it was clear that the wealthy young lady wasn't just privileged. She stood out in a different way, and Alicia didn't find that strange. However, gaining an advantage often comes with a cost. While this female player could easily complete her upgrade task, such shortcuts wouldn't help her hone her combat skills or improve her cultivation. Over time, the consequences would become evident. The diligent young players completing various tasks would see their cultivation soar, while those who took shortcuts without putting in the effort would remain stagnant. Alicia had no intention of interfering. She simply pretended not to see and moved to another area to farm her own monsters. Although there were only 20 or 30 fire beasts in this area, they respawned quickly, and each player could work on their tasks without disturbing one another. Level 2 fire beasts were extremely ferocious, with 500 health points and attack damage of 80. Their fire breath stretched over 2 meters long. Players with lower health who hadn't trained in lightness techniques would likely struggle to withstand even 2 attacks. Alicia witnessed the level 1 player helping to pull the monster get killed in one hit. Dying meant starting over. For now, lower level players could endure this, but she wondered if they would still sacrifice themselves for someone when they reached higher levels. Even with her high health, Alicia wouldn't be able to withstand such powerful attacks from the fire beasts. After some consideration, she used her mind's hand to firmly pin down the fire beast's head, preventing it from breathing fire directly at her. Then, she swung her sword at its neck, dealing 33 points of damage. The fire beast violently broke free from her telekinesis and sprayed fire at her, but she nimbly dodged it. She charged in again, using her telekinetic hand to push down on the beast's head, and slashed again with her sword, dealing another 22 points of damage. When Alicia finally ground down one fire beast, she realized she had lost over 50 health points, understanding now how killing just 10 of these beasts would allow her to reach level 3. Killing a level 2 fire beast drained her 10 mana points, not to mention the 50 health points lost. How could an ordinary player manage to kill 10 fire beasts within the 3-hour time limit? No wonder no one had reached level 3 yet. Alicia's impressive maneuver clearly stunned the team of wealthy young players more than 20 meters away. They had spent nearly 2.5 hours and had lost one player while only managing to kill 8 fire beasts. With only half an hour left to complete their task, it seemed unlikely they would finish today. Meanwhile, that one female player had dispatched a fire beast in just a few minutes and was ready to take on another. That female player must have at least 30 points of damage. And she's likely a telekinetic. Look at how the fire beast can't hit her. Sometimes it even moves slowly waiting for her to strike. Otherwise, with her unimpressive sword skills, she would have died 10 times by now. One male player analyzed, clearly knowledgeable. He didn't lower his voice, so Alicia heard him well but chose to ignore it. The battle world had a rule that players under level 10 couldn't engage in PvP, and no one in that group showed hostility toward her. So, she continued focusing on her own monsters. The fire beasts were proving to be much harder to defeat than she had estimated. Killing one took more time than she anticipated, making her realize she had been overly confident. If she had known better, she would have come to complete the task sooner. If she couldn't finish her kills within 3 hours, her efforts for the day would be wasted. It was crucial to know that players had to clear the upgrade task on their first attempt to receive the full reward. If they failed and had to try again, they would lose 10% of the experience and the gold reward would also be reduced by 10%. Alicia regretted her earlier overconfidence, knowing that underestimating the task could lead to failure. Determined to complete the upgrade task smoothly, she decided to put aside any concerns about drawing attention and worked hard to combine her skills to defeat the monsters. Fortunately, after slaying 2 beasts, she discovered a better method to handle the fire beasts, significantly increasing her kill speed compared to her initial attempts. Chapter 24, Level 3. Immersed in her monster killing skills, Alicia completely forgot about the players around her, focused solely on grinding. 2.5 hours later, she suddenly heard a system announcement. Congratulations to player Huafishan for leveling up to level 3, becoming the number 1 on the youth group leaderboard, rewarded with a special upgrade package and 5 gold coins, plus 20 leaderboard reward coins. As the announcements about Huafishan leveling up rang out, Alicia was battling the 10th fire demon beast, completely engrossed. After several minutes, the beast finally fell, and Alicia nearly collapsed from exhaustion, only to be enveloped in a golden light signaling her level up. Then she heard the system's world announcement: "Congratulations to the anonymous player for leveling up to level 3, becoming the second on the leaderboard, rewarded with a special upgrade package and 3 gold coins, plus 15 leaderboard reward coins." Alicia felt exhilarated by the gold she earned after reaching level 3 and couldn't help but admire Huafishan, realizing that despite her higher base stats, his leveling speed was impressive. After completing the task, Alicia moved out of the fire demon beast's attack range. Exhausted, she sat down on the ground without caring about her posture, then opened her ID panel to check the changes after leveling up. Player ID, Alicia. Player level, level 3. Experience bar, 10,100,000. Mana, 1,200,055,000. Health, 30,310,000. Psychic skill, telekinesis. Skill level, level 2. Proficiency, 330,010,000. Casting distance, 12 meters. Damage, unable to determine. Martial skill, basic swordsmanship. Skill level, level 1. Proficiency, 51,100. Damage, 51 points. Alicia noticed that her base attributes hadn't changed at all, while the experience needed for each level was becoming increasingly long, prompting her to sigh deeply. It was true that in the War Realm, the higher the level, the harder it became to level up. From her hazy memory, the male protagonist in the book took over 5 months to level up from level 1 to level 10, while the female protagonist, who initially had weaker combat ability, took an extra half-month to reach level 10. However, with the government's strong promotion, most young players in the War Realm understood that this period was meant for honing their fundamentals. So even though leveling up was slow and tedious, diligent young players wouldn't abandon the game for these reasons. Leveling up to level 3 had brought her 18 gold coins, making Alicia very happy. Combined with the coins she earned today from tasks, she had over 50 gold coins. With a little more effort tomorrow, she would have enough to learn level 2 mecha manufacturing. Alicia checked the youth leaderboard again. No players had reached level 3 after her. This meant her leveling speed was much faster than others. If she completed another leveling task tomorrow, she might surpass the male protagonist and become the top player on the leaderboard. Although being number 1 felt great and brought in more gold, Alicia didn't want to draw too much attention to herself. Tomorrow, she planned to do tasks for gold like today, honing her combat skills, and once she had enough gold, she would return to the city to learn mecha manufacturing. That night, before entering the game pod, Alicia browsed the internet to find out how many credit points were needed for level 2 mecha manufacturing at the specified guild website. She realized that the War Realm was truly a paradise for broke mecha manufacturers. To learn even the basics of level 2 mecha manufacturing online through the guild required at least 5,000 credit points, and more advanced techniques needed even more. Mastering level 2 mecha manufacturing would require over 12,000 credit points, while level 3 would triple that amount. Most of her credit points were spent on the spatial game pod and special potions, and she needed to save for the 100,000 points tuition for the Xuangu Military Academy. Learning level 2 mecha manufacturing wouldn't be a problem, but she wouldn't have enough for level 3. Since the novel focused on the female protagonist, who was a mecha manufacturer, it didn't mention the mecha manufacturing techniques in detail. Alicia learned from inquiries at the Game Guild that studying mecha manufacturing in the War Realm was nearly free. As long as players worked hard, they could earn enough gold for learning. Even using credit points for lessons cost only 1/5 of what the guild charged. The War Realm was indeed a paradise for broke mecha manufacturers. As long as Alicia had enough mental energy, she could keep learning indefinitely. Her current mental energy was already sufficient to support her as a level 4 mecha manufacturer. Closing her eyes, her heart burned with determination. She couldn't remain indifferent knowing that humanity faced great peril. However, as a powerless orphan, growing strong enough to influence the world in 10 years felt like a fairy tale. The world was vast, and aliens were formidable, making her feel incapable of making a difference. Yet yesterday, discovering the low cost of learning mecha manufacturing ignited a faint idea in her heart, which became even stronger upon realizing that acquiring gold in the War Realm wasn't difficult. This is also the confidence that Alicia has in her determination to become a level 7 master within 5 years. After thinking for a while, Alicia suddenly remembered that she hadn't checked her most anticipated upgrade gift pack, so she quickly clicked to open it. This time, the system rewarded her with 3 jade slips, an accessory, and 5 willow leaf flying daggers. Alicia was taken aback. Having 3 jade slips at once felt a bit excessive. As she recalled, the protagonist usually only received 1 jade slip with each upgrade. However, she certainly wouldn't complain about the surplus, afraid that the system might have mistakenly given her too much, which could be taken back upon discovery. She hurriedly picked up the 3 jade slips labeled 1, 2, and 3 to read them, and the results left her incredibly surprised. The first jade slip taught a lightness technique. The second one was a body tempering technique, and the third, as expected, was a psychic flying dagger technique. After all, since she received the willow leaf flying daggers, it was logical to be given a skill to practice with them. The system couldn't possibly know that Alicia had learned flying dagger techniques in the real world. Alicia had originally thought that the Earth-level body tempering technique she had been practicing was no longer suitable for her. She had even been considering how to obtain a human-level technique, but the system provided a timely solution, giving her exactly what she needed, even though she hadn't started practicing yet. With the previous jade slips and the comparison to the psychic flying dagger technique, Alicia felt confident that this set of body tempering techniques would definitely not be inferior to human-level methods. Chapter 25, Fire Shield. Alicia remembered the programming of the Skynet. Under no circumstances could it influence the human brain. So even if the system malfunctioned, any information learned and stored in her mind couldn't be retrieved by the system. Having some doubts about the system's excessive rewards, Alicia eagerly read the 3 jade slips and was eager to log off to practice the skills from them, fearing that a delay might lead to changes. After all the commotion, the game's time limit was approaching, which meant dawn was near. Logging off a few minutes early wouldn't hurt. She couldn't wait to practice the new body tempering technique she learned and absorb the skills from the 3 jade slips into her cultivation. However, she couldn't log off. Alicia searched the interface but couldn't find the log off button. Oh, that's right. Her body was currently in sleep mode. Her login and log off times were preset, and she couldn't log off on her own unless something woke her up. The anonymous player must be this female player. She's really impressive, completing a level 3 upgrade task in such a short time. Her damage output isn't higher than yours, but she can last this long, so her base attributes must be quite high. This girl's psychic potential must be quite a lot, at least D level. Just as Alicia felt uneasy about being unable to log off independently, she suddenly heard several players' voices coming from across the group of flame demons. Alicia looked up in confusion and realized she had been so engrossed in her task that she completely forgot about the group of players opposite her, exploiting system loopholes to farm upgrade tasks. However, only Huafishan and she were the 2 level 3 players on the youth leaderboard, indicating that the wealthy young lady player, despite her tricks, hadn't completed the upgrade task. Yet she had been grinding monsters for so long, why hadn't that group of players left? Alicia recalled that when she first started her task, the wealthy young lady had loudly exclaimed, "There's still half an hour left, you all should work harder." They must have been there for over an hour now. Were they really just waiting to watch her complete her task? What a waste of time. One player who was 3rd on the leaderboard yesterday, ID Alicia, suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an anonymous player. It must be her. When did our blue star get such a genius girl? One player remarked. Alicia couldn't help but glance over. The player named Divine Shield of Blazing Fire was the one who had analyzed her combat power. Looking at the youth upgrade leaderboard, she saw that this player ranked 12th, which was quite impressive. To be honest, the players across from her were all level 2, and except for the wealthy young lady, each had made it into the top 100 of the youth upgrade leaderboard, indicating their strong capabilities. However, from another perspective, the wealthy young lady could easily buy the loyalty of so many strong players, which was quite impressive in itself. The player named Divine Shield not only had strong abilities but also keen observational skills. Still, there were many smart players in the world. Alicia guessed that many in the battle realm had likely noticed this detail, which she had overlooked. But since the game had just begun, even if many players had noticed the ID Alicia, as long as she remained anonymous for a while, many would gradually forget. The log-off time is almost here. You all should hurry up. The wealthy young lady was clearly angry, but Alicia sensed that she was likely the target of that anger. Though Alicia didn't want to make connections with players, she also didn't want to provoke them for no reason, especially since the players across from her were strong and could present future opportunities for interaction. Not wanting to engage, she turned away and sought a more secluded place to wait for the log-off, hoping to avoid any conflicts. Before reaching level 10, all upgrade tasks in the battle realm were issued by the official game system to help players practice their skills, meaning every player had to complete their tasks individually. The wealthy young lady's approach wouldn't provide the necessary training intensity. By taking shortcuts to complete her upgrade tasks, she would likely remain stuck at level 10, making it hard to progress and unlikely to be seen in dungeons for a long time. Alicia, who always felt that time was precious and urgent, wouldn't waste time making player connections before level 10. In fact, the experience needed after level 10 was massive, requiring frequent dungeon runs. Since solo dungeons were rare and most were multiplayer, she wouldn't plan on making any connections, regardless of her own strength. Who knows who is on the other side of the network? Even if connections are made, they are just superficial friendships. Therefore, Alicia planned to wait until she reached level 10 to observe the other players and find a suitable team to join. After logging off, she immediately went to the bathing room. Soaking in the special medicinal liquid for a whole night didn't leave her feeling sticky, but being wet was still uncomfortable. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, she felt completely refreshed. As for the clothes she had changed out of, Alicia didn't need to worry. Her all-purpose robot butler would handle it. After having breakfast and resting for a bit, Alicia eagerly entered the training room again. Imperial Capital Star. At exactly 8 in the morning, the young prince had just entered his office at the Ministry of Military and Political Affairs when his cousin's aide sent him a message. After reading the message from his cousin, the young prince closed his eyes to think for a moment. When he opened them again, his expression grew serious as he replied, "This woman's behavior is very unusual. Monitor her closely. If she takes any actions that threaten O1, take immediate action to neutralize her. The safety of O1 is the top priority." "Understood," the aide quickly replied. After cutting off the communication on the holographic device, the young prince continued to ponder. Just as a faint smile was about to appear on his lips, his expression suddenly hardened. At that moment, the door to his office was forcefully pushed open, and walked in a handsome young man with light blonde hair and deep blue eyes. The young man looked furious, followed by two helpless-looking guards. Recognizing the intruder, the young prince didn't get angry. He gestured for the two guards to step back, and they quickly closed the door behind them. "What is it?" the young prince asked calmly. "You." The young man clenched his fists, initially filled with rage, but upon meeting the young prince's calm gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. This time was different. He didn't know how to express his anger. Chapter 26. Gold Coin Brooch. "You're even more impressive than I and further guessed." With a 2E martial talent, a level 5 warrior at just 16 years old, it's a rare genius not only in the Gus Empire but also in the Gumra Star domain. It's been hundreds of years since someone like you appeared. Now, Huadeli can't compare to you, the young prince said, clearly satisfied. Another exceptional talent had emerged, one who was both powerful and wholeheartedly dedicated to the Gus Empire. "You." The boy took a deep breath to calm himself. "Why give this to me? If you used it yourself, you'd definitely become a level 8 warrior within 5 years. Do you think I'll owe you a favor? I won't." His tone was full of stubbornness, but his expression couldn't hide his sadness. After a moment of silence, the young prince's face showed a flicker of discomfort. "You're my only brother." The boy was taken aback, unable to believe his ears as he looked at him incredulously. "This is also father's decision. He always believed that a tiger doesn't further a dog. He thinks your low martial talent is due to circumstances. Indeed, you're even more outstanding than we imagined. As long as you work hard, you definitely have the potential to become a level 10 mecha master." The boy truly couldn't believe such praise was coming from his usually cold and distant brother. Yet, he heard it clearly. It couldn't be false, unless the person before him wasn't his brother at all. The boy, who had never received praise from his father or brother, felt his face turn uncontrollably red. Yet he stubbornly replied, "Impossible. Father wouldn't. He is your father, and I'm your brother. We won't be harsher on you than anyone else. Our strictness comes from our high expectations for you. We hope you can achieve something." The young prince firmly corrected his previous misconceptions. At critical moments, family ties are the strongest. He could no longer ignore those with ulterior motives who spread incorrect ideas to drive a wedge between him and his brother. Once he started, the young prince found it easier to speak without the earlier discomfort, though his tone remained stiff and unnatural. "No matter what, in the future, I just hope you can do well." This string of words, so different from usual, dissipated the boy's anger completely, leaving him puzzled about whether he had woken up in the wrong way today or if his brother had been swapped with someone else. "You're different from before. From now on, work hard and don't just believe what others say. As long as you don't harbor biases, you can definitely judge for yourself." The young prince's face habitually turned serious as he said this flatly. But the boy didn't react as he used to, bristling at his brother's admonition. Instead, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on his face. He knew certain things. He wasn't foolish, but his father was always cold and compared him to his brother, so he had deliberately. "You're not allowed to restrict me anymore," the boy declared, lifting his chin defiantly. "If you miss the time limit for body refinement, the effects will be greatly diminished. If you weren't always trying to resist and run away, I wouldn't have to confine you." The young prince replied with a cold expression, frustrated and disappointed. "You can't talk properly, can you?" The constant use of such a gaze and expression makes it hard for anyone to want to listen to him. "Will you listen? If I tell you, you'll just run away faster. By not doing this, you can understand the intent of battle through your desire to escape the situation." The boy's face froze, as if any way he responded would make him seem at fault. He had only pushed back a little against authoritarianism. Why was that so unacceptable? After the brothers ran out of things to say, the room fell silent. "The recruitment assessment for the Xuangu Military Academy is coming up soon. You should prepare to participate." His brother finally spoke after a long pause. "What?" The boy instinctively showed a rebellious and carefree expression. Hadn't he always said he didn't qualify? Now it seemed to matter. This is father's wish. You have the ability to take on greater responsibilities, so you need to learn more. The young prince felt he had to firmly hold his brother down. It seemed he wanted to resist everything. After breakfast, Alicia dove back into the training room, surprised to find her fists clenched. Her instincts had been right. The physical training techniques she learned in the battle world were incredibly refined, and the effects were excellent. Moreover, the telekinetic knife technique she obtained in the war world was far superior to the one purchased by Theresa. She realized immediately that the quality was incomparable. On the third night in the war world, Alicia's first action was to check her inventory. Yesterday, she had been so thrilled to receive the desired technique that she forgot to look at the system-rewarded accessory and its function until she logged off. As she picked up the accessory, information immediately popped up before her eyes. Gold coin brooch, permanent magical item, once bound cannot be dropped or upgraded. After use, the amount of gold coins earned by the player is tripled. Alicia's eyes widened in amazement as a golden glow filled her vision. This item was incredibly useful. There was nothing more practical than this. It was a real treasure for accumulating small amounts of money. After being excited for a while, Alicia quickly bound the gold coin brooch and pinned it to her chest before heading back to Sea Star City to turn in the tasks she completed last night. She wanted to see if it was true. The total amount of gold coins from the tasks she completed yesterday was 40, as she had been unable to return to town to turn in her upgrade task in time. After submitting the tasks, she watched in awe as her account balance increased by a staggering 120 coins. Alicia was so excited she almost jumped up and danced. Oh my gosh, it really is 3 times the amount. The game coins in the battle world can be exchanged for credit points. With this golden finger, grinding tasks to become a little rich lady in reality is no longer just a dream. Feeling euphoric, Alicia worried for a moment that she might have misread the description. She carefully reread the details about the gold coin brooch, ensuring it was indeed a permanent and indestructible sacred item, before finally relaxing. The novel hadn't mentioned any such items in the battle world, highlighting just how lucky she was. If her luck hadn't been high, how could she have received the chance for rebirth? With this gold coin brooch, as long as she diligently completed tasks, she should be able to earn enough to cover her schooling and training expenses. Without the pressure of earning gold coins, Alicia could spend more time learning mecha manufacturing in the battle world. For example, according to her original plan, she still needed to work hard to earn gold today. However, with the boost from the gold coin brooch, she already had enough coins to learn level 2 mecha manufacturing, so she no longer needed to follow her initial plan of doing gold tasks. After the excitement, Alicia felt invigorated and opened the youth group's level leaderboard to assess the competition. Chapter 27, Guardian. In the youth group's level up leaderboard, only 5 players had reached level 3, while over 500 players were still at level 2. Alicia, as an anonymous player, ranked second on the youth leaderboard, with the male lead, ID Huafishan, in first place, and the female lead, ID Xianxian Yufei, in fifth. Alicia couldn't recall in the novel which day Huafishan reached level 4 after joining the game, but that didn't matter. With her mana and health, as long as her damage increased, keeping up with Huafishan wouldn't be difficult. She decided to use Huafishan as a benchmark. Once he reached level 4, she could complete her upgrade tasks to keep pace, maintaining a top 10 level up speed. With this plan in mind, Alicia resolved to stay in the city today and focus on learning level 2 mecha manufacturing. That day, she spent over 4 hours studying level 2 mecha crafting in the war world, where her mana remained unchanged, but her health decreased by 1 point every minute. Although her health didn't decrease much, after a long time, Alicia still felt fatigued and a desire to stop. She decided to take a break but didn't want to waste time, so she took on a gold earning task to balance earning coins and honing her skills. By the time she logged off that evening, she had gained over 40 additional coins. Alicia's days passed in a routine of practicing during the day and studying at night, with little contact with the outside world. After Theresa's disappearance, the Fang couple took over her guardianship and initially wanted to bring her to live with them. However, due to Alicia's vehement objections, they had to allow her to stay in her own home, visiting her in shifts each day. Moreover, the robot butler was programmed to report any issues to the Fang couple immediately. Fortunately, for the past 2 months, she could use the excuse of intensive training for her exams to refuse their daily visits, opting instead for brief video calls each evening. The couple was very concerned about her mental well-being, fearing she might develop negative emotions due to loneliness. Even the tough Captain Lin made an effort to appear friendly. Alicia was satisfied with her guardians. They showed enough care and provided attentive guidance without being overly intrusive. After all, she wasn't the original owner. Although Alicia felt that Teacher Fang wouldn't notice her changes, she was still getting used to her new identity and felt a bit drained. Captain Lin, who was unfamiliar with Alicia to begin with, wouldn't notice any differences. However, she didn't want to be too insincere with the couple. After months without face-to-face contact, many things could be concealed over time. If Teacher Fang had the chance to see Alicia training in person rather than just through video calls, he would surely be amazed by the speed of her improved overall combat power. Living a life with almost no relaxation time except during meals would be unbearable for the original owner, but the current Alicia found this routine quite fulfilling. Little did she know, during this time, Aidan was infuriated with her and had nearly lost the will to train. Aidan had started plotting to get her special game bod, and there was no way to suppress that desire any longer. Moreover, the previous plan not only failed to eliminate Alicia but also inadvertently benefited her. Her previously low-level warrior potential had surged to a C rank, surpassing even Aidan, and her cultivation level had also risen significantly. This incident had become a topic of gossip at school, with every classmate expressing envy wherever she went. Alicia's achievements were the subject of admiration, which was intolerable for Aidan, who had always looked down on her. She believed she was the destined one, while Alicia, who was supposed to die young, was nothing of consequence. Aidan thought for several days before coming up with a good plan. However, no matter how good the plan was, it was useless if she couldn't get into Alicia's house to see her. That fool seemed to really suspect her, as she refused to open the door no matter how hard Aidan knocked. For a moment, she felt helpless. Every time Aidan came to knock, Alicia was aware of it afterward but chose to ignore her. To Alicia, this woman was a ticking time bomb, capable of exploding at any moment. Seeing Aidan's barely concealed frustration on the recordings gave Alicia a sense of satisfaction, as if she felt better just knowing Aidan was unhappy. Once players in the game reached level 3, the amount of experience required to level up increased significantly, slowing the progression. Fortunately, the game rules indicated that from level 7 onward, the experience bar would no longer increase by a single digit for each level but would instead double. However, aside from this minor comfort, other aspects felt unfriendly to players. Starting at level 7, players' mana and health points would no longer increase with level advancement. They would only change when the basic attribute points were modified. This was particularly unkind to players with lower overall attribute points. Alicia had realized on her first day in the game that a player's attribute points directly correlated to their abilities. Players with high attribute points would have high mana and health, allowing them to tackle upgrade tasks more freely. In contrast, players with low attribute points couldn't afford the resource consumption and had to focus on improving their skill proficiency to raise their damage output for completing upgrade tasks. Within level 10, only players with high base attribute points and damage output could make it onto the upgrade leaderboard. Alicia was confident that she was among the most capable players in the youth group. This was evident as she effortlessly maintained her ranking within the top 10 on the youth leaderboard. She preferred not to stand out too much, choosing to follow behind Huafishan on upgrade tasks and consistently aiming to be second. Most of her time in the game was spent learning mecha manufacturing techniques or completing tasks to earn gold and improve her skills. Otherwise, she could easily surpass Huafishan and become the top player in the youth group. However, after leveling up, Alicia no longer received any skill jade slips. Aside from gold and mecha parts, she wasn't disappointed. It was better to focus on a few skills than to overreach. Furthermore, when she expressed her desire to learn whip techniques to Captain Lin, he found her a basic whip technique set within half a month. Though it was a basic technique, it was a human-level skill, indicating that Captain Lin had spent a considerable amount of money on it. Alicia informed Captain Lin about the triple gold item she acquired in the game, stating that she could earn plenty of gold and was fully capable of covering the cost in credit points. "Manny, you're so lucky," Captain Lin said, pleased for her, but he quickly returned to his usual authoritative demeanor. "However, you still need to prioritize your studies and training. Don't spend too much time just earning gold." Chapter 28, The Grace of the Elders. Uncle didn't spend any credit points. This technique was recorded for me by Vice Commander Wang. He doesn't charge for it, Captain Lin said earnestly. "My mother once said that a debt of gratitude is more precious. I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult position, Uncle," Alicia replied seriously. Captain Lin smiled reassuringly. "Manny, don't think too much about it. Uncle is just his subordinate, and in the future, being loyal and diligent in your duties is enough repayment." Alicia understood that things weren't so simple. There was no such thing as a free lunch. However, seeing Captain Lin's attitude of "I am the elder, you're just a child, focus on your training," she chose not to press further. Gratitude is remembered in the heart, and it should be repaid when the opportunity and ability arise, rather than just spoken about. Hard work always yields rewards. After less than 2 months of diligent training, Alicia received her level 2 mecha manufacturing badge at the task hall in the game. Meanwhile, Her warrior level also rose to late level 3. When Alicia shared the good news with Mentor Fang and his wife, they were thrilled. That evening, they took her and their son, Lin Shank, out for a celebratory meal and each gifted her a present. Here, the differences between men and women were evident. Mentor Fang gifted her a beautiful dress, while Captain Lin presented her with a silver long whip. What girl doesn't like a beautiful dress? Alicia was no exception. Even if she had little time to wear it, just having it filled her with pleasant anticipation, looking forward to wearing it on a nice outing someday. However, for Alicia, who was deeply immersed in her training, Captain Lin's gift of the long whip brought her even more joy. The silver whip handle was embedded with green gemstones, and the deep purple whip itself looked stunning, lacking the sharpness of swords, making it perfect for a girl to carry. Yet Alicia knew that this whip was entirely different from the one she had purchased for 1,000 credit points. This one was crafted from the tendons of a level 7 Zeng beast and would cost at least 50,000 credit points. After some consideration, Alicia realized that the contributions of her elders couldn't be measured by their monetary value. If she were to repeatedly decline, it would only hurt their feelings. So she decided to keep it in her heart. She thanked them and happily accepted the gift. Seeing her genuine and unpretentious happiness brought smiles of relief to Captain Lin and his wife. Elders appreciate seeing obedient and well-mannered children. As the meal neared its end, Captain Lin mentioned that the entrance exam for the Xuanbu First Military Academy was approaching and advised Mentor Fang and Alicia not to let others know about her promotion to level 2 Mecha Maker, not even at school. The assessment for the Mecha Guild could wait. It would be just fine to handle it after Alicia successfully enrolled in the academy. Captain Lin's serious demeanor left both teacher and student a bit confused. When Mentor Fang pressed for a reason, Captain Lin merely waved his hand and refused to explain. Seeing his expression, Alicia sensed there was more to the story and chose not to press further. She trusted that Captain Lin's decision was undoubtedly in her best interest. Alicia had an inkling of Captain Lin's intentions. After returning home, she logged onto Skynet and searched for relevant information based on her suspicions. In the Gus Empire, for a level 1 Mecha Maker to advance to level 2, the fastest record, given sufficient credit points, was 2 years. Alicia had received her level 1 Mecha Maker badge at the age of 14, and it had only been a year since. Now at 15, being a level 2 Mecha Maker, while not unheard of, was considered genius level throughout the Gus Empire, especially on a low-tier planet like Topaz Star, where such talent appeared only once in several decades. Currently, media outlets across the Gus Empire were digging up news about exam candidates. If Alicia applied for her level 2 Mecha Maker certificate during this sensitive period, it would undoubtedly attract attention from the media on Topaz Star. Alicia guessed that Captain Lin was concerned about her background and felt that attracting such attention could negatively affect her exam preparation, hence his advice to keep a low profile. This was undoubtedly for her benefit. Otherwise, if her achievements were publicized, both Captain Lin and Mentor Fang would gain positive reputations, which could easily lead to personal gains, particularly for Captain Lin. Alicia appreciated Captain Lin's genuine care. However, this could only be a temporary concealment. If she successfully enrolled in the Xuanbu First Military Academy during the exam, her information would surely be uncovered by the media on Topaz Star. But by then, she wouldn't mind. As a young genius Mecha Maker, she figured that, aside from Aidan, very few would harbor malice against her. Without malice, there was no intent to kill. Alicia believed that for the time being, Captain Lin could still protect her from being plotted against on Topaz Star. At the Imperial Capital Star, students of the Xuanbu First Military Academy could reside on campus regardless of holidays, making it difficult for Aidan to carry out any schemes. As long as she didn't frequently leave the military academy, even if her talent for mecha making attracted attention, anyone wanting to make a move would first need to find her. By the time she graduated, she expected to have considerable strength. At that point, entering Captain Lin's army on Topaz Star would make it even easier to avoid the calculations of powerful families. Alicia felt confident that becoming a level 3 mecha maker within a year was entirely feasible, and she could directly aim for that qualification. This confidence stemmed from her strong mental power and the threefold bonus she received from earning gold coins in the game. Without the pressure of credit points, Alicia didn't have to waste time earning them, allowing her to focus more on learning and practicing. Although the days of training and studying were monotonous, time flew by, especially for someone like Alicia, who had lofty goals. It felt like just a blink, and over 2 months had passed. The recruitment assessments for various military academies were about to begin. Traditionally, the Xuanbu First Military Academy held its exams first, followed by others. With Mentor Fang's reminder, the reborn Alicia returned to school for the second time. Seeing her emerge after 2.5 months of seclusion, the instructors noticed that her warrior level had risen to the late 3rd stage. All the mentors, upon learning of her adventurous experiences, felt a mix of joy and concern for this reckless girl. Last month, the terrifying side effects of the second-generation gene serum were exposed. Up until that point, Many people had died after taking the second-generation gene enhancement serum, leading to pharmaceutical companies being sued in court by the victims' families due to the numerous deaths and devastation. The Supreme Council of the Gus Empire personally issued a ban on its sale. Knowing that Alicia had also used the second-generation serum, anyone who didn't wish her harm couldn't help but feel a chill for her, leading to her receiving a stern lecture. "You must be blessed to have survived such a disaster," Mentor Fang said, wiping the sweat from her brow. "With your current abilities, as long as you're careful and avoid making mistakes, you should definitely be able to get into the Xuanbu First Military Academy. Remember, caution is the most important thing. Don't get any wild ideas or try any tricks. Stability is key," Mentor Fang repeatedly advised. She felt that while the girl seemed quiet on the surface, her nature was innocent yet impulsive, which made her worry. The dark underbelly of the private sales of the second-generation serum was truly frightening. The more Mentor Fang knew, the more afraid she became. Half a month ago, due to the immense profits tied to the second-generation gene serum, the various factions involved were too powerful. After the ban on sales in the Gus Empire, the police forces on Topaz Star were insufficient to suppress the underground market's influence. Consequently, Captain Lin personally directed his subordinates to cooperate with the police to capture the underground forces, which helped to bring the situation under control. Chapter 29, The Assessment begins. In this world, technological civilization is extremely advanced, with nearly 98% coverage of the sky network and a holographic network realism reaching 99%. Although interstellar travel is convenient, distances are vast and costs are high. Therefore, entrance examinations for new students at various prestigious institutions in the Gus Empire are conducted online. Naturally, the Xuanbu First Military Academy is no exception, as not everyone can access the densely populated capital star. Previous examinations for the Xuanbu First Military Academy consisted of both written and martial tests. Alicia reviewed this year's announcement and found that the process was the same as in previous years, with no special changes. The written examination lasts for 4 to 5 hours, while the martial test takes about 3 days, roughly 8 hours each day. Although Alicia had never taken the exam before, with the information provided by Mentor Fang and her research on past examination procedures online, she felt prepared and confident. With her current abilities, if she put in the effort, there was a good chance she could secure a top position in the mecha manufacturing program. On the day of the examination, following Mentor Fang's instructions, Alicia logged onto the Sky Network half an hour early, entered the Xuanbu First Military Academy interface, and input her student ID. This ID is bound to her genetic sequence, ensuring that no one can impersonate her. 30 seconds later, Alicia received the easily memorable candidate number 001000, indicating she was assigned to the 5th classroom. She was then immediately transported to a brightly lit classroom, where 5 other candidates were already seated. Apart from their candidate numbers, no usernames were displayed above each candidate's head, and their faces were deliberately blurred, making them difficult to recognize. However, some distinguishing features were still noticeable, such as hair length and color, and general face and body shapes, allowing one to tell whether a candidate was male or female at a glance. Alicia estimated that if Aidan were in this classroom, she would be able to recognize her, but she definitely wouldn't remember any strangers. A few minutes later, an additional 44 candidates joined, bringing the total to 50. Alicia felt the entire space seal off, and the buttons for offline communication turn gray. This was a common measure to prevent cheating. As communicated by the school instructors and the Sky Network, none of the candidates appeared panicked, nor did anyone talk. Everyone quietly awaited the start of the examination. In front of each candidate was a 9-inch light screen. Before the exam began, it was gray, displaying only essential examination information. When the familiar mechanical voice of the Sky Network announced the start of the exam, Alicia's light screen flickered and changed to a new interface. She almost exclaimed, "What? 5 hours of assessment, 4,000 questions, with an average of less than 5 seconds to think about each question." Thankfully, all questions were multiple choice, otherwise, even the fastest fingers wouldn't be able to complete it. But even so, the sheer volume of questions was truly overwhelming. Indeed, high-stakes exams are a nightmare for candidates in any world. Candidates who could apply to Xuanbu First Military Academy were all top students in their schools. As soon as the questions appeared, everyone immediately dove into answering them without hesitation. Alicia barely had time to observe how others were doing. She had to press the selection button as quickly as possible, or she definitely wouldn't finish all 4,000 questions. Although all were multiple choice, the subjects covered literature, math, music, astronomy, geography, history, and more, making the breadth of knowledge daunting even for top students. Fortunately, while Alicia was stuck in the original host's body, her extreme boredom made her more focused in her studies than the original host, allowing her to learn much more. Once Alicia became Alicia, her powerful mental strength enabled her to remember everything at a glance. After 3 months of studying, Her knowledge had nearly doubled, so despite the variety and difficulty of the questions, she could answer them almost without thinking. When Alicia finished the last question, she realized her hands were numb. She rubbed her wrists and, once the soreness subsided a bit, looked at the exam timer. At that moment, she heard two beeping sounds, and the exam screen in front of her flickered, turning into an uneditable grey format. Unbeknownst to her, 5 hours had already passed. Only now did Alicia start to feel fatigued. She relaxed her body against the chair and quietly listened to the surrounding candidates, who had forgotten their initial unfamiliarity, discussing among themselves. I still have 10 questions left, and I don't even know how many I got wrong. These questions are too difficult. I only have 5 questions left, but I'm unsure about the answers to more than 10. I have no confidence. I didn't finish either. This exam is so damn twisted. 5 hours for 4,000 questions. It's killing me. My hands are so sore. The writing assessment for Xuangu First Military Academy is notoriously difficult, but I've heard that in previous years, someone scored a perfect score. Right, I know. It was one of our. After listening to the gossip for a while, and hearing other candidates say they hadn't finished, Alicia certainly wouldn't brag about completing all the questions herself. Summarizing the information, she felt confident she could pass the written exam and relaxed a bit. When she saw the exit button turn green, indicating she could leave freely, she chose to log out. Except for entering the war realm, she was usually in a conscious state when using the net. After the intense 5-hour test, stepping out of the holographic game pod, Alicia felt utterly exhausted and her stomach was growling with hunger. That evening, she received a notification from Xuangu First Military Academy, instructing her to log onto the net for the physical exam at 8 a.m. the next morning. Looking at her score, with each question worth 1 point, she had 3,088 points, which meant she got 12 questions wrong. Surprisingly, she ranked third on the leaderboard. Before Alicia could fully process her results, Mentor Fang had already seen them and sent her a message praising and encouraging her. However, the next day, when she was teleported to the exam location, she sensed something was off. She suspiciously gazed at the dense trees of the jungle in front of her. She had never heard of a mesh manufacturing exam taking place in such a setting. In this environment, without a workbench or mesh parts, how was she supposed to assemble a mesh? As Alicia was filled with doubts, she suddenly sensed an attack coming from her left. She quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding an attack from a boy. However, the boy was fast and immediately turned to pounce on her again. This time, she barely managed to evade him. It was clear that his physical skills were much higher than hers. Why are you attacking me? Wait, do we have to fight before entering the mesh assembly phase of the exam? Alicia asked urgently as she narrowly avoided a heart-piercing punch. Hearing Alicia's unexpected question, the boy paused his attack, sized her up, and then replied, "This is the battlefield for the mesh combat assessment." Chapter 30, Thunder Rolls. What? I applied for the mesh manufacturing program. I should be in the mesh assembler assessment. Upon hearing that the boy said this was the mesh combat assessment area, Alicia felt as if thunder were crashing above her head. How did you end up here? This is a completely different assessment area, the boy said, eyeing her suspiciously as if he thought she might be trying to deceive him. I logged in according to the assessment instructions. I clearly registered for the mesh assembler specialty, and my instructor confirmed it with me. I'm only a late-stage level 3 warrior. Fighting against you level 4 warriors would just be serving as a target. Alicia almost screamed. I thought something was off. Level 3 warriors aren't typically allowed in the mesh assembler assessments at Xuangu First Military Academy. The minimum requirement is a level 4 initial warrior. The boy with exam number 001100 said, now believing her. Although he still didn't fully let his guard down, his tone was much more relaxed. Hurry and message the assessment committee to have them change your location. The assessment has just started, so there's still time to correct the mistake, the boy suggested. Alicia responded with and thanked the boy, but she didn't open the screen right away. Being someone who always believed that caution was key, she didn't lower her guard just because of the boy's friendliness. If she were eliminated by him, who knew what would happen next? Seeing that she remained vigilant despite their friendly exchange, the boy smiled, then turned and disappeared into the forest. Once Alicia felt he was truly gone, she opened the assessment area's appeal panel to send in her complaint. Her appeal was quickly met with a response. Candidate number 001000 has been assigned to the Mesh Combat Department. Please proceed with the assessment and strive to eliminate other candidates to become the final winner. Alicia was stunned. What kind of bizarre operation was this? Someone must have changed her application. What was going on? Refusing to give up, she sent another appeal, only to receive the reply, please proceed with the assessment immediately, or your qualification will be permanently cancelled. Alicia nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. If she hadn't been mindful that this was being broadcast, she would have loved to give the system a middle finger and mutter some curses. What was happening? She had come to take the written exam, but she was thrown into a combat assessment. How was a mesh assembler with no combat experience supposed to survive? Looking at the assessment committee's helpful message, Alicia learned that this year, 1 million candidates were applying to the Mesh Combat Department at Xuanbu First Military Academy. They were divided into 10 assessment zones, each with over 100,000 candidates. Only the last 5,000 remaining in each zone would advance to the next day's assessment stage. Even if Alicia was usually composed, finding herself in such a difficult situation made her want to curse the person who had changed her application. However, knowing her background better than the original owner, she quickly narrowed down her list of suspects. Since choosing to withdraw would lead to permanent disqualification from the Xuanbu First Military Academy, Alicia had no choice but to go all out. Fortunately, the 2 months of combat experience in the war realm had given her some confidence. She took a moment to reflect on her combat strengths. Though her physical skills were lower than those of the mesh combat candidates, her mental strength was significantly higher. Alicia felt relieved that she had chosen to keep a low profile to avoid drawing attention, and hadn't tested her mental power level with the relevant institutions. While she might still be on some people's radar, those behind the scenes likely didn't know how high her mental power was, which allowed her to participate in the assessment. Alicia was confident that her mental power level was at least late stage 4, if not early stage 5. Since the assessment was public on the network, if she passed, the people behind her would find it harder to sabotage her. The biggest advantage of online assessments was that eliminating opponents didn't require incapacitating them. Simply shattering their chest emblem or reducing their health bar would suffice. The assessment competition provided no weapons, so all candidates had to adapt to their surroundings. Without swords, whips, or flying daggers, Alicia's gaze fell upon a tree whose leaves resembled flying daggers. After 2 months of training, Alicia had not only mastered her mental power flying dagger technique but also created a method to shoot daggers using her internal force, enhanced by her telekinesis for added acceleration. The mental power flying dagger technique was great for long-range ambushes, while the mixed power flying dagger technique conserved mental energy and increased damage. In the war realm, her mental power flying daggers dealt 180 damage, while the mixed power version dealt 250. She noticed that the boy she had spoken to earlier had a health bar of 1050, while she had 2000. Alicia pinched a leaf between her fingers and flicked it hard. The leaf shot through the air and thudded into a nearby tree trunk, half embedded in the wood. Her combat power in the network matched her war realm capabilities, and she smiled with satisfaction. This force was enough to shatter an opponent's chest emblem, and it was a long-range attack, which was advantageous for her weaker physical skills. Quickly, Alicia gathered numerous leaves and stuffed them into her pockets. She was grateful that this assessment took place in a jungle, which not only provided cover for ambushes but also an endless supply of projectiles, greatly increasing her chances of success. Feeling empowered, she decided to unleash her full potential. She wanted those scheming in the shadows to see that they had miscalculated. Even as a novice in combat, a genius like her could still gain admission to the Xuanbu First Military Academy. This year, because there were 3 candidates from Minxin Intermediate College applying to the Xuanbu First Military Academy, Mentor Fang and other mentors from the middle schools were closely monitoring the news on the network. As soon as the assessment competition began, Mentor Fang checked the status of the 3 candidates. Mentor Fang knew that Alicia had already obtained her level 2 mesh designer certificate in the war realm, so she was very confident in her abilities and didn't rush to check on her. Instead, she looked at the other 2 candidates from the mesh combat department. After a few minutes, she noted that the male candidate had only scored 9 points, while Aidan had already scored 22. Both candidates were level 4 martial artists, but the male candidate was at the early stage, while Aidan was in the mid-stage. After observing for a while, Mentor Fang realized that the male candidate's lower score was not only due to his lower level but also because he lacked practical combat experience and was too soft in his approach. Fortunately, the other candidates around him were also at the early level 4 stage, so he hadn't been eliminated immediately. In contrast, Aidan was not only a mid-level level 4 martial artist but also acted decisively and ruthlessly. When she fought, she didn't even blink and demonstrated a strategic mind. Chapter 31, Whose Calculation? As Mentor Fang watched Aidan, he caught her teasing and charming the male candidates while smiling sweetly, only to suddenly turn aggressive. She sighed, acknowledging that Aidan had great abilities and strong combat awareness, but unfortunately, her intentions were questionable. Not wanting to observe her any longer, Mentor Fang exited the combat assessment area and switched to the mecha manufacturing examination zone, inputting Alicia's name and student ID. To his surprise, after the interface rotated, it automatically switched to the assessment area and displayed a message, Alicia Idaho 000100, Mecha Combat Department, Assessment Area 5. Seeing this information, Mentor Fang realized she had completely misunderstood. Alicia had applied for the mecha manufacturing department, so how did she end up in the mecha combat assessment area? Alicia had just advanced to the late stage of warrior level 3, and she had always specialized in mecha manufacturing. Her combat skills had only been practiced over the past 2 months. Now, being placed among candidates whose physical skills were all at least level 4, particularly those trained in combat, she was essentially there to provide points for others. What was going on? Was someone intentionally altering her application to serve some purpose? Alicia had personally submitted her application to the Xuangu First Military Academy. Mentor Fang was sure that she hadn't made any modifications afterward and had received written confirmation from the academy. In this situation, unless it was the president of the Xuangu First Military Academy following proper procedures, no one should be able to change a candidate's references. However, the concept of privilege exists in the world. While Alicia's talent and ability in mecha manufacturing were outstanding on Topaz Star, her application only indicated that she was a level 1 mecha maker. This qualification was merely acceptable among the mecha manufacturing candidates at Xuangu First Military Academy. It certainly wasn't impressive enough to obstruct anyone's path. As an unknown orphan from a third-tier fringe planet, why would anyone want to exclude her from entering the Xuangu First Military Academy? Could it be that she had been mistakenly identified and was serving as a stand-in for someone else? As Mentor Fang pondered, she quickly submitted an inquiry request, only to receive a response stating that Alicia had been assigned to the Mecha Combat Department rather than the Mecha Manufacturing Department. Looking at the busy candidates assembling mechas in the Mecha Manufacturing Assessment area, Mentor Fang sighed internally, lacking the courage to check on Alicia's situation. This child had worked so hard before, and now the blow was equally great. If it weren't for Alicia's mother, Theresa having a wish for her to attend the Xuangu First Military Academy, the couple wouldn't have wanted her to apply. The Xuangu First Military Academy was well known, making the competition extremely fierce behind the scenes. For someone like Alicia, attending the Second Military Academy would be better. Her abilities would be greatly valued there. Old Lin was a graduate of the Second Military Academy and had some connections that could help. If she couldn't get into the Xuangu First Military Academy, Alicia could still apply to the Second Military Academy. With this thought, Mentor Fang felt less anxious. She switched the interface to the Mecha Combat Assessment Area 5 and entered Alicia's ID number. As the interface loaded, Mentor Fang mentally prepared for the possibility that Alicia had already been eliminated, but what she found was shocking. Searching for Alicia's information, she had assumed that she would have been eliminated, so when she saw that Alicia was still online and had accumulated over 100 points, Mentor Fang thought she was seeing things. After confirming multiple times that she hadn't misread, she still couldn't believe it. Mentor Fang looked at the small interface on the screen, bewildered. Aidan had only over 50 points, while the male candidate had slightly increased his score, but it was still just in the 20s. Heaven, over 100 points. This meant that in just over half an hour, Alicia had eliminated at least dozens of candidates. How could a late-stage level 3 warrior manage this without psychic weapons? No matter how incredible the reality seemed, it was still the truth. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Mentor Fang clicked on Alicia's battle perspective and saw her raise her hand, launching something green from her palm that shot out like a bolt of lightning, hitting the chest emblems of the 3 boys who were encircling her. The 3 boys hit by the green light froze for a moment, and 2 seconds later, they vanished like meteors. Mentor Fang noticed Alicia's score had jumped to over 40 points. This indicated that those 3 candidates had previously eliminated quite a few competitors, each accumulating dozens of points. When they were eliminated by Alicia, half of their points transferred to her. However, Mentor Fang couldn't understand how Alicia, as a late-stage level 3 warrior, had the capability to take out 3 level 4 candidates in an instant. What was that green light she shot? The candidates weren't armed with any weapons. Replaying the moment in slow motion, he realized that Alicia had used leaves as hidden weapons. The 3 early-stage level 4 candidates hadn't even gotten close to her before she unexpectedly dispatched them with her projectiles. It dawned on Mentor Fang that Alicia had cleverly utilized leaves as psychic weapons, and it seemed that their offensive power was quite strong. This year's map assessment area was a jungle battle, so Alicia's hidden weapons were readily available. As long as her psychic energy could sustain her for half the time and she earned enough points, getting into the Mecha Combat Department wouldn't be a problem. This was truly a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, as the terrain greatly enhanced Alicia's overall combat capability. Seeing hope, Mentor Fang let out a long breath. After observing Alicia's subsequent battles, her tension eased a bit more. Alicia's ability to skillfully use leaves as hidden weapons indicated that her psychic attack power was quite strong. A level 3 warrior wouldn't normally be able to utilize hidden weapons in such a way. Estimating the force behind Alicia's projectiles, Mentor Fang deduced that her psychic level was likely no lower than mid-level 4, possibly even higher. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to expend her psychic energy so effortlessly. It seemed that Alicia had indeed turned misfortune into fortune, not only strengthening her physique but also enhancing her psychic abilities, making her a dual talent. Mentor Fang often sighed in relief, a joyful smile appearing on her face. Previously, she had only noticed the change in Alicia's physique and hadn't considered that her psychic power had significantly increased due to the genetic enhancement serum. The data reported to the Xuanbu First Military Academy had indicated that Alicia's psychic potential was only C level. However, it now appeared that her psychic potential could very well be 3C. The person who secretly modified Alicia's application major certainly didn't anticipate this outcome, which ultimately showcased her exceptional overall strength. With her abilities as a level 4 late-stage psychic, level 3 late-stage warrior, and level 2 mecha craftsman, Alicia would be considered an outstanding candidate even at the Xuanbu First Military Academy. Even if she were eliminated at this stage, Mentor Fang believed that with this information to appeal, her chances of success would be very high. Chapter 32, Please take off your vest. With her concerns eased, Mentor Fang no longer worried about Alicia. She watched as Alicia eliminated an opponent and, after scanning her surroundings for threats, found a spot to sit and rest. She opened the assessment comment section. Sure enough, there were many heated discussions about Alicia's performance, all at the top of the page. At first, I thought the Xuanbu First Military Academy had lowered its admission standards. How could a level 3 late-stage warrior participate in the mecha combat assessment? But then she plucked a leaf and, wow, just tossed it, and it stuck to the tree like a nail. Is this for real? I'm a level 4 warrior and can't do that. How did a level 3 warrior manage it? I haven't graduated from a higher institution, so my experience is limited. I seek the wisdom of experts. The commenter above is short-sighted. Don't focus on her being a level 3 warrior. It's clear she must be a psychic. The level of a psychic isn't easy to discern, and who knows what her level is. But if her warrior level is already late-stage level 3, I can't imagine her psychic level. To be able to use leaves as weapons, this girl's psychic level must be no less than late-stage level 4. A 15-year-old level 4 psychic. Which planet is this genius from? I heard that the eldest daughter of the Oli family from the Imperial capital has the best psychic talent among this year's candidates from the Gus Empire. Could this be her? Impossible. That young lady has been stuck at level 2 for a long time, and her psychic level is only mid-level 4. This girl is at a higher level, and her hair color is different. This girl has black hair, while that young lady has red hair. The psychic talents of this age group in the Gus Empire don't match up with this girl. So she's a dark horse. Right, she must be a dark horse. I've never heard of her. Mentor Fang looked around. The building had already risen over 3,000 floors. This area was only accessible to candidates' parents and mentors, indicating that many people had taken notice of Alicia. A sense of pride swelled within Fang. This was her student. So what if they were from a marginally ranked star? There was still a genius who stood out. However, to ensure Alicia's safety, Fang suppressed her desire to boast and held back from making a fuss. Alicia, on the other hand, didn't share Fang's pride. At this rate of combat, her psychic energy would be over half depleted in less than 4 hours. If she continued, there was no way she could last for 8 hours. The assessment lasted an hour, and there were still over 60,000 candidates left in the assessment area, with more than 30,000 already eliminated. It was evident that the remaining candidates would only become stronger and harder to deal with as time went on. In this environment, it was impossible for Alicia to hide and meditate to recover, as candidates had a visible map of a 500-meter radius. Although Alicia also had a map, that distance meant little to level 4 candidates. With a quick sprint, they could reach her in mere seconds, likely before she even had a chance to react. After all, Alicia's martial level was too low, making her vulnerable to ambushes from level 4 warriors, so she had to stay alert to prevent surprise attacks. Whenever candidates approached and saw Alicia, a mid-level 3 warrior, with so many points, their eyes would immediately light up with greed. To them, she was like a walking point-generating machine. However, those with sharper minds and higher awareness would quickly notice that she was all alone, which made them more cautious. Intelligent candidates would surely wonder how such a low-level girl could have so many points. There must be some trick involved. They would either deduce that she had the ability to eliminate many candidates or that she wasn't truly alone. Candidates who thought like this would often turn around and flee. Of course, intelligent candidates were rare. Most were too young and inexperienced, lacking the wisdom to see beyond their own strength. Upon spotting Alicia, they couldn't resist rushing in, hoping to snatch easy points. Naturally, none of them even got close to her. They were swiftly eliminated before they knew what hit them. Only after being eliminated did they start to realize that the girl must be a psychic and think back on the odd circumstances of the situation. For psychic practitioners with lower levels, many candidates actually knew ways to deal with them. Unfortunately, they only saw Alicia as a mid-level 3 warrior and failed to consider the illogical aspects of the situation, regretting it only after being eliminated. Each candidate defeated by Alicia's leaves was surprised and unwilling to accept their defeat, desperately trying to find out who that girl was. After investigating, they discovered there was no trace of her. The eliminated candidates couldn't help but vent their frustration online. How could such a powerful psychic and skilled martial artist not be mentioned in any of the Imperial forums discussing talented youths? Were those news bloggers just idle? There wasn't a shred of information about her, otherwise, they wouldn't be so careless. A post titled "Seeking Information on That Black-Haired Genius Girl" gained traction in the examination forum and even made the headlines, featuring a video of the girl tossing leaves. Alicia, unaware that she was trending and being sought after, focused solely on defeating candidates. After over 3 hours of fighting with no battle experience, her psychic energy was depleted more than she had anticipated. While the exam still had about 4 hours left, she had no choice but to adopt a guerrilla strategy, avoiding battles to conserve her energy. Alicia had already scored 1,561 points, placing her 1,120th in the examination area. As long as she remained cautious and didn't get eliminated, she was sure to survive until the end. She realized that although her martial arts level was lower than all her opponents, she had hardly faced them head-on. By using her mixed psychic flight technique, she expended very little stamina, allowing her to fully utilize her combat skills. However, the other warrior candidates were certainly different. After several hours of battling, their stamina was significantly depleted. With time dragging on, while Alicia was still able to maintain her energy, her martial skills, although not enough to defeat those candidates, made it easy for her to escape when her opponents were fatigued. As expected, once Alicia adopted a strategy of avoidance, the number of direct confrontations with candidates decreased. Plus, after fighting for so long, she had figured out how much psychic energy she needed to strike effectively while minimizing consumption. This way, her psychic energy usage significantly reduced. After hiding for another half hour, Uemani found herself unable to avoid a confrontation with a late level 4 warrior. Her opponent was too strong, and she couldn't escape in time. Chapter 33, Meet Again. The boy charging towards Alicia was incredibly fast. She had been slacking off a bit, only realizing he was already 800 meters away when he was just 2 seconds from reaching her, leaving her no chance to evade. This boy had over 5,000 points, making him the highest scoring candidate Alicia had encountered. In this assessment zone, aside from the initial encounter with another boy, she hadn't come across any late level 4 warriors. As the boy rushed towards her, Alicia's expression turned to one of shock. She quickly used her agility techniques to retreat, but as he was almost beside her, swinging his staff, she instinctively shot out 2 leaves from her hands. The leaves flew like lightning, and with the boy barely 5 meters away, the crisis unfolded in the blink of an eye. Alicia had dealt with several mid-level 4 candidates before. One had tried to dodge from a distance but stubbornly chased her down, only to be taken out by her 2 leaves. Up to this point, she had never missed a target within 10 meters. Alicia thought this boy would be no exception, but she didn't expect him to suddenly twist his body at a critical moment. 2 green lights brushed past his arm, with the first one reducing his health by 56 points, while the slower one missed entirely. As she shot the leaves, Alicia retreated even faster than before. After the boy dodged her attack, she had already moved over 300 meters away. Grabbing 2 leaves from a nearby tree, she stood ready, anticipating his next move. Although she had retreated quickly enough to avoid a direct hit from the boy's staff, she still got clipped by the end, losing 20 points of health, which showed just how high his attack power was. Just as Alicia heightened her guard for the boy's assault, he suddenly stopped and, looking surprised, said, "Oh, it's you. Why are you still here? Didn't you apply to return to the mecha manufacturing division for the assessment?" Hearing this, Alicia recognized him as the first boy she had encountered when she was teleported. She checked his candidate number and hair color. It was indeed him. Feeling a surge of frustration, she didn't lower her guard, but was willing to vent a little. "I applied. I don't know who the hell changed my application. Clearly, they didn't want me to get into the first military academy, but they underestimated me." The boy seemed equally surprised. "It must have been changed back in middle school. Once you apply to the first academy, it shouldn't be altered." "I'm not sure, but it's not just about the points. It's about pride." "I won't be eliminated," Alicia declared. Alicia had no doubt about the mentor's goodwill, so she believed that her application being changed couldn't have happened in middle school. "You're a psychic, right? Given that you haven't participated in various combat training but have managed to hold on until now with so many points, your psychic level must be quite high to have such strong combat power," the boy said, a tone of admiration in his voice. "With your current points, as long as you score at least 3,500 on the academic assessment, even if you get eliminated now, you should still be able to get into the first military academy. However, you should try to hold on until the end. Those who aren't eliminated by the time the map assessment ends will receive a bonus of 1,000 points. This way, if you can win half of the matches in tomorrow's ranking and the challenge matches the day after, you'll definitely make it into the academy." "I'm not sure about my psychic level. Over the past year, I've focused entirely on studying mecha manufacturing and haven't tested my psychic level in over a year." Alicia was sure she wouldn't let her opponent know her true psychic level. It shouldn't be lower than mid-level 4, the boy speculated. Our strengths should be similar. If we go head-to-head, it would only lead to mutual destruction. Since we seem to have a good connection, you can choose whether we operate separately or cooperate. Alicia struggled to keep up with his thinking. The further we go, the stronger the remaining contestants will become. Many of them might already be teaming up, and solo fighters will be at a disadvantage. With both of our points, if we continue to fight alone, we will definitely become primary targets for those teams. Why don't we team up? You're a psychic and I'm a martial artist. If we cooperate, we wouldn't even be afraid of 2 mid-level 4 contestants, the boy suggested earnestly. Alicia hesitated a bit. She had no objection to forming a team. She wasn't very clear about the rules of the mecha combat assessment. Since this boy seemed knowledgeable, it would be good to have someone to guide her. The problem was, she wasn't sure if she could trust him. Would he take advantage of their proximity to eliminate her? After all, her close combat skills were quite poor. With your high psychic level, once you become a mecha master, your combat power will surpass others of the same level. With your potential, it's a waste to be a mecha maker. You should be in the combat department instead. It's a mistake to be in the wrong path, the boy continued, not pushing her for a decision but changing the topic. But I want to be a mecha maker, Alicia replied somewhat reluctantly. After experiencing today's intense battles, she felt the thrill of having the ability to dominate, but her goal was to become a senior mecha maker. You can study both, the boy proposed. As long as you can manage it. The military academy doesn't oppose dual training in both fields. Really? Alicia felt pleasantly surprised. As long as you can prove your capability, your application will be approved, the boy assured confidently. Alicia estimated that this boy was quite familiar with the first military academy. Although she couldn't clearly see his features, a person's demeanor can't be hidden. He seemed to be from a privileged background, likely a noble, which meant he was probably a contestant from the capital star. After their conversation, Alicia sensed the boy's sincerity. Plus, she genuinely needed a combat partner to conserve her strength. Having someone capable of close combat would allow her to avoid expending too much psychic energy on scouting the enemies. Okay, let's team up, Alicia agreed. After they coordinated and confirmed their combat strategy, the information for the assessment period updated. There are now over 27,000 candidates left in Assessment Zone 5. According to past practices, when the number of candidates in a zone drops below 10,000, the map is likely to change, the boy said. Hearing this, Alicia understood that a map change would probably not favor a forest terrain again. She quickly gathered a bunch of leaves, filling her pockets, and even asked the boy to help her collect some. She also picked up a stick left by another candidate just to be safe. Chapter 34, Teamwork. You really don't know anything, the boy said, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings while amusingly observing Alicia as she busily climbed up and down. My focus has always been on mesh manufacturing. Before today, I had no real combat experience other than fighting monsters in games. Luckily, when the assessment started, you didn't come after me too hard, otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have escaped, Alicia replied, feeling quite innocent. Let's add each other as friends. Our team could use a mesh manufacturer. We can play games and compete together in the future. Sure. Alicia had no objections. Given that this boy was among the top candidates, if she made it to the end, they would be future classmates. If not, at least they could team up online for some games. However, after adding him as a friend, Alicia couldn't help but smile. Although he was a martial artist, he lacked the typical roughness often associated with fighters and instead exuded the elegance of a wealthy young man. Yet his username was Neptune. Alicia thought about Neptune in the solar system, a dark, frozen, desolate world that had nothing to do with elegance or youth. Not a fan of meshs. Neptune read her mind, amusement in his tone. That's a bit backwards. I was too young back then, Alicia replied helplessly. Could she say she wasn't a bit of a weeb? Unfortunately, changing her username required submitting various real identity documents, which was quite a hassle. She found it too troublesome and thought it was important to keep some traces of her original self, so she decided to keep the username. That's fine too, Neptune said with a smile. It's just a username, as long as you're happy. As soon as he finished speaking, his demeanor shifted abruptly as he gestured to Alicia, who quickly ducked out of sight. Being a mid-level third-tier martial artist, Alicia wasn't very familiar with the strength of fourth-tier martial artists, but she was surprised by how sharp Neptune's perception was. After forming an alliance with Neptune, she significantly reduced her mental energy expenditure, only sensing a candidate approaching 2 seconds in advance. The approaching candidate was alone. Although Alicia couldn't see his martial artist level, she sensed that his aura was weaker than Neptune's, so she refrained from warning him. Neptune, however, sensed the threat just 2 seconds later. Without hesitation, Neptune charged forward. In just a few minutes, his stick struck the opponent's chest badge, sending him flying like a meteor and earning Neptune over 500 points. This year, there are only 4 fourth-tier late martial artists in Xuanku, with over 1,000 mid-level fourth-tier candidates. This guy is just a mid-level fourth-tier, so his points are too low, Neptune remarked. At this stage, any candidate remaining would have at least 1,000 points. This candidate likely relied on dodging skills. Alicia wondered why he suddenly targeted them. Was he looking for trouble? After teaming up, Alicia expressed her concern about her mental energy consumption, leading Neptune to suggest he take the lead in combat while she provided support and only intervened in emergencies. Alicia recognized that this combat strategy favored her but was disadvantageous for Neptune. It would cost him significant energy, and if she assisted him in defeating an opponent, the points would go to her, leaving him with nothing. Though she didn't understand Neptune's motivations for being so kind to her, she felt it was best to conserve her strength since she was uncertain about the combat assessment. She gratefully agreed to his plan. If they became classmates in the future, she would definitely repay his kindness. We don't need points right now. We just need to last until the end. We can afford to be cautious, Neptune said. The forest provided plenty of cover, and with Alicia's exceptional perception, along with Neptune's keen awareness, it was easy for them to avoid encounters with other contestants. With this cautious mindset, they managed to go over half an hour without running into anyone. This strategy worked well. During the quiet times, Neptune stayed alert while Alicia rested with her eyes closed, allowing her mental energy to recover faster. However, this peaceful situation didn't last long. When Alicia briefly surveyed the surroundings and then closed her eyes again, she suddenly sensed a slight disturbance in the entire network space. She glanced at Neptune, who appeared unfazed, suggesting he hadn't noticed. Confident in her instincts, Alicia looked around carefully, her expression suddenly sharpening. "What's wrong?" Neptune asked, noticing her change in demeanor. It was hard not to when her mood shifted so clearly. "There's something off in that part of the woods. The tree I marked before is gone," Alicia said, confused by her own lack of knowledge, but Neptune, with his experience, understood immediately. He quickly jumped up. "This is bad. The map is changing. The area we're in is shrinking." Alicia, who was unfamiliar with combat strategies, looked at Neptune with a puzzled expression. Neptune explained helplessly, "It's likely because too many people have been eliminated." The map was too spacious, so the examination committee trimmed parts of the unoccupied areas to reduce the time contestants spent searching for opponents. This means, before Neptune could finish, they both realized the consequences, as several contestants suddenly appeared around them, seemingly stunned for a couple of seconds before reacting. This unexpected twist from the network shattered Alicia and Neptune's plans to bide their time and conserve energy. They were forced to face wave after wave of opponents. Alicia quickly noticed how high Neptune's skill level was. He wielded that wooden stick with impressive fluidity. Plus, the contestants they faced were all of lower rank than him. Even against 3 mid-level 4th-tier warriors, his presence was formidable. After over 100 exchanges, he struck the opponent's chest card, eliminating them. Alicia felt fortunate that they hadn't encountered opponents on Neptune's level. So, despite facing 5 or 6 opponents at times, Neptune's ability to draw attention allowed Alicia's ambushes to succeed with high rates. She no longer worried about conserving her energy. With her support, Neptune avoided falling into a prolonged battle, significantly preserving his stamina. However, this change in their situation led to Alicia experiencing excessive mental energy consumption. After several rounds of cooperation, Alicia developed a basic level of trust in Neptune. Whenever they noticed that there were no opponents nearby, she would let Neptune stand guard while she sat down, closed her eyes, and rested to restore her mental energy. Chapter 35, Switch Map. As the examination map continued to shrink, the combat mode suddenly forced students into confrontations, resulting in frequent changes among the top 2,000 names on the score leaderboard. The number of students eliminated from the map examination was rapidly increasing. Mentor Fang noticed that Alicia and her teammate Neptune were steadily climbing the ranks, now within the top 100. After about 2 more hours of the map continuously switching and reducing, the opponents they faced showed no signs of lessening in difficulty. At this point, the remaining candidates were among the strongest, facing off against intermediate and perfected 4th-level warriors, while most of the weaker 4th-level candidates had already been eliminated. The most dangerous encounter for the duo was when they faced a 5-person team, all of whom were intermediate 4th-level warriors, with 2 of them being at the perfected level. Neptune, although a late 4th-level warrior, hadn't yet reached perfection, which lowered his combat power somewhat. Moreover, with Alicia, who was only a late 3rd-level warrior, he was further hampered. Neptune was quickly held up by 3 intermediate 4th-level candidates, while the other 2 charged directly at Alicia. Without hesitation, Alicia sent her leaves flying towards the 2 boys. Though caught off guard, they managed to avoid serious injury, sustaining only about 80 points of damage. Alicia felt frustrated. These 2 boys had rich combat experience. After failing to catch them off guard, they were able to dodge her subsequent leaf attacks. Even when they couldn't fully evade, they managed to avoid critical hits, causing her to lose ground and be chased instead. Fortunately, in this war realm, Alicia felt her combat power was low, so after acquiring lightness technique, she had worked hard to train while her physical skills were only at the 3rd level. Her earlier battles had consumed mostly mental energy, leaving her physical stamina relatively intact. Her opponents, however, were at a disadvantage, and in this way, her speed was not much slower than the 2 boys. With the trees providing obstacles, Alicia could maneuver more freely, and just as they were about to catch up, she suddenly used her mental energy to trip them, slowing them down. The first time Alicia used this move, the 2 boys were caught off guard. One nearly stumbled, while the other almost crashed into a tree. Their pursuit slowed, increasing the distance between them. It seemed that Alicia's use of mental skills made the boys hesitant, causing them to hold back in their chase. This gave her a chance to catch her breath. However, this kind of combat was not in her favor. Her physical and mental energy were being heavily drained, and her health points were continually dropping. At this rate, victory or defeat was uncertain. Fortunately, Neptune was reliable. After about half an hour, he dealt with the 3 opponents and rushed over to support Alicia, but the 2 boys attacking Alicia were quite alert. As Neptune withdrew, they coordinated a full-force attack on her, only to faint and leap into the left side forest to escape. Both Neptune and Alicia had no intention of chasing them. They were not lacking points, and with the danger gone, they decided to rest in place. Both were exhausted from the battle. Just as they settled down, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Currently, only 100,000 candidates are remaining across all 10 examination areas. Please prepare for the final battle phase. Before they could react to the announcement about the map switch, Alicia and Neptune felt a slight shift in their bodies as the grass beneath them transformed into scorching hot sand. They hurriedly jumped up, but, due to the sudden force, their feet sank deeply into the sand, about 10 centimeters deep. Alicia fared slightly better, while Neptune sank even deeper. She figured it was because Neptune was heavier than she was. Alicia glanced around and noticed that the desert was a fully simulated environment, making everything feel incredibly real, even the hot winds that blew past her. The final battle phase is actually in the desert. Walking is so difficult without meshs, Neptune said, somewhat frustrated. The desert terrain was not advantageous for fighters. The flat and open geography provided no cover, forcing everyone into close combat. Without meshs or weapons, the candidates had to rely on their martial skills. However, the sand impeded their agility, making unarmed fighters less nimble and unable to exert their full strength. But for a mentalist like Alicia, this terrain was quite favorable. Without ranged weapons, she didn't have to worry about distant attacks. The wide field of vision meant she wouldn't have to expend mental energy scouting for opponents, and the sandy terrain hindered her opponent's mobility, making it easier for her to launch surprise attacks. Alicia was grateful for Neptune's advice. She had prepared a large number of hidden weapons. Since the system fully simulated the real natural environment, she filled her pockets with leaves. While resting, she found some soft vines and wove 2 pouches to tie around her waist, filling them with many hard-shelled seeds the size of soybeans to use as hidden weapons. These hard-shelled seeds caused more damage than leaves. Using leaves against mid-level fighters wouldn't easily lead to a knockout, but hitting opponents with the hard-shelled seeds could take away 10% of their health points. You really are quite talented. No wonder you have a gift for mesh crafting, Neptune remarked, clearly impressed. He had never seen anyone weave by hand, and the girl's hands were incredibly skillful. The system transported over 100,000 candidates from 20 examination zones to the desert area. Alicia felt the heat enveloping the desert, realizing it was likely not very large. Fortunately, she and Neptune were lucky enough to be sent to the edge of the desert, with no candidates behind them. This meant they only needed to guard against enemies in front and on their sides. The candidates who made it this far were all formidable. As soon as they were teleported and steadied themselves, they instinctively attacked nearby opponents, plunging the entire desert into chaos within moments. Alicia, being an obvious underdog, became a target for those looking to take advantage. However, those who aimed to bully her quickly regretted it. Taking advantage of the candidates' slowed movements due to the sand, Alicia unleashed her hard-shelled seeds, eliminating over 20 candidates within the first 10 minutes and boosting her score to over 9,000 points. While the candidates on site couldn't see the leaderboard, Mentor Fang was watching closely. She was not surprised at all to see Alicia's score soar into the top 20 within just 10 minutes after the map change. All of Mentor Fang's astonishment had already been exhausted in the hour and a half since she first discovered Alicia was assigned to the combat examination area. Chapter 36, Powerful Alliance. A mentor understands their own students well. After watching for several hours, Mentor Fang has confirmed that Alicia's psychic ability is definitely at least at the peak of level 4, otherwise, her combat power wouldn't be so high. In Topaz Star, there are at most 1 or 2 warriors who reach level 4 by the age of 15, which is the requirement for applying to the 1st Military Academy of Xuangu, specializing in mecha combat. However, the 1st Military Academy of Xuangu lives up to its reputation as the top military academy of the Gus Empire. During the enrollment assessment, There were actually thousands of mid-level 4 warriors, and a few at the late level 4. When a psychic master faces a warrior of the same level, their combat power is naturally weaker due to the restriction of not being able to attack the warrior's mind. Alicia is only at the late stage of level 3 as a warrior. If her psychic master level has indeed reached the peak of late level 4, her overall combat power would definitely not be enough to eliminate mid-level 4 warriors. Although there were a dozen psychic masters among the candidates, after several hours of elimination, only 3 mid-level 4 psychics remained, and all 3 had only a physical skill level of 2. Not only is Alicia's psychic ability high, but she is also a level 3 warrior, making her abilities stand out among the 100,000 candidates. Even more fortunate, Alicia's partner is a late level 4 warrior, the highest among the 10,000 present, creating a strong alliance. Therefore, Mentor Fang is very confident that Alicia will make it to the end. As for Aidan, while her warrior level isn't the highest, her agility is extraordinary. Although her attacks aren't particularly fierce, her dodging skills are exceptionally quick. Thus, while Aidan may not win, she can certainly escape, and despite just recently advancing to mid-level 4, she hasn't encountered any strong opponents, unlike another male candidate who was eliminated 2 hours into the assessment. After being transported to the desert area, the 100,000 candidates mixed together without hindrance, leading to increasingly intense battles. In just over 20 minutes, only 70,000 candidates remained. This time, Aidan wasn't so lucky. Her team encountered a group led by a late level 4 warrior and was completely eliminated. Captain. Suddenly, 2 boys rushed excitedly in front of Neptune. "We finally found you." Both boys are warriors at mid-level 4. Their combination isn't particularly strong, but making it this far shows they are definitely stronger than they appear. "These are my companions," Neptune introduced to Alicia. Standing behind Neptune, Alicia's face was somewhat obscured, but it was clear she was a beautiful girl. "Wow!" The captain actually formed a team with a girl, one boy exclaimed in surprise. From the boy's tone, it was evident he was astonished that their captain would team up with a girl. However, since they were all strangers and didn't know each other, Alicia wasn't interested in pursuing the reason behind it. If they became classmates later, she could always ask. Even though she couldn't see their faces clearly, both boys exuded a certain aura that made it obvious they were exceptionally capable and somewhat arrogant. When they sized her up, Alicia suspected they would look down on her due to her apparent level of ability. Surprisingly, although they had their suspicions, they didn't hastily judge or say anything negative, showing clear respect for their captain. This wasn't the time for talking. Neptune immediately arranged the positions of his 2 companions, with the 3 warriors standing back to back to protect Alicia. Alicia pretended to be weak and exhausted, unexpectedly launching hidden weapons at the candidates attacking Neptune, catching most of them off guard. Even the higher-level candidates who dodged her sneak attack found themselves targeted by Neptune and the others. With the addition of the 2 boys, Alicia found it much easier. She didn't have to confront candidates directly, and the chances for her to sneak attack were significantly reduced, giving her a chance to breathe. Otherwise, if the fighting continued like this, even if she wasn't eliminated by other candidates, she would be exhausted to the point of being eliminated due to extreme fatigue. With the 2 teammates, Neptune became even more formidable. Besides a team that barely escaped, all other candidates they faced were eliminated. Once, they encountered a team led by a black-haired boy who was at the same level as Neptune, but his presence was slightly stronger. Neptune and the black-haired boy exchanged a distant glance, and then the boy turned away, leading his team in another direction, showing no intention to engage. Alicia noticed a red-haired girl among the black-haired boys' team, a late level 2 warrior, which sparked some guesses in her mind. When facing candidates at late level 4, Neptune and his team seemed to have a silent understanding and quietly moved away, while those below late level 4 couldn't match Neptune's strength. As a result, in the final moments, very few teams dared to confront them directly. If Alicia were alone, even if she hadn't been eliminated in the forest map, she likely wouldn't have been able to withstand the strength of a team in the desert map. Fortunately, she had the luck of encountering Neptune. Thanks to her companions, she successfully made it to the familiar mechanical sound of the Sky Network announcing, "Today's map assessment has concluded." Candidates receiving this notification should prepare for tomorrow's ranking assessment. As soon as the announcement was made, everything around her changed, and Alicia was teleported to the designated assessment room. Too quickly to say goodbye to Neptune and the others, after pressing the green exit button, Alicia lay in the holographic game pod for a while before finally mustering the energy to get out. Although the battles took place in a virtual world, as a novice in real combat, Alicia felt utterly exhausted, especially with her head pounding in waves. In her exhausted state, Alicia had no energy to think about anything else. She just wanted to get a good night's sleep. She sent Mentor Fang a message saying they could talk later, took a quick combat shower, ate something, and collapsed into bed. Having observed Alicia during the battle, Mentor Fang knew she must be very tired. After the assessment, she only sent Alicia a message to rest well, planning to discuss things thoroughly once Alicia was refreshed. However, Mentor Fang soon received a communication from her husband. How did Alicia do? Although Lieutenant Lin asked this, there was no trace of worry in his tone. After all, with Alicia's strength, she wouldn't be eliminated unless she intentionally performed poorly. Mentor Fang sighed. I don't know what went wrong. During the assessment, Alicia was teleported to the mecha combat assessment area. Exhausted, Alicia slept soundly. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, someone next door was getting quite frustrated. Chapter 37. Taking away the glory. As a reincarnator, Aidan, now a mid-level 4 warrior, isn't among the top candidates in this batch. However, with her past life's combat experience, her overall combat power far exceeds that of the 15 and 16-year-olds. In her previous life's map assessment, Aidan was eliminated after just over 2 hours. But this time, she lasted over 6 hours in the desert map before being eliminated. Though she felt some regret, she checked her remaining points after half were deducted and smiled with satisfaction. Her total score from the 2 assessment rounds exceeded her previous life by over 2,000 points, making her secretly proud and forgetting her exhaustion. After admiring her ranking, Aidan logged off the Sky Network, took a shower, and enjoyed a good meal. Thanks to her profitability, her father's income was significantly higher than in her previous life, and he pampered her even more. Knowing she had expended a lot of energy during the assessments, her parents prepared many of her favorite foods. Not long after eating, as the assessment time was approaching its end, Aidan sat in her room and activated the holographic device on her wrist. Aidan first checked the latest news reports from Topaz Star. In a brief report about the enrollment assessment at Xuangu's first military academy, she saw a mention of herself and smiled proudly. However, she also noticed that the hottest topic in the candidate news was about a suddenly emerging genius psychic girl. Various news outlets in Topaz Star reported that this genius psychic girl was even stronger than Miss Ollie, the #1 goddess of the new generation in the Gus Empire. Someone surpassing Mina Ollie was unprecedented in her previous life. While Aidan felt some envy and jealousy toward this suddenly emerged genius, she was still pleased that Mina Ollie's glory was overshadowed. The Sky Network's calculation capabilities were impressive. Almost at the instant the map assessment ended, the total scores and rankings for both assessments were released. Naturally, Aidan immediately checked her information. Her total score placed her at 2,200th. She looked over it several times and felt a sense of achievement as she saved the information. In her previous life, she was ranked over 9,000, so this was a significant improvement. If it weren't for her poor academic scores holding her back, she could have likely ranked within the top 1,000 this time. At Xuangu's first military academy, new students ranking within the top 1,000 in the mecha combat assessment are considered elite. After admiring her ranking, Aidan refreshed the leaderboard's front page. As expected, the first place was Hua Deli, followed by Dean Atchison in second, Su-43 in third, Gao Haitao in fourth, and Ninja Wang Renew Ayu in fifth. Suddenly, a name appeared in her line of sight that Aidan found hard to believe. She wasn't mistaken. The candidate in sixth place was indeed named Alicia. Aidan felt a wave of disbelief. With the Sky Network's powerful information storage capabilities, this world wouldn't allow newborns to have the same name, let alone the same full name. Therefore, this Alicia must be the one next door. But wasn't that fool Alicia always focused on studying mecha manufacturing? She applied to the mecha manufacturing department. How could she appear on the mecha combat department's assessment ranking, and even break into the top 10? Being in the top 10 of the mecha combat department represents the best talents in the Gus Empire. That fool Alicia. How is that possible? How could it be? Aidan scowled as she browsed the assessment forum of Xuangu's first military academy. She quickly noticed that the trending topics were filled with discussions and praises about the suddenly emerging genius psychic girl. The more she read, the darker her expression became. People were praising Alicia to the heavens. How could she possibly be that strong? It had to be fake. But then Aidan thought about it. She really didn't know Alicia's current level of ability. Ever since Alicia took the second-generation genetic enhancement drug, she had been secluded at home training and hadn't even gone to school. Aidan had knocked on her door several times, but Alicia wouldn't open it or respond to her messages, leaving Aidan with no chance to meet her and ask even a single question about her current level. After the news about Alicia being tricked into using the second-generation genetic enhancement drug spread throughout Minxin Intermediate Academy, Aidan had tested Mentor Fang and discovered that Alicia hadn't told her about urging her to take it. Aidan found it baffling that Alicia, clearly just a silly girl, could see through her encouragement to buy the second-generation genetic enhancement drug as having ulterior motives. The last time Aidan saw Alicia was the morning after she took the second-generation enhancement drug. At that time, Aidan was shocked that Alicia was still alive, causing her to doubt her own memory and forget to observe Alicia's expression while she recalled information about the second-generation drug from her previous life. As a result, when Alicia suddenly pointed out her good intentions with a half-smile, Aidan didn't react in time and missed the chance to properly explain herself to Alicia. Originally, Aidan wasn't very anxious because Alicia's implication meant she wasn't entirely certain of Aidan's intentions given their past friendship and that silly girl's naivety. Aidan believed that as long as she spoke to her sincerely, Alicia would ultimately trust that she genuinely wanted the best for her. However, Aidan didn't expect Mentor Fang to place such importance on Alicia, allowing her to stay home and focus on training without attending school, which meant Aidan hadn't had the opportunity to see Alicia for over 2 months. During these months, Aidan had been extremely busy with school, training, and making money in the real world and in the combat realm using her profitability. She had virtually no free time to spare for Alicia and had planned to take action again after the first military academy assessment. Aidan felt disappointed that her plan had failed and she hadn't been able to acquire the special version of the holographic game pod early on. However, she thought that no matter how talented Alicia was, she could at most only reach the level of a second-tier warrior and smoothly get into the mecha manufacturing department of Xuanku's first military academy, which would still be easy to deal with. So, she wasn't too anxious. But Aidan never expected that Alicia would apply to the mecha combat department and score so high in both assessments, entering the top 10 and becoming a genius psychic girl noticed by everyone on the Sky Network. Aidan herself had ranked only around 2,200 due to her lower cultural assessment scores. Although she felt some sense of achievement and was a bit proud, believing she could break into the top 1,000 after the next ranking assessment, she couldn't shake her disappointment. In her previous life, she had ranked over 9,000 at this point, ultimately finishing last in the ranking assessment and being humorously called Old One by her classmates. Now, she was no longer the same person. Aidan firmly believed that once she entered the top 1,000, she would become a hot topic in the Topaz news, allowing her to earn a significant amount of credit points. However, unexpected changes had occurred, and this change was likely brought about by herself. Chapter 38, No Easy Life. Aidan never expected that Alicia, who survived taking the second-generation genetic enhancement drug, would undergo such a drastic change, becoming a prominent figure in the enrollment assessment at Xuanku's first military academy. If Alicia remains in the top 10 during tomorrow's ranking assessment, she would undoubtedly become a national sensation in the Gus Empire, a genius rising star from Topaz Star, and then gracefully enter the elite class of Xuanku's first military academy. In her previous life, Alicia was merely a foolish girl who disappeared without a trace, but this life saw such a significant transformation because Aidan had urged her to use the second-generation enhancement drug. Aidan had only considered the drug's lethal side effects and hadn't realized that a substance that reckless training enthusiasts fervently sought would indeed have such a remarkable effect on enhancing training potential. This meant that her previous plan had inadvertently benefited Alicia, turning her into the genius psychic girl praised by everyone online. Aidan found it hard to accept this outcome. It was said that the second-generation genetic enhancement drug had severe pain and hallucination side effects, and even a fourth-tier warrior couldn't survive it. Half a month ago, the drug dealer was successfully prosecuted in court, and all produced drugs had been confiscated, with orders to compensate users a large amount of credit points. Aidan couldn't understand how someone as delicate and foolish as Alicia managed to survive. What was going on? No, this couldn't be accepted. Aidan refused to accept Alicia's current state. Alicia should have been a pathetic bug, unable to pass the exam, and even if she managed to get in next year, she should have faced a fate like her short-lived mother, disappearing forever. Only Aidan was the destined daughter, the most outstanding genius of Topaz Star. No one else could steal her brilliance. In fact, if Alicia's assessment scores had appeared on the mecha manufacturing department's ranking instead of the mecha combat department's, Aidan might not have reacted so strongly or found it so difficult to accept. After all, different departments couldn't be compared in terms of strength. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Now, in comparison, Aidan was not just a little behind Alicia, which made it unbearable for her. Before the enrollment assessment began, even though Alicia hadn't predicted any unexpected events in her assessment, she knew Aidan would go crazy upon seeing her scores. However, her guard against Aidan never lowered, fearing that Aidan would cause trouble during the major exam to make things difficult for her. To guard against Aidan causing trouble for her, Alicia had already agreed with Mentor Fang before the assessment that she would stay in her room and not come out until it was over, contacting her via her holographic device for any matters. So when Aidan went a bit crazy after seeing Alicia's scores and knocked on her door, Alicia, calmly eating in the dining room, resolutely pretended not to hear and refused to open. Later, after Alicia went to bed, unaware that Aidan had knocked in frustration, Aidan, with a mindset aimed at disturbing Alicia, called the police. She feigned concern, claiming that her neighbor was a solitary girl who had left her home in months and wasn't responding to knocks. Fortunately, Captain Lin had prepared beforehand, leaving Guardian information at the police station and giving them a heads up. As soon as the officers heard it was about the B-Ring 30 Community Unit XXXX, they immediately contacted Captain Lin for confirmation. With his assurance, Alicia was spared the shock of a police visit. Unaware that a near incident had occurred at her home, Alicia felt fully restored after a solid 3 hours of sleep. The unexpected challenge of the assessment had even slightly increased her psychic energy, equivalent to a month of training. After getting up, the first thing Alicia did was contact Mentor Fang, knowing that she must have seen her unexpectedly becoming a candidate for the Mecha Combat Department during the assessment. If it had been the original Alicia, she would have been utterly confused and wouldn't have suspected anything unusual. However, the current Alicia could guess some possibilities, as she had been trapped in the Jade Pendant and, though sometimes confused, had heard things she hadn't seen. Of course, these are just guesses. She has no evidence and doesn't plan to share these melodramatic events with Mentor Fang. She believes that even if the other party acts against her, their goal is only to stop her from going to the Imperial Star, and they shouldn't harm Alicia's life. However, if she involves Captain Lin and his wife, it wouldn't be beneficial for them. They might not act harshly against her, but there's no telling what they might do to others. So unless absolutely necessary, she doesn't want to expose Alicia's background. Alicia is quite satisfied with her current situation. Although publicly she is seen as an orphan, she lives comfortably with plenty of spending money and has guardians who genuinely care for and protect her. She enjoys her freedom and sees no reason to create trouble for herself. However, she still needs to maintain appearances. Normally, when students encounter such issues, they would ask the school why their application choices were changed. If she doesn't ask anything, it will only raise suspicions among those with ulterior motives, prompting them to take more drastic measures against her. This could seriously jeopardize her chances of being admitted to the Xuanbu First Military Academy. Mentor Fang is also concerned about Alicia's changed application. Over this period, through connections with the school and Captain Lin, she has gathered all the information she could find. Once the map assessment ended, I inquired with the Xuanbu First Military Academy about this unexpected incident. They responded that the system detected you have potential beyond that of a normal psychic, believing you are more suited to become a mesh combat specialist. Therefore, you were forcibly transferred to the combat assessment area. No one altered your application. Mentor Fang continued, your Uncle Lin also used his channels to inquire. According to the information he received, the Empire has ordered the focused cultivation of Starry Sky Mesh combat specialists since 2 years ago. Starting last year, any new student with the potential to become a level 5 Starry Sky Mesh combat specialist would be unconditionally assigned to the Mesh combat department. It's just that our school in Topaz Star lacks timely information, which left you unprepared. Thankfully, you are clever and capable. Mentor Fang paused for a moment before continuing. I believe this is the reason. After all, you grew up in Topaz Star, and your mother doesn't have any connections in the Imperial capital. You, as a child with no enemies, couldn't possibly have someone go through such trouble to change your application for no reason. To alter the assessment system of the Xuanbu First Military Academy, one would have to have a significant identity. And as a girl who has now become an orphan, even if Alicia's mother had offended someone in the past, they wouldn't go to such lengths to target her. There would be simpler methods to achieve their goals. Chapter 39, Free Quota. No matter if Alicia's application was changed or if it was as simple as what she and Old Lin had found, there was no immediate conclusion. This needed to be investigated slowly. For Mentor Fang, the immediate concern was more important. Alicia was still young, and she needed to help her student maintain a positive and healthy mindset, studying and taking exams seriously like any ordinary student. She couldn't let her fall into negative emotions like hatred or fear, as that would only ruin Alicia. Alicia's eyes flickered. She somewhat guessed Mentor Fang's thoughts. After pondering for a while, she replied, that should be the case. After all, I have never left this planet since I was born. Mentor Fang conveyed the information given by the Xuanbu First Military Academy, confirming that Alicia also believed her application wasn't manipulated by anyone. She then shifted the topic to something else. Alicia, I want to tell you that your performance is excellent. After 2 assessments, you ranked 6th, while Aidan is in the 2000 range. She was once a well-known genius in Topaz Star, which shows how great your combat talent is. While you were sleeping, the Xuanbu First Military Academy issued a nationwide announcement on the Skynet. Due to the Empire's need for more advanced mesh and manufacturing engineers, starting this year, the top 10 candidates in both the mesh and manufacturing departments will have the opportunity to attend the Xuanbu First Military Academy for free. Teachers checked past records, and previously only the top 5 students could receive free spots. Given your current ranking, obtaining a free spot in the combat department shouldn't be difficult. Mentor Fang told Alicia, somewhat conflicted but excited about this good news. This is definitely great news for talented candidates, as the tuition for the Xuanbu First Military Academy is as prestigious as its name, ranking first among military academies in the Empire. The logistics department costs at least 50,000 credit points per year, while the mesh manufacturing department reaches as high as 120,000 credits. Even the mesh combat department requires 100,000 credits annually, not including living expenses. This amount of credit points is unaffordable for an ordinary family. Of course, there's always a way out, especially for capable individuals. It's important to note that all candidates who can enter the Xuangu First Military Academy are exceptional young talents, and after graduation, they become highly sought after by various military forces. Therefore, students who are accepted into the Xuangu First Military Academy but cannot afford the high tuition fees and do not wish to drop out have two options: either sign a contract of servitude with the military or accept investments from wealthy families to cover their tuition and living expenses. Among these two choices, most students prefer to sign with the military. As military academy students, joining the armed forces is seen as the most correct and promising path. Students from the Xuangu First Military Academy are undoubtedly among the elite of military academies, and once they enter the military, they are often given special attention and training, starting at a higher baseline than students from other academies. Thus, even though the financial support from the military may not be as substantial as that from wealthy families, commoners typically choose to sign the contract of servitude because they won't have to worry about their future after graduation and will receive prioritized training. On the other hand, those who can pay their own tuition or receive scholarships have the freedom to choose their own career paths after graduation. Mentor Fang knew that Alicia's ambition was to become an unrestrained mesh engineer. Moreover, Theresa had previously expressed her desire for Alicia not to enter the highly regulated military, as that would mean they might not see each other for months or even years. Although Theresa was missing, there was still no concrete evidence to confirm her death. Mentor Fang wanted to hold on to the hope that Theresa might return, respecting her wishes. The Xuangu First Military Academy has replied to us that if your mesh engineering talent is indeed as outstanding as submitted, they can offer you a chance to retake the exam next year. However, even if you rank first, you will no longer have the opportunity for free tuition, Mentor Fang said, feeling both proud of Alicia's excellence and somewhat troubled. Having too much talent can also bring trouble. Why can't one have both fish and bear's paw? Mentor Fang only knew roughly how many credits Alicia had before the game opened. She played the game herself and didn't think Alicia could earn much as a student. After counting, she felt Alicia's credits might not be sufficient, but with her and Aidan adding some more, it would cover Alicia's tuition and living expenses for 5 years. However, this meant their lives would be quite tight for those 5 years since their income wasn't high, and they still had to support their son. Choosing a field of study was crucial for Alicia's future career path, impacting her entire life. After observing Alicia's performance in the assessment, Aidan firmly believed she was a natural-born mesh warrior and that going into mesh engineering would be a waste of her talent. Mentor Fang didn't want to influence Alicia's choice, so she decided not to tell her about Aidan's evaluation just yet. The more significant the matter, the more cautious she wanted to be. Mentor Fang aimed to avoid interfering with Alicia's decision, so after providing her with the relevant information, she left a message for Alicia to take her time and consider her options tonight before making a decision. Alicia didn't have much to hesitate about. She had already formed an idea during the latter part of the map assessment, so she made her decision in under 3 minutes. During the map assessment, after collaborating with Neptune, Alicia had received some subtle hints during a break about her application being modified. The Empire was in urgent need of combat personnel, especially high-level telepaths, given her outstanding talent as a telepath. Even if she didn't want to enter the Mesh Combat Department and aimed for the Mesh Engineering Department instead, she might still be forcibly recruited into the Combat Department by the time of enrollment. The novel didn't mention this because both the male and female leads were military descendants with the primary goal of becoming soldiers, and even the telepath Mina Oli aimed for the Combat Department. There was no mention of forced recruitment. But novels are fiction, and reality is different. Alicia was living in reality, and just because it wasn't mentioned in the novel didn't mean such policies didn't exist. Alicia felt this was the normal way of things in reality, especially with a great enemy looming. Not only the Gus Empire but the entire Gumara Star region needed star warriors capable of fighting in space. According to the Gus Empire's approach, starting this year, it was likely that not just those with exceptional combat talent would be forcibly admitted to the combat department. It was probable that all combat department graduates from military academies would no longer have the freedom to choose their careers as before but would instead be compelled to join the military. When war approaches, even talented mesh engineers are likely to be forcibly conscripted into the military. Although the citizens of the Gus Empire generally believe that human rights are paramount, if someone touches this point, they can expect a public outcry on the internet. However, in times of national crisis, the state's will is prioritized above all else, and public opinion, no matter how loud, cannot change that. After all, even the most foolish person knows that if the Gus Empire cannot survive, its citizens will no longer exist. So, regardless of the dissent surrounding forced conscription, unless people want their country to be destroyed, the public will not rebel against the government. Chapter 40, Pre-War Preparations. Alicia had already foreseen the interstellar disaster that the Gamma Star region would face in a few years. Now, having learned that she would certainly be forcibly conscripted into the military after graduation, her choice became clear. She would opt for the path most beneficial to herself. Her impressive results in the mesh combat assessments boosted her confidence significantly. After all, she had achieved these results without any specialized combat training and was unprepared when she was sent to the assessment area. Just imagine how strong her overall combat capability could be if she received professional training. The systematic training provided by the military academy is on an entirely different level compared to self-taught cultivation. In the academy, there are numerous sparring partners and various real combat opportunities that cannot be matched by training alone at home. Just like in the recent assessment, no matter how skilled she was at grinding monsters in the game, facing a level 4 warrior would reveal that her combat power was not just slightly inferior, it was a different story altogether. In fact, with her strength as a level 5 novice telekinesis user, if she had the opportunity to practice in real combat with others, she wouldn't have been so awkward at the beginning. Today's assessment began in the forest map, which allowed Alicia to showcase her strengths as a telekinesis user, quickly enhancing her overall combat capability and facilitating rapid growth. It was only after entering the desert map that she managed to hold on until the end. Had it started in the desert map, she wasn't even sure she could survive a few hours in the assessment. Teacher, you yourself said I have dual C potential, and becoming a mesh combat master has better prospects. So it doesn't matter to me to study in the mesh combat department. Since the Empire needs mesh masters, I'll go for it, Alicia stated. Plans can't keep up with changes, so it's best to adapt to them rather than struggle with indecision. After yesterday's combat assessment, Mentor Fang had a deep understanding of Alicia's combat abilities and was not surprised by her quick decision. She and Aidan had leaned towards this choice anyway, though she said with a hint of regret, "Your talent in mesh manufacturing is also outstanding. It's a pity to give it up." For a gentle girl like Alicia, the identity of a mesh manufacturer might suit her better. I was told by my teammates in the map assessment that although there are no formal regulations at the Xuanbu First Military Academy, students with the ability can apply for dual studies, which is quite common among the cadets. Alicia informed Mentor Fang, indicating that she wouldn't give up on learning mesh manufacturing. After listening, Mentor Fang didn't respond immediately. She took some time to consider before saying, "The study and training schedule in the mesh combat department is very tight. If you also try to learn mesh manufacturing, the pressure might be quite heavy. However, since you are determined, we won't oppose it. We can assess the situation later. For now, focus on the current assessment and, based on your current performance, work hard to see if you can get into the mesh combat department for free." Mentor Fang was also worried about the costs. If Alicia pursued dual studies, her tuition would exceed 200,000 credits per year. However, she refrained from bringing this up at the moment. Alicia, on the other hand, wasn't concerned about this, as she believed she could easily earn enough credits for both programs through her involvement in the combat realm. 2 of the 3 assessments are done, and tomorrow is the ranking match. Manny, give it your all and aim for the top 10. Having made her choice and knowing her capabilities, Mentor Fang could only encourage her. The 3rd assessment, the ranking match, is the most challenging of the 3, lasting over 10 hours. The participants are those ranked within the top 10,000, and opponents are randomly assigned by Skynet, chosen from the top 20,000 based on total points from the first 2 assessments. Each candidate participating in the ranking match must complete 20 rounds, with each round limited to 20 minutes. If a candidate cannot defeat their opponent within this time, the one with the least health loss when time runs out wins. The next day, there is also a challenge match where all eliminated candidates can challenge those ranked in the top 10,000. The winners of these challenges can earn 1/10 of the points from the challenged candidate. For those who have been eliminated, this presents a chance to come back. However, there are limits. Each candidate can only be challenged up to 5 times. The final results will be based on the combined scores from the 3 assessments and challenge matches, with the top 10,000 candidates becoming new students in the Mesh Combat Department of Xuanbu First Military Academy. For Alicia, who had only been reborn for less than half a year and had virtually no practical combat experience outside of leveling up in the combat realm, the ranking match was her weakest link. If it weren't for the second map park match where she learned a lot of practical experience from Neptune, she wouldn't have known how to deal with her opponents at all. To prepare for the ranking match, Alicia practiced late into the night, even skipping the combat realm for the first time since its launch. That night, she only slept for 4 hours. The next day, she logged onto Skynet half an hour early to carefully review the rules for the ranking and challenge matches. Unlike the map park match, where candidates fought unarmed, each candidate in the ranking match could choose 3 weapons. After careful consideration, Alicia chose a long sword, flying daggers, and a long whip. Half a month ago, Alicia's telekinesis level advanced to mid-stage level 5. In the combat realm, she used her telekinetic abilities to control 4 flying daggers to defeat monsters, dealing about 200 points of damage, which was slightly higher than the 150 points from her swordsmanship. Not only had Alicia mastered the telekinesis technique for manipulating objects with ease, but she had also developed many creative applications for her telekinetic hands. In the combat realm, she refined her telekinesis into invisible threads that invaded the minds of magical beasts, causing them to become momentarily dazed for 2 to 3 seconds. However, this technique couldn't be used on humans due to the laws of the Gus Empire, which prohibit telekinetics from directly attacking human minds unless in life or death situations. Thus, Alicia kept her mental attacks as a last resort and came up with other strategies. For example, during yesterday's map assessment, when she was being chased, she used telekinetic threads to trip her opponent, creating obstacles to slow them down. But tricks are just tricks, they can only have a limited effect. Her telekinesis wasn't yet capable of dealing direct damage, so Alicia chose the flying daggers, the most suitable weapon for a mid-level telekinetic. Chapter 41, Qualifying Round Part 1. The ranking matches were held in the candidates' rooms, and since Alicia had ranked in the top 10 for her previous assessments, she earned the reward of competing in the main arena. This meant that she didn't have to move. All 20 ranking matches would take place in her own room. Although this room was also assigned as a competition space, it felt like a home court advantage, giving her some confidence. Most importantly, Alicia recognized the underlying implication of this information. All the top 10 candidates were competing in their main arenas, which meant she wouldn't have to face any of the top 10 competitors directly. It wasn't that Alicia was timid. Given her current combat capabilities, without the forest's navigational advantages, she was sure to lose against someone like Neptune, a late-stage level 4 warrior. It was just a matter of how many moves it would take. As for the others, she didn't have much confidence since she lacked real combat experience, but she still felt somewhat reassured. Alicia logged onto the network and entered the assessment area of the Xuangu 1st Military Academy. As soon as she entered the room, she noticed it was completely different from yesterday. The room no longer resembled a lounge. Instead, it had transformed into a competition arena. In the center, there was a circular arena of about 50 square meters, surrounded by more than 100 spectator seats. Fortunately, Alicia's first opponent drawn was a female candidate at the early level 4 warrior stage. Given her current level, Alicia was most concerned about facing power-type warriors, and the proportion of such warriors among females was quite low. Over the past month, in real life, Alicia had focused on training to multitask, using her longsword to defend against attacks while manipulating small, middle-finger-sized flying daggers with her psychic ability to ambush her opponent. With her current skills, she could control up to 4 flying daggers at once in reality. Although she had become very fluid in her training and often used them while battling in the game world, she had never had real combat experience against humans. Thus, she wasn't sure how much damage her flying daggers could inflict. Moreover, she didn't want strangers to know she was already an early level 5 psychic, especially with so many matches ahead. She wanted to retain some of her strength. Therefore, for this match, Alicia decided to use only 2 flying daggers, confident she could effectively ambush her opponent. "You're the legendary psychic girl," her opponent remarked. The female warrior, upon realizing that Alicia was only at the late stage of level 3, didn't relax at all. Instead, she appeared even more on guard. Alicia felt a bit awkward. "If I weren't so narcissistic, I'd say that's me." Yesterday, Alicia had taken some time to browse the trending news about the Xuangu 1st Military Academy's admissions assessments and saw various posts from the audience about her. There were comments like, "A dark horse suddenly appears, the Empire unveils an unknown genius girl psychic," comments on the battle prowess of the unknown genius girl psychic, "The flying leaves in the hands of this genius girl are unprecedented hidden weapons, is this girl a master of ancient martial arts or a psychic prodigy?" Analyzing the origins of the unknown genius girl, desperately seeking the identity of this unknown girl, and many other hot takes. After reading these comments, Alicia realized she had become an online celebrity, and she couldn't help but feel relieved that her identity was well concealed. Otherwise, being exposed online would have been quite shocking. She clicked on all the trending topics, and most commenters believed her psychic level had already reached the late stage of level 4. A few skill analysis posts even detailed her overall combat capabilities, stating that she excelled at using hidden weapons, had strong ranged attack abilities, and had practiced light body techniques very well. In conclusion, the best way to defeat her is to prevent her from creating distance and to quickly engage in close combat, thus eliminating her opportunity to use her psychic hidden weapons. This approach is commonly used when battling psychic warriors, as it is well known that low-level psychics are quite vulnerable and not very skilled with their psychic weapons, making close combat their weak point. What makes Alicia, this sudden dark horse, most striking is her exceptionally high martial artist level, which is 1 or 2 major levels above all other level 4 psychic candidates. This disparity makes it difficult for commentators to accurately assess her overall combat capability. However, for a late-stage level 3 martial artist, defeating an early-stage level 4 martial artist can be achieved in just a few dozen moves. Therefore, the commentators unanimously believe that as long as they are quick enough to prevent Alicia from using her psychic weapons, victory is assured. Alicia felt fortunate that today's ranking match was not completely public like yesterday's map park match. While the assessment area's hall was open, the rooms for the ranking matches could only be viewed by the mentors from Xuangu First Military Academy and the intermediate college mentors of the candidates, as well as the participating candidates themselves. Moreover, the seating in those rooms was limited, and latecomers would not be allowed in. Clearly, her opponent had also read the comments about her, and had done so carefully. Therefore, as soon as the countdown to battle ended, the female candidate rushed towards Alicia. The female candidate ranked 3485 was using dual swords. When Alicia blocked the first strike with her sword, the second sword was already sweeping towards her neck. Alicia quickly sidestepped this attack, but the third sword came at her again, prompting her to counter with her long sword. The clash of the long and short swords produced a crisp sound, sending sparks flying as both retreated 2 steps. Alicia felt a numbness in her right hand from gripping the sword, but her opponent, seemingly unfazed, charged forward again with incredible speed, giving Alicia no chance to catch her breath. As Alicia struggled to defend against 2 more strikes, the audience, filled with spectators, began to stir, sensing that she was about to be pierced by a sword aimed at her chest. However, just as the sword's tip was about to strike Alicia, her opponent suddenly froze, and then disappeared in a flash of white light. She had been eliminated. The audience, initially only slightly agitated, erupted into excited chatter. Even though Alicia had set the audience to silent mode, she could read the lips of most spectators asking what had just happened and how the second candidate had inexplicably lost. Alicia guessed that the other candidates watching in the room were captivated by the rapid exchange of sword techniques between the 2 of them. The small, lightweight flying knives went unnoticed, but when the slow-motion replay was shown, they would definitely see the knife that had pierced the opponent's crown point. Chapter 42, Qualifying Round Part 2. Her first ranking match was won effortlessly, yet Alicia felt no joy. She knew her victory was mostly due to luck. She had taken her opponent by surprise while dealing with the opponent's rapid and frequent attacks. She initially struggled with her telekinetic strikes and could only use 1 flying knife. Fortunately, her opponent wasn't a strength-based fighter, which prevented her from applying absolute pressure. Unaware of Alicia's skills, the opponent's lack of insight allowed the fight to end quickly. Otherwise, without her ace up her sleeve, Alicia would have faced a tough battle. After experiencing it, Alicia realized that one-on-one ranking matches consume more physical stamina and mental energy compared to the map park matches. No wonder there was a 15-minute break between each match. Once she confirmed her opponent was out and she was victorious, Alicia immediately sat down in the center of the arena to recover. Before yesterday, Alicia had never appeared in any events on the Sky Network. Suddenly, she emerged like a dark horse, achieving an impressive 6th place overall and becoming a sensation overnight throughout the Gus Empire. Those who had watched her battle videos recognized her for 2 main reasons. First, she could use leaves and fruits as throwing weapons with significant damage. Second, her telekinesis level was high enough to slightly affect her opponent's speed. People assessed her based on her use of throwing weapons to directly attack opponents, so they completely overlooked her ability to use telekinesis to control flying knives for surprise attacks. This led to her opponent's unexpected defeat in the first ranking match. Despite Alicia initially struggling with the flying knives due to inexperience and the close quarters battle, her opponent's unfamiliarity allowed her to catch them off guard. The first battle ended quickly, with Alicia sustaining little energy loss and no injuries, putting her in a good state. Rather than relax after the swift victory, Alicia focused on recovering to ensure she returned to peak condition. Her next opponent might have watched her match. Even if they hadn't, they could hear information about her use of flying knives from the audience. If her next opponent was on guard, the effectiveness of her surprise attacks with flying knives would significantly decrease. Given her physical combat skills were not as strong, she would inevitably find herself in a difficult close-quarters fight, which would likely end in defeat. In her second ranking match, Alicia faced another level 4 beginner warrior ranked 1500, a position considered skilled. The boy wielded a large knife, and his presence was much stronger than that of her previous female opponent. As the match began, he swung his knife with impressive force, which Alicia barely managed to deflect using a technique that combined softness with strength. However, he quickly countered, striking the back of her long sword with a powerful blow that numbed her hand and caused her health to drop by 10 points. Alicia didn't dare to be careless. As her sword nearly fell, she sent 2 flying knives towards his vital points. The boy blocked the knife aimed at his throat but was too late to notice the one behind him, resulting in it piercing his arm. While the flying knife hit him, it wasn't a fatal strike, and she saw his health drop by 120 points. The injury struck his right shoulder, reducing his combat effectiveness by half. His strikes became slower and weaker, allowing Alicia to handle his attacks with ease. In this evenly matched battle, she chose not to use the flying knives and instead engaged him in close combat with her long sword. Although the boy's strength was diminished due to his injury, his combat experience far exceeded that of the novice Alicia. Consequently, she was hit twice by his blade, losing over 50 points of health. Before they knew it, 20 minutes had passed. Due to the greater health loss on the boy's side, Alicia emerged victorious in this ranking match. "Thank you," the boy said, bowing to Alicia in apology. Given his injuries, if Alicia had used the flying knives against him again, he certainly wouldn't have been able to dodge. However, she didn't press the attack. According to the ranking match rules, losing contestants only had 1% of their total points deducted, while those eliminated before the match ended faced a 10% deduction. The difference was significant, and Alicia had sacrificed her own interests for the sake of that boy. "You are a skilled opponent and deserve respect," she said seriously, deeply touching the boy. In reality, Alicia was just putting on a show. Inside, she was regretting and wishing for a rewind of time. In the excitement of the match, she had completely forgotten about the point deduction for the losing contestants, only thinking of the rare opportunity to hone her combat skills. That wasn't even the worst part. As the third match was about to start, she noticed her health had dropped by 60 points, leaving her with only 940. She cursed herself, wishing she could turn back time, unable to understand why she had been so careless. In the third match, her opponent ranked 17,342, another level 4 beginner warrior wielding a large knife. The moment they faced off, Alicia realized why this boy, with the same level and weapon, had a much lower ranking than the previous opponent. This boy's attacks were only slightly stronger than the injured boy's earlier strikes, and Alicia found she could handle them. Remembering the lesson from the previous match and fearing another drop in health, she decided to send this boy out of the ring with her flying knives after just a few minutes of combat. In the next matches, 4th, 5th, and 6th, Alicia faced opponents ranked beyond 8,000. These 3 matches were effortless for her, and her health bar remained completely intact. Even though those opponents knew she could use the flying knives, most managed to dodge one but couldn't avoid the second. In the 7th match, when Alicia saw her opponent was ranked 18th, her expression turned serious. This was the highest ranked opponent she had faced in her 7 matches, a level 4 mid-tier warrior known for speed and strength. He was nearly twice her size, and even more daunting. He wielded a spear. It was clear to Alicia that this would be a tough battle, and she might not win. Not daring to take chances, she switched her sword for a whip. Seeing her change weapons at such a critical moment surprised the spectators, who began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 43, Qualifying Round Part 3. In the first 6 matches, Alicia had fought with a sword and used flying knives to ambush her opponents, so no one knew she could also wield a whip. This left the spectators uncertain about whether her choice was the right one. It's important to note that in terms of lethality, a sword is definitely more powerful than a whip, but in terms of matchup, a whip is quite effective against a spear, depending on the skills of the competitors. However, from the audience's perspective, the level 3 late-stage contestant, Alicia, seemed weak in combat skills. Facing her strongest opponent, she had switched from a more lethal sword to a less damaging whip. Given their limited understanding of her, the onlookers found it hard to assess the outcome of this match. What's going on with this girl? Why did she suddenly change weapons? Seeing Alicia switch to a lighter whip against a formidable opponent, Mentor Fang felt anxious, wishing she could communicate with Alicia. "Don't worry, Manny isn't an impulsive person, otherwise, she wouldn't have come this far. This opponent has advantages in size and weaponry, but using a whip to counteract his strength could give her a chance," said Captain Lin, who was there as her guardian and remained calm. As a highly experienced soldier, Captain Lin understood how Alicia had been unexpectedly thrust into the mecha combat assessments. After watching her impressive performance in the map assessment yesterday and observing several matches today, he grasped the main reason for her success. This girl remained calm. Despite her lack of experience, she didn't succumb to fear or negative emotions. Instead, she analyzed her opponents and sought their weaknesses, striving for victory. This mindset alone was enough to set her on the path to success. Moreover, the whip technique she had learned was personally sourced by Captain Lin. He knew better than Mentor Fang just how exceptional that technique was, though he was unsure how advanced Alicia had mastered it. Captain Lin's observations proved correct. As the match began, Alicia wielded a 2-meter-long whip, completely shifting from the passive approach she had taken in the previous 6 matches to a proactive stance. Although her opponent managed to block with a staff, the whip was flexible. Blocking part of it was ineffective. The tail of the whip still struck the opponent, causing a loss of 25 health points. The audience erupted in excitement, akin to being energized. Clearly, the first contestant had been holding back her strength, delivering a delightful surprise. Under normal circumstances, the weapons provided in the assessment were basic, unenhanced ones. The damage output of a late-stage level 3 warrior against a mid-stage level 4 warrior would typically be minimal, only a couple of health points at most. Such significant damage could only imply that the first contestant had utilized her mental powers. But how did this talented telekinetic girl manage to achieve that with a whip, which is typically a warrior's weapon? However, the 8th grade boy's combat level was still 2 tiers higher than Alicia's. No matter how fast she moved, she couldn't match his speed. Although she consistently avoided critical hits, her health points steadily dwindled. The audience watched as Alicia transitioned from a passive role at the start, losing health points in increments, to eventually countering so effectively that the boy couldn't approach her. It became a battle of attrition, with his health points dropping steadily. This was an evenly matched, thrilling fight. And while Alicia was absorbed in the battle, Mentor Fang felt the audience's enthusiasm keenly. For Mentor Fang, however, it was a nerve-wracking experience. Her heart felt as if it were being held in suspense, occasionally tightening with tension. After all, the boy's overall combat prowess far exceeded that of the novice Alicia. By the end of the 20-minute match, he had lost 60 fewer health points than she had, resulting in his victory. This was Alicia's first loss in the rankings, but she had no time to dwell on regrets. As soon as the match concluded, she exchanged friendly farewells with her opponent and promptly sat down. Although she had lost, the match had been invigorating, but the cost was significant. With 13 more matches ahead, she wanted to recover as much as possible. Despite the loss, Alicia felt more confident. Moving forward, she decided that against opponents at the early stage of level 4, she would use her long sword and flying knives, reserving the whip for those at the mid-level. Didn't Manny just start training with the whip after our last meal together? How did she get so good at it? Mentor Fang was quite surprised. Can't you see how smart Manny is? She integrated her skills and created a technique to wrap the whip with her telekinetic power, enhancing its force and lethality. Even a mid-level 4 warrior can't withstand its damage. Captain Lin replied with a smile. In the next 13 ranking matches, Alicia didn't lose again. Even in the 19th match, when she faced a mid-level 4 warrior ranked around 480, she still came out on top. If she had met this opponent earlier in the rankings, she would have certainly lost. However, after gaining substantial combat experience through multiple battles, she had become quite adept with both her longsword and whip, no longer the novice she once was. Moreover, although her opponent wielded a longsword, the 1-meter weapon against her 2-meter whip gave Alicia a significant advantage. In the end, they fought until the last moment, and Alicia won by a narrow margin. This child is a born warrior. Watching her grow at an astonishing pace during actual combat, Captain Lin couldn't help but sigh. It would be a waste of talent for her to go study mecha manufacturing. That would be a mistake, Mentor Fang said, relieved that Alicia's choice was indeed the right one. After finishing her 19th match, Alicia had won, but at a heavy cost. Her health points were down to just over 2, and both her physical and mental energy were nearly exhausted. If she faced a stronger opponent again, she feared she wouldn't last. However, fortune smiled on her once more, as her final opponent was a girl ranked 17,300. Alicia easily eliminated her without much effort. Since the ranking matches didn't occur simultaneously and Alicia was among the first batch of competitors, the final assessment results were not yet available as the other batches continued their matches. Alicia couldn't care less about waiting for the final results. After over 8 hours of competing without eating or drinking, she was nearly starving. After logging off the Skynet, she had a meal and then went straight to sleep, unaware that a heated debate was taking place online. Shortly after all the assessment matches concluded, a post caught everyone's attention. Chapter 44, Another Possibility. To avoid distractions during her matches, Alicia set the audience seats to silent mode, ensuring she couldn't hear the chatter of the onlookers no matter how loud they were. After the competition, she felt both exhausted and hungry, so she had no desire to stay on Skynet and certainly wasn't in the mood to check the assessment zone forum. However, Captain Lin felt good when he saw Alicia still ranked within the top 10, prompting him to browse the forum for comments about her. He quickly noticed that today's discussions were quite different from yesterday's. More and more people began to question her background. Most comments suggested that while the talented girl had a high warrior rank and impressive telekinesis, her practical combat skills initially seemed weaker than those of a level 4 beginner. Yet, her rapid progress was evident. After just a few matches, she could contend evenly with level 4 intermediate fighters. Such a clear contrast led discerning observers to conclude that this girl had not undergone any practical training before participating in the assessments at the Xuanbu First Military Academy. This implies that this talented girl has not received the training she deserves, which is likely the main reason for her being relatively unknown. In the Gus Empire, There are regulations ensuring every citizen has the right to free education, especially for those with exceptional potential, who also receive supplementary training programs. It's illegal in the Gus Empire to suppress or prevent children from receiving an education. Where did this extraordinary talent come from? And how was she cultivated? Why didn't her parents or guardians allow her to train? Watching the lively discussions on Skynet, Mentor Fang pressed her lips together, feeling she had failed in her duty. As many commenters noted, if this child had received systematic training earlier, she might have grown significantly. At the very least, she wouldn't have lost in today's ranking match. If we had arranged some practical opportunities for Alicia earlier, she definitely wouldn't have lost a single match. Mentor Fang lamented. Have you forgotten how her potential suddenly increased and what her original aspiration was? Captain Lin said, chuckling at how his wife had been led astray by the forum discussions. That's right. Reminded by her husband, Mentor Fang realized that they hadn't arranged any practical training for Alicia before the assessments because her original aspiration was to study mecha manufacturing. All her preparations had been focused on that goal. The combat skills that Alicia currently possesses, including swordsmanship and flying knife techniques, were all learned in the battle realm, while her whip technique was self-taught from books. Fortunately, she honed her combat skills by leveling up in the battle realm. Otherwise, being suddenly thrown into the mecha combat assessment, she might not even know how to fight. Mentor Fang said, relieved that the game had come at the right time. Captain Lin glanced at his wife, deciding not to reveal that Alicia was treated so specially by the Xuanbu First Military Academy not only due to possible personal grievances from Theresa but also because there was another possibility. He felt this possibility was more likely. When Alicia entered the assessment area, the military discovered through Skynet that her telekinetic potential and level were exceptionally high, leading them to immediately transfer her to the Mecha Combat Department without even discussing it. If this were the case, then this admission assessment would merely be a training match for Alicia. Regardless of her performance, she would be specially recruited into the Xuanbu First Military Academy due to her outstanding potential. The more Captain Lin considered it, the more he felt that Alicia's situation aligned with this second possibility. His insight was sharper than Mentor Fang's. While Mentor Fang guessed that Alicia's telekinetic level might be at the late stage of level 3, Captain Lin was convinced she was already at the early stage of level 5. He felt proud of the adopted daughter he had taken in out of gratitude, recognizing how exceptional she was. A 15-year-old at the early stage of level 5 telekinesis certainly deserved special treatment from the Xuanbu First Military Academy. Even if he guessed wrong, with such a talent already having shown her face in the Xuanbu First Military Academy's assessment, Captain Lin was confident that Alicia wouldn't be eliminated. Of course, he wouldn't share these behind-the-scenes calculations with his wife or Alicia. They didn't need to know. Strong individuals are just that, strong. Even without preparation, Alicia has performed excellently. Even with one loss in the ranking matches, she still stands at 7th overall, Mentor Fang said proudly. Captain Lin felt a bit proud of Alicia too, but he was more composed than his wife and reminded her, although the assessment is over, there's an additional challenge match this year. The opponents in the challenge match are all students who didn't pass, and they're all at the early stage of level 4. With Alicia's overall strength, she has nothing to fear, Mentor Fang said, feeling no pressure about tomorrow's challenge match. Since Alicia's results were unlikely to change, the couple felt relieved and logged off Skynet, unaware that the situation was about to shift dramatically later that evening. After Alicia had a good sleep, she checked in with her Mentor Fang via video before opening her holographic device to review information about the assessment. It turned out that there hadn't been much change in the top 10 overall rankings, except for the unfortunate 7th place contestant who ran into a dark horse and suffered a quick defeat, dropping to 15th place. This allowed the 11th place contestant to benefit and rise to 10th. The other 7 contestants maintained a perfect 20 wins, while Alicia had only lost one match, resulting in her dropping one rank from 8th to 7th. With the previous 8th place contestant moving up to 6th. Alicia wasn't too concerned about the change in rank. With today's practical experience, she no longer feared real combat. After 20 rounds of ranking matches today, Alicia had accumulated a wealth of practical experience. Not only had her skill with the flying daggers become very smooth, but her swordsmanship had also made significant progress, and the lethality of her whip had more than doubled compared to when she started. Tomorrow's challenge match would be against contestants ranked beyond 10,000. So she wouldn't face top competitors like in the ranking matches. Alicia felt confident she wouldn't lose. After checking the post-match forum for the Xuanbu First Military Academy, she found that she had once again become a hot topic. Many viewers who had followed her matches from the beginning were discussing her. Every post highlighted her practical experience, detailing how she had started off awkwardly and then rapidly improved, eventually showcasing an impressive command of her skills. As a result, after the ranking matches, topics such as the genius girl is truly extraordinary, and the genius girl is actually a novice, surfaced. Who is this genius girl? Why hasn't she received proper training? Who has hindered this genius girl? Why are imperial laws so lax? These discussions had taken over Skynet's trending topics. Alicia furrowed her brows, sensing that the situation was a bit off. This could backfire and put her guardian in the spotlight. Her sudden rise was something she found difficult to explain to outsiders. Chapter 45, Suddenly Wakes Up. Alicia quickly browsed through all the discussion posts about her, ensuring that her identity was well concealed before letting out a sigh of relief. She had to thank Mentor Fang for the decision made back then. Since her rebirth, she had rarely gone outside, so apart from Captain Lin and his wife, no one knew about her recent increase in psychic power. It's important to note that the original personality had only a C-grade potential in psychic training, which certainly didn't match the astonishing level she now exhibited. Thus, those who knew her before wouldn't easily suspect it was her. Alicia didn't want the entire empire to know that the original personality had been deceived into using the second-generation gene enhancement drug. Although it was the original personality's actions, she was the one reaping the benefits, and she definitely didn't want to take the blame, especially not for something that could become common knowledge. After all, the sale of the second-generation gene enhancement drug had been banned. Who knew what kind of trouble might arise from its circulation? Alicia had previously told those familiar with the original personality about her drastic changes because she needed a plausible reason for such a transformation. To be honest, she herself couldn't quite determine whether the changes were due to the drug or her rebirth. She suspected it was a combination of both. However, after some thought, she set aside her worries. Tomorrow would mark the end of the admissions process at the Xuanbu First Military Academy, and by then, the eyes of the Gus Empire's citizens would surely shift away from this event. As long as she safely made it through tomorrow's challenge, she could relax completely, and there would be no more news about her. The public's attention would gradually divert, and once the heat of the situation dissipated, no one would investigate her identity any further. After browsing through the posts about herself, Alicia decided to check out the threads related to other candidates. To be frank, only the top 10 candidates were drawing significant attention. If she was the primary hot topic, then Hua Deli was the second, followed by Mina Ali as the third. There was also a highly discussed post about a noble from the Atchison family of Imperial City. After looking at the boy's photo, she noted his hair color, demeanor, and cultivation level, leading her to suspect he was the one known as Neptune. Additionally, the post about the boy ranked third, Gao Haitao, a level 4 martial artist, was also quite popular. Not only was he a top talent, but like the genius girl, his background was somewhat mysterious, as he had never appeared on the youth rankings of Skynet before. Some people said he was from the Central Star region, while others claimed he was from the outer planets. In short, no one had any concrete evidence. Alicia was interested in these rumors because these people would eventually be her classmates, so it was good to know a bit about them. After reading the gossip, she quickly returned to her training. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she logged off, a post emerged claiming that the genius girl was a citizen from the third-class star, an orphan with deceased parents, along with other secret information. According to the post's hints, even bigger revelations were expected. Some quick-clicking onlookers, excited by the news, wanted to comment urging the poster to share more, but the post was suddenly deleted within 20 seconds. Not many people had seen the post, and no one had time to save or share it. Consequently, the eager onlookers continued to pursue information, only to have their posts deleted and receive warnings about leaking state secrets, threatening severe penalties for further posts. Instantly, all the onlookers who had been trying to uncover the genius girl's identity fell silent, realizing why there had been no information about her before. It all made sense now. Immersed in her training, Alicia was unaware of the minor commotion occurring online. Preoccupied with her own identity, she completely forgot to check on her Aidan, who was likely fuming again. At first, Aidan was pleased to find her ranking was even better than she had expected, successfully entering the top 1000 at 734th place, and she smiled with self-satisfaction. However, when Aidan scrolled up the screen and saw Alicia's name still within the top 10, her expression darkened. Yesterday, due to her failed schemes, Aidan had inadvertently boosted Alicia's strength, which infuriated her. Despite her attempts to confront Alicia, she found the door closed and resorted to reporting the incident out of frustration. This didn't lead to any trouble for Alicia but resulted in a communication from Captain Lin, which was disguised as gratitude but felt more like a warning, leaving her unsettled and forcing her to suppress her thoughts. Initially, Aidan had hoped that Alicia's lack of real combat training would lead to a low overall combat score, causing her to drop out of the top 10 after today's ranking matches. But she didn't expect Alicia to be much stronger than she estimated, losing only one match and dropping just one place in the rankings. The difference between 6th and 7th was still significant. This meant that Aidan had altered Alicia's life trajectory in this lifetime. In this life, Alicia wouldn't have to wait until next year to apply to the Xuanbu First Military Academy, and she wouldn't be enrolling in the mesh manufacturing department, but in the mesh combat department instead. In this life, Alicia would be attending Xuanbu First Military Academy this year, which greatly increased her chances of avoiding her catastrophe next year. With her assistance, Alicia became a completely different variable in this life compared to the last, and this variable was created by herself. The worst part was that Alicia knew she harbored ill intentions toward her. Alicia's overall strength was already so formidable without systematic training in martial skills. Once she entered the top class at Xuanbu First Military Academy, Aidan couldn't fathom how strong Alicia would become. Would she seek revenge then? Aidan's gaze turned icy and ruthless. No, in this life, the variable must be herself. She was the destined one. This variable named Alicia could not be allowed to exist. She needed to obtain that specially made holographic game pod from the battle realm. It seemed even Captain Lin had begun to suspect her motives. If she didn't act soon, she would lose the chance to acquire Alicia's unique game pod. Resolute, Aidan opened a secret online battle forum and left what appeared to be an innocuous message. 20 minutes later, the message vanished, and simultaneously, her secret account lost 3/4 of its credit points. As the sun of Topaz Star faded into the night, it gradually transformed into a dim moon. By late night, most lights were extinguished, and under the faint glow, the empty streets became eerily quiet. Due to the demands of the admission assessment, Alicia was physically and mentally exhausted. To recover quickly, she had not entered the battle realm to complete tasks for the past 2 days and instead chose to lie in bed and sleep. While Alicia was deeply asleep, she was not completely unaware. Suddenly, she sensed something touching her bedroom window, and she immediately woke up. Chapter 46, Midnight Fright. At night, Alicia suddenly felt something disturb her window while she was asleep. She immediately woke up and used her mental energy to look outside. However, all she saw was the dim sky, a half-open window, and the intact safety net that provided air circulation and security. Everything outside appeared normal. There were no signs of disturbance. Yet, Alicia couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She always sensed something outside her window, but after using her mental energy to scan up, down, left, and right again, she found nothing. Alicia began to doubt if it was just her imagination. The residential complex she lived in was a high-end community in Topaz Star, known for its excellent security. With over 30 stories, it should be nearly impossible for someone to silently breach the safety net and enter her bedroom. After all, if anyone lingered by her window in the middle of the night, they would be detected by satellites within 3 seconds. But still, that lingering feeling remained, and Alicia couldn't convince herself it was merely an illusion. After all, there are many black technologies in this world that she is unaware of, especially those from certain special industries that she has never even heard of. Adhering to the principle of caution, Alicia carefully used her mental power to check the window inside and out. When she finally noticed that the security net beneath her window was slowly melting away, she nearly screamed in shock. Alicia observed again, and while there was nothing suspicious outside her window, the security net inside the room was indeed melting little by little. This melting was silent and colorless, invisible even in the dim light. Having been a wandering spirit for many years, her instincts kicked in, and her hair stood on end. Could this be a supernatural phenomenon? Was something trying to open the security net on her windowsill to get in? However, when she was a wandering spirit, she felt as insubstantial as air, unable to communicate with humans or even move freely, let alone scare others as a ghost. Although this strange phenomenon sent chills down Alicia's spine, it didn't lower her intelligence. Whether it was a person or a ghost, the act of melting the security net indicated that something had sinister intentions. Without hesitation, Alicia pressed the emergency signal and reached under her pillow to grasp a palm-sized laser gun. She quietly got out of bed and hid behind the vanity in her room. This vanity had been modified by Captain Lin to withstand the lethality of firearms. Captain Lin, wanting to ensure Alicia could protect herself, not only taught her some crisis management skills but also provided her with a miniature laser gun for self-defense. According to the laws of the Gus Empire, unauthorized individuals are not allowed to possess firearms. If a private citizen needs to own a weapon for special reasons, they must have a military or police officer serve as a responsible monitor. If the private owner uses the weapon to commit illegal acts, the monitor is also held accountable. Such laws ensure that private gun owners do not misuse firearms while providing some protection to the truly vulnerable. This palm-sized laser gun is expensive, but it has the advantage of only being usable by the owner's fingerprint, preventing the weapon from being turned against its owner if stolen. Captain Lin gifted Alicia a palm-sized gun and also became her responsible monitor, facilitating her legal gun ownership permit and training her in shooting. With Alicia's level of psychic ability, her accuracy was guaranteed. She never missed. With a shield capable of blocking firearms and the ability to counterattack with lethal force, Alicia could buy herself some time. She pressed the emergency signal on her wrist and stayed hidden behind the vanity, refraining from making any unnecessary movements. Captain Lin had instructed her that self-preservation meant avoiding danger and delaying for as long as possible, but it all happened too quickly. In just 20 seconds, A thin line had melted through the security net, and she still didn't know whether it was caused by a person or a ghost. Alicia nervously tightened her grip on the gun, trying to calm her racing heart. No need to panic. If it was a person, her current level of psychic ability was sufficient to influence their mind. And with the laser gun in hand, she felt unafraid. Captain Lin had taught her to keep her breathing steady. The reinforcements would arrive in about 4 to 5 minutes. If it was a ghost, she could handle it. After decades of being a ghost herself, surely she wouldn't be scared of encountering one. Just as Alicia was on high alert, watching the security net melt another 2 to 3 centimeters while anxiously counting down to the arrival of help, she suddenly saw a figure in black descending from the sky. A flash of silver in their hand cut toward her windowsill. Then she saw ripples appear at the edge of the windowsill, as a human figure, its colors matching the environment outside, separated from the ledge, leaping into the air and turning to fly upward at high speed. The figure in black quickly pursued the shapeshifter, and soon they were out of Alicia's sight, about 700 or 800 meters away. After the earlier tension, she felt a bit weak as the outside suddenly fell silent. No, that adjective wasn't quite right. In fact, there had been no sound at all. Even when the figure in black attacked the shapeshifter on her windowsill, it was done without a sound. Once she saw the shapeshifter detach from the windowsill, Alicia realized that tonight's events were not some supernatural occurrence. Instead, a wrongdoer had used some sort of cloaking technology to blend in with her windowsill, making it appear as though they were part of it. This cloaking device must be able to deceive electronic eyes and psychic abilities, which is why her powers found nothing amiss. Feeling uneasy, she cautiously observed again, only to confirm that the security net had stopped melting. This indicated that the appearance of the figure in black was meant to drive away the cloaked intruder. So, this figure was here to help her. But who could they be? And why were they concealing their identity? Although it seemed the danger had passed, Alicia still dared not move. Captain Lin had specifically warned her to signal for help if she noticed anything unusual and to remain hidden until his team arrived, only relaxing her guard once they confirmed her safety. Captain Lin's team arrived very quickly. It had only been 4 minutes since she sent the signal. Leading the group was his most capable aide, Officer George. Chapter 47, Seeking Help. Officer George didn't need to knock. He opened the door directly and entered with his men, clearly having the security code for Alicia's home. Alicia had no reason to be displeased. She knew it was authorized by Captain Lin. After all, given the uncertain situation indoors, if an intruder had already entered, would Officer George really knock and wait for her to answer? Since there was a better way to enter, Officer George certainly wouldn't choose to break down the door and cause a commotion. Besides, the homeowner could change the security code at any time. Once this matter was settled, Alicia could set a new security password. With the reinforcements here, Alicia, following Captain Lin's instructions, remained hidden behind the dressing table and didn't move unnecessarily. Officer George and his 2 subordinates rushed into the bedroom, quickly dispersing to survey the area. When he saw Alicia safely hidden behind the dressing table, he visibly relaxed. As Officer George looked her way, Alicia silently pointed toward the windowsill. One of the young soldiers in Special Operations gear cautiously approached on George's left, examining the area closely. The young soldier's gaze was sharp. He quickly spotted the melting point on the security net. However, he didn't rush over to inspect it immediately. Instead, he first checked the surrounding environment, ensuring there was no danger before examining it in detail. Officer George and another soldier conducted another round of inspection and confirmed that there was no danger before speaking. "Miss Alicia, the intruder has left." Alicia let out a sigh of relief and obediently stepped out from behind the dressing table, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for coming, Miss Alicia. You handled the crisis well. No wonder you ranked in the top 10 in the Xuangu First Military Academy assessment. Your psychological resilience is impressive. Please share what you know," Officer George said with a warm smile. As Captain Lin's most capable subordinate, George had also used a considerable amount of Theresa-Deuce potions, so he had always taken good care of Alicia. This was melted with a thermal weapon. It's a common method used by assassins. What kind of person would hire a killer for such a hefty price for a girl like you? Luckily, you were vigilant, the young soldier inspecting the windowsill remarked. I checked the traces of the melted security net, and the assassin must have left at least 2 minutes before we arrived. Did he receive word of our deployment? An assassin of this caliber must have reliable channels to get information, another soldier added. Alicia's eyes flickered, and Officer George noticed this sensitively, asking, "Alicia, do you know something? Is there a suspect you have in mind?" In a low voice, Alicia relayed what she had seen using her mental powers, about the black-clad figure driving away the invisible person. She then mentioned how Aidan had persuaded her to buy the second-generation gene enhancement serum. Alicia initially thought that Aidan, the malicious female antagonist, would soon leave Topaz Star and would definitely not want to return, so she had refrained from mentioning it to Captain Lin to avoid causing trouble. However, now that someone had been hired to kill her, Alicia felt it was necessary to provide some information to Captain Lin that he wasn't aware of, so that Officer George and the others wouldn't be misled and could gather useful intel. After hearing her, Officer George sent out a message and walked out of the bedroom. A little while later, he returned and said to Alicia, "We've confirmed that there is no danger around now. Your Uncle Lin said you have an assessment tomorrow, so you should rest. Uncle George will keep watch here tonight, and we will do our best to find the bad guys tomorrow. Don't be afraid." Alicia wasn't truly a little girl and didn't possess the typical fragility of one. After all, the intruder hadn't even managed to breach the security net before a mysterious figure in black scared him off. She hadn't even come face to face with the assassin, so tonight couldn't be considered a true fright. However, as an ordinary girl who had lived in peaceful times in her past life, she had never experienced an assassination attempt. So facing such a situation for the first time was indeed a small shock for her. Fortunately, even though Alicia was an orphan, she had the strong support of her mentor and his wife. A reliable military response arrived within 5 minutes of her distress signal, sparing her the panic of feeling helpless. After comforting Alicia, Officer George went to the living room. Alicia then instructed their robotic butler to serve them food before returning to her bedroom. Although Alicia wasn't too frightened, she couldn't fall asleep once she lay down. She realized that if the perpetrator wasn't caught and questioned about their instigator, this situation might not end here. Until she arrived at the Xuangu First Military Academy, she would need to be cautious everywhere. Alicia resolved that no matter how tired she was in the future, she would sleep in the holographic game chamber. This special combat holographic game chamber had the best security features. Without the user's permission, it couldn't be forcefully opened. Even the latest cutting tools couldn't penetrate its tough exterior. Meanwhile, if an outsider entered the room containing the holographic game chamber, the chamber's smart system would alert the user inside and send video feeds, allowing them to decide whether to call for help. In other words, if Alicia had been in the game chamber tonight, even if she hadn't sensed the intruder outside at first, the intruder wouldn't have been able to breach the chamber's security and harm her, sparing her the anxiety of counting the minutes while waiting for rescue. Of course, this assumption was based on Alicia knowing that Captain Lin would send someone to save her and that she wouldn't be left passively waiting for police assistance. As for the instigator, Alicia immediately suspected Aidan. The reason Alicia sensed something was wrong even in her sleep was that the lurking assailant outside had a strong killing intent. Their purpose was to assassinate her. Aidan was not a simple 15-year-old girl but a ruthless reincarnate with a history of violence. She had always wanted Alicia's life and aimed to seize her special holographic game chamber. From the moment Alicia was unexpectedly thrust into the assessment competition, she had a suspicion, given Aidan's character. When she discovered that Alicia had surprisingly applied to the Mecha Combat Department and ranked in the top 10 in the competition, Aidan would definitely not accept it. Since Aidan had already attempted to harm Alicia, when she found out that her previous malicious scheme had turned into an act of helping others, she would surely be unable to tolerate it, making it unsurprising that she would strike again. As for the other suspects Alicia had in mind, if the information she found online was correct, the woman who would harm her was already deceased, unless it was a family member of that woman. However, since they were not directly involved, the family members would likely only act opportunistically and wouldn't go to such lengths. Chapter 48, Can't Afford to Lose. As for the other woman, it wouldn't be surprising if she tried to stop Alicia from going to the Imperial Capital Star. But Alicia is certain that the woman wouldn't harm her, so the assassin definitely wasn't sent by her. Tonight, the most surprising thing for Alicia was the appearance of that black-clad figure. She felt that the person's skills were very high, and the assailant definitely wouldn't be able to escape. The reason the assailant had the chance to run away was that the black-clad figure first checked Alicia's window, confirming that no one had entered her room, which allowed the assailant a moment to escape. Although her psychic ability level was relatively low and she couldn't see clearly, Alicia could still tell from the black-clad figure's actions that they had no malicious intent and were actually quite concerned for her safety. When Alicia asked Officer George if he knew who the black-clad figure was, he replied that they hadn't secretly sent anyone to protect her, so the figure was likely not one of Captain Lin's people. Who is the black-clad figure? Could it be that person? She recalled the information she had heard before the jade pendant was placed around the original owner's neck. According to what she knew, that person must have thought Alicia was already dead, since the pendant was a burial gift from him. However, if that man knew Alicia was still alive, it wouldn't be surprising for him to spend effort to hire a bodyguard for her. But whether it was that woman or that man, both seemed to have a common goal. While they wouldn't harm Alicia, they also wouldn't want her to go to the Imperial Capital Star. After all, some embarrassing matters, once exposed, would reflect poorly on anyone involved. Although Alicia couldn't be sure about the origin of the black-clad figure who hadn't appeared in the novel, she decided to put aside her concerns since she had no way to investigate further. It was clear that the figure meant her no harm. After this analysis, Alicia was increasingly convinced that the assassin tonight was likely connected to Aidan, but Alicia felt frustrated. So what if she figured it out? She currently lacked the strength to eliminate Aidan without leaving traces. So, until she had the ability to bring Aidan down, she would have to endure for now. However, Alicia narrowed her eyes. She wouldn't just keep taking hits forever. After all, people do grow, and both she and Aidan would end up in the same military academy in the future. As long as one is determined, opportunities are always created. That night, unable to sleep, Alicia felt a surge of anger building inside her. When dawn broke, she unleashed her frustration on the challenger who dared to confront her. This candidate, ranked 10,000th, was also at the early level of a 4th-tier warrior, but his combat skills were inferior to Alicia's. The result was naturally disastrous. He was struck in the head by a flying dagger and simultaneously had his throat slit by a long sword. In the virtual combat simulation, with a 90% realism rating, the pain was indeed very real, but death wasn't real. Alicia felt no pressure in killing him, and this violent release significantly eased her earlier frustration. Perhaps due to the high level of simulation, the pain of death was still too much for the young man to bear. It could also be that Alicia, who had previously been mild-mannered, suddenly turned deadly, which startled the other candidates. Moreover, with her ranking being so high, those who previously doubted her luck now saw her true strength after the ranking battles yesterday. Her abilities were beyond question. As a result, no candidates dared to challenge her anymore. After venting her frustrations, Alicia occasionally checked the leaderboard during her downtime, gradually calming her emotions. The assassination plan had failed. The one who should be feeling uneasy was Aidan. Alicia was not some helpless person without protection. She would wait until she had the capability to retaliate. There was no need to torment herself now. After calming down, Alicia casually browsed the forum and noticed that the names of the top 100 candidates remained mostly unchanged. The most fluctuations occurred among those ranked beyond the 8,000, with many changes every refresh. As expected, they were picking the low-hanging fruit. Imperial Capital Star. Early in the morning, the young prince, dressed in military uniform, was having his breakfast as usual, sipping tea with an elegant and composed demeanor, unlike the usual swift actions of soldiers. Your Highness, O1 was attacked last night, the captain of the Crown Prince's guard reported softly as he entered. From the calm tone of his subordinate, the Crown Prince discerned that O1 was unharmed. He leisurely finished his tea, set the cup down on the table, and asked, "Have you found out who did it?" The task was taken anonymously from the black market. "We can't trace the issuer." The Crown Prince did not show any displeasure on his face, merely contemplating. He then activated his light brain to check for information while asking, "Has there been any unusual activity at the Imperial border in the past few days?" "No." The Crown Prince nodded, closed the light brain, and stood up to walk outside, saying, "Continue to monitor closely. Raise the alert level to 1 for O1. "Yes, Your Highness." The captain of the guard replied. Suddenly, the Crown Prince seemed to remember something and added, "Make sure to thoroughly check if O1's neighbors had any unusual activity last night. Increase surveillance on that woman as well, tracking her every move. If she shows any harmful intent toward O1, execute level action." A smile curled on the Crown Prince's lips as he mentioned executing level action, but the captain felt a chill at the sight. As the Crown Prince's personal guard, no one understood his methods better. Ever since the Crown Prince was severely injured in an assassination attempt 3 years ago, he was no longer the gentle and refined prince he once was. "Yes, Your Highness." The captain responded again. 10 minutes later, the Crown Prince's flying car arrived at the military district headquarters. As soon as he entered his office and sat down, his cousin, an aide, rushed in to inform him about O1's attack that night and shared something the Crown Prince didn't know. "There hasn't been any unusual activity from that family. I previously sent people to test them in batches, and according to the feedback from surveillance, they don't seem to know anything about O1, so they likely aren't involved," the aide reported. "I don't suspect that family. The assassin is weak. If it were them, they wouldn't hire someone like that, but don't let your guard down. O1's abilities are better than we anticipated, and once she arrives at the Imperial Capital Star, the challenges will only grow. She is our future hope, so do everything possible to protect her," the Crown Prince said, his expression serious and vigilant. The aide's face also showed a serious expression. He was one of the informed. People like them were often more cautious than ordinary individuals, fearing failure even more. If they lost, the cost would not just be personal, it could very well mean the downfall of an entire nation. Chapter 49, Meeting the Male Lead. Speaking of which, O1's current guardian is very competent, showing great care and protection. However, this morning, someone complained about his abuse of military power because he privately dispatched duty soldiers to rescue O1 yesterday, the aide said, somewhat displeased. If it was someone else, or if his stance were neutral, the aide would agree that it was indeed an abuse of military power. but this was for the sake of rescuing O1, and he couldn't say that was wrong. Even they would prioritize rescuing O1. Given the circumstances, deploying duty soldiers was the quickest way to reach the rescue site. Moreover, O1's guardian acted with discretion. Although he mobilized the soldiers, replacements arrived within a minute. Thus, while the guardian made a mistake, it was minor and could be dealt with internally. Accusations like this could escalate a small issue into a major one, aiming to suppress the guardian and possibly remove him from his position. The Crown Prince pondered for a moment and said, "Make arrangements to eliminate those obstacles within 3 years and transfer the highest military authority of that planet to Owen's guardian." "Is that feasible?" "He's a member of the Lin family." The aide hesitated. In fact, the current ruler of that planet was originally inclined towards their side, while the Lin family was not part of their faction. However, the relationship between the second prince and the Crown Prince seemed different now. Even the second prince's attitude toward him had significantly changed. He's a pawn discarded after the internal conflict of the Lin family. Otherwise, with his abilities, how could he have been relegated to the edge of the galaxy? Yet, even in that situation, he managed to rise quickly. He's indeed talented, but most importantly, the Crown Prince emphasized, he is now Owen's guardian. Given his attitude toward her, he's already aligned with us. Moreover, the current commander is just someone who might flee in a crisis. He can't be left there. The aide nodded. That guy is just too loyal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. He genuinely cares for O1. The most important thing right now is to ensure that O1 reaches the Imperial Capital Star without any issues. However, remember, she can't attract too much attention. There can only be 1 or 2 geniuses. The Crown Prince said each of these last 2 sentences slowly. "Understood. I will ensure the mission is completed." The aide replied with a military salute, expressing his seriousness. The Crown Prince waved him off, and the aide respectfully exited without saying more. During the challenge, Alicia was only challenged once and then remained idle, unable to tolerate sitting around doing nothing, and with the assessment period ongoing, she couldn't log off. After some thought, she decided to watch other competitors. For her, observing others in combat was a great way to enhance her skills. She looked around and chose to enter the rooms of other contestants to watch the matches, to eavesdrop and learn more about her future classmates. Alicia decided to conceal her abilities and blend in with the audience. Otherwise, as a late-stage level 3 martial artist among a crowd of level 4 martial artists, she would stand out too much and draw attention as the famous genius girl. As expected, her choice paid off. Once she entered the viewing box, she heard the audience discussing the candidates openly. Initially thinking she would hear gossip about talented girls, she was surprised to learn that the candidate ranked 10,000th in the last ranking match was actually a level 5 early-stage martial artist. How is that possible? A level 5 martial artist at 15 or 16? When has the Gus Empire ever had a level 5 martial artist that young? I remember the youngest level 5 martial artist in our empire was 20. Alicia was no longer naive, so she was somewhat skeptical about this gossip. It's important to note that unlike mentalists, who can advance once their mental energy reaches a certain level, the potential for a mentalist's training almost determines their future highest rank. However, martial artists are different. If the probability of a mentalist reaching their highest level based on their potential is 95%, for martial artists, it's only about 70%. Advancement for martial artists requires more than just training. They also need to comprehend battle intent. The leap from level 4 to level 5 is significant. It's not just about reaching the peak of level 4 in physical techniques. They also need enough insight to grasp the battle intent that intermediate level martial artists possess in order to advance to level 5. Young people, due to their limited experiences and thoughts, simply cannot comprehend battle intent. Therefore, no matter how good their potential, they often get stuck at the peak of level 4 for a long time. It's usually only after they mature into young adults and gain different experiences that they can finally grasp the necessary battle intent to advance. So, a 16-year-old level 5 martial artist is indeed hard to believe. If he really is a level 5 early-stage martial artist, who among this group of candidates could defeat him? He was ranked 10,000th. Is that even possible? You shouldn't doubt it. I have my sources. I have someone at the Xuangu First Military Academy. This boy only participated in the written exam and didn't take part in the map park competition, which is why his score is so low. He won all 20 matches in yesterday's ranking competition and ended up in the top 4,000. He even defeated the 7th ranked candidate. That's just good luck. The assessments at Xuangu First Military Academy are very strict, and this time the Crown Prince is personally overseeing it. The Crown Prince is known for his impartiality. How could he allow a candidate who didn't participate in the second map park assessment to enter the third round? The listeners still couldn't believe it. Alicia wasn't too convinced either, because in the book, the highest-ranked candidate in this admission round at the Xuangu First Military Academy was the male lead, Huadeli, who only advanced to level 5 at 19. Don't doubt it. That candidate's room is locked. Besides the mentors from the Xuanbu First Military Academy, no one else can enter. If you don't believe me, try it. You definitely won't get in. Curiosity sparked within Alicia, and she found that candidate's exam number and sent a request to observe. To her surprise, it was actually rejected. There were only 8 spectators in his room, while the room could accommodate over 100. However, just as she received the rejection notice and hadn't had time to close the red signal box, it suddenly turned green. Wasn't her application denied? Why was it connected now? While she was in a daze, the spectators around her had already changed. As mentioned earlier, due to confidentiality, the appearances of candidates in the Sky Network are somewhat blurred, but general data is still visible. For instance, among the 7 spectators before Alicia, she could clearly see that 5 of them were already adults, and their cultivation levels were significantly higher, at least 3 major ranks above hers. The other 2 were clearly around her age, both at the late stage 4 of cultivation. One was Neptune, whom Alicia had met during the map assessment, while the other was a boy with black hair and black eyes. Chapter 50, Who is he? I don't love mechas. Neptune exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Alicia. His reaction caught Alicia off guard. She initially thought Neptune had brought her here, since who else in this room would recognize her? But it turned out it wasn't Neptune who had pulled her in. So who did? She's the legendary Dark Horse. A boy to Neptune's right assessed Alicia, raising an eyebrow and directing the question at Neptune. The tone of the boy wasn't outright hostile, but it wasn't friendly either. It was rather complex. Alicia sensed that this boy was slightly stronger than Neptune, and with his black hair and black eyes, she suspected he might be the male lead, Huadeli, as the novel had described him. Furthermore, during the map assessment competition, Alicia had followed Neptune and had caught a distant glimpse of this boy, who was likely the male lead, Huadeli. Behind him had been a girl with dark red hair, who should be the female lead, Mina Oli. If this boy is indeed Huadeli, then his scrutinizing and critical gaze made sense. In fact, regardless of what he thought internally, he didn't show any outward hostility towards Alicia, which she appreciated as a sign of good upbringing. It's worth noting that Huadeli's fiancée, Mina Oli, was also a telekinesis master and a renowned genius within the Gus Empire. However, with the unexpected rise of Alicia as a dark horse in the crucial admissions competition at the Xuanbu First Military Academy, she captured everyone's attention and became the most notable telekinesis talent of this cohort. Meanwhile, Mina Oli, who had reached late-stage level 4 in telekinesis and late-stage level 2 as a warrior, found her brilliance significantly overshadowed, losing the glory depicted in the novel, and was even mocked by factions opposed to the Oli family. Alicia had seen those malicious posts, and some of the comments were truly harsh. Those keyboard warriors thrived on negativity, and when they were paid to attack, they targeted vulnerabilities. If Mina Oli had a fragile heart, she would likely be severely impacted. Even if the Oli family knew these criticisms were just their opponents seizing the opportunity to undermine them, they might still indirectly blame Alicia for sparking these issues. After all, Alicia had risen to prominence by stepping over Mina Oli. If Alicia came from a prestigious family, any resentment would probably remain hidden, surfacing only when the situation called for it. However, when they discovered that Alicia was just an orphan from a peripheral planet, that resentment could easily turn into bullying. Although Alicia intended to avoid the male and female leads, she also didn't want to become a target of their dislike, gaining 2 more formidable adversaries. These issues were beyond her control. When faced with such unexpected situations, she could only respond as they came. If her safety were genuinely threatened, she wouldn't hesitate to escalate matters. After all, she wasn't just some helpless orphan. Yet, Huadeli's reputation remained intact. He was still regarded as the top candidate of this cohort, admired by many. However, the variables were not limited to her alone. After observing the 2 competitors in the arena, Alicia began to seriously doubt Huadeli's status as the top newcomer. The golden-haired youth who won easily in the challenge seemed to exude a much stronger aura than Huadeli, who was at the pinnacle of level 4. So, this golden-haired youth was definitely a level 5 warrior. Alicia was very surprised. The gossip she had casually heard in another room turned out to be true. Regardless of whether this golden-haired youth was the one ranked 10,000th, the news that there was a level 5 warrior among the new students was indeed accurate. The male lead's question wasn't directed at Alicia, so she didn't intend to respond. Instead, she focused on Neptune, observing his reactions and attitude. Before Neptune could reply, a middle-aged man who appeared to be a mentor approached them with a serious expression and asked, "Are you Alicia?" At the tone of the question, Alicia quickly stood up and saluted. "Yes, sir." "No need to be so formal, sit down and talk." The middle-aged man's demeanor softened. A polite child may not win over everyone, but they certainly won't leave a bad impression. "I am Lee Xingtai. If all goes well, I will be your mentor," the man said. Alicia realized that this mentor must have been responsible for bringing her. Mentor Lee Xingtai wanted to see her. Having the chance to meet a mentor from Xuanbu First Military Academy in advance made Alicia genuinely excited, and she promptly requested to add him on Skynet to show her eagerness. As a mentor of Xuangu First Military Academy, he didn't need Alicia to introduce herself. He already knew her name. His acknowledgement of her identity indicated something significant that she understood well. This meant that Alicia's admission to Xuangu First Military Academy had been confirmed. As a clever girl, she quickly seized the opportunity to connect with their future mentor. After successfully adding mentor Li Xingtai on Skynet, Alicia happily returned to her seat. "Congratulations," Neptune said. Though his expression showed no surprise, he likely already knew about it. In fact, his presence there and sitting alongside the male lead suggested that Neptune himself held an impressive status. "We'll be classmates soon, so let's connect on Skynet too." Neptune smiled, not minding the male lead's indifference towards Alicia. This was good news for Alicia. Since Li Xingtai had already revealed her true name, she readily exchanged lie massages with Neptune. Neptune's real name was Dean Acheson. Alicia could only think that the world was indeed small. They had fought as teammates for several hours during the map park match, and Alicia felt that with Neptune's abilities and insights, he was certainly not an ordinary person. Her guess was correct. In the novel, Dean Acheson was an important supporting character. Most notably, he was the male lead Huadeli's cousin and classmate, always overshadowed by the male lead's aura, unlike those unfortunate supporting characters who got sacrificed in various intrigues. Dean Acheson was only eliminated during the final desperate counterattack in the Interstellar War. He was a hero who sacrificed himself for humanity in the Gumra Star region, living a spectacular life and dying a meaningful death, ensuring his name would be remembered through history. After connecting on Skynet, Alicia and Dean Acheson naturally resumed their conversation, creating a somewhat friendly atmosphere. As for the male lead sitting beside Dean Acheson, he showed no intention of introducing himself or connecting with her, which made Alicia secretly relieved. "Who is that blonde boy? His skills are so high, yet his ranking is only over 4,000? Alicia quietly asked Dean Acheson. Chapter 51, Awesome Variables. This room wasn't designed with any barriers, and everyone present were highly skilled martial artists. If she spoke even slightly louder, others would probably hear her. Alicia leaned closer to Dean Acheson and asked him in an almost whisper, who the blonde youth in the center of the arena was. "He is Hebrew Adam. Someone with his level of cultivation doesn't need to participate in the recruitment exams like we do," Dean Acheson replied softly. "Oh." Alicia responded without much feeling. Indeed, a 15-year-old 5th-level martial artist with such cultivation would not only be sought after by military academies but would certainly be a top candidate for the first military academy in Xuangu. Hebrew Adam, Alicia thought for a moment, and this name felt completely unfamiliar, indicating that it had never been mentioned in the novel. This meant that this talented youth, unless he was just an expendable character who got eliminated before the story truly began, represented a variable, very likely a significantly powerful one. Alicia naturally hoped that the blonde youth was the latter. Dean Acheson glanced at Alicia. Though her features were somewhat blurred, he felt a degree of familiarity from their previous collaboration. He could tell she was either very good at acting or simply an innocent girl. If she was innocent, her calm expression suggested she didn't know Hebrew Adam's true identity, explaining her confusion and serenity. "Hebrew Adam is the second prince of the Gus Empire," Dean Acheson tentatively added. "What? The second prince?" Alicia was extremely surprised. The second prince? In the novel, he was a spoiled rich kid. After recalling, Alicia remembered that the novel's second prince was an incompetent playboy with a mere to-be martial artist potential. In the early parts of the novel, he made no contributions to the Gus Empire's resistance and constantly schemed against the first prince, acting as a villain under the queen's influence, causing much harm. However, this villain seemed to fit the saying, "Good people don't live long, while evildoers last 1,000 years." The novel mentioned that after the Interstellar War, the second prince still showed up a few times, ultimately subdued by the male lead. At that time he was only a 3rd-level martial artist. But the second prince Alicia saw now, at just 15, was already a 5th-level martial artist. Thus, his real situation sharply contrasted with the novel's portrayal. This second prince was undoubtedly a powerful variable, and Alicia was curious about why such a significant change had occurred. However, upon further reflection, Alicia realized that the second prince was a royal of the Gus Empire, an elevated status far beyond her reach as a small orphan. She couldn't pry into such matters. Regardless of how this variable emerged, it was ultimately a good thing for humanity. She could observe from a distance. Thus, Alicia was only briefly surprised before regaining her composure, refraining from asking any more about Hebrew Adam and instead inquiring about the regulations and training at the first military academy of Xuangu. Even sitting across from the male lead, she acted as if she didn't know him, firmly adhering to her stance of avoiding and not offending noble families. Yet, no one knew that the little demon wings in Alicia's heart were fluttering joyfully. The emergence of this powerful variable, the second prince, would undoubtedly overshadow the male lead, Huadeli, and likely trigger a series of other changes. After reading the novel, Alicia believed that Huadeli, who ultimately defeated the alien leader Yunkai, gained the greatest glory not from his contributions but due to his invincible male lead aura. The interstellar wars were nothing like the tribal or national conflicts of old Earth. In these wars, hundreds of billions of lives were lost, and many of the true human heroes perished, allowing Huadeli to emerge as the biggest winner. Alicia thought that the real hero making the greatest contributions was the first prince, who spent years sacrificing countless subordinates to gather information and meticulously analyze it to finally uncover the aliens' weaknesses. In the end, the first prince personally entered the battlefield, sacrificing himself to turn the tide of humanity's complete defeat and providing the chance to ultimately overcome the alien leader of Yunkai. According to the novel, the second prince could not possibly be a greater genius than Huadeli. With the second prince's background and power, Huadeli would never be able to suppress him as the ultimate victor. The first prince in the novel wasn't one to seek power for its own sake. He was relatively kind to his half-brother and didn't harm the second prince, despite his antics. In fact, at the beginning of the war, he trapped the second prince to force him to train, otherwise, how could the second prince have survived to the end? However, this situation was strange. The second prince was clearly stronger than Huadeli, so why did previous information label him as a spoiled rich kid with poor cultivation potential? Who would dare slander him given his status? Alicia couldn't help but wonder if the second prince had indeed been a weakling before, perhaps gaining some fortune in recent years or even being a reborn individual who transformed into a top genius. With her own experience alongside Aidan as a reborn person, Alicia had no doubt about the possibility of other reborn individuals. Honestly, knowing how difficult humanity's future would be, Alicia hoped that those exceptional heroes could be reborn before the interstellar war. If these individuals were reborn, they would possess great abilities to change fate, especially the first prince. It was easy to imagine how different the interstellar war would be if he were reborn before it began. Dean Acheson noticed that Alicia was briefly shocked upon learning Hebrew Adam's true identity, but she quickly regained her composure, displaying a detached expression that suggested he was irrelevant to her. This reaction was quite irrational. A second prince with such a high status, who was handsome, cool, and highly skilled, was exactly the kind of ideal romantic interest for many young girls. Alicia's brief surprise at the second prince's identity, followed by her calm, in outsider's perspective, didn't resemble that of a typical 15-year-old girl. In fact, it wasn't just the second prince. Dean Acheson and Huadeli were also sought after by many girls. However, Dean Acheson never sensed any feelings from Alicia towards him beyond that of a teammate. He speculated that if Alicia didn't already have someone she liked, it was possible she simply didn't understand those matters, but at least she didn't have an attitude of clinging to power. Dean Acheson noticed that a new challenge match had begun, and Alicia was watching intently, though her gaze still carried an indescribable indifference. Chapter 52, Turning a Blind Eye. With Alicia's keen perception, she could sense that since she entered the room, Dean Acheson had been quietly observing her, but she didn't feel offended by it. She didn't need to think hard to understand why someone like Dean Acheson, a member of a noble family, had likely faced numerous schemes, good and bad, from a young age, making it difficult for him to easily accept a stranger as a teammate. Alicia didn't believe that just a few hours of interaction during the map assessment would convince Dean Acheson and his companions to trust her as a teammate. She herself wouldn't easily partner with others. Since entering this room, she had been observing and evaluating Dean Acheson as well. Having been reborn, Alicia had adopted a more zen-like attitude and didn't harbor fears of loss. If she could team up with others, she would. If not, she wouldn't worry about finding a team once they reached the military academy. When faced with the male lead's questions, Dean Acheson's performance didn't disappoint her. The rest would unfold in time. Only after they formally met could she judge more clearly. Alicia was eager to watch the prince's match, but unfortunately, there was little to see. Hebrew Adam, the strongest martial artist among this year's candidates, faced an opponent ranked tens of thousands lower, and it was over in just a few moves. Too easy to provide any valuable experience. Within less than 3 hours of the assessment competition, Hebrew Adam had already completed 10 challenge matches, and his score had risen to over 3,000. As he casually walked down from the arena, Alicia could faintly see that his eyes were a grey-blue color. Once the second prince finished his match, the two young men and the middle-aged man sitting not far from the three youths immediately surrounded him, speaking animatedly. Even Mentor Leek Sintai stood up. Of course, Huadeli, Dean Acheson, and Alicia also stood up. There was no need to rush over to flatter him, but given his status as the second prince, some necessary etiquette was expected. Alicia subtly positioned herself partially behind the nearly 1.9-meter tall Dean Acheson, feeling satisfied with her petite frame of just over 1.7 meters. This way, she didn't have to face the second prince directly. As a grassroots orphan, she truly felt unworthy. Although Hebrew Adam's demeanor was proud, Alicia noted that he offered a proper salute to Mentor Leek Sintai, which made her feel he wasn't genuinely arrogant. In the end, the second prince even exchanged greetings with Wadeli and Dean Acheson before logging off. As for Alicia, she only revealed half of her body, and her face was barely visible. To others, she was simply overlooked. Alicia felt a mix of envy and resentment, secretly sighing that a privileged class truly had it good. According to the rules, all candidates are not allowed to log off until the assessment competition ends. Even if Alicia had no challenges, she still had to obediently stay online until the end. However, the prince could simply log off whenever he wanted, even with several hours left in the assessment. As for being completely ignored by Hebrew Adam, Alicia didn't feel awkward at all. It was perfectly reasonable for a small commoner like her to be overlooked. Alicia was very aware of her position. If Dean Acheson hadn't encountered her by chance during the map park competition, he would likely have overlooked her in a typical encounter given his status. For Alicia, just entering this room and seizing the opportunity to align herself with a mentor was already the best way to start at the first military academy of Xuangu. As a powerless orphan, she knew better than to expect any special treatment. Without connections, the only outcome would be to fall flat. Moreover, as the second prince approached the audience, Alicia suddenly felt uneasy, instinctively sensing she needed to keep her distance from him. This feeling was not unfounded, as the current queen had been involved in events from years ago. If those matters were brought to light 15 years later, it would likely be her, Alicia, who faced misfortune. If absolutely necessary, she would choose to align with the first prince instead, knowing that being at odds with the second prince would create a natural antagonism. Keeping her distance was definitely the right choice. With the room now empty of its main occupants, and although the audience privileges hadn't been revoked, there was no reason for them to linger. After politely bidding farewell to mentor Leon Dean Acheson, Alicia left without hesitation. This young girl has a good disposition. Even after learning about the second prince's identity, she remains clear-headed. Not only does she avoid approaching him, but she also slightly steps back behind you, showing no interest in trying to get noticed. Mentor Lee Xintai said to Dean Acheson. Although Dean Acheson believed he had a good eye for people, he certainly didn't possess the same discerning insight as Mentor Lee. It made him happy that the teammate he had recently recognized and intended to recruit also received approval from his mentor. Unbeknownst to Alicia, this conversation took place. Having already received the biggest revelation of the day, she lost interest in watching the matches after leaving the second prince's room and returned directly to her own. Once back, Alicia checked the changes in the rankings of candidates in the challenge matches and was pleased that her ranking had remained unchanged. The final challenge matches were essentially extra rounds, designed to give those with potential who had faced unexpected setbacks a chance to recover. However, such candidates were rare. The rankings of the top 8 candidates hadn't changed much, with only minor fluctuations among those ranked below 9,000. After the challenge matches, if nothing unexpected happened, the top 10,000 candidates on the leaderboard would be the new recruits for the Mecha Combat Department of this year's first military academy of Xuangu. After the challenge matches concluded, Alicia maintained her position from yesterday, ranking 7th, with no changes in her rank or the ranks of the top 100 candidates. Alicia scrolled down to see the rankings starting from 3,000, spotting Hebrew Adam's name at 3,337. This second prince's temperament didn't quite match his appearance. With his strength, he should have aimed for a place among the top 10 to showcase his prowess. Feeling curious and quite hungry, Alicia logged off to have dinner. Before she could even start eating, Mentor Fang's message came through. Manny, the school has received a notification from the First Military Academy of Xuangu. 2 candidates from our Mingshan Intermediate College have been admitted. Your total score from the 3 assessments ranks you 7th, which means you can waive the tuition for the Mecha Combat Department. Yesterday, your Uncle Lin inquired with relevant contacts. If you also study mecha manufacturing, the benefits are similar to your major, and if your grades are outstanding, you could even receive a scholarship. You should put in some effort, but even if you don't get the scholarship, you can rely on me and your Uncle Lin. Focus on your studies without worry. Mentor Fang's words were filled with joy, fully confident in Alicia. Chapter 53, Unexpected News. Thank you, Mentor, and Uncle Lin. You both have done so much for me these past few months. Alicia said sincerely. However, she wasn't quite sure how to express her gratitude. Sometimes, true appreciation can't be fully conveyed in words. It's because you're a good child. You should continue to study hard and not let me and your Uncle Lin down. Mentor Fang replied somewhat shyly, as the teacher and student felt awkward due to the emotional moment. They were unaware that Captain Lin had been summoned to the Topaz military headquarters for an inquiry regarding the attendance soldiers he called in late last night. In total, there were 12 attendance soldiers, and he had only called in 2. Moreover, the replacements had arrived within a minute. Even in wartime, this wouldn't be a significant issue, let alone in peacetime. The reason it had escalated was likely due to someone trying to suppress him. Captain Lin listened expressionlessly to the accusations, not even glancing at his direct superior. Since he was promoted to a level 6 warrior a year ago, he had faced this kind of subtle suppression. The tipping point came over 2 months ago when he obtained a personal level whip technique from his superior. Although he should have shown gratitude, he refused to engage in an act that violated military principles. If his direct superior had taken action, this incident would never have blown up. However, Captain Lin understood that this would likely just cause a commotion and wouldn't lead to severe punishment. After all, the consequences would affect more than just himself. Thus, aside from making the necessary statements, Captain Lin's demeanor remained unchanged. The one who brought this incident to light was his rival, who would gladly take his place. After Captain Lin finished his statements, his opponent eagerly stood up to deliver a passionate rebuttal, hoping to undermine Lin. Just as he was speaking fervently, something unexpected happened. The serious-looking commander received a brief communication that seemed to change his attitude toward Captain Lin. Let's call it a day. This matter concerning Captain Lin doesn't need further discussion. He hasn't violated any military regulations, the commander said, his expression grim. Everyone present could tell that the communication was from someone important, as the commander had not uttered a word before this. The fourth-in-command, who had been eager to continue attacking, felt frustrated but was wise enough to recognize the shift in the commander's demeanor after receiving the message. Understanding that something was amiss, he fell silent, and the inquiry meeting ended abruptly. As the commander stood to leave, he turned back to glance at Captain Lin, his expression troubled, and remarked meaningfully, "You truly are a good guardian." Captain Lin had been wondering who had sent the message to the commander and why they would suppress the complaints against him. Was it for his benefit or for another purpose? However, upon hearing the commander's words, he immediately realized that this matter involved Alicia. The person who had contacted the commander was doing so on her behalf. The reason he had urgently called in the attendance soldiers was to rescue Alicia. Captain Lin had already mentioned Alicia during his earlier statements and naturally wouldn't reveal anything further to draw attention to her. With a mysterious expression, he saluted the commander and was about to say something when he received a communication that ignored the silent mode. Looking at the display, he saw it was a message from the capital's military department. With no other options, Captain Lin opened the holographic interface. Upon seeing the familiar, handsome face, his surprise was evident. Catching the attention of everyone in the conference room, he also saluted formally, saying, "Captain Lin Chingfeng greets Major Huo." As senior officers, their communication channels were set to private, meaning that even in a room of over a dozen people, no one could see who he was talking to or hear his voice. However, those who had risen to such ranks were not ordinary individuals. Many of them could read his lips and discern what he had said. Major Huo, was it the Major Huo they suspected? Curious glances turned towards Captain Lin. Wasn't he the discarded child of the Lin family from the capital? Had they misjudged the rumors? Or had Captain Lin truly broken the stigma of being useless, forging new connections since becoming a level 6 warrior? After finishing the communication, Captain Lin unsurprisingly noticed that everyone in the conference room, including the highest-ranking commander of Topaz Star, was looking at him with complex expressions. "Chingfeng, do you have a connection with Major Huo?" asked the second-in-command of Topaz Star kindly. "We used to know each other, but he sent me a secret order. I need to take my leave," Captain Lin replied, saluting and walking briskly out. The others present didn't dare to ask about the secret order or try to stop him. Major Huo was someone they absolutely wouldn't interfere with. As Captain Lin stepped out, he saw his aide, Officer George, waiting outside the conference room for news. Noticing Captain Lin's serious expression, George's relaxed demeanor immediately tensed up, and he asked sternly, "What's going on?" Captain Lin gestured for him to wait, walking ahead, and George followed closely, remaining silent. Once back in Captain Lin's office, George could no longer hold back and impatiently said, "It's just a small matter. Why are those people making such a fuss? Even if they want to suppress you, they don't need to make it so ugly. Usually they can't find any flaws in us, but now they're making a mountain out of a molehill. Guess they just had bad luck." Captain Lin replied lightly, though his serious expression didn't ease. George picked up on the underlying meaning and looked at him questioningly. "The commander and I both received communications right after each other during the meeting," Captain Lin said. "Who called?" George asked, surprised. In that moment, the conference room had lifted the barrier against communications, so anyone getting through had to be from high military ranks. "I don't know who the commander received a message from, but mine was from Major Huo," Captain Lin said calmly. "What? Huo?" "The eldest son of the Huo family from the capital, the first aide to the Crown Prince." "When did you meet him?" George asked, clearly astonished. Officer George had been by Captain Lin's side since military school, and he was familiar with Lin's connections in the capital. Therefore, he understood that Major Huo likely did not know Captain Lin very well. Chapter 54, Reach Out and Grab. Manny performed exceptionally well in the admissions assessment of the Xuanpu First Military Academy, catching the attention of the Crown Prince. Over the past 2 years, the Crown Prince has been implementing a training program, gathering the most elite young talents in the Empire for focused development. He likely wants to cultivate a group of outstanding star mecha warriors. As you know, There's a rumor that the Crown Prince is preparing for this, Captain Lin said somewhat gloomily. While he called it a rumor, he was already about 70% sure. The Crown Prince's actions only reinforced his belief in its truth. Now it makes sense why Miss Manny was forced to transfer to the Mecha Combat Department. Officer George murmured. Hwadeki represented the Crown Prince in commending us for our timely protection of Manny yesterday. I suspect the commander also received relevant information, which is why he didn't dare to question last night's events, but he was still unwilling, so he indirectly mocked me for being a good guardian, Captain Lin said with a smile. Officer George was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, so that mysterious figure who appeared last night and captured the assassin was likely a guard sent by the Crown Prince to protect Miss Manny. No wonder we couldn't find any information about it. There's a good chance that's true. Those experts are not ordinary people to be controlled easily. That explains how Major Hwadeki knew about it so quickly and clearly. Captain Lin thought of this after receiving Hwadeki's message. This is great. This means we won't have to worry about Miss Manny when she goes to the Xuanbu First Military Academy. I didn't expect the Crown Prince to value talent to this extent, Officer George said excitedly. What he didn't express was his joy that since Manny had caught the Crown Prince's attention, it meant that Captain Lin, as her guardian, was also in the Crown Prince's favor. For soldiers stationed on remote planets far from the central star domains, especially for someone like Captain Lin, a talented member of a prominent family but seen as a cast-off, this was absolutely good news. The Crown Prince was someone everyone in the Gus Empire knew. He was a powerful ally. If Captain Lin benefited, naturally those following him would also reap rewards. Although they protected Manny out of personal feelings, being recognized by the upper echelons was a reason to celebrate. Who wouldn't want opportunities for advancement when they had the capability? But what about the burdens Manny will have to bear in the future? Captain Lin wasn't as pleased as Officer George. He thought about how, once the situation escalated, those carefully trained star mecha warriors like Alicia would inevitably become weapons of the Empire. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He couldn't fully share Officer George the joy, considering he had watched this child grow up. I'm just saying, if this situation really escalates, can an ordinary soldier really escape? Officer George looked at Captain Lin and said, ordinary soldiers, lacking ability, would face worse fates if luck turned against them. They, too, would confront similar circumstances. True. Perhaps this could be another way out. Captain Lin sighed, thinking of his wife and son. Even ordinary people would face the same dangers in such significant events, especially those living on fringe planets. Only those in the central star domains had greater security. In his younger days, he wanted to cast aside everything he despised, but he should have prioritized his family. After all, Alicia's exceptional talent made it impossible for her to grow up inconspicuously, and as her guardian, he couldn't be low profile either. Just like today, Major Hwadeki's message had thrust him into the spotlight, giving him a confidence he hadn't had before. The Crown Prince valued Manny. He couldn't have overlooked her guardian. Hwadeki's timing in contacting him and the commander to frame his adjustment of soldiers as a secret order from the Crown Prince was a clear signal for him and those around him. He had abilities. This was his intention from the start. Why shouldn't he actively seize that opportunity to bolster his chances for the future? Unbeknownst to Alicia, her changes were already beginning to influence Captain Lin. After finishing her conversation with Mentor Fang, Alicia opened her light brain and checked the enrollment information from the Xuanbu First Military Academy. She remained in 7th place. In fact, none of the top 10 names or rankings had changed. Getting accepted into the Xuanbu First Military Academy was a shared dream of both the original owner and Alicia, and now that it was finally settled, Alicia felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her shoulders. After satisfying her hunger, she remembered the malicious rival next door, Aidan, who must have seen her results. Given Aidan's vindictive nature, there was no way she would calmly accept this outcome. What kind of schemes would she come up with? Did she have a hand in what happened yesterday? Checking the enrollment information, Alicia saw Aidan's rank was 784. In the novel, Aidan had entered an elite class, so her trajectory hadn't changed. With the allure of the specially designed holographic game pods dangling in front of her, and considering Aidan's previous failed attempts to harm her, it was likely that Aidan would only become more vindictive. Alicia was certain Aidan would do everything in her power to prevent her from going to the Central Star. Now that the assessments were over, Aidan no longer had to study. Instead, she would have more time to plot against Alicia. With Aidan's advantages as a local reincarnator, Manny, being an outsider, had no idea what resources Aidan might have or what tricks she could pull. And what about those past grievances that had been buried? Would they resurface because of Alicia's unexpected arrival? Did those whom she currently lacked the strength to confront know about her acceptance into the academy? If they did, would they try to stop her from going to the Central Star? With over 2 months until school started, there was plenty of time for unforeseen events to occur. Even if Alicia successfully boarded the ship to the Central Star, with a half-month journey and a layover, who knew if she might end up disappearing like the original owner in the novel? A wave of anxiety washed over Alicia. With danger lurking in front and behind, what could she do to ensure her safe arrival at the Central Star? Although Alicia felt frustrated by her own weakness, she didn't allow herself to be disheartened or to escape from her problems. The situation was there, and avoidance wouldn't solve anything. After some contemplation, she realized she had no perfect solutions, so she decided to act cautiously, avoiding unnecessary risks, and to rely on Captain Lin's support when faced with challenges beyond her ability. She thought of several not-so-ideal plans to discuss at Aidan with Captain Lin, but unexpectedly received a message from him containing great news, which completely alleviated her current worries. Chapter 55, Surprise. The spaceship from the Xuanbu 1st Military Academy would secretly arrive at Topaz Star tonight to pick up Alicia for special training in the Central Star region. Captain Lin informed Alicia that this was a ship personally assigned by the Crown Prince, which lifted a heavy weight off her mind. Who was the Crown Prince? Alicia, a little fan of the prince from her favorite novel, believed that no matter how capable her secret enemies were, unless they were the king or unless she encountered some cosmic anomaly, her safety was assured. Captain Lin told Alicia he would send someone to pick her up at the military headquarters in 2 hours, urging her to hurry and pack. After receiving the notification, Alicia ended the call with Captain Lin and immediately began to gather her things. In her judgment, once she left, she probably wouldn't return for years, so she needed to take everything she could. However, imagination was rich, while reality was harsh. Alicia had only a 5-cubic space ring. After storing her belongings in the holographic game chamber and with the robot butler, she had limited space left, making it impossible to take everything, while other items were negotiable. What she was most reluctant to leave behind were the items in Theresa Du's apothecary, as those precious herbs were quite valuable. Alicia sighed, recalling the various space abilities seen in those time travel novels. She lamented that, as a reincarnated individual who wasn't the main character, she might not have such a golden finger. However, she quickly shook off those scattered thoughts. Alicia had never been greedy. The fact that she had such excellent potential for cultivation after her rebirth was already a substantial advantage, and she felt very content. As long as a person has the ability, getting what they want is easy. Relying on external factors to passively obtain things is nothing compared to earning them through one's own capabilities. Conversely, if one lacks ability, possessing treasures can become a curse rather than a blessing. But then, Alicia remembered something and instinctively touched her neck, where it was still empty. When she was reborn, things were too chaotic, and it wasn't until days later that she realized the jade pendant, which the original owner always wore, was missing. The chain had fallen into the nutrient solution of the holographic game chamber, but no matter how hard she looked, the pendant was nowhere to be found, as if it had vanished into thin air. This pendant wasn't an ordinary accessory. It contained a small space. Previously, Alicia's soul had been trapped in this small space within the pendant. Recalling the small space inside the pendant, Alicia suddenly felt a wave of fluctuation around her, and she realized she had returned to the familiar space of the pendant. What was happening? Was the pendant space extracting her soul again? Turning her back into a wisp of spirit, Alicia was startled and exclaimed, "I want to get out." As she shouted those words, images of the meditation room she had been in recently flooded her mind. Suddenly, she felt the space around her shift, and she found herself in her home's meditation room. Alicia pinched her face hard, and the pain confirmed that she hadn't left her body. She was indeed in the meditation room. Letting out a long breath, she recalled her earlier panic when she had just thought of the pendant space. She had been in the adjacent herb room just before that. After a moment of daze, she finally calmed down, realizing how frightening that had been. She had thought she'd exited her body and returned to the pendant, but she had physically entered that pendant space earlier. Reflecting on the toxic narratives she had read before, she hesitated but ultimately felt a stronger desire than fear and attempted to mentally communicate with the pendant space. To her surprise, she instantly found herself back in the pendant space. In a moment of panic, she tried to will herself out, and just like that, she was back in the outside world. After a brief moment of shock, Alicia finally understood what was happening. With a huge sigh of relief, her fear turned into joy. This was surely the golden finger the gods of fate had granted her for her rebirth. Now that she understood, Alicia felt no more fear. She re-entered the pendant space and carefully examined the small area she had lived in for decades. It was just about the size of 2 basketball courts, with barren, parched land and no spirit springs, spirit flowers, or herbs. For humans in the interstellar age, possessing a space device, such an ordinary small space wasn't considered a treasure. However, having this small space made Alicia very happy and content. It was a place where she could survive, and for someone who always felt unsafe, it was the best insurance. With this backup, she immediately felt a sense of security. Moreover, with this small space, she could neatly pack away all the herbs from Theresa Du's pharmacy and some useful items from home. Still, the pendant space felt empty, and Alicia didn't want to leave things lying around on the ground. An idea sparked in her mind as she remembered the outdoor accommodation capsules Theresa Du had purchased. She returned to her bedroom and retrieved 2 capsules from Theresa Du's box of valuables. Tossing one into the small space, the accommodation capsule expanded within 2 minutes into a small 2-story building of about 30 square meters. The first floor had a convenient bathroom, a living room, and 1 bedroom, while the second floor had 2 more rooms. Alicia happily moved bedding from the guest room into the largest room upstairs, making it her future bedroom. The other upstairs room was perfect for storing items from Theresa Du's pharmacy. Busy as a bee, Alicia filled the water tank in the bathroom and set up the downstairs room as a kitchen, storing a lot of water. This way, if the opportunity arose, she could have the robotic butler prepare food for her. Finally, just as the time came for Captain Lin to send someone to pick her up, she had everything ready. She touched her neck, feeling a sense of satisfaction at having her home with her. The person sent to pick up Alicia was Officer George, which allowed her to learn about the incidents Captain Lin faced because of her yesterday and today. At this point, the still weak Alicia couldn't see that crises could also be opportunities. She only felt that she had caused trouble for Captain Lin. Captain Lin naturally noticed the little girl's guilt, but political matters were beyond her youthful understanding, and it was too early to discuss them before anything was finalized. So, Captain Lin simply patted Alicia on the shoulder and changed the subject. Your Uncle Lin has the ability. These matters are nothing to me. You've made a good start at Xuangu and gained some attention, but that's just the beginning. You'll need to put in more effort moving forward. Being a genius doesn't guarantee success, it only means you have a higher chance of it. Alicia wasn't really a child. She understood Captain Lin's kind words of encouragement. Chapter 56, Unexpected Acquaintance. Mentor Fang can't come here. She's sorry she can't see you off before you leave. When you have a moment, send her a message. This is what she prepared for you, Captain Lin said as he placed a bracelet on Alicia's wrist. The silver bracelet with light green patterns surprised Alicia. It was a 10-cubic space bracelet filled with food and nutritional supplements. This is a preservation space. The food inside can last for at least 6 months. Mentor Fang put a lot of ready-to-eat items in there, personally made for you. Once you arrive at the military academy, you need to take care of yourself. Whether during special training or military training, neither the military nor the school will provide food. Once you finish what you have, you need to replenish your supplies. Nutritional supplements can only serve as a temporary fix. Long-term use can be harmful to your health. Captain Lin instructed. Alicia knew that preservation space devices were significantly more expensive than regular ones, not to mention the cost of all that food, which required considerable thought and effort. Thank you, Uncle Lin and Mentor, Alicia said, her gratitude truly beyond words. Captain Lin sensed her thoughts, smiled, and gently patted her head. You did well. I believe your mother would be proud of you. You need to work even harder from now on. When you have the chance, come back and visit us. If you face any difficulties, let us know. Remember, both I and Mentor Fang are like your adoptive parents, and Shank is very fond of you as a sister. After Theresa Du went missing, Mentor Fang occasionally invited Alicia to stay at her home. The original owner had a good relationship with Captain Lin's 7-year-old son, Lin Shank, and they were like real siblings. I will become an excellent mecha warrior and mecha engineer as soon as possible, and then serve under you, Alicia said, giving Captain Lin a proper military salute. This was her most sincere intention. Captain Lin smiled and said, good, we'll be waiting for you. Though Captain Lin's tone was welcoming, Alicia felt he didn't truly believe her. After some thought, Alicia understood that Captain Lin viewed her as just a young girl, someone whose childish nature might lead her to change her mind and want to stay in the Central Star Domain in the future. Thus, he didn't take her words too seriously. Even on a fringe planet, spaceships cannot land directly on the surface. Captain Lin and Officer George brought Alicia to wait at the outer space station of Topaz Star. Standing at the observation window of the space station, Alicia gazed at the stars twinkling in the dark universe, feeling somewhat dazed. Though the era might be different, and possibly even the time and space, the universe remained the same. After a moment of reverie, she heard Captain Lin call out, Alicia, let's go inside the space station. Half an hour later, a silver spaceship arrived at the docking bridge of the space station, with a long passage covering the ship's door. A military officer, about the same age as Captain Lin, stepped out of the spaceship and his gaze fell on Captain Lin. Lin Qingfeng, it's you, Dudley, long time no see. This is your instructor, Manny. Manny immediately gave a proper military salute. Hello, instructor. I am Alicia. The instructor, Dudley, did not treat Manny lightly due to his status. He returned her salute seriously before telling Captain Lin, the student seems good. You've done well as her guardian. Dudley and Captain Lin had some past acquaintance, but they hadn't been in contact for over 10 years, making them feel somewhat unfamiliar with each other, and they exchanged only a few casual words. I wonder what she will experience on this journey. Gaining the prince's attention is not something to take lightly, Captain Lin sighed as he watched the departing spaceship. Although Miss Alicia looks delicate on the outside, the fact that she endured the effects of the second-generation gene enhancement drug proves her strong character. Very few people can compare to her, Officer George said, displaying less concern. He believed that a resilient person like Alicia, with excellent cultivation potential and high emotional intelligence, would thrive no matter where she went. Previously, Officer George had worried about Alicia's well-being because she was so outstanding yet came from a fringe planet, lacking protection in the capital star. Now that she had the prince's protection, those worries faded. He was filled with hope, looking forward to the day she would soar to great heights. "Captain, who is that Dudley?" George asked on the way back. "We were once comrades, but after just over a month together, our regiment faced issues. I went to Topaz Star, while he went to the Xuangu Military Academy as an instructor. He's likely one of the new instructors for the Mecha Combat Department there. How could a 7th-level warrior be content teaching at a military academy?" George questioned, sensing there was more to the story. Even in the Central Star region, a warrior of such high rank could easily attain the rank of captain. He was heavily injured back then and was deemed to have stagnated in his cultivation for several years. "You know, I took a precious elixir from Theresa that accidentally repaired my damaged genes, allowing me to recover. And Dudley, he was already a 6th-level warrior back then and has since advanced to 7th level. He must have had some fortuitous opportunity. His ability to remain peacefully as an instructor at the Xuangu Military Academy likely stems from that opportunity." Captain Lin sighed. However, it was Dudley who came to pick up Alicia, which undoubtedly relieved Captain Lin. Though their friendship had been brief, and they had lost contact after their regiment's troubles, they were still familiar faces, comrades in arms. Now that they were both part of the same faction, Captain Lin felt assured that Dudley would look out for Alicia without needing any additional request. The fact that Captain Lin and Instructor Dudley had once been comrades made Alicia feel fortunate. In the interstellar era, connections mattered, and it gave her a sense of warmth. The spaceship wasn't large, and the escort only had 20 soldiers, yet Alicia still received a suite of over 100 square meters. The suite included a private training room, allowing her to cultivate freely during the 2-day journey. Instructor Dudley treated Alicia well, but he wasn't very talkative. After explaining the ship's rules, he encouraged her to ask him any questions about her training and then left her to her own devices. Alicia found this very comfortable. In her suite, she spent her days either training or studying mecha crafting, and at night, she could enter the war realm to take on tasks. Her days felt fulfilling, perhaps under the halo of the prince's protection. Alicia's journey went exceptionally smoothly without any disturbances. 5 days later, the spaceship arrived safely over the capital star. In the space station, Instructor Dudley took Alicia to switch to a hovercar, which quietly descended in the dead of night to an open area in front of a building. Chapter 57, Unexpected Appearance. Although the sky over the capital star had 3 moons, these moons were small and dim. Combined they were not as bright as the single large moon of Topaz Star. Thus, while it wasn't completely dark, the nights on the capital star were quite shadowy. When the hovercar had just landed in this pitch-black, unlit area, Alicia could vaguely make out that they were surrounded by water. Therefore, she concluded they had landed on an island, and not a very large one at that. Alicia had never been to the capital star, but she had checked the campus of the Xuangu First Military Academy online and was certain that this place was definitely not it. New students will arrive for joint training after dawn. You should rest well tonight. This area has private information shielding. I'll report your safety to your Uncle Lin, but since you are Lin Chengfeng's adopted daughter, I will hold you to the strictest standards, Instructor Dudley said. Understood, Instructor. Alicia gave a standard salute. For a competent instructor, being almost ruthlessly strict with students and demanding the best from them was the best way to teach and elevate them. For soldiers, sweating more in training could mean survival on the battlefield. Instructor Dudley took Alicia to the 3rd floor and let her choose a room to settle in. While he went up to the 4th floor, Alicia walked to the end of the hallway and chose the innermost room. The room was not large, about 30 square meters, with 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom. Aside from a bed, it was completely bare, and even the bed was just a plain frame. Fortunately, she had brought her belongings. Alicia activated her robotic butler, which transformed its hands into a vacuum cleaner. With a low humming sound, it cleaned all the dust in the room in under 2 minutes. Once the sheets were laid out, Alicia remembered how, since acquiring the special game chamber, she had rarely used the bed except for short naps. Thinking of the game world, Alicia checked her light brain and found that she could connect to the network, but communication and messaging functions were restricted. She checked again and discovered she could still access the game world to play, which made her very happy since she was used to completing tasks and training there. Alicia hurriedly set up her holographic game chamber and placed a mechanism she had designed behind the door, capable of alerting her and temporarily stopping intruders. After washing up, she eagerly connected to the network. After a dreamless night, she emerged from the game chamber in the morning, refreshed and ready to meet her future companions. Instructor Dudley had mentioned that this special training would include new members from the elite class of the Xuangu First Military Academy. Today, she would likely meet the male and female leads, marking the third step in overturning the original protagonist's fate. As she sensed a hover car landing outside her residence, she stepped out into the hallway and saw a tall, handsome young man with deep brown hair getting out of the vehicle. The boy with silver-gray eyes spotted Alicia in the third-floor hallway and smiled. "I don't love meshs. Why are you here so early?" Alicia smiled back and said, "Hello." After greeting him, she quickly made her way downstairs. By the time she reached the ground floor, another boy and girl stepped out of the hovercar, standing beside Dean Acheson. The boy had black hair and dark eyes, looking quite handsome with a somewhat aloof expression. He was the same boy Alicia had seen in the second prince's room on challenge day. The girl beside him had her dark red hair tied up high, and her bright green eyes sparkled at first glance, but on closer inspection, they conveyed an unmistakable pride. She exuded the air of a rich young lady. As Alicia approached them, she noticed that all three wore clothing that looked very expensive. Having lived two lives and focusing solely on training since her rebirth, Alicia didn't pay much attention to her appearance. After arriving here last night, she felt the temperature was a comfortable 24 to 25 degrees Celsius. After bathing in the morning, she casually wore a plain white t-shirt and black cropped pants. This outfit was common among the lower classes on the fringe planet. While her clothes were of decent quality compared to the three aristocratic youths, the disparity was stark enough that even Alicia noticed her clothing was too cheap. Although only noticed the disparity, she felt no discomfort. She understood her own worth and didn't believe that external factors could diminish it. Therefore, she greeted them confidently, without any shyness or insecurity typical of someone from a lower-class fringe planet, saying, "Hello, I'm Alicia, from a third-tier fringe planet." "Dean Acheson, from the capital star." "You should recognize me," Dean Acheson replied warmly. "Yes, your features are quite distinctive." Alicia smiled back while she sensed a refined and somewhat pretentious air about him online. Seeing his smile up close made her feel that he was naturally more cheerful. Dean Acheson immediately recognized Alicia, noting her striking features as a black-haired, black-eyed girl with mid-level third-tier martial skills. These traits were hard to miss. However, he hadn't noticed these specifics online, and seeing her in person made it all too apparent. He glanced at Huadeli. Huadeli, with his black hair and eyes, studied Alicia closely, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he assessed her. Finally, he coolly introduced himself. "Huadeli." Alicia's smile turned more reserved as she politely replied, "Hello." She guessed that Huadeli intended to be cold towards her due to his fiancé, but upon seeing her appearance, he seemed to be caught in a complicated emotion he couldn't quite articulate. "I'm Mina Ollie. Are you really from a third-tier planet?" Mina Ollie genuinely doubted the information she had received. Before meeting the main characters, Alicia had speculated about their possible attitudes: indifference, disdain, disgust, rejection, or even hatred. To her surprise, the reaction was one of shock. Even with some mental preparation, Alicia nearly showed her own surprise. How could it be so similar? This cliché of fate. So it was no wonder that Mina Ollie and Dean Acheson kept studying her, glancing at Huadeli, their faces betraying their astonishment. "I was born on a fringe planet, and this is my first time leaving it." Alicia continued to smile, ignoring their shocked expressions. Having read the Gus Empire's human rights protection laws, Alicia knew that private photos of non-public figures couldn't be circulated without their consent. Seeing Mina Ollie and Dean Acheson so surprised, Alicia guessed they hadn't seen her photo before. "Mr. Dean Acheson, why do I feel like you don't look as tall in person as you do online? You definitely don't seem as grand as a planet," Alicia teased, deliberately changing the subject. Chapter 58, Second Female Supporting Role. "You look even smaller in person than online. It's true you don't like meshs," Dean Acheson responded with a smile. "I'm not short for a third-tier planet," Alicia said without any reservations, not to mention the two boys around 1.9 meters tall. Even Mina Ollie was half a head taller than her. Alicia estimated that the female lead must be about 1.8 meters, making her own height of just over 1.7 meters seem quite petite. Alicia chose to ignore the conflicted expressions on the faces of the male and female leads and casually joked with Dean Acheson. She firmly believed that her attitude toward herself would ultimately influence how others viewed her. So she decided to maintain a calm demeanor when interacting with them. Although their initial reactions were a bit strange due to her appearance, they turned out to be better than Alicia had expected, especially Dean Acheson, who was more cooperative than she had anticipated. Instructor Dudley felt that since he learned that Alicia was Lin Chingfeng's adopted daughter, he had taken on unnecessary worries. Alicia could anticipate that Mina Ollie might be mocked and ridiculed because of her sudden appearance, which could lead to some malice directed at her. Instructor Dudley, however, thought even more about the implications. If Alicia weren't Lin Chingfeng's adopted daughter, he would have kept a close eye on her to prevent any issues. Now, he had to consider how to defuse the situation. To ensure Alicia wouldn't face difficulties, he had even stepped out of the training hall upon seeing Huadeli and Mina Ollie arrive. wanting to create a buffer for her to avoid conflict right from their first meeting. As Dudley approached, he saw Alicia standing confidently across from the three aristocratic youths from the imperial capital. Her presence was strong, and her smile remained calm and collected. Truly, she was raised by Lin Qingfeng. Her fearless demeanor was quite evident. Instructor Dudley. Alicia noticed him first and stood at attention to salute. Lin's teaching was spot on in this regard. The other three youths turned at her greeting and also saluted Dudley. Dudley returned the salute. Upon seeing Alicia and Hua Deli together, his expression flickered, and he decided to have a private chat with Lin Qingfeng that evening. Alicia was immensely grateful for Dudley's appearance. The banter between her and Dean Acheson had just lightened the atmosphere, and she was feeling a bit drained when Dudley's arrival relieved her of facing these three unfamiliar future classmates alone. From their brief conversation earlier, Alicia had already discerned Hua Deli and Mina Oli's attitudes. They were clearly displeased with her but hadn't reached the point of outright hostility. Before arriving here, Alicia was most bothered by Mina Oli's demeanor. If another similar rival like Aidan were to appear, especially one who was both delicate and well-connected, Alicia felt she might consider transferring. Time was too precious. She didn't want to waste it on unnecessary conflicts. Now it seemed that while the female lead's attitude was poor, it was not malicious. Alicia hadn't intended to become close friends with her anyway. The female lead's attitude didn't really matter to her. Although Instructor Dudley wanted to protect Alicia, he also didn't want to make their special relationship obvious, as that wouldn't be good for her, so he just gave them a few words of instruction, telling them to settle into their rooms before training began at noon. Finally, Instructor Dudley said, "Alicia, stay behind, you all go up first." Even though they had just been accepted into the military academy, they already carried themselves with military demeanor. Hua Deli and the others saluted Dudley before heading upstairs. Alicia remained standing, waiting for Dudley to speak. "Don't worry, starting at noon, you won't have the energy to talk," Dudley said. This seemed like a punishment. Alicia was taken aback. What was going on? She hadn't done anything wrong. Why start punishing them right away? Seeing Alicia's puzzled expression, Dudley decided not to elaborate. He waved his hand, saying, "Go back to your dorm and study well. Don't come out until roll call." With a mind full of questions, Alicia noticed Dudley's impatience to maintain her calm demeanor in front of her future companions. She suppressed her curiosity and obediently headed upstairs to her dorm. Instructor Dudley mentioned that the three rooms on the right side of the third floor were for girls, while the left side and the rooms on the second floor were for boys to choose. Alicia chose the innermost room, and Mina Oli selected the outermost one. Hua Deli and Dean Acheson confidently chose the left side rooms on the third floor. In the next 2 hours, 3 hovercars arrived in succession, bringing a total of 6 people, 5 boys and 1 girl. 2 of the boys were at the late stage of level 4 martial artists, while the other 3 boys and the girl were at the mid stage of level 4. "Hello, I'm Sheila Shahin, a new student in the combat department." The girl introduced herself with a smile. Sheila ranked 10th in the entrance exam, with a mid-stage level 4 mastery. Her hair and eye color were similar to Mina Oli's, making the 2 girls look somewhat alike. However, Sheila was only about 60% as beautiful as Mina Oli, though her demeanor was much gentler. From Mina Oli's reaction upon seeing Sheila, it was clear that Mina held a higher status than Sheila, who seemed to defer to her. Sheila? As Alicia heard the girl's introduction, something flashed in her mind, making her feel uneasy. How could she have forgotten? In the novel, there was a second-rate female antagonist who appeared just after Aidan, and this Sheila was likely her. In the story, the second female antagonist was a classmate of the male and female leads. Her schemes went unnoticed at first, only coming to light during Mina Oli's 3rd year at the Xuangu First Military Academy when Sheila plotted against her. The reason Alicia vaguely remembered was that the second female antagonist seemed to have developed feelings for Hua Deli, which led her to target Mina Oli. The second female antagonist appeared to want to break up the male and female leads to elevate her own status. Alicia couldn't help but glance at Hua Deli again. She wondered if her perspective was tinted. She just couldn't see anything remarkable about him beyond his family background. Alicia felt that Dean Acheson was in no way inferior to Hua Deli. Their family backgrounds were similar, and in terms of appearance, Alicia thought Dean was even more outstanding than Hua Deli. In terms of martial skills, Dean Acheson was only slightly behind Hua Deli, and this difference was negligible. If they fought, the outcome would be unpredictable. Dean's exam scores were only a few points lower than Hua Deli's, making him a strong contender. Overall, Dean Acheson's qualifications were not worse than Hua Deli's. However, in the novel, Dean was portrayed as a straight man with no romantic rumors, while Hua Deli had a reputation for being flirtatious. Was this the side effect of the male lead's aura? Chapter 59. Potential Test. Thinking of the various romantic entanglements Hua Deli faced in the novel, Alicia couldn't help but feel sympathy for Mina Oli. Having a fiancé like him must be incredibly frustrating. While Mina Oli seemed to attract admirers effortlessly, those were all good relationships, supportive and non-destructive, wishing her well as long as she was happy. In contrast, Hua Deli encountered nothing but troublesome suitors who wanted to break them apart. Alicia recalled that the second female antagonist was supposedly Mina Oli's cousin. Just as Alicia was processing this, Sheila pulled on Mina Oli's hand, playfully saying, "Cousin, when did you arrive?" "Hello, brother Hua Deli," Alicia wanted to exclaim. Seriously? So they really were cousins who knew she had to guard against both friends and relatives. She touched her nose, realizing that as a small orphan, it was better to keep her distance from these main characters and remain invisible, lest she get caught in the crossfire. 10 people gathered, and Instructor Dudley called them to the hall downstairs. "You are the top 10 students of this year's students and will be the leaders. Therefore, you must maintain absolute excellence in your cultivation, which is not an easy task. I wonder if you have complete confidence," Instructor Dudley said, his tone calm. Except for Alicia, the other 9 confidently responded, reporting in, "We have confidence." Instructor Dudley's gaze shot toward Alicia like an arrow. "Does classmate Alicia have an objection?" Alicia saluted and said loudly, reporting in, "The student is short-sighted and didn't react immediately," reporting in, "We have confidence." Instructor Dudley felt that he, too, had been short-sighted, as he had never heard such a confident response. The other 9 looked on with bright eyes, unsure whether to laugh or scoff. Eventually, Instructor Dudley waved his hand helplessly but made a decision in his heart. For the next 2 months, he would teach Alicia well so she wouldn't be short-sighted anymore. "We'll start by testing your potential, as this will help tailor your training," Instructor Dudley said. Alicia walked at the back with Gao Haitao. The student ranked 3rd. Although he had a name from the Chinese culture, Gao Haitao was a mixed blood whose appearance bore no trace of typical Chinese features. With silver hair and silver eyes, he wasn't particularly handsome, but being a mid-level 4th tier warrior at just 15 or 16 years old was certainly impressive. The 4th-ranked Su-43 is also a mid-level 4th tier warrior. He has black hair and brown eyes and appears somewhat introverted and silent. It's said that he comes from the 2nd tier star, Lili Star. 5th place goes to Ninja King Ren Yuayu, who has black eyes and deep brown hair. He is at the mid-level 4th tier and hails from the 1st tier star, Pukyu Star. In 6th place is Tina Venamoin, with dark golden hair and green eyes, also a mid-level 4th tier warrior from the 1st tier star, Rio Star. 7th place is Alicia herself. 8th is Tamaki Kazia, who has deep brown hair and black eyes, with a doll-like face and a somewhat shy demeanor. He is a mid-level 4th tier warrior from the 2nd tier star, Maple Star. 9th is Mina Oli, and 10th is Sheila. Both come from the Imperial Capital Star. Among the 10, the other 8 freshmen are from 1st or 2nd tier stars in the Central Star Domain. Only Alicia is from a 3rd tier star in the Outer Ring, and Gao Haitao has it worse, coming from a 4th tier Exile Star. However, judging by his clothing and demeanor, his parents are likely not ordinary people. Otherwise, even with great potential, he wouldn't be a mid-level 4th tier warrior at 15. Compared to him, Alicia is still poorer. The first to be tested is Hua Deli. He stands at the testing column, and a white light beam shoots down, enveloping him, making his figure only vaguely visible to those nearby. Then, 2 numbers on the testing panel start to flicker with decimals, slowly increasing. Finally, the green number stopped at E, and the yellow number settled at 63 without further changes. The white light beam then vanished, and Hua Deli immediately looked at the testing column. Warrior potential, E level, psychic potential, C level. Mid-level 4th tier warrior cultivation, said Instructor Dudley, patting Hua Deli's shoulder with satisfaction. "It's been 5 years since our academy has seen a talent like you." Alicia felt a bit dazed. She remembered that in the novel, the male lead's potential was rated 2D or 3D, but definitely not E. How did this change? Next up was Mina Oli, warrior potential, C level, psychic potential, E level. Mid-level 4th tier psychic, late stage 2nd tier warrior. Excellent. Mina, you and Hua Deli make a great pair. Alicia was certain that something was off here. She remembered the female lead's cultivation potential much more clearly, and it was definitely not E. Dean Acheson had a warrior potential of 3D and a psychic potential of 3B. The other 5 newcomers following him had similar results, with warrior potentials around 2D and psychic potentials between 2B and 3B. Finally, only Alicia and Gao Haitao were left to be tested, and everyone turned to look at them. Alicia stepped back, signaling Gao Haitao to go first, and he didn't hesitate to step forward. Unexpectedly, Gao Haitao's results were very impressive. He had a warrior potential of 3D, the same as Dean Acheson, and a C-level psychic potential, which was slightly higher than Dean Acheson's. Everyone was first surprised and then felt it was expected. As a descendant of a criminal exiled to a Forsaken Star, Gao Haitao's ability to apply to the Xuangu Military Academy indicated that his parents were not criminals but had made a serious mistake that led to their punishment. Secondly, Gao Haitao's cultivation potential was outstanding, so much so that the Empire would create a green channel for him to attend a military academy on the capital star, as evidenced by his ranking as the 3rd best among the newcomers. Finally, only Alicia had yet to be tested. While others were testing, She contemplated whether to reveal her true data. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to show it honestly, as only then could the instructor tailor the best training plan for her. Psychic potential, 3E, warrior potential, 2D level, psychic level, early stage level 5, warrior level, late stage level 3, perfect completion. Even Instructor Dudley's voice changed, and others looked at Manny with expressions of disbelief. With such great warrior potential, how come you're only at late stage level 3, what have you been doing, haven't you been training? Dean Acheson really wanted to say she was wasting such a good cultivation potential. This kind of data hadn't been seen in the Gus Empire for hundreds of years. Alicia touched her ear and cleared her throat. This was just an accident. Actually, 6 months ago, I couldn't even meet the minimum requirements to apply for the mecha manufacturing department at Xuangu Military Academy. After some motivation, I used a second-generation gene enhancement serum. Cough. After barely surviving, I became a genius. The crowd showed expressions of shock, and Dean Acheson gasped, "You really are lucky to be alive." This child, that gene serum has a 80% chance of failure. How could your guardian allow you to take such risks? Instructor Dudley was also taken aback, wondering how such a delicate girl endured that kind of pain. "They don't know that I secretly added it to the holographic game pod," Alicia said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Now, she was truly Alicia, and she had to take responsibility for the original owner's mistakes. Chapter 60, Special Training begins. The people present were well informed about the terrifying side effects of the second-generation gene enhancement agent. No one could envy the opportunity that classmate Alicia obtained through such a life-and-death struggle. After all, who would take such a risk unless absolutely necessary? They consoled themselves, trying to suppress their feelings of envy and jealousy. Dudley, the instructor, didn't want to say much. As a new student instructor, he had seen all kinds of troublesome kids, though this one was particularly concerning. However, on the other hand, without her reckless actions leading up to this, there wouldn't be today's exceptional talent. Still, Dudley decided he needed to keep a closer eye on her. Her inner self was completely different from her obedient exterior. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Alicia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She revealed that her impressive potential came from using the second-generation gene enhancement agent, intending to dispel any doubts from others. That's how it is. If she had such excellent cultivation potential naturally, those privileged students would wonder why a girl from a third-tier star could surpass them. Such thoughts could lead to resentment, and resentment might provoke malicious actions. However, if her cultivation potential came at the cost of risking her life, they might think twice about envying someone willing to take such risks. Knowing she had this fearless spirit, these young aristocrats would likely avoid provoking her. Right now, Alicia felt weak and was under the looming threat of the alien forces, so she wanted to focus solely on her training, avoiding conflicts with the other elite students. Moreover, she thought about her unique situation of being reborn, and the possibility of others like Aidan who had also returned to their youth. Who could say there weren't third or fourth individuals who had also been reborn or transmigrated? The changes in Alicia were too evident, making it easy to attract attention from these variables. The second-generation gene enhancement agent served as the perfect explanation for her drastic transformation. Once all 10 new students had gathered, Dudley announced the training would begin without any hesitation. From that noon onward, Alicia learned what hellish training truly meant. Dudley casually assigned the training tasks. Today, we'll start with some light running. The martial artists will run 30 laps around the base track. Alicia will run 18 laps, and Ollie will run 15 laps. You are not allowed to stop until you finish. Having never participated in a training camp before, Alicia thought about running laps and recalled the standard school playground from her Earth days. With her current physical fitness, running over 30 laps there wouldn't be a problem. Dudley took out 10 combat suits from the spatial ring on his hand, and Alicia grabbed the smallest size, running back to her dorm to change. The black military-style uniform felt light and almost weightless. Alicia tried a few big movements and found that, despite being fitted, it didn't hinder her at all. She remembered reading about the performance of military combat suits. They were waterproof, fireproof, puncture-resistant, and corrosion-resistant. Oh, and they even had automatic self-cleaning features. As elite students among the elite, these boys, with their outstanding skills and presence, looked even more vibrant in their military combat suits, which excited Dudley. The track was along the coast, offering views of the Azure Sea. When the run began, Alicia felt calm, but after completing a lap with the group around the island, she wanted to tell Dudley, what the heck? That lap was at least 5 kilometers. 18 laps would nearly be 100 kilometers, and 30 laps would definitely be no less than 150 kilometers. Alicia realized that as a late-stage third-level martial artist, 5 kilometers was nothing. By the end of her lap, she wasn't even panting and could return to the starting line with the 9 others. However, by the second and third laps, Alicia and Mina Ollie started to fall behind, eventually losing sight of the other 8 martial artists. Of course, Alicia's speed was still slightly faster than Mina Ollie's. Although Mina Ollie fell behind, she wasn't like Alicia, a genetically mutated wild martial artist. She had trained systematically since childhood. Thus, during the first 10 laps, she steadily kept pace behind Alicia. However, physical fitness levels were the foundation of a martial artist's strength. By the 11th lap, Mina Ollie began to struggle, switching from running to walking. As Alicia completed her 16th lap, Huadeli and the others had already run 23 laps. Even the last-placed Sheila was on her 22nd lap, and each of them seemed to be handling the run much more easily than Alicia and Mina Ollie. By the 17th lap, Alicia slowly caught up with Mina Ollie, who was now barely able to walk. Watching the group of martial artists disappear from sight again, Mina Ollie gasped and said to Alicia, "Let's slow down and drink some nutrient supplements before we run again." The last lap is the hardest. In fact, Alicia wasn't completely exhausted. If she had to, she could still push for another lap, but since they were the only two telekinetics, she needed to show that her physical abilities weren't too much better than Mina Ollie's, or it wouldn't look good. So Alicia deliberately slowed her pace, exaggerating her fatigue. Sure enough, Mina Ollie not only initiated a conversation but also spoke in a more familiar tone. Considering they were both weak telekinetics, extreme exhaustion also made thoughts lazy, making it easy to drift into trivial matters. Okay, Alicia agreed. While she wasn't too tired, she was quite hungry. As for whether Instructor Dudley would punish them for this, Alicia didn't worry. There were no explicit rules, and if she made a mistake, she would just consider herself innocent due to ignorance. After filling their stomachs, the two walked side by side for a while. The sea breeze blew intermittently, carrying a salty scent reminiscent of Earth's oceans. Alicia closed her eyes to soak it in. Sure enough, she felt a bit revitalized. Hearing running footsteps approaching from behind, the two girls instinctively began to walk faster. It seemed Mina Ollie was genuinely exhausted. She struggled to keep up, even with walking. Seeing Mina Ollie about to stumble, Alicia couldn't help but reach out to steady her arm, hoping to help her move forward. In just half a day, Alicia could tell that Mina Ollie was truly proud and stubborn. She wouldn't even yield to Huadeli. Alicia wasn't sure if Mina Ollie could let go of her pride. Although Alicia and Mina Ollie didn't quite get along, fate had arranged for them to be classmates and fellow telekinetics. They would inevitably have to train together in the future. Despite any lingering feelings, Alicia hoped they could at least maintain a cordial surface. Chapter 61. Too tired. Alicia wanted to maintain a normal classmate relationship with Mina Ollie and Sheila Shaheen, and she didn't mind reaching out first. However, if Mina Ollie didn't respond, she wouldn't initiate again in the future. Mina Ollie glanced at Alicia's outstretched hand. While she didn't say anything, she not only didn't pull away but leaned in slightly. As they got closer, Alicia realized that Mina Ollie's condition was worse than she had expected. Mina Ollie was gritting her teeth, holding her breath, and struggling to keep going. Huadeli caught up from behind and noticed the two girls supporting each other. He looked surprised. After glancing back at them, he encouraged, "Just hang on a bit longer. We're almost there." After running over 20 laps, Huadeli's voice was slightly out of breath, but he clearly hadn't reached his limit. Soon after, Dean Atchison caught up from behind as well, giving them some encouragement before gradually pulling ahead. He didn't appear very tired either. Gao Haitao and Su 43 passed them one after the other, only slightly breathless. Finally, the last ones to arrive were Damaki Kazia, Dina Venamoin, Ninja King Renuayu, and Sheila, who were all sticking together. Their cultivation levels were a notch lower than the previous four, and by the time they reached this point, their condition had deteriorated significantly. Sheila was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. She couldn't run anymore and was merely fast walking, but she was in slightly better shape than Alicia and Mina Ollie, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to catch up gradually. "Cousin, I can't go on anymore. Can you help me a bit?" Sheila said softly. Alicia looked up in surprise at Sheila. What was this? Was she joking? Or was she trying to put her cousin in a difficult position? Mina Ollie, however, remained silent, not even lifting her head. Alicia knew she was too exhausted to speak. If it weren't for Alicia's support and her own pride, she would have probably collapsed long ago. "Cousin, why are you ignoring me?" Sheila said with a pitiful expression, looking so forlorn. Alicia found it a bit hard to watch. "Seriously, you're a 1.8-meter tall warrior with stunning looks. Why act so helpless?" It didn't suit her at all. Why try to appear weak? Was being a damsel in distress trendy in this interstellar era? If it weren't for the fact that her cousin hadn't spoken up, and Alicia didn't want to cause trouble, she really wanted to say, "Have some self-respect." Okay, how could a mid-level 4th-tier warrior ask a late 2nd-tier warrior for help? Indeed, a child who cries will receive care. Hearing Sheila's soft plea, Ninja King Renuayu, who was not far ahead, heroically turned back and said, "Sheila, I'll help you." Sheila looked delighted. "Thank you." As the noisy one moved ahead, Alicia felt that Mina Ollie seemed to gain some strength from the stimulus, quickening her pace a bit. However, it was all too brief. She quickly deflated again. Fortunately, They were only about 500 or 600 meters from the finish line, and the prospect of victory lifted their spirits. Alicia had been supporting Mina Ollie for quite a distance, which significantly increased her physical exertion. She was also utterly exhausted, but with victory in sight, Alicia held her breath and managed to help Mina Ollie to the finish line. After pushing herself to reach the end, Alicia found herself even more unable to hold on than Mina Ollie, and they both sagged at the same time. Fortunately, Dean Acheson and Huadeli, who had arrived at the finish line early, hadn't walked away. Just as the two girls were about to fall, they quickly reached out to support Alicia and Mina Ollie, preventing a disaster of them both collapsing to the ground. After barely making it, everyone finally collapsed on the ground, sipping some nutrient solution. However, the group had barely rested for half an hour, just recovering about half of their energy, when Instructor Dudley came over to command them to gather. This time, it wasn't just Instructor Dudley alone. A middle-aged female officer accompanied him. Next, the warriors will follow me to the training hall, and the psychics will follow Lieutenant Xiang, Instructor Dudley said. A 6th-level warrior like Lieutenant Xiang is actually a psychic. Alicia glanced at the middle-aged lieutenant and then exchanged a surprised look with Mina Ollie. Psychics, step forward. Lieutenant Xiang issued the command without any self-introduction, her serious expression indicating that she was a strict military officer. Alicia and Mina Ollie immediately straightened up and stepped forward as instructed. Stand at attention, turn left, and follow me, Lieutenant Xiang commanded again. After about 2 minutes of walking, Alicia and Mina Ollie entered a small training room. Lieutenant Xiang turned to assess the two girls for a moment before asking, "You both have your own psychic meditation techniques, right?" The lieutenant asked questions while looking at Alicia. Alicia understood what this meant. Mina Ollie, being from a prestigious family, must have had access to good psychic meditation techniques. In contrast, as someone from a third-tier planet who had suddenly emerged, she likely lacked suitable meditation methods. Report: 2 months ago, the student obtained a new psychic meditation technique in the war world, and has since switched to practicing that. The lieutenant looked seriously at Alicia. Have you received systematic psychic training before? Report: no. The student has always focused on mecha manufacturing since childhood. The lieutenant nodded, showing no surprise. Clearly aware of Alicia's situation, you should know that for a psychic practitioner, meditation techniques are fundamental, just as physical skills are fundamental for a martial artist, the lieutenant said. The two girls nodded in agreement. A psychic practitioner aiming to reach a higher level must first have excellent potential and second, learn meditation techniques above human level. The two girls nodded again. Ms. Ollie, what is your understanding of your psychic meditation technique? The lieutenant asked. It's a family heirloom, a heavenly level technique. The lieutenant nodded expressionlessly. Alicia wasn't surprised. A family like Ollie's would undoubtedly provide elite disciples like Mina Ollie with the best resources. And you, Ms. Ruo? Report: Instructor. I am a commoner and am not aware of the level of the meditation technique I practice, Alicia replied. The technique is very important, so we need to verify it. Ms. Ruo, you will enter the testing room to practice your meditation technique, the lieutenant said. Alicia hesitated a bit. The lieutenant seemed to understand her concerns and smiled as she continued. This training base is the exclusive facility of the eldest prince's defense army. I am a level 6 psychic instructor here, for talented psychic practitioners like you two. If you do not have a suitable meditation technique, you can exchange military merit points or credits for heavenly level techniques. That's why we need to test the meditation techniques you've learned to see if they are suitable for you. Chapter 62, The Great Power. Upon hearing from the lieutenant that military merit points or school credits could be exchanged for psychic meditation techniques, Alicia's eyes widened in surprise. Can this really be done? Isn't it said that heavenly level techniques are only inherited by great families? Moreover, those families treat these legacies as treasures. How could they be available for exchange in military schools and armies? This technique is privately provided by the eldest prince. To exchange for it, a significant amount of military merit points or credits is required. However, the eldest prince has set a rule for new students at the military academy that allows for learning first and then paying in installments, the lieutenant said, a hint of pride in her voice. How many credits are needed for the exchange? Alicia asked. She had made up her mind that if her meditation technique turned out to be only at the earthly level, she would definitely want to learn the human level technique provided by the eldest prince. 1 million credits, the lieutenant replied, glancing at Alicia. Oh. Alicia felt speechless. How could she possibly earn that many credits in 4 years? If it's not paid off during your time at the academy, you will need to serve in the military, using military merit points to pay it back. 1 merit point is equivalent to 10 credits. This was intriguing. Alicia felt renewed interest. After all, she had already decided that she would join Captain Lin's military unit after graduation. Although she might have to repay it for a long time, acquiring a heavenly level technique was the most important thing in the current era. Alicia sighed, realizing that the eldest prince was indeed a highly capable individual. If he hadn't decisively implemented various reforms throughout the empire upon learning of the crisis with the alien Yunkai, and done everything possible to strengthen the empire's overall power, it's likely that after his sacrifice, humanity in the Gus Empire wouldn't have had the capacity for a turnaround. This is the eldest prince's private training base, Mina Ollie remarked. Uninterested in the heavenly level techniques mentioned by the lieutenant, her focus was different from Alicia's. Yes, the eldest prince. Alicia's wariness eased a bit. Even though she had never met him, she felt he was very trustworthy, and if it was his arrangement, it had to be right. As Alicia sensed the situation, she felt that the lieutenant bore no ill will toward her and even seemed to regard her positively. This special training, although privately arranged by the eldest prince, will be tailored for you elite youths by both us and your school. It will definitely test your overall capabilities to establish effective training. The various data from your tests in this base will be added to your records, the lieutenant explained further. With that, Alicia didn't have much more to say. Theoretically, meditating alone in the testing room posed no significant danger. She just needed to be cautious. Half an hour later, Alicia was called out of the testing room. At this point, Mina Ollie had already entered another meditation room to practice her technique, leaving only Alicia and the lieutenant in the instructor's office, where the lieutenant was reviewing data on the official website. You are impressive, a level 5 telekinesis practitioner at just 15 years old. The Gus Empire hasn't seen such talent in hundreds of years. The Empire needs you, so make sure to work hard. The lieutenant's tone softened significantly, filled with expectation. From her tone, Alicia suspected she might know about the alien Yunkai situation. Yes, Alicia replied seriously, saluting to express her gratitude for the elder's sincere expectations. The meditation technique you're practicing is excellent. It's a heavenly level technique. However, to prevent unnecessary trouble from others knowing, please don't disclose it to anyone unrelated. Your information is encrypted by the military, and only someone of the eldest prince's rank can access it fully. Alicia was astonished to have learned a heavenly level technique from the battlefield. What incredible luck was this? Such techniques couldn't even be bought with credits. The lieutenant was right. Heavenly level techniques are incredibly precious. Not only did she obtain it without any cost, but if certain powerful factions became aware, they might try to coerce her into handing it over. As for the lieutenant knowing she possessed a heavenly level technique, Alicia had no concerns. The lieutenant was part of the eldest prince's personal guard, and since the eldest prince offered these techniques to military students or soldiers in need, it was impossible for the lieutenant not to have access. Your current level is still low, and you haven't mastered your telekinesis skills well. Skills require extensive training to enhance their lethality. I've seen your combat videos, and the skills you have are quite good. You don't need to learn anything else. From now on, you will meditate here for 4 hours every afternoon and spend 3 hours practicing your skills. Once you meet my requirements, I will arrange further training for you, the lieutenant said calmly. Yes, Alicia replied, her voice strong and clear. After her rebirth, Alicia's training in physical and martial arts was guided by Captain Lin, but he couldn't assist her with telekinesis training. Thus, she could be considered a self-taught telekinesis practitioner. With the lieutenant's endorsement, it felt like an official confirmation that her martial skills suited her, filling her with vitality. However, no amount of vitality could withstand grueling training. By 9 or nearly 10 o'clock at night, after exhausting training, Alicia and Mina Ollie emerged from the training room, too fatigued to move and needing to rest on the chairs in the lobby. At that moment, the lieutenant walked out of a training room and approached them, presenting 2 vials of medicine for them to drink. Mina Ollie glanced at the vials and immediately took one, drinking it without hesitation. From her attitude, Alicia was certain the medicine was beneficial. Alicia looked at the lieutenant questioningly, and she replied calmly, no questions. After pondering, Alicia thought that the eldest prince wouldn't go through so much trouble to harm them, so she straightforwardly accepted the vial and drank it. The cold liquid slid down her throat, bitter from the herbs, but then nothing else happened. After drinking the medicine, Alicia felt no unusual sensations. At 10 o'clock that night, when the 10 friends emerged from the training hall, they all staggered in their steps, too exhausted to even greet each other. Each one focused solely on returning to their dorms to rest. Alicia and Mina Ollie walked out of the training room together, both too exhausted to speak. As Alicia dragged her tired feet toward the dormitory, she pondered the effects of the medicine the lieutenant had given them after training. When they were almost at the dormitory building, Mina Ollie suddenly spoke up. Since a year ago, I've had to drink a vial after every special training session, but no one ever says why. What kind of operation was this? It wasn't mentioned in any novels. What do you feel? Alicia asked curiously. I can feel the training speed has increased a bit, but it's not very noticeable. Alicia responded with a sound of realization. The medicine likely accelerated training. Back on Topaz Star, she didn't have this benefit, but now she could enjoy it without any cost. It was clear that only the eldest prince would provide such generous support. Chapter 63, Training Salted Fish. Dragging her exhausted body back to the dormitory, Alicia didn't even take a moment to rest. She hurried into the bathroom to fill the tub with hot water and added the herbal mix needed for a soak. Though their training outfits had self-cleaning functions, nothing beat washing with water. Even if her body wasn't dirty, after sweating all day, her hair had gone from wet to dry and back again. Alicia had a highly sensitive sense of smell, and the odor on her was quite unpleasant. Moreover, after such intense training, her muscles were definitely strained. If she didn't soak in the herbal bath to relieve them, she might struggle to even get out of bed tomorrow. Today had been exhausting, and as she relaxed in the warm water, the herbal properties eased her tired muscles. This warm, comfortable feeling made Alicia's eyelids droop, wanting to close involuntarily. Dozing in and out, she reluctantly stayed in the herbal bath for an hour before getting up and collapsing onto her bed, too tired to even enter the war realm, which she hadn't planned to do anyway. Though entering the war realm also meant being in a sleep state, the official statements had made it clear that it wouldn't affect human sleep. However, it still consumed some energy, especially mental energy. Therefore, the War Realm game is only suitable for players who haven't undergone extensive training that day. If players train heavily offline, they must ensure they get enough sleep to recover their energy. Otherwise, they risk serious injury. Alicia had never gone to bed this early, but waking up to the morning cool, she still felt extremely tired and wanted to keep sleeping. When she forced herself to get out of bed, she noticed that every muscle in her body ached, and her limbs felt a bit stiff. Enduring the pain, she quickly changed into her training gear. Fortunately, the soreness was lighter than she had anticipated. After all, neither she nor the original owner had ever done such extreme training before yesterday. Even though she had soaked in a relaxing herbal bath the night before, the muscles strained from extreme training didn't heal so easily. However, for cultivators like them, this was just a minor issue. As they continued training, their muscles would adapt, making it harder to injure them in the future. Yesterday, Alicia had programmed the robotic butler in the Jade Pendant's space to prepare a hearty breakfast for her each morning to replenish her energy. After all, a good day starts in the morning, so she wouldn't have to rely solely on nutritional supplements. Thus, when Alicia entered the Jade Pendant's space, the table was already laid out with a lavish breakfast filled with their favorite foods. After eating her fill, Alicia felt her spirits lift, and the pain in her body had significantly decreased. Before the second call to gather sounded, Alicia left the dormitory and arrived at the assembly point in the square downstairs, where her teammates were almost all present. Looking around, she noticed that her fellow teammates didn't look too well. Each of them appeared somewhat lethargic. Even Huadeli, the strongest among them, was no exception, lacking the spirited demeanor he had shown yesterday. Seeing that everyone was struggling, Alicia felt a sense of psychological balance. It turned out she wasn't the only one feeling weak, which was quite a relief. Among them, Dean Acheson seemed to be in the best spirits, likely due to his usual high-training volume. As he noticed Alicia approaching, he looked at her with an odd expression and suddenly pinched her arm. The soreness in her muscles immediately registered in her brain, and Alicia winced, quickly swatting his hand away. "What are you doing?" Dean Acheson smirked and said, "So it turns out your muscles are sore and your body is stiff. No wonder you look a bit off while walking." Alicia shot a glare at him. "You know I used to major in mecha engineering. When have I ever trained like this?" "Well, you should soak in a herbal bath tonight, otherwise you'll be in more pain tomorrow," Dean Acheson said kindly. "Thanks, but my mother is a pharmacist," Alicia replied, appreciating his suggestion. Regardless of whether they were high-level or low-level pharmacists, they could prepare herbal baths to relieve muscle strain, just with varying potency. The morning sunlight warmly bathed the base, and Alicia stood alongside the top talents of the Gus Empire. Although her body ached a bit, her spirits were lifted, feeling that she had already altered the original fate of the previous owner. After running a lap around the perimeter of the base yesterday afternoon, Alicia had a rough understanding of the basic structures and layout of the training facility. The training base was established on a small island, with most of the area dedicated to the facility, while a modest villa was built on the side facing the rising sun. Judging by its style, it seemed to be a leisure villa. Truly, as expected of the royal prince, to have a private island in the valuable capital star. Instructor Dudley, as usual, didn't waste any words. After gathering everyone, he instructed them to start with a warm-up by jogging around the island. Then, he led the new recruits to the training ground and informed them that this morning they would be tackling a 20-kilometer obstacle course multiple times. The recruits began crawling under barbed wire, climbing a 200-meter rock face at a 90-degree angle, rushing up a 10-story building, then quickly descending the exterior wall, crossing a narrow log bridge with traps beneath, carrying stones weighing about as much as a person across muddy terrain, and finally swimming back and forth for 10 kilometers. Moreover, this was not a one-way route, but a repeated course. Upon hearing Instructor Dudley's order for their warriors to conquer this route 20 times, Alicia only had to complete 10, while Mina Oli was tasked with 7. The teammates all displayed sour expressions, as this was far more exhausting than just running laps. After a morning filled with various thrilling climbs, mud crawls, and swims, by the end, only Huadeli and a few of the boys managed to barely complete the training tasks within the time limit. However, Mina, Ollie and Sheila couldn't hold out until the end. Shortly after entering the water for the final leg, they both succumbed to exhaustion and sank, only to be rescued in time by Instructor Dudley, who pulled them onto a small boat. Alicia managed to last until the end, but when she finally reached the shore, she was so exhausted that she couldn't even muster the strength to climb up. Her teammates were too drained to help her, so it was Instructor Dudley who pulled her up. Once the new recruits reached the beach, they all lay flat on the ground, completely disregarding their drenched and dirty state. Of course, the girls were a bit more concerned about their appearance and cleanliness. After recovering some strength, the three girls struggled to their feet and activated the self-cleaning function of their training suits. 5 minutes later, their clothes and bodies were dry and clean. However, their hair remained wet, and the cleaning function didn't extend to their faces. Fortunately, during their last swim, they had intentionally rinsed off a bit, or else they would have looked as muddy as the boys, completely losing any semblance of their noble image. Chapter 64. Extreme Training. In this world, humans do not have the habit of taking a midday break. With the widespread use of spatial devices, people carry their food with them, allowing them to eat whenever they have a moment to spare. Food can be prepared by personal robot butlers or ordered from local chefs, making it convenient and quick. With household chores taken care of by robots, families no longer need someone to stay home as a full-time housekeeper. In this world, a family rarely has anyone at home, except when it's time to take care of newborns. This habit has become second nature. After the obstacle training, Instructor Dudley only allowed them to rest for an hour. After lying around for a while, everyone finally had the energy to sit up and take out the food from their spatial belongings to satisfy their hungry stomachs. Alicia initially planned to settle for a nutritional supplement, but she noticed that Huadeli and Mina Ollie had pulled out exquisite lunchboxes, and Dean Atchison along with other teammates were also eating real food instead of nutritional supplements. People were enjoying delicious meals, so Alicia naturally didn't want to settle for anything less. She took out the food prepared for her by Instructor Fang, a popular local specialty from Topaz Star called leaf-wrapped steamed dishes. Leaf-wrapped steamed dishes are made by wrapping unique ingredients from Topaz Star in fragrant leaves and steaming them, offering a nutritious and delicious combination of meat and vegetables, perfectly sized for a single bite. These dishes taste even better when cooled and are very convenient for outdoor eating, making them a favorite among wealthier commoners. Since Alicia particularly loved them, Instructor Fang had prepared several different flavors. While eating, she curiously glanced at the food of others. As someone from Earth, she had never tried food from other planets besides the delicacies of Topaz Star. So looking was pointless, as she didn't recognize any of those foods. However, she figured that the food favored by wealthy young masters must be delicious. The physical fitness of humans in the interstellar era is undoubtedly many times better than that of humans in the Earth era. After a morning of extreme training, the new recruits were sprawled on the ground, exhausted. However, after a hearty meal and another half-hour of rest, their stamina had mostly recovered. Of course, once they were refreshed, the stern instructor had them running laps again. The number of laps was the same as yesterday, but there was a significant difference. Today, everyone had gravity rings attached to their feet. Instructor Dudley instructed the warriors to set their gravity rings to the second level, adding 5 kilograms of weight. The psychics only needed to set theirs to the first level, adding 2 kilograms. After a morning of training, the recruits had already expended a lot of energy. The afternoon brought more grueling laps. Even the fittest among them, Huadeli and Dean Atchison, struggled to run during the last 2 laps and needed to walk slowly. As for Alicia and Mina Ollie, their situation was even worse. By the last lap, they were supporting each other and stumbling along, moving at a pace comparable to that of a snail. Today, Sheila didn't play the pity card with Mina Ollie, likely because she hadn't managed to catch up to them yet. After spending an additional half-hour compared to yesterday, the 2 girls finally reached the finish line. This time, without any boys available to assist them, they collapsed together on the ground. The training intensity for the warriors in the morning was twice as high as that for the psychics, and in the afternoon, they had run over 150 kilometers while wearing the 5-kilogram gravity rings. It was truly exhausting. When Alicia and Mina Ollie crossed the finish line, Huadeli and Dean Atchison, who had finished just moments before, was still feeling weak and couldn't rush over to help the girls immediately. The last to reach the finish line were Ninja King Renuayu and Sheila, who were nearly an hour slower than yesterday's record. Ninja King Renuayu was in relatively good condition, managing to walk to the finish himself, while Sheila had to be pulled across the line by Instructor Dudley, completely drained and unable to speak or stand. Instructor Dudley's expression was dark. Aside from Huadeli and Dean Atchison, the other 8 have exceeded the time limit. Mina Ollie glanced at Alicia upon hearing this, since they were still linked by arms, making it seem to others as if they were simply helping each other. However, Mina Ollie knew deep down that Alicia had been the one supporting her. Especially in the last half lap, most of her weight was on Alicia. If it weren't for helping her, Alicia would have completed the task on time. This way, Alicia wouldn't have faced Instructor Dudley's criticism or lost points. But the girl, looking at Alicia, who smiled at her with such calmness, Mina Ollie couldn't determine what kind of person she really was. Mina Ollie didn't think Alicia was trying to please her, especially since Dean Acheson was a more suitable target, as they were already somewhat familiar with each other. Yet Alicia seemed completely unconcerned about that, her purity and brightness making it hard to believe she was genuine. After Instructor Dudley finished scolding them, the 10 youths sat down exhausted. They enjoyed the sea breeze while drinking the stamina-boosting beverages they had brought and snacked on some food. They watched the sun gradually sink below the horizon, the sky darkening as the lights of the training base behind them flickered to life. However, they couldn't continue to enjoy the view, as Instructor Dudley returned to hurry them along after less than an hour of rest. Next, they had to head to the training hall for 4 more hours of training. The warriors would practice physical techniques, while the psychics focused on meditation. By 10 o'clock that evening, the group returned to their dorm, appearing even more fatigued than the day before, with the 8 companions from the physical training hall leaning on each other for support. On the other hand, Mina Ollie and Alicia, both psychics, found that since meditation is practiced through sitting, their fatigue was more mental than physical. So, even though they felt weary, they walked steadily. When they returned to the dorm and opened the door, Mina Ollie suddenly stepped back out and tossed a package to Alicia. "This will help reduce muscle fatigue if you soak it in hot water for half an hour and then take a nap." Mina Ollie's tone was somewhat stiff, but Alicia didn't detect any hint of charity in her words. So, despite Mina Ollie's less than warm demeanor, Alicia didn't mind, appreciating the good intention. She smiled and said, "Thank you." Mina Ollie nodded, her tone softening a bit. "Good night." Theresa Du had left behind many potions and recipes. Although Alicia couldn't brew potions, she could certainly prepare some that alleviated fatigue and strengthened muscles for baths. After such an intense training session yesterday, if she hadn't soaked in the medicinal bath, she would have woken up with unbearable muscle soreness. Curious, Alicia used the powder Mina Ollie gave her in her bath. As usual, she dozed off while soaking for half an hour and intended to fall right asleep afterward. It wasn't until she got up in the morning that Alicia remembered last night's bath. Feeling her muscles, she realized that the effects of Mina Ollie's package were better than Theresa Du's formula. Chapter 65, The Instructor's Trap. That night, Alicia soaked in the bath using the medicinal package given by Mina Ollie. Apart from finding the bath's scent more pleasant than her own, she didn't feel anything unusual. However, when she got up the next morning, she sensed that Mina Ollie's medicinal package had a better effect than Theresa Du's formula. Alicia wasn't surprised by this result. After all, Mina Ollie's powder was expensive. Just the 2 types of herbs she recognized in it were worth as much as Alicia's own 5 packages combined. Not to mention there were over 10 other herbs she couldn't identify, which likely cost a lot more. From a value perspective, the effectiveness of Mina Ollie's package was only slightly better than what Alicia could make herself, making Alicia's more affordable packages a better deal. For 2 consecutive days, Mina Ollie had managed to persevere until the end of training thanks to Alicia's discreet assistance, maintaining her proud image. Alicia's intention in doing this was simply to ease the potential conflict between her and the main characters. Although she wasn't sure if it would work, the shared experience of being pushed to their limits by the instructor could be considered a bond formed through adversity. Alicia didn't expect that Mina Ollie was an incredibly proud girl, unwilling to show any weakness in front of her fiancé. Alicia's discreet help allowed Mina Ollie to maintain her image, earning Mina Ollie's silent gratitude. That night, as the 2 exhausted girls supported each other back to their dormitory, Mina Ollie once again offered Alicia a medicinal package. At that moment, Alicia realized that Mina Ollie was subtly expressing her thanks. However, this time Alicia refused. "My mother prepared some for me earlier. While it may not be as effective as yours, it's her goodwill." The reason Alicia hadn't refused the previous day was that she was genuinely impressed by the effectiveness of Mina Ollie's package. Accepting another would mean knowing her a favor, and she didn't want to be in debt. Although she knew these packages weren't a big deal for Mina Ollie, and her refusal might earn her negative points with the main character, she still declined. Though Alicia was tactful in her refusal, Mina Ollie still felt a bit hurt. Alicia noticed this but didn't want to go back on her word, so she simply wished her good night and entered her room. Initially, Alicia thought that after their interaction the night before, Mina Ollie might be a bit cooler toward her the next day. After all, as a wealthy young lady, her pride was undoubtedly very high. Alicia planned to treat Mina Ollie as before, but if Mina Ollie showed clear signs of coldness, she would maintain her distance. As previously mentioned, Alicia had a principle regarding her new friends. She would show them kindness but would never act like a sycophant. She only accepted equal friendships. To her surprise, although Mina Ollie had a sour expression when Alicia refused her, the next day Mina Ollie showed no signs of resentment, as if she had brushed off the previous night's incident. Alicia observed this for a while but then set it aside. The grueling training imposed by their strict instructor was intensifying daily, and all the new students felt overwhelmingly exhausted, rendering any small emotions irrelevant. Instructor Dudley seemed determined to drain every ounce of their energy, leaving these middle schoolers with no strength left for antics. With training tasks becoming progressively more demanding, they often found themselves completely worn out. Every evening, they emerged from the training room, supporting each other back, completely unaccustomed to the strain. In such circumstances, whether friendly or hostile, no one had the energy to think about it. Unless necessary, everyone was too tired to speak, collapsing into bed as soon as they could. Amid this high-intensity training, not only were they exhausted, but their spirits were also tightly wounded. Over time, they inevitably became a bit listless. On the 9th day at the training base, still utterly fatigued, the group stumbled out of the training hall when they suddenly heard Instructor Dudley blow the assembly whistle. "Oh no, what does the instructor want now? More training?" complained Ninja King Renyu. "I can't take it anymore," Sheila added, her composure slipping as she forgot to act like a lady. Although the others didn't say anything, their expressions all reflected a shared sense of misery. Seeing the exhausted faces of the 10 new students, Instructor Dudley felt a sense of pride. Look, they were no longer so high and mighty. His devilish training truly was the best way to curb these privileged youths. Despite his satisfaction, Dudley's face remained stern as he said, "Tomorrow will be dedicated to basic training. You'll have a day to adjust." At first, the 10 companions were incredulous, but once they confirmed it was true, they couldn't help but cheer with joy. "I'm going to sleep well tomorrow," Dean Acheson said. Alicia glanced at him, hesitating to burst his bubble. She believed that Dudley's mention of adjustment didn't really mean rest, but since Dudley didn't elaborate, she decided not to pry further and let them enjoy their moment. So, the next morning, as usual, they were roused by Dudley for their obligatory running laps. Alicia found nothing unusual about this. However, after finishing their laps, the students thought they could finally enjoy a moment of freedom, only for Dudley to announce, "For this training session, any students who haven't completed their tasks will make up for it today." The joy of freedom vanished from their faces. None of them had consistently completed their tasks, especially Ninja King Renyu and Sheila, who almost always had unfinished assignments. Alicia wasn't too surprised. She suspected that Instructor Dudley had some trick up his sleeve. After all, during previous training sessions, he hadn't punished anyone for incomplete tasks, clearly saving it for a big reveal. Despite everyone internally screaming, "No, no, no," they were still military academy students, and the orders were ingrained in their minds, so they had no choice but to stow away their hopes of freedom and reluctantly tackle their training tasks. As the hours passed, especially when Sheila finally completed her punishment tasks, the sky began to darken. "I feel like the instructor is playing with our feelings," Tamaki Kazuya said. "This is not a day off at all. If we could complete our training tasks every day, we'd almost have a full day of free time." Huadeli added, he had only missed one task, resulting in just 2 hours of punishment training, so he spoke lightly about it. Even his fiancée wore a look that clearly said she didn't want to talk to him. Fortunately, Instructor Dudley wasn't that cruel. There were indeed no training tasks scheduled for the evening, and they finally had their freedom. Chapter 66, Freedom. Ah, what freedom! Just when the new students thought they could finally enjoy their freedom, they realized they had nowhere to go. How could they call it freedom if they couldn't roam freely? Instructor Dudley had told them they were comrades, so they had to share both hardships and joys. Even though Huadeli had completed his punishment tasks in the morning, he had to stay at the base with the others until everyone was done. It was already 4 in the afternoon, and with just over an hour until dark, no amount of pleading would convince the instructor to let them go into the city. Instead, he lectured them, saying that if they had completed their tasks, they could have gone out in the morning. Except for Alicia and Gao Haitao, who cherished this training under strong mentors and didn't feel much about the outside freedom, the other 8 students were quite disappointed. They were used to the bustling city life and were working hard here for their cultivation. But that didn't mean they didn't feel bored. The base's network couldn't connect to the broader internet, so they couldn't play games or even send messages. They were unwilling to just sit in the dormitory. In the end, with nothing to do and not wanting to return to the dorms, the new students surprisingly decided to explore the island together. Alicia actually wanted to go back to her dorm because she longed to relax in her jade pendant space. In these past few days, the robotic butler had managed her space well, making it feel increasingly like home. Unfortunately, to avoid anyone discovering that she had a different kind of space device, Alicia only entered the space in the mornings for a hearty breakfast and rarely went in otherwise. When she first discovered she had a jade pendant space on Topaz Star, Alicia cleverly ordered her favorite vegetable seeds immediately, thinking about leaving the planet soon. The delivery system in this world was incredibly fast. Some items would arrive in less than half an hour after ordering. A few days ago, remembering those vegetable seeds, Alicia entered the planting manual into the robotic butler and had him plant some vegetables in the empty space. As a result, her water usage in the dorm increased significantly, but no one asked her about it, so she pretended not to notice. Instructor Dudley didn't reprimand them for the water shortage or mention anything about conserving water. Then yesterday, Alicia was delighted to find that the seeds she planted had actually sprouted. Regardless of whether those seeds would grow, the sudden greenery in the previously empty space was a pleasant sight. Perhaps this was what it felt like to build one's own home. Looking at the little seedlings, Alicia felt very happy and wished she could stay in the space a bit longer. Unfortunately, with her current schedule, she only returned to her dorm at bedtime, leaving no time to enter the jade pendant space. To avoid making her companions feel that she was out of place, Alicia had to spend her time with them. However, there wasn't much to see on the island, and before they knew it, they found themselves in front of a beautiful villa at the other corner of the island. This villa belongs to the Crown Prince, right, Brother Lee? Can we go in and take a look? Sheila said, carefully examining the villa. It's not a day off, and there's no one inside. Only the robotic butler. Huadeli replied disinterestedly. Brother Lee, have you ever been here? Sheila pressed on. What is this place? Of course, they wouldn't just let anyone in. Dean Acheson replied somewhat irritated. But you're the Crown Prince's cousin. You could totally stay here while training on the island. You think my cousin Xiahai is someone who allows us to act special? He's the strictest with us and never permits any exceptions. We're here for intense training, not for fun, Dean Acheson said. Let's go. You've all seen villas before. What's so interesting, Alicia? You've never seen such a beautiful villa, have you? Sheila suddenly turned to Alicia. Alicia wanted to snap back at Sheila, wondering why Sheila had to drag her into this. Did she think she was some easy target just because she was from a poorer background? I haven't seen one. So what, is it illegal? She replied lazily, not wanting to engage in banter with Sheila. Her response seemed to catch everyone off guard, and they all looked at her in disbelief, with Sheila appearing almost choked. What, is there really a law in the Empire against not having seen one? Alicia asked, her interest piqued by Sheila's exaggeratedly panicked expression. No, no, Sheila's voice sounded as if it were being squeezed out from her teeth. You scared me. I thought I had broken the law, Alicia said, letting out a big sigh of relief and dramatically patting her chest. Noticing that a smile had uncontrollably appeared in Mina Ollie's eyes while she was teasing Sheila, Alicia cheerfully said, Mina, how about we go to the beach and enjoy the sea breeze? All right, Mina Ollie agreed. In the end, the bored new students wandered along the beach, stepping on small creatures in the sand and kicking at the waves that crashed ashore. Eventually, they turned back once it got completely dark. No matter what, we can enter the war realm tonight. I haven't been in for 10 days. I wonder how far my ranking has dropped, Dean Acheson said excitedly. What's your ID name, and what was your rank before? Sue 43, who had been somewhat absent-minded, suddenly perked up, his eyes shining with enthusiasm like a true gamer. Dean Acheson was about to reply when he suddenly remembered something. He glanced at Huadeli before saying, anyway, we can't team up until we hit level 10, so let's wait until then. It's good to keep a bit of mystery, right? Speaking of the war realm, the previously lethargic companions immediately perked up, discussing and sharing their experiences. By around 9 o'clock that night, everyone quickly scattered back to their dorms, clearly eager to enter the war realm. Since it was still early, Alicia entered her space, enjoyed a hearty meal, and took an enhanced herbal bath before heading into the holographic gaming pod. She even set it to allow her to sleep an extra hour after logging off. Having been absent for nearly 10 days, Alicia was worried about her ranking dropping significantly. However, when she checked, she found that she had only fallen one spot, from second to third, while Huafishan, who had been in first place, dropped to second. Alicia knew that Huafishan was Huadeli and that it was not surprising for him to fall behind after 10 days of inactivity. But who was this sudden newcomer? The Imperial Prince, who had taken the first place. She couldn't recall any mention of him in the novel. In the story, Huafishan had consistently held the top spot, while she didn't remember who occupied the second, third, or fourth positions. The female lead, Xian Yufei, started in 5th place but eventually climbed to second due to the protagonist's halo effect. Yet in reality, an Imperial Prince had suddenly emerged to dethrone Huafishan. Alicia, the unexpected variable in 3rd place, knew that if she hadn't taken so much time to complete coin tasks and study mecha manufacturing, she would have surpassed the male lead by now. Chapter 67, His Majesty the Imperial Highness. In the top 3 of the youth rankings in the war realm, aside from the male lead, the other 2 were variables that hadn't appeared in the novel. The 4th ranked player had the ID Planet King. Alicia recalled that this player seemed to have appeared in the novel and was often within the top 10. Now, she suspected that Planet King was Dean Acheson. After all, based on strength, Dean was only slightly weaker than Huadeli, so his rank shouldn't be too far off. Moreover, given that this kid's username was Neptune, it made sense he would choose a name like Planet King, reflecting his fondness for planets. The fifth player on the rankings was I Am the Senior, sixth was Fire God Shield, seventh was World Swordsman, and the eighth player's ID was Senior's teammate. Alicia felt that she vaguely remembered these IDs from the novel, though she wasn't entirely sure. As for Mina Oli, her character, Xianxia Nufei, was now in ninth place, several ranks lower than in the novel. Alicia rubbed her chin. In the novel, after Huadeli and Mina Oli enrolled in Xuanbu First Military Academy, they hadn't participated in any special training before school started. Instead, they spent the entire holiday playing in the War Realm, leveling up to level 10 before classes began. In reality, Hua Feishan and Xianxia Nufei had very little time to access the War Realm due to the special training arranged by the Crown Prince, so their performance there was understandably not as good as in the novel. However, the sudden emergence of this Imperial Prince, with such a pointed ID name, led Alicia to suspect that this player was likely the second prince, who alone could suppress Huadeli in the youth group. If the Imperial Prince were indeed the second prince, then Huadeli would have a hard time reclaiming the top spot. If not, once their special training was over, Huadeli would likely have a great chance to regain the number one position. After pondering the rankings for a while, Alicia decided not to waste any more time guessing about them. She was already among these elites and would find out sooner or later. So, she closed the panel and prepared to complete her leveling tasks. Given the current situation with special training, unless something like tonight's scenario occurred, she likely wouldn't have the energy to enter the War Realm for a while. To avoid dropping too many levels, Alicia planned to focus solely on leveling tasks whenever she could access the War Realm, putting everything else aside for now. It seemed that after a night of gaming in the War Realm, the young companions were all in high spirits, each full of energy early in the morning. However, after gathering that morning, Instructor Dudley didn't take them to run laps right away. Instead, he led them to the testing room. "I want to see if there have been any changes in your data after all this training," Instructor Dudley said sternly. The new students also wore serious expressions, as this was equivalent to the instructor assessing their training results. If the results were good, they would be fine. If not, given Instructor Dudley's stern demeanor, some of them were bound to face consequences. At times like this, even the most unruly students knew to play along to avoid drawing attention. One by one, they obeyed Instructor Dudley's arrangements and entered for testing, waiting quietly after they came out. This time, it wasn't Instructor Dudley himself conducting the tests, but a stranger, a military officer they hadn't seen in the past few days and didn't know where he had come from. This was the second officer they encountered since arriving at the training base. He appeared to be in his 40s, had a refined look, and was only a level 4 late-stage warrior, clearly a civilian. Alicia sensed that there were indeed more people at the base besides the new students, but since they hadn't appeared, she chose to remain unaware of it. After all 10 new students finished their tests, Instructor Dudley emerged from the testing room and checked the results on his device. The students carefully observed his expression, but apart from his usual stern demeanor, they couldn't discern anything else. As Instructor Dudley raised his head, the new students instinctively straightened up, appearing poised for evaluation, while their hearts were filled with anxiety. "Mina Oli, Alicia," Instructor Dudley called out. "Here," the two girls replied in unison as they stepped forward. "Both of you have reached a bottleneck in your warrior levels. Starting today, you will switch from meditation training to physical training. Push hard to break through in the next few days," Instructor Dudley ordered. "Yes, Instructor," Alicia and Mina Oli replied sharply. "The rest of you are doing well, especially Huadeli, Dean Atchison, Gao Hiaotao, and Su-43, who have been particularly diligent, so their data has improved the most," Instructor Dudley continued to praise. The 4 boys who were mentioned showed some delight in their eyes. "As for the others, you've made significant progress too, but your peers are at a higher level and are working even harder. Do you want to fall further behind them?" Instructor Dudley asked. The 4 students who weren't mentioned looked disheartened, but Instructor Dudley's words left them stunned. Wanting to catch up isn't enough. It requires double the effort. Can you do it? Do you want to? Do you want to stand on the same level as your peers? Instructor Dudley continued to press them. His probing questions left no room for answers, and after finishing, he sent them off to train. Starting from that day, the training tasks for the new students changed significantly. They no longer completed similar tasks as before. Now, each student focused on different aspects of their training, enhancing their weak points. Clearly, this training was tailored to each individual based on their data and performance. However, the ultimate goal remained the same, if not more intense, to drain every last bit of their physical strength in order to unlock their potential. As a result, after each day's training, they ignored their appearances and even the dirt on the ground, collapsing onto it until they regained some energy before helping each other back. Alicia, not having experienced such systematic extreme training, was supported back by Dean Atchison each night, as Mina Oli was no better off, but she had her fiancé to assist her. Thankfully, Dean Atchison still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, perhaps because Alicia and Mina Oli had lower warrior levels. Both girls made remarkable progress after focusing on physical training, especially Alicia, who had never undergone such training before. Her data growth was nearly double that of others. By the third day after Instructor Dudley said she could break through, she had advanced to an early level 4th tier warrior. This gave her other peers a sense of urgency. After all, Alicia was already an early level 5th tier psychic. If they didn't work harder, a psychic would catch up to them in warrior level. At that point, where would that leave their pride as elites? Chapter 68, Change of Attitude. Alicia's advancement had a significant impact on Mina Ollie. Originally, Mina Ollie's warrior level was already a whole tier lower than Alicia's. Now that Alicia had become a 4th tier warrior, Mina Ollie remained at the 2nd tier. Even if Alicia's potential was better, their levels shouldn't be so different. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After pushing herself to the limit, Mina Ollie managed to advance to a 3rd tier warrior just 3 days after Alicia's promotion. To be honest, the real Mina Ollie was just as outstanding as her fictional counterpart. If it weren't for the anomaly that was Alicia, she would have been the most remarkable young psychic in the Gus Empire in nearly a century. Alicia almost felt like shedding a few crocodile tears for Mina Ollie. Encountering someone like her really wasn't lucky. In fact, Alicia was unaware that her advancement not only put pressure on Mina Ollie but also affected the others. Based on the information Alicia had shared and what they gathered from their families, all the new students knew that her potential for cultivation had only changed a few months ago. Before that, Alicia was just a C-level psychic with a 3rd tier psychic cultivation and a B-level warrior potential. At a 1st tier warrior level, while this level of potential might be considered excellent on the fringe planets, it was mediocre on the capital star. At that time, she couldn't even meet the admission requirements for the Xuanbu First Military Academy. Moreover, Alicia had been primarily focused on mecha manufacturing rather than martial skills. However, in just over 3 months, Alicia's psychic level skyrocketed from 3 to 5, and her warrior level rose from 1 to 4. Such rapid advancement had never occurred in the history of the Gus Empire. Even if the second gene enhancement potion was incredibly powerful, it wasn't simply a matter of having better potential. Hard training and understanding were still necessary. They had all witnessed Alicia's diligence, but they were all hardworking too. For people like them, whether from families or clans, training was taken very seriously, and their schedules were packed. Their levels were gradually achieved to prevent any instability from taking shortcuts. What concerned Huadeli and Dean Atchison the most was that Alicia could make such rapid progress while maintaining a stable mindset, showing no signs of instability. This led to the conclusion that her understanding was truly extraordinary. With her extraordinary level of cultivation potential, exceptional understanding, and diligent nature, even though Alicia wasn't a powerful figure yet, no one could deny that she would soon become one, and it wouldn't take long. In any world, humans respect the strong. If they couldn't suppress someone like her, she would eventually become someone they looked up to. The other 9 new students present were all elite youths, undoubtedly above the average intelligence level for interstellar humans. While they might feel jealousy and resentment towards such an outstanding girl, their sufficient intelligence led them to consider their own and their family's interests. They had to think about how to best leverage this genius for maximum benefit. Knowing their own limited experience, they dared not make rash decisions. Instead, they planned to wait until they could communicate or until the special training ended to relay this information back to their families, who would then make the decisions. Regardless, they no longer looked down on Alicia simply because she came from a fringe planet. Even Sheila, who had previously shown her subtle disdain due to her noble status, had undergone a complete 360-degree change in attitude. For the new students, Alicia's formidable psychic power was evident, and she quickly noticed their psychological shifts. However, she didn't feel proud about this. After all, such cultivation levels were nothing compared to what extraterrestrials could achieve. Nonetheless, the acknowledgement of her abilities by her fellow trainees was a pleasant feeling, bringing a touch of joy to Alicia. The following days continued with extreme physical training. The new students thought they would have to maintain this intense training regimen, collapsing in exhaustion afterward before they could get back up. However, they didn't realize that after another 20 days, they had unknowingly grown accustomed to the high-intensity training. Within the unchanged training schedule, no matter how many or how heavy the tasks assigned by the instructor were, they gradually built up their endurance. Although they felt extremely fatigued, they no longer experienced the overwhelming exhaustion that left them unable to get up. Occasionally, when the training tasks were lighter and they weren't as tired, they could spend 3 to 4 hours in the evening entering the War Realm to complete upgrade missions. Alicia had initially thought they wouldn't be able to communicate with the outside world at all, but when the third 10-day adjustment period came, Instructor Dudley informed them that they would have half an hour of open communication time in the evenings. Since arriving on the Imperial Capital Star, Alicia naturally thought about Mentor Fang and Lieutenant Lin from time to time. When she learned that they could now communicate, she immediately called Mentor Fang. "Manny, is that you? Have you completed your special training? Where are you now?" Mentor Fang's voice came through, filled with surprise and joy, clearly showing he had been worried about her. After talking to Mentor Fang for nearly 20 minutes, Alicia then called Lieutenant Lin. Since Lieutenant Lin was not home, she couldn't speak to both of them at once. Fortunately, Lieutenant Lin was available to take her call. Although he didn't express his feelings as openly as Mentor Fang, his words conveyed concern, and he focused more on discussing her training and offering encouragement. As time was running out, Lieutenant Lin hesitated for a moment before saying, "My brother's son will be in the same class as you at Xuangu Academy." Seeing Lieutenant Lin's expression, it was clear he had a good relationship with his brother's son. He hoped Alicia would have the opportunity to connect with his nephew as a potential ally, so she wouldn't feel so isolated on the Imperial Capital Star. Alicia naturally wouldn't reject his goodwill. Although she hadn't felt much longing for her guardians before, after their communication, Alicia felt in high spirits, with the sea breeze feeling refreshing. Of course, Alicia wasn't the only one in a good mood. After a month of information blackout, all the new students were visibly cheerful during their communication with their families. Huadeli felt the same way. Usually cold-faced, he surprisingly wore a slight smile during morning training, which astonished his companions who kept glancing at him. Mina Oli had been engaged to Huadeli since they were 12. Although it was a family arrangement, they had been classmates since childhood. While their feelings weren't particularly passionate, they had always gotten along well. Therefore, Mina Oli was arguably the person who understood Huadeli the best among the 10. Noticing the unmasked delight in his eyes and recalling the half-hour communication time granted last night, she couldn't help but ask him, "Was Auntie at home yesterday?" Chapter 69. Cold-hearted Mother. Upon hearing his fiancé's question, Huadeli nodded, a deeper smile appearing on his face. He said to Mina Oli, "My mother asked me to tell you that you're welcome to visit our home after the training. She hasn't seen you in a long time." Mina Oli was a bit surprised, since his mother had mentioned her. It seemed that not only had Auntie been home yesterday, but they had also talked quite a bit. No wonder he was in such a good mood today. As Huadeli's fiancé, Mina Oli had naturally met her future mother-in-law, Lady Lixi, several times. Therefore, she somewhat understood that Auntie Lixi was usually cold and reserved towards Huadeli. Lixi was often busy with military duties and rarely returned home, showing little interest in Huadeli's upbringing. He could be said to have been raised primarily by his father. Thus, every time Huadeli received care from his mother, his mood would brighten immensely. Mina Oli understood her fiancé's feelings well, as she had it even worse. Huadeli's mother might be off and away, but his father was still present. While she could count the number of times she saw her parents in a year on one hand, last night, when she called home, the one who answered her communication was still the old butler who had taken care of her since childhood. Seeing Huadeli happy, Mina Oli felt a bit down but was still glad for him. However, when Instructor Dudley approached, they quickly fell silent and stood at attention. Mina Oli turned her head and caught a glimpse of Alicia's profile, and an inexplicable feeling welled up inside her. It truly was striking. Over the past month, she had increasingly felt that Alicia resembled Aunt Lixi quite a bit, while Huadeli only bore a slight resemblance to her. Indeed, the world is full of surprises. That night, Li Kixing was enjoying the sea breeze in the courtyard, softly whispering sweet words to his wife. Suddenly, his light communicator emitted an annoying beep, interrupting their intimate moment. "Who is it at this hour?" Mrs. Li pouted a bit unhappily. Her busy husband had rarely taken a long vacation to accompany her, and they had come to Blue Sea Star just for a sweet getaway. It was frustrating to be disturbed by constant communications. "It's my cousin," Li Kixing said, casting an apologetic glance at his wife before answering the call. Mrs. Li noticed her husband's expression shift from relaxed to extremely serious as he quietly listened to his cousin on the other end. Without saying a word, it was clear that she had something important to discuss. Curious, Mrs. Li wondered what could make her usually reserved cousin speak at such length. Just as she was thinking this, she saw anger flash in her husband's eyes. "You've done something so foolish. Why didn't you say anything before? You should have investigated this. Even if the Amber family and the Hua family don't support you, you still have us, the Li family." Li Kixing reprimanded his cousin in a low, angry voice. "What's there to say? Sure, family is important, but what about your own importance? Have you thought about how pitiful that child is?" After her husband hung up the call, Mrs. Li was surprised to see him looking both frustrated and pained. He was usually a gentleman with a calm demeanor, and she had rarely seen him so angry. What had his cousin said or done? Concerned, Mrs. Li asked, "What's wrong?" "My cousin made a mistake when she was young, and I never knew she could be so foolish. She shouldn't be nice at the wrong times, and now she just wants me to step in." "I'm sorry, dear. This is a private matter of hers, and she hopes I won't tell anyone." Li Kixing suppressed his anger and spoke gently to his wife. Although his cousin didn't want to share details, Mrs. Li wasn't upset. It was normal for someone to keep private matters to themselves, especially since she was just a distant relative and didn't like to meddle. However, even though his cousin wasn't someone who lacked judgment, Mrs. Lee still worried. Will what she's asking you to do affect you in any way? Lee Kixing sighed. No, in fact, I might be the one benefiting greatly from this. As long as her husband wasn't at a disadvantage, Mrs. Lee set the matter aside and gently said, you promised to stay with me these days. You're not changing your mind, are you? Don't worry, I won't. Nothing is more important than you, dear. That night, Mrs. Lee woke up hazily to find her husband leaning against the headboard, checking something on his holographic device. Squinting through her sleepiness, she noticed it was information about the military academy and muttered, why aren't you asleep yet? Aren't you tired? You go back to sleep. I'll be done soon. In the blink of an eye, the new students had undergone special training for over a month, and each of them had made noticeable progress. They originally thought this training would continue until school started, but on the last night of July, Instructor Dudley suddenly announced they would take a break for the night and dropped a bombshell. Physical training ends today. Starting tomorrow, we'll switch to mecha training. The new students were taken by surprise, taking a full 2 seconds to process what he said. Still in disbelief, Instructor, are you saying we can pilot mechas now? For the combat-oriented boys, mechas were their ultimate goal. However, mechas were expensive. For those without wealthy families, even a level 1 mecha was out of reach. Training at a mecha club wasn't something an average family could afford either. So even someone from a prominent family like Huadeli had limited experience piloting mechas. While they didn't have to worry about access, the circumstances weren't always favorable for just hopping into a mecha whenever they wanted. Additionally, the Gus Empire had restrictions not just on access to mechas but also on age. One could only start touching mechas after turning 14. They were only 15 now and had barely had a chance to pilot mechas a few times. It's easy to imagine how excited the new students were once they processed the news. They surrounded Instructor Dudley, completely ignoring his stern expression as they peppered him with questions. Alicia was even more thrilled. Coming from Earth, where mechas were just a beautiful fantasy, she had only assembled various models in the virtual environment of the net but had never seen a real one. When she arrived at this training base, she had hoped to pilot a mecha, but the area was too small, and there was no mecha training facility. With a month left before school started, if training began tomorrow, they would have at least 20 more days to practice. Alicia had initially felt a bit disappointed. But now, unexpectedly, the instructor had arranged such a big surprise for them. Right now, go back and pack your things. The warship will arrive in half an hour. If you're slow, you'll return the way you came. Instructor Dudley didn't say much more, just giving a direct order. Yes. The new students excitedly dashed toward their dorms, their speed like they had been stepped on the tail. Chapter 70. A very upright person. In this world, spatial devices are widely available. While some are expensive, there are also cheaper options, allowing most people to pack quickly. The new students packed away their personal items, leaving no trace behind. Alicia remembered Instructor Dudley's advice. No matter how convenient your spatial device is, if an enemy intends to interfere, you might not be able to access your things. So it's important not to rely on them too much. Whenever going on an adventure or a mission, it's necessary to carry essential items in a backpack. The weapons most frequently used should be kept within easy reach, rather than stored in a spatial device. Alicia had a small backpack and a long whip wrapped around her waist like a stylish belt. The pockets of her pants bulged slightly, containing the mini disintegration pistol that Lieutenant Lin had given her. The others were similarly equipped with inconspicuous weapons. Alicia even noticed that Mina Ollie had more than just a pistol. Though it was concealed by her pants, Huadeli and Dean Atchison, being well informed, could easily identify the weapon Alicia carried. This raised their suspicions about her guardians. Although the couple appeared to be ordinary instructors at a mid-level academy, how could 2 average teachers from a third-tier planet possibly acquire such advanced weaponry, let alone secure a firearm license for an underage girl? Obtaining a firearm license for a minor requires a senior military or police officer to act as a guarantor. Moreover, imperial law clearly states that if a minor commits a firearm-related crime, the guarantor bears half of the responsibility. Thus, the information about Alicia's guardians must be inaccurate. Those 2 are definitely not ordinary instructors, as regular teachers wouldn't have access to such items. Alicia was unaware of her companion's complex emotions, her gaze fixed eagerly on the sky, devoid of her usual calm demeanor. I've never seen you like this, Mina Ollie suddenly remarked, standing next to her. Alicia glanced back at Mina Ollie and understood her meaning, smiling as she replied, I've never seen a real mesh. How could I not be excited? But you're already a level 3 mesh manufacturer. How have you never seen a real mesh? Dean Atchison asked curiously. I meant I've never piloted a real mesh. I haven't even done so online, Alicia innocently explained. The real meshes she had touched belonged to the original owner. This bumpkin from the Earth era had indeed never seen one. As they spoke, a small battleship silently descended from the sky, and Instructor Dudley led the group of new students aboard. As the 8th person to board, Alicia noticed a badge emblem on the ship's tail that was identical to the one on the training base's entrance. Is this battleship the private ship of the Crown Prince? The interior of the ship isn't very spacious, but the hall has luxurious and comfortable seating. The new students, without needing the instructor to prompt them, found places to sit and fastened their seatbelts. As the battleship took off, it only shook slightly, much more stable than a commercial flight. Once Instructor Dudley boarded, he told them to sit tight and not move around, and then he fell silent. So, the new students had no idea where they were headed or how long it would take to get there. This is a ground battleship, suitable only for flying on the planet's surface. It can't enter space, Dean Acheson remarked, clearly knowledgeable. It won't leave the capital star, Hwadeli added confidently, being from a military background and having even more insight. Hearing this, Alicia guessed they had likely figured out the destination, but she wasn't interested in asking. She would find out sooner or later. Brother Lee, do you know something? Can you tell me? The most lively and adorable Sheila asked sweetly, conveniently sitting across from Hwadeli. Alicia couldn't help but marvel at her gaze and soft voice. She truly embodied the grace of a well-educated lady, resembling a naive girl interacting with her older brother, with no sense of awkwardness. Alicia had observed several instances of this dynamic over the past month and a half, maintaining her cool distance. Sheila's attitude towards Hwadeli was indeed quite affectionate, but Alicia didn't sense any romantic feelings in her gaze. It didn't seem like she had a crush on him. Alicia thought that Sheila's actions were likely more about provoking Mina Ollie, her cousin. The relationship between the two cousins seemed good on the surface, but in reality, it was clear that it was complicated. Alicia felt this might be a story about jealousy, a devil that could twist one's appearance. Having spent over a month together, Alicia noticed that the engagement between Hwadeli and Mina Ollie was a strategic alliance between two powerful families, lacking deep romantic feelings. Perhaps this was the main reason for the male lead's toxic romances. Those infatuated with him might believe that Hwadeli and Mina Ollie's bond was not true love, and if they could make him genuinely fall for them, Mina Ollie would mean nothing. After all, true love is invincible. Alicia thought that the male lead in the novel succeeded only because of his protagonist Tora, but he had a fundamentally sound worldview. In reality, Hwadeli also stood firm in his principles. In response to Sheila's various schemes, he maintained a stoic demeanor, consistently supporting his fiancée Mina Ollie, which elevated her status. It's no wonder the novel portrayed him with so many toxic romances, putting Mina Ollie in danger several times without anyone labeling him as a scumbag. Hwadeli was right. The battleship didn't fly for long, about half an hour, before it came to a stop, and the new students eagerly stood up. However, Instructor Dudley signaled them to wait, then slowly but firmly said, "This is the fleet of the 12th Legion led by the Crown Prince. The entire ship is filled with soldiers, so you must strictly follow the rules and absolutely cannot run around recklessly." The new students quickly agreed. They were all geniuses, not fools. Even if they were a bit eccentric, they knew where it was acceptable to misbehave and where it wasn't. Especially since they all grew up hearing stories about the Crown Prince and admired him greatly. How could they misbehave in the presence of their idol and leave a bad impression? They hoped to join the 12th Legion after graduation. The new students lined up neatly as they disembarked from the battleship, their eyes shining with anticipation to possibly meet their idol from the Gus Empire. Alicia was no exception. She was a longtime fan of the Crown Prince. Though the sky was beginning to darken, they could still see clearly that they were standing on a massive naval ship, with two soldiers guiding them towards the exit. As a native of Earth, Alicia had never seen such a large ship. They had landed on the top deck and felt like ants looking at an area even larger than the previous island. This was a warship, filled with soldiers. Despite its size, the accommodations were far worse than on the island, requiring two people to share a room. In this world, there were still strict gender distinctions, and the law provided strong protections for underage girls. As one of the only 3 females, Alicia was pleased to have her own independent space and not disrupt the bond between Mina Ollie and Sheila. Chapter 71, Really First Meeting. This is a warship, and there are many soldiers on board. Although the ship is very large, the accommodation conditions are much worse than on the small island, with 2 people sharing a room. In this world, there are still rules distinguishing between men and women. As one of only 3 girls on board, Alicia naturally couldn't break up the cousins, so she happily had her own independent space. What pleased her even more was that communication with the outside world was still restricted. The Sky network could only be used for queries, but she could still access the battle network. However, even though they were in a new place, the morning running routine was unavoidable. Previously, they ran along the island. Now, it was on the top deck, following the specially designated track on the warship. This time, the track wasn't just occupied by their group of 10, many soldiers were also lined up and running, a large group of impressive and handsome men who were quite a sight. The soldiers maintained a neat formation, running with great vigor, while the military academy freshmen began to fall apart as they ran, their inexperience obvious. Only the self-aware freshmen dared not look at Instructor Dudley. Alicia observed that these soldiers were relatively young, and their cultivation levels were not high. Most of the soldiers were level 4 warriors, with only the officers being level 5 warriors. Looking at them, Alicia began to understand why Lieutenant Lin's position and power skyrocketed after he advanced from a level 5 warrior to a level 6 warrior. It's worth noting that the soldiers on Topaz Star could not compare to those from the Imperial Capital Star, and with Lieutenant Lin's cultivation, he should be among the top in the Topaz Star military. Don't be fooled by the soldiers' cultivation levels being similar to the new students. Their overall strength was on an entirely different level. When they first arrived, the soldiers were already running, and by the time the students were gasping for breath and their formation fell apart, the soldiers remained in perfect sync, their ranks unbroken. Alicia and Mina Ollie, being the two girls, were undoubtedly the main culprits for the team's disarray. Their teammates had grown accustomed to their lagging behind and had already dashed to the other half of the track, leaving them far behind. As Alicia and Mina Ollie ran, soldiers in formation continually overtook them, each group of soldiers casting sideways glances at the two girls. Because Alicia was a level 4 beginner warrior, soldiers who didn't know the situation assumed she was just a pure martial artist, so she bore the brunt of their scrutiny, which seemed to convey that while she was beautiful, she was also quite inexperienced. In contrast, Mina Ollie, with her lower warrior level, led soldiers to guess her identity as a psychic, resulting in fewer curious glances directed at her, and none suggesting she was lacking. Mina Ollie felt a bit embarrassed, but Alicia remained unfazed. After all, she was a psychic. Why compare her weaknesses to someone else's strengths? She knew she was great, and if they realized she was a psychic, their looks would surely change to, "Wow, you're amazing." Fortunately, perhaps due to upcoming activities, Instructor Dudley didn't intend to exhaust them completely. After they were thoroughly worn out, he gathered them together. Instructor Dudley didn't say anything, simply checking his holographic device. At that moment, a flying car suddenly zoomed in from the distance, with soldiers on the deck waving green flags. Alicia didn't understand the meaning of their gestures but assumed it signaled the car to stop there. The flying car quickly approached, and Dean Acheson let out a small squeal, with Su-43 echoing a little wow. Noticing that Instructor Dudley seemed distracted and uninterested in them, Alicia turned to Dean Acheson, confused. "What's all the fuss about?" "Stay calm." Over the past month, Dean Acheson had helped her out, and they had grown closer, often teasing each other for fun, so Alicia fell back into her usual teasing. That flying car is the latest model of the times flying car." Dean Acheson's eyes lit up, gazing at it as if he were looking at his beloved. "Oh." Alicia replied disinterestedly. "Poor people don't understand this. A flying car just needs to fly. What's the big difference?" Dean Acheson felt a bit deflated by her response, looking at her with a hint of exasperation. "I've never met a poor person so confidently dismissive and with such a novel tone. Her poverty is just an excuse when she's not interested." Mina Ollie suddenly chimed in. "She wants to use her supposed poverty as a reason to slack off and avoid trouble," Deli added, following his fiancée's lead. "Exactly. Who goes around claiming they're poor? Even if I've never met a poor person, I know they wouldn't act like you," Sheila said with a hint of sarcasm. Although Sheila's family was considered a middle-class family, many knew that her family was a subsidiary of the Ollie family. Sheila, as a noble young lady from a prestigious family, had a particularly commanding presence and often enjoyed flaunting her status. At first, she frequently used sarcastic remarks to belittle Alicia, calling her a country bumpkin and a poor wretch. Little did Sheila know that Alicia was a special kind of country bumpkin. She not only had thick skin but also a sharp tongue. Sheila often found herself at a loss for words when Alicia fought back. Unable to outmatch her in wit, Sheila gradually fell silent, though she sometimes couldn't resist a snide comment. Alicia held back, considering the many handsome soldiers around them. Suddenly, she remembered Sheila's ladylike image. Well, since she was new to this place, she decided to give Sheila some face today. If Sheila was rude again tomorrow, she would retaliate then. "You think I've never seen poor people?" Even the usually quiet Gao Haitao couldn't help but chime in. "That makes it sound like you think your poverty gives you the right to act superior. What do you think you can do?" Dean Acheson summarized. Surrounded by her friends, Alicia was a bit taken aback, staring at them in disbelief. She usually didn't talk much. How did they understand her so well? Would they still be able to have fun together in the future? Real poor kids can't even afford the regular training fees and wouldn't have the strength to get into the Xuanbu First Military Academy, a strange young voice impatiently interrupted. The new students suddenly realized they had been so focused on roasting Alicia that they had forgotten their earlier amazement at the new flying car and hadn't even noticed when it had landed on the deck or when the person inside had walked over to them. When Alicia turned around, she met a pair of deep blue eyes. Under the sunlight, the boy's slightly long golden hair gleamed, tousled by the sea breeze, exuding a sense of pride mixed with a rebellious spirit. "I've met His Highness the Second Prince." Sheila reacted the quickest, stepping forward to perform an exaggerated curtsy, completely forgetting that she was in a plain black training outfit that didn't match at all. Her voice snapped Alicia back to reality. She suddenly realized that her mind had gone completely blank just moments before, almost as if she hadn't been thinking at all. Cousin Hebrew. Huadeli also stepped forward, greeting the second prince with a casual expression that conveyed intimacy. Huadeli's mother and the current queen were distant cousins from the Amber family, so while their relationship was somewhat removed, familial ties were the closest in this era, making them cousins in a sense. Chapter 72, Wasted Talent Genius. Huadeli and the second prince's mother were both young ladies from the Amber family. Although their blood relation as cousins was quite distant, family ties still held significant weight, and their public standing was the same. Thus, when Huadeli was a child, his mother sent him to be a companion to the second prince. However, as they grew older, their differing abilities led them down separate paths. Hebrew Adam, although a prince, had poor cultivation potential and was overly pampered by the queen. His studies and training lagged behind elite peers like Huadeli, gradually turning him into a lazy and unambitious young man. On the other hand, Huadeli, as the eldest son of Huadu from the second branch of the Huada family, held a position far less prestigious than that of the second prince. This was why his family did not interfere when he was sent to accompany the prince. However, Huadeli's cultivation potential was exceptional. The Huada family, as a prominent family, made every effort to cultivate outstanding members, especially since Huadeli was the nephew of the family head. The Huada family took Huadeli away from the second prince and provided him with the best training resources and education available. Huadeli also rose to the occasion, advancing to a level 3 warrior by the age of 10, becoming an unmatched genius in the eyes of many. Meanwhile, the second prince continued to indulge in frivolity, often engaging in self-sabotaging actions that caused trouble for the young heirs of noble families, yet they found themselves unable to counter his antics. As they grew older, the divide between them deepened. Gradually, Huadeli and the second prince, Hebrew Adam, became well-known figures in the Gus Empire. However, their reputations were oppositional, with Hebrew Adam representing the new generation of waste and Huadeli symbolizing genius. Thus, even though the queen was friendly with Huadeli's mother, under the influence of the Huada family, everyone forgot about Huadeli's earlier role as the second prince's companion once he turned 10. Huadeli and the second prince grew distant, each with their own friends, and they no longer played together. This situation continued until 2 years ago. 2 years ago, after a failed assassination attempt on the crown prince, it was said he was severely injured. Shortly thereafter, he ruthlessly punished the factions loyal to the second prince and ultimately imprisoned him without concern. At the time, the queen was frantic about her missing son, causing a stir throughout the capital. However, with King Adam's unconditional support, the crown prince withstood all pressure and refused to release him. During this period, countless speculations and rumors circulated, with many believing that the assassination attempt on the crown prince was likely connected to the queen and the second prince. Thus, when the crown prince imprisoned the second prince, King Adam took no opposing action, even at the risk of a fallout with the queen. The people of the Gus Empire have long known that King Adam defied the typical narrative of step-families, as he clearly favored the crown prince, leaving the second prince sidelined. After this incident, public perception shifted even further. Many speculated that the second prince would face severe repercussions, likely remaining imprisoned until the crown prince ascended to the throne. No one could have imagined that after being imprisoned for just 2 years, the second prince, who was only a mid-level level 3 warrior when he was confined, would reappear in the palace as a beginner level 5 warrior. In the past few hundred years, no one had ever advanced to level 5 at the age of 15 or 16. Even the exceptionally gifted crown prince had only achieved that rank at 19. It was hard to believe that a second prince with less than sea-level cultivation potential could achieve such a breakthrough. This fact created a huge sensation on the imperial capital star due to its incredibility. It seemed that King Adam and the crown prince had already prepared for this. Despite the uproar among the noble families on imperial capital star, no information about the second prince leaked online. Thus, those noble families could only discuss it quietly, while only the well-informed families outside imperial capital star had any inkling of what was happening. After his return, the relationship between the second prince and the crown prince completely changed. Although there were still small signs of rebellion, anyone with insight could see that the bond between the two brothers was now completely different. Most people who could stand their ground on imperial capital star were not naive. They immediately speculated that the second prince's significant transformation was definitely related to the crown prince. Rumors that the crown prince was ruthless toward his brother quickly vanished without a trace. To be honest, if the outcome of being imprisoned by the crown prince was a rapid increase in cultivation, the palace would be overwhelmed with applicants wanting to sign up. King Adam and the crown prince did not want the second prince to steal the spotlight, and the second prince, after his considerable advancement, seemed much more at ease. As a result, during the entrance examination for the Xuangu First Military Academy, the second prince only aimed for a passing score, and most candidates were unaware that he was even participating in the assessment. Thus, Huadeli was still able to maintain his reputation as the #1 young genius of the Gus Empire during the assessment competition, unlike Amina Oli, who was overshadowed by the suddenly emerging Alicia and became the subject of media speculation. However, not long after the second prince's return, Huadeli realized the changes in him, making the title of first young genius a sarcastic label for him. Behind the scenes, he also experienced the frustration that Mina Oli felt being suppressed by an unexpected dark horse. During that time, the praises he received on forums became a form of torment. Nonetheless, due to their mother's connections, Huadeli and Hebrew Adam were natural allies. In contrast, Dean Acheson had a somewhat natural opposition to Hebrew Adam. Dean's mother and the former queen were cousins from the Huada family, making Dean and the crown prince natural allies of the latter. Of course, Huadeli was also a cousin of the crown prince. Standing behind the crowd and bowing to the second prince, Alicia mentally counted everyone's relationships and thought to herself how intertwined these noble families were. For Huadeli and Mina Oli, who were both from Imperial capital Star, there was no surprise at the emergence of a level 5 warrior in the second prince. They likely already knew the news through their connections. Since Alicia had seen the second prince during the assessment challenge, she wasn't surprised to see him in person. However, from her observation of other new students from outside Imperial capital Star, including Gao Haitao, none showed any surprise upon seeing the second prince. Instead, they adjusted their stances to present their best selves. Indeed, those who could rise above the rest were all exceptional individuals. In contrast, Alicia felt like she was completely in the dark. If it weren't for Mentor Lee wanting to see her, she would never have known about the second prince in advance. Initially, when she first started her special training on the island, Alicia had wondered if the second prince would show up. Later, when she didn't see him among the trainees, she speculated about the Xuangu 1st Military Academy's arrangements for him. Chapter 73, First Time on Mecca. The second prince joined the entrance examination for the Xuangu 1st Military Academy midway through, so he missed the written test. However, he scored very high in the practical assessment, placing him among the top 3,000. With his status as a beginner level 5 warrior, the second prince is the highest ranking among all students at the academy, surpassing even this year's new students. If it weren't for not meeting the academic standards, he could have graduated directly. Thus, for the second prince, points do not reflect his true strength, and his position at the academy is certainly different from that of other new students. It was unexpected that he would attend the first year with them and later join their special training team. Although the special training team is officially for the top 10 new students, no one questioned his legitimacy upon his late arrival. Alicia speculated that the second prince hadn't participated in physical training earlier because such extreme training might not have appealed to him. The upcoming mesh training emphasizes teamwork, and no matter how capable the second prince is, he cannot fly alone, which is why he is here. As Alicia was thinking this, she saw Hebrew Adam salute Instructor Dudley and announce loudly, "Hebrew Adam reporting for duty." Instructor Dudley nodded and ordered, "Form ranks immediately." The mesh training facility is on the second level of the battleship, standing nearly 20 meters high, with 20 training meshes towering inside. After her rebirth, Alicia had seen various mesh designs online, but she had never actually operated a real mesh. Seeing one in person filled her with longing. Inside the mesh training facility, there were 2 officers. One was Lieutenant Xiang, and the other was an unfamiliar level 5 warrior. Instructor Dudley briefly explained the mesh operation they would learn today before dismissing the team. Warriors will choose sensor-controlled meshes, while telekinetic users will select telekinetic-controlled meshes. Needless to say, Alicia and Mina Oli, as telekinetic users, would be managed by Lieutenant Xiang. "Have you 2 operated a mesh before?" he asked. "Report." "Yes, 3 times. Mina Oli replied. "Report." "No," Alicia said. "Alicia, after you get into the mesh, first familiarize yourself with its operation manual, then follow the procedures outlined," Lieutenant Xiang instructed her. "Yes." Alicia saluted. "Oli, each mesh has its own unique features, so be sure to read the operational instructions for your mesh before training." Lieutenant Xiang nodded. "There are 3 telekinetic meshes here, choose one for yourselves." Under Lieutenant Xiang's guidance, Alicia entered the mesh's control room, sat in the pilot's seat, and took about 3 minutes to memorize the lengthy operation manual. Then, following the operational instructions, she put on the telekinetic control helmet and activated the mesh. She found herself in a fascinating state, as if she had emerged with the mesh. Alicia tried to raise her right hand, and the mesh's right arm almost simultaneously lifted. When her movement stopped, the mesh's right arm also ceased to move. During this process, Alicia felt a resistance, which made the movements of the mesh's right arm slower than she intended, causing a discrepancy between her telekinetic commands and the mesh's actions. She recalled some knowledge about this. It's a common issue that pilots must overcome when operating meshes. Although the discrepancy was only 0.1 seconds, if not addressed, it could lead to mistakes during intense combat. Alicia repeatedly practiced various arm movements, slowly adapting to the resistance of the mesh and the time delays caused by the telekinetic transmission. She understood that this was a crucial first step that couldn't be rushed, so she patiently performed various basic actions. In contrast, her teammates were clearly more adept. After attempting some basic movements, they were already moving around, jogging, and even playfully sparring, displaying remarkable agility. As a result, Alicia's mesh seemed incredibly clumsy, cautiously moving its limbs, and during her first attempt to walk, she nearly stumbled. "Are you not a level 3 mesh engineer? How can you not even control a level 1 mesh?" Dean Atchison's surprised voice came through the team channel. Without any shame, Alicia replied, "Is it strange for a poor person like me, who specializes in mesh manufacturing, not to have operated a mesh in reality? This is the correct way to start. What's so funny about it? Since you're already a level 3 mesh engineer, why don't you apply to the mesh manufacturing department? Your level could easily make you the top freshman there." "I heard this year's top student in that department is only a level 2 engineer," Sheila said, surprised. Alicia felt something strange about Sheila's words. She didn't believe Sheila genuinely didn't know her situation. Dean Atchison was well aware of the backstory. He recounted Alicia's awkwardness when she was forced to teleport to the mesh combat department during the map assessment, making everyone enjoy her misfortune. The previously silent second prince suddenly said arrogantly, "It's her own stupidity. The military department issued a notice 3 months ago that any candidate with a cultivation potential above D level would automatically be required to enroll in the combat department. Her telekinetic potential of 3E is a genius not seen in the entire Gumra starfield for 300 years. The Empire wouldn't let her waste her talent in the mesh manufacturing department. They were practically strangers, so why did he choose to insult her as soon as he showed up today?" Alicia sensed hostility from him and took advantage of the public setting, where others were busy greeting the prince, to deflect his words. Now, with the prince confronting her directly, retreating would surely draw attention. After some thought, she realized it was too suffocating to endure this. It went against her principles. She retorted, "It's all because we third-tier stars are too backward. The Central Military Department looks down on us. What can we do but suffer?" Her tone was light, but the implication was a blatant mockery of the class inequality in the Gus Empire. To Adeli and Dean Atchison, her words didn't have much impact, but for the second prince, it was different. The clear social hierarchy was something the royal family had intentionally created. Alicia initially thought the second prince would be angry and assert his royal authority, but to her surprise, he held back and didn't retaliate. Instead, he instructed everyone not to waste time and to focus on training. From inside the mesh, Alicia couldn't clearly see the prince's expression, but she didn't sense any intense anger, which made her heart tighten. Chapter 74, Doubt Rebirth. The second prince's reaction to the Alicia was exactly what she least wanted to see. As the saying goes, don't judge by appearances. On the surface, the prince's words were unappealing, but Alicia sensed they were more of a test. Thinking it over, it became clear that this prince, having grasped the concept of battle intent at 16, was no longer the spoiled royal of the novels. Such a person would be even more formidable. The fact that he didn't get angry at her direct mockery made her instinctively feel she needed to distance herself from him. The current second prince was nothing like the spoiled brat people talked about. He was leagues away from the caricature in the stories. Her doubts only deepened, since seeing the second prince online, Alicia had wondered if he might be a reborn individual like Aidan. Now that she had met him in person, witnessing his reactions and tests, her suspicions only grew stronger. However, given her status and situation, she had no way to investigate or confirm her thoughts about his oddities, especially since she didn't know him before and had no means to gather information now. Moreover, it seemed the second prince was suspicious of her. Considering how drastic her changes had been, Alicia couldn't help but marvel at her own vigilance. After arriving at the capital star, she intentionally crafted a backstory for her significant transformation, even if it meant embarrassing herself in front of these elite youths by exposing her experience with the second-generation gene enhancement drug. The second prince, even if he were a reborn individual, would likely attribute any unexpected changes he noticed in her to this incident, as long as she remained cautious and didn't reveal anything. However, caution was essential. Alicia worried that she might accidentally slip up, so she considered how the real Alicia would react to the prince's words. As a passionate youth, only the inherently timid would swallow their pride, and based on her behavior over the past month and a half, she was certainly not timid. Thus, Alicia decided to follow her instincts and subtly retorted to the prince. As expected, he didn't get angry. Instead, he changed the subject. Although his response wasn't what she hoped for, it confirmed that her reaction was correct, and he didn't focus on her too much afterward. Yet Alicia didn't relax. The fact that the prince was training with him suggested he would likely enter the elite class, meaning she would be his classmate for years to come. Just thinking about it made her weary. Still, deep down, she preferred the idea of the second prince being a reborn individual. as his status and influence could lead to significant changes, especially since he was reportedly on good terms with the first prince. In the novels, the first prince managed to turn the tide and find a way out for humanity amidst dire circumstances. With the second prince's prior knowledge, the first prince would undoubtedly do even better. Alicia resolved that unless she was unmasked and had no choice, she would never reveal her rebirth secret. What she knew was merely superficial details from the novels, which had no real bearing on the larger situation. Her goal was to attend military school here and, after graduation, return to Topaz Star, avoiding deep connections with the people on Capital Star. As a level 5 beginner telekinesis master, Alicia piloted a level 1 telekinesis mesh. Although she initially clumsily fumbled, she quickly made it so that people couldn't laugh anymore. Within 10 minutes of getting into the mesh, Alicia had already mastered her balance well. However, to hide her true skill, she practiced basic movements for another 10 minutes before showing her agility. Feeling that she had unlocked the proper way for a level 5 mesh pilot to start, Alicia stopped pretending and earnestly began practicing more difficult maneuvers. Opportunities for learning were rare, and nothing was more important than enhancing her own abilities. Pretending would only harm herself. Immersed in her studies, Alicia was unaware that to the other mesh pilots around her, her learning ability could only be described as monstrous. Among the 11 participants, Alicia was the only one who had never piloted a mesh before. The others, even if they didn't have family resources, would still train at the training facility. Even Gao Haitao had piloted a level 4 mesh multiple times. Therefore, the relatively experienced group quickly noticed Alicia's astonishing progress. She was able to achieve the same level they reached after 5 or 6 days of training in just half a day. It's important to note that they had always been recognized as geniuses among their peers, with abilities that others could only aspire to. Moreover, Alicia's training potential was not innate. It had been stimulated just 6 months ago using genetic enhancement drugs. The significant jump in her training potential didn't necessarily mean her comprehension abilities would also improve correspondingly. Alicia's learning capacity was truly exceptional. The other geniuses felt a pressure emanating from Alicia. This was what a real genius looked like. Due to her previous learning conditions, they had been unable to gauge her true learning limits. With their limited perspectives, they could estimate her growth rate based on her current performance. Aside from the second prince, who was able to keep pace with her, none of them could match her. However, being young and proud, they didn't consider themselves mediocre, so no one was willing to give up. Everyone was determined to train hard, putting all their effort into it. Aside from their sleeping hours, it was either focused on their beliefs or training. Diligent children are always likable, especially those with exceptional talent who are willing to work hard in training, earning the admiration and joy of the soldiers on the battleship. Thus, whenever they had the chance, the soldiers would privately teach the new students some practical mecha combat techniques, skills honed in real battles. Even the captain privately remarked to Instructor Dudley, "These 11 new students are extraordinary. The top few are the most outstanding I've ever seen, and their future achievements will surely surpass ours. It's a worthy investment for you to have such students." Dudley. Although Instructor Dudley didn't respond verbally, a smile crept onto his stern face. However, he didn't relax his standards. Instead, he became even stricter, pushing the newcomers to their limits. The initial extreme physical training had made their days feel like years, but the mecha training later became an addiction, pulling them in deeper. Despite the hard work, the young students found immense joy in piloting the mechas and engaging in various basic sparring exercises every day. So when they realized a month had flown by in the blink of an eye, they wished time could rewind. Engrossed in their mecha training, they suddenly noticed the start of the school year approaching. With a heavy heart, they began packing their belongings to part ways. But wait, the official school start is just 5 days away, and they would see each other again soon. Chapter 75, Military Academy Gate. As the Xuangu First Military Academy was about to start, the special training for the new students naturally came to an end, giving them time to prepare their school supplies. To be honest, the new students felt a bit reluctant to leave. However, they had no fond memories of the grueling physical training from the previous month and a half, but the month spent indulging in mecha training, with various types of mechas to rotate through, had truly captivated them. They wondered if they would ever have such opportunities again, as few places outside the military offered such a variety of mechas. The new students eagerly asked Instructor Dudley if they would still be able to come back for training during holidays. Instructor Dudley simply replied, "This special training was arranged by the Crown Prince privately. If you get the chance, you can ask him if there are any follow-up arrangements." His words pointed directly at the second prince, and all eyes turned to him. Aidan glanced at Instructor Dudley and said, "I'll ask, but this is a military ship. It's one thing to come once, but it's hard to say about future visits." Satisfied, the new students left. They would all be classmates, and with the second prince present and the first prince keen on nurturing them, they were sure to have access to mechas in the future. As everyone else left, even Gao Haitao from the 4th Tier Wandering Star found his place. Only poor Alicia was left behind, pitifully denied her freedom to wander the streets by Instructor Dudley, who claimed it was unsafe for her to act alone, and he took her onto the flying vehicle. "Can't I at least go out and see the world?" Alicia pleaded, hoping for some sympathy. Captain Lin said you need to be kept a close watch on. Who knows what wild ideas you might come up with and what scary things you might do, Instructor Dudley conveyed. Word by word, Lin's implied warning. She wasn't that kind of person, but she couldn't articulate it. Regarding the original owner's bold and reckless use of second-generation gene-enhancing agents, Captain Lin merely gave her a light reprimand, but he kept it in mind. Unable to convince her instructor, Alicia was directly taken to the entrance of the Xuangu 1st Military Academy. Since the flying vehicle couldn't stop at the gate, Instructor Dudley gave her some instructions and then unceremoniously dropped her from a height of 7 or 8 meters. For a level 4 warrior, such a height was nothing. After being subjected to over 2 months of rigorous training by Instructor Dudley, all feelings of sadness and vulnerability had been beaten out of her. As she was tossed down, Alicia remained unfazed, completely forgetting her previous act of the downtrodden girl longing to go shopping. She landed gracefully, adjusted her clothes, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and walked toward the academy. She wasn't a real child. She understood that Instructor Dudley wouldn't allow her to roam freely, partly due to Lieutenant Lin's warnings and partly out of concern for her safety as a girl in an unfamiliar place. She certainly wouldn't act against that and sneak out to shop. As Alicia was dropped from the flying vehicle, she caught the attention of several upperclassmen welcoming new students at the academy entrance. Many of them were watching her. Undoubtedly, Alicia was a beautiful girl, and in a military academy with more boys than girls, she stood out even more. Moreover, as a stunning beauty, she seemed to radiate a certain aura. Before leaving the training base, she had changed back into the ordinary clothes she brought from Topaz Star. However, her exceptional demeanor and appearance made even simple clothes look good on her, causing onlookers to unconsciously overlook the style and price of her outfit. Alicia's use of the second-generation gene-enhancing agent not only improved her cultivation potential but also gradually enhanced her physical condition over the past few months. Now, her appearance had reached its peak, combined with the unique aura resulting from her distinct experiences, and her figure was nearly perfect. In the realm of combat, she was rated with a charm value of 85, but in reality, it was undoubtedly no lower than 90. To the young boys, the black-haired, black-eyed girl's beauty appeared simply refined and elegant, lacking the stunning allure of a breathtaking beauty, yet, she possessed an indescribable quality that drew their eyes, making them want to look again. Her simple clothing faithfully showcased her flawless figure, with her slender waist subtly revealed, causing the boys to feel their hearts race. Daring not to stare too long for fear of losing composure, even her exposed calves were captivating. And while this area wasn't considered taboo, the boys couldn't help but glance at them repeatedly. It wasn't until they realized the girl was walking toward them that they snapped out of their reverie. As a level 4 initial stage warrior, given her age and the casual outfit she wore, they all assumed she was likely a new student this year, though they couldn't pinpoint which department she belonged to. A few boys were secretly vying for her attention, and a silver-haired boy took the lead, approaching Alicia with a warm smile. "Are you here to check in, Junior?" "Yes, hello, Senior. I'm a new student in the Mecha Combat Department," Alicia replied politely. A brown-haired boy approached with an excited expression. "Junior, you're in the Mecha Combat Department?" "Yes," Alicia replied. "Hi, Junior. I'm also in the Mecha Combat Department, class of 958, he said eagerly, extending his hand. Alicia was from the class of 960, making him 2 years her senior, and she politely shook his hand. "Hello, Junior. I'm also in the Mecha Combat Department." "Same class as him," a dark golden-haired boy chimed in, reaching out as well. Alicia had no choice but to shake his hand too. The silver-haired senior who had first approached Alicia seemed not to be from the Mecha Combat Department, as he was pushed aside by the 2 seniors. "Hello, seniors," she said, naturally smiling a little more warmly at her direct seniors. In the end, the brown-haired senior led Alicia into the school, and without needing to check a map, she smoothly arrived at the new students' dormitory. Along the way, the brown-haired senior introduced her to the school's general situation. Alicia also inquired about the freedom students in the Mecha Combat Department for training during breaks. "Our school has the best training facilities in the entire Gus Empire. It's a must-visit place for Mecha Combat students. Most of us spend our free time there." The school's official website has detailed information. After you get your student card from the administrator, you can log into the school intranet and check anything you want. If you have questions, feel free to message me. I'd be happy to help you, the brown-haired senior explained enthusiastically. And for a delicate and beautiful girl like Alicia, it was surprising that her main concern was about training. He found it completely natural. After all, everyone in the Mecha Combat Department who has reached the 4th level as a warrior by the age of 15 must have been completely devoted to training to achieve this level. Chapter 76, White Walls and Blue Windows. Here is the girls' dormitory. The facilities here are much better than those in the boys' dormitory, the senior said, pointing to a building with white exterior walls and blue doors and windows, which looked very refreshing. The girls' dormitory is off limits to boys, so I can't take you upstairs. Let's add each other on the communication app. If you have any questions, just send me a message. Don't hesitate. Alicia found this rule very friendly. Just like in the interstellar era, there were still regulations against boys entering girls' dormitories. Did this mean that the boys in this era were still clueless? Since he was her direct senior and treated her with warmth and admiration, there was no ulterior motive, and she might need to consult him in the future. Having another friend could mean more sources of information, so Alicia didn't hesitate to add him on the communication app. After saying goodbye to the guiding senior, he returned to the school gate to continue his tasks while she walked into the girls' dormitory building. As soon as Alicia entered the lobby on the first floor, she saw the dorm manager. However, she thought it was unfair to call such a beautiful middle-aged woman a dorm manager. Auntie would be more appropriate. Initially, Alicia was a bit worried about how well she would get along with her dorm mates, as students in this era came from various planets and were far more diverse than those from her Earth era. But to her surprise, when she scanned her student ID, the dorm manager smiled appreciatively and informed her that since she was among the top 10 freshmen in the mecha combat department, she could enjoy a private dormitory all to herself. This news delighted Alicia, while the two girls following her turned green with envy, their eyes almost turning red with jealousy. Wait a minute, black hair and black eyes, plus she's one of the top 10 freshmen on the assessment leaderboard. Is this girl the legendary genius psychic? No way. This girl is a level 4 beginner warrior. The news said the genius girl warrior is only level 3. After all, she's a genius. Can't she level up in the past 2 months? But she's a genius psychic, not a genius warrior. How could she improve that quickly? As Alicia stepped out of the dorm manager's office, she overheard two girls whispering behind her, feeling pleased that her status as a level 4 beginner warrior allowed her to keep a low profile. The guiding senior earlier hadn't made any connection between her and the legendary genius psychic. Alicia's dormitory was on the 3rd floor, so she didn't need to squeeze into the elevator. It was very convenient to go up and down. The 50 square meter suite was small, but it was quite well equipped. Besides having a bedroom, a living room, and a bathroom, it surprisingly included a fully equipped kitchenette, which gave Alicia a delightful surprise. God knows that during the more than 20 days of training on a military ship, to avoid revealing her jade pendant's storage space, Alicia had even given up a good meal in the morning. After eating nutrient solutions and takeout foods for so long, it was truly disgusting to think about it for a foodie. Now that she had a small kitchen, she could let the robotic housekeeper prepare exquisite dishes without worrying about being found out. Indeed, the lack of food provided by the school had its advantages. In the robotic housekeeper's programming menu, Alicia had re-added some of her favorite recipes after her rebirth, which she hadn't tasted in almost a month. Just thinking about those dishes made her crave them so much. She was going to live here for 3 or 4 years, and having such a good living environment was truly a pleasant surprise. At least she could freely come and go in her own space now. Since it was already late, and she wasn't sure if the staff member had finished work, Alicia planned to report to the administration office tomorrow to confirm her status as a new student and collect her student card. She instructed the robotic housekeeper to tidy up the kitchen and prepare a big meal for her to satisfy her growling stomach. Then she went to organize her bedroom. The bedroom wasn't large. It had a 1.5-meter wide metal frame bed and a small wardrobe. The entire room was very clean. Alicia took out her usual bedding from her space pendant and spread it on the bed. Then she placed her beloved holographic gaming pod next to the bed, leaving little remaining space. Luckily, Alicia had both the jade pendant space and the space buckle, so she could store many supplies that didn't need to be accessed frequently. After eating and drinking her fill, Alicia began to log into the official website of Xuanbu First Military Academy. Although she hadn't received her student card yet, she had asked the dorm manager for the internal network URL of the academy earlier. After attempting to enter her student number, she found that she could log in successfully. However, some information was restricted, and she needed the student card to access those details. The information she could see mainly consisted of the campus map. With this map, she could pinpoint her location with her light brain, making it easy to navigate without fear of getting lost, which was perfect for a newcomer in unfamiliar surroundings. With this simplified map, Alicia quickly located the teaching buildings she needed to report to and identify the direction from the dormitory. Tomorrow, she wouldn't need to ask anyone for help, nor would she have to worry about getting lost. However, she found that too much information was restricted. She couldn't even access the student forum, which had nothing interesting to offer. Not wanting to waste time, Alicia logged out and entered the training space within her jade pendant. Dean Acheson returned home, and his mother, Huadify, came out to greet him with a big hug. She softly said, "Sweetheart, you're back. I've missed you so much these past few months." You've been away for more than 2 months and have lost a lot of weight. Dean Acheson rolled his eyes dismissively. You say this every time I come home, but when I'm actually here, you act like I'm in your way. Huadify patted his shoulder insistently. You silly boy, why do you have to speak such harsh truths? After a warm reunion between mother and son, a middle-aged man in crisp military uniform in the living room said helplessly, can you two take your conversation inside? Is it really necessary to chat at the front door? Your father is feeling jealous. Don't let his serious demeanor fool you. He took leave early today specifically because he knew you were coming back. Huadify revealed her husband's good intentions. Captain Acheson was a very serious man, but in front of his son, his stern facade was often punctured by his wife's remarks. As a result, Dean Acheson had never been afraid of him and often ignored his father's serious face, just like his mother did. Dean Acheson also gave his father a big hug. Long time no see, Dad. Did you miss me? A smile appeared on Captain Acheson's face. It's been much quieter around here these past 2 months. If Alicia had seen the warm welcome Dean Acheson received when he returned home, she would have felt a mix of emotions. Why, in this age of interstellar travel, do parents still think of making a big meal for their children when they come home from a long journey? Dean, did you meet that genius telekinesis master? How was she? Is she as amazing as they say on the internet? I heard you have a good relationship with her. Huadify asked with curiosity. Chapter 77, Family Conversation. Speaking of Alicia, I find it hard to describe. Dean Acheson said, Mom, you have no idea. I've never met a girl like her. It's really hard to put into words. After more than 2 months of interaction, he had completely shattered his first impression of Alicia. Initially, he thought she was a delicate yet strong girl, but now, he felt that describing her as delicate was an injustice to the term. Her appearance inherently carried a sense of fragility that made it hard for new acquaintances to see through her contradictions. Oh? How so? Huadify's eyes flickered slightly. Dean Acheson didn't notice the change in his mother's expression and replied somewhat awkwardly, if she hadn't said she was a civilian from a third-class planet and an orphan, I would never have guessed that her background was so poor. How did she introduce herself? Huadify raised an eyebrow. She just said, I'm a new student from a third-class fringe planet. Her tone was quite similar to how we introduce ourselves as being from the capital planet. Over these past few months, her demeanor has been consistent, neither too distant nor too familiar, just very composed. Not to mention, even when she's with the second prince, she treats everyone like classmates, with no sense of anyone being special. This girl is extraordinary. To have such a mindset at her age. Her abilities must not be any worse than yours, Captain Acheson remarked. She is indeed very capable, but what's most important is that she's incredibly bold. She speaks and acts with confidence. Me and Ollie holds a lot of pride in our circle, yet in front of her, she can't show off at all. Sometimes, when Sheila tries to mock her, Alicia can return the jibe without missing a beat, leaving Sheila speechless every time. Eventually, she didn't dare to provoke her anymore. Although Dean Acheson felt somewhat at a loss for words, he couldn't deny that he admired that girl. Do you really like this girl? Huadify asked with a smile. As a boy who had spent a long time with his mother, Dean Acheson felt a chill run down his spine at her smile, as she had once warned him not to date until he was an adult. Mom, look at these two people, what do you think? Dean Acheson quickly turned his attention to the holographic display and brought up the projections of 2 individuals. Upon seeing the images on the screen, both Captain Acheson and Huadify were taken aback. Huadeli and this girl have a 6 out of 10 similarity, and this girl resembles Huadu by 3 points and Lixayamba by 5. Who is she? I thought there were no girls in the Huada family's direct line of this generation? Captain Acheson asked his wife. She's that Alicia. I asked Huadeli privately, and he said that Alicia has no relation to either the Huada or Amber families. She is genuinely an orphan from a fringe planet. It's amazing how 2 people with no blood relation can look so alike, Dean Acheson remarked, truly astonished. Huadify stared at the images for a while before asking her son, what's this girl's name? Alicia. Rue. Huadify's gaze drifted, as if she were trying to recall something. The empire is so vast that it's not surprising to find similar-looking people. It doesn't imply anything. Besides, they both have black hair and black eyes, which already gives them a natural similarity. A genius like her wouldn't be left to wander without a family if she were from the Huada or Amber bloodlines. You also bear some resemblance to her. I remember when you were at the Advanced Academy, you looked just like that when you were young. Captain Acheson reminisced. Yeah, Mom, you and her do have some resemblance. If you two stood together, people who don't know the situation might very well think you're sisters. Dean Acheson agreed with his father's point and threw in a little compliment for his mother. With the father and son praising her like this, Huadify's smile grew even sweeter as she gently patted her son's shoulder, saying, you little flatterer. Mom, it's not that I'm trying to force you to do anything, but you know how it is. Beyond that threshold, everything else is meaningless. I just hope you put all your effort into improving your cultivation and don't let other matters distract you. The higher your strength, the better your chances of survival, Huadify said. her tone turning sentimental as she stroked her son's hair. She could hide in the background, but her son couldn't, especially since he was her child. When that day came, he would still be a relatively low-ranking officer, always on the brink of going to battle. It was a heavy topic, and the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Dean Acheson then casually said, "Mom, it's true that being around strong people leads to greater progress. You wouldn't believe how monstrous the second prince is. Training with him always makes me unknowingly surpass my limits. The changes in the second prince are remarkable. Who would have thought he would evolve into such a formidable figure?" Quadify remarked with admiration. "The first prince has acted very graciously in this matter," Captain Acheson praised. "At times like this, his actions resonate well with the people. Even the Amber family has been less active behind the scenes, which is beneficial for the first prince's reforms in the military, but the queen is still not giving up," Quadify said with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. "The second prince's attitude toward me is different now. He seems to genuinely want to get along with me. Even the way he talks about cousin Xiahai has changed compared to before," Dean Acheson added, "though I can't be sure whether this change is genuine or if he has ulterior motives. The fact remains that the second prince has changed. If someone of his status can grow stronger, it's undoubtedly a blessing for the Empire," Captain Acheson concluded, still believing it to be a good thing. This was something even Quadify couldn't deny. When Huadeli returned home, he did not receive the same kind of welcome as Dean Acheson. The only one there to greet him was the butler who had grown up with him. His parents were still not back. However, he had long been accustomed to this and felt no sense of loss. Even when his father, Huadiu, returned that evening, he heard that his mother was busy with urgent matters at the military and wouldn't be back for a few more days. Huadeli didn't feel surprised at all. According to tradition, his mother usually had time to return only before his school started. His father and mother merely maintained a tenuous marriage. Since he could remember, Lixiamba had never been warm toward his father or him. The home often felt empty, with only him and his father, and he had grown used to it. After the father and son had dinner together, they naturally moved to the study and began discussing Huadeli's special training over the past 2 months. "Hebrew Adam has indeed made significant progress," Huadiu asked. "Yes, he really has the strength of a level 5 initial warrior, which is much stronger than me." Huadeli did not hide his disappointment in front of his father. For the first 15 years of his life, he had always been praised as the most outstanding young genius among the elite circles of the capital star, while the second prince was the epitome of a playboy. But after the second prince disappeared for 2 years and then reappeared, Huadeli no longer dared to call himself the best. Chapter 78. A bit irritable. Cousin Hebrew has completely changed. He was honest with me and said that his current success is due to cousin Xiahai. From his words, it's clear that his attitude towards cousin Xiahai is completely different from before, Huadeli said. Huadi nodded. "Given the current situation, the Empire can't afford internal strife. Both of them are your cousins, and if the two brothers reconcile, you won't have to choose sides." The eldest prince, Xiahai, is Huadeli's maternal aunt Huadexi's son, the former queen. The second prince, Hebrew Adam, is Huadeli's maternal cousin. Huadeli is the son of Lixiamba, who is the cousin of the current queen, Jenny Amber. As half-brothers, if there is a throne to inherit, they can easily become estranged. For a long time, due to the discord between the second prince and the eldest prince, the Huada family firmly supported the eldest prince. Huadeli's position was somewhat awkward because he was cousins with the second prince, making him feel like a sandwich, caught in between and not really belonging anywhere. No one hopes for a reconciliation between the two princes more than Huadeli does, so he feels more pleased than anyone else about the second prince's change in attitude toward the eldest prince. "What about that genius girl?" Huadiu changed the subject. The way this girl appeared was too dazzling, and she is a commoner, someone without any affiliation to a powerful faction. Such a genius is exactly the type that noble families love to recruit. She's really impressive. Her cultivation and abilities are even stronger than the legends suggest. In front of us noble offspring, her aura is not weak at all. She doesn't seem like someone from a fringe planet. Mina has nearly lost her arrogance in front of her. Huadeli usually maintained a cold demeanor towards Alicia, but that doesn't mean he hadn't been observing her. Hearing the frustration in his son's voice, Huadi looked up at him and patted his shoulder. "I once told you that the world is vast and full of wonders, and that there are many strong people out there. It's perfectly normal for there to be someone stronger than you, and this isn't necessarily a bad thing. You've always been used to praise, and both you and Mina have been a bit too proud. With someone like that ahead of you, it will only drive you to work harder." After listening to his father's words, Huadeli lowered his head and pondered for a moment before realizing, "You're absolutely right, father." Although it doesn't feel great to be overshadowed, having a target to strive for actually leads to greater progress. "I finally broke through the bottleneck in my physical training a few days ago. Strength comes from facing strong opponents. This mindset is excellent. You've only been stuck in that bottleneck for half a year, and you were able to break through thanks to having such a strong competitor in front of you. Otherwise, You might have struggled for 1 or 2 years without making any progress, Huadu praised. While his father's praise eased most of Huadeli's worries, as an elite disciple raised in a well-off family, he understood these principles even without anyone explaining them to him. However, even if he understood the logic, the emotional pain was not so easily alleviated. Aside from Mina and himself, no one could understand the bitterness of having been proud for over a decade, only to be suddenly overshadowed at a critical moment, no longer regarded as the best in everyone's eyes. If he didn't know that cousin Hebrew and Alicia had both nearly lost their lives to become exceptional after escaping death, he and Mina would likely feel even deeper resentment and heartache about their situation. To be honest, his time with Mina Ollie in the past had merely been about fulfilling their responsibilities. There hadn't been much closeness between them. However, due to their shared frustrations and unexpressed feelings, the two of them began to communicate much more frequently, and they grew closer without even realizing it. I heard that Dean is getting close to her, Huadu said, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. At the beginning of the assessment, she was forcibly thrown into the Mecha Combat Assessment map by the Sky Network, and the first person she ran into was Dean. He helped her, and later they teamed up, so among the 10, Alicia is the one she knows best. However, Huadeli hesitated. I always feel that beneath her smiling exterior, there's an indescribable coldness. Although she's a bit warmer toward Dean Acheson, that coldness and distance still exist. I find her attitude quite strange. Huadu continued to lightly tap the table, but his movements were slightly quicker than before, an unconscious habit that surfaced when he was feeling agitated. Huadeli replayed their earlier conversation in his mind and couldn't figure out what content had made his father so restless tonight. Do you think that girl has any thoughts of climbing up the social ladder through Dean? Huadu asked. Not at all. Mina and I are both sure that Alicia doesn't want to get close to Dean in that way. You wouldn't believe how she treats Dean. She just keeps a small distance. Her attitude toward the second prince is even colder. She tries her best to keep her distance, speaking very politely and formally, with a smile that's almost always identical. But if the second prince says something unpleasant to her, she'll subtly throw it back at him. The second prince has privately complained to me several times that he has never met such an arrogant commoner. If she weren't going to be his chosen comrade in the future, he would have taught her a lesson long ago. Huadi's hand paused in its motion of tapping on the table, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked, do you have a picture of her? The Sky Network strictly regulates private photos and videos. Without proper authorization, what one sees are often blurry images unless someone goes out to take pictures themselves. Alicia's images and photos on the Sky Network were no exception. Apart from the color of her hair and eyes, her face could only be seen in broad outlines. Huadeli opened his holographic device, showing a group photo taken on the last day of their special training. Since it was a private photo, it was very clear, but if uploaded to the Sky Network, it would automatically be blurred. When Huadu saw the girl with black hair and black eyes, whose appearance was elegant and extraordinary, his pupils widened slightly. Since Huadeli was also looking at the photo, he didn't notice the momentary change in his father's expression. He spoke somewhat dejectedly. They all say that Alicia and I look about 40% to 50% alike. Anyone who doesn't know us would think we're siblings. It felt really strange to look so much like a girl. When Huadeli was younger, he often got teased for resembling a girl. But as he grew up, people stopped seeing that resemblance. However, Alicia's appearance reminded Dean of this, and that guy teased him a few times with comments like as beautiful as a flower, which left Huadeli feeling quite annoyed. Huadu did not respond to his words but quietly gazed at the photo. After a while, he said, this girl looks wise and dignified, composed and self-restrained. Bullshit. Father, you don't know what she's done. Do you think she suddenly popped up out of nowhere for no reason? Hearing his father's comment, Huadeli even let slip some of the coarse language he learned during this special training. For other aspects of Alicia, Huadeli didn't have any objections, but he completely disagreed with the notion that she was composed and self-restrained. Chapter 79. Various Tangles. The genius psychic Alicia suddenly emerged during the recruitment examination at the Xuangu First Military Academy, catching the attention of many noble families on the imperial capital star. Naturally, the Huada family had someone investigate her background regarding her use of the second-generation gene enhancement drug. Due to the involvement of Lieutenant Lin, the information everyone received was merely a rumor, with no solid evidence found. Since the side effects of the second-generation gene enhancement drug are extremely high and terrifying, no one believed that a young girl could withstand the drug's brutal effects. Even Huadeli and the others didn't believe it until Alicia herself revealed the truth to confirm the matter. It was said that Alicia's exceptional training potential was not innate but rather a result of secretly using the second-generation gene enhancement drug, which she survived against all odds. A complex expression flashed in Huadi's eyes, and after a long pause, he said, that's quite audacious. She's lucky to be alive. Exactly. It's said that she's an orphan with no one to look after her, so she acted recklessly. According to her, At that time, she was in so much pain that she completely collapsed in the game pod and couldn't move. Otherwise, she might not have been able to resist the urge to end her life. These details were shared with Huadeli by Mina Oli, who had knack for gossip. Huadeli remained silent for a while before speaking again. What's the attitude of others toward her? At first, everyone was indifferent. But later, when we were able to communicate with the outside world for the first time, people's attitudes toward her gradually improved, and they showed an intention to befriend her. Huadeli could easily see their intentions. Huadeli fell silent for a while before speaking again. For a talent like her, it's best to try to befriend her if you can. Since you've had this period of training together, you don't need to force yourself to get close to her. The Crown Prince will likely ask Xuanbu to have her team up with the second prince, and with Mina by your side. There's no need to compete with the second prince. Even though she treats me and the second prince similarly, she is quite nice to Mina. You could say that among all of us, she feels the least distance from Mina, but Dean's earlier plan to team up with her has fallen through, and he's pretty upset about it, Huadeli said. For Huadeli, the second prince was his cousin, and Dean was his younger cousin. Therefore, whether Alicia fell under the influence of the second prince or Dean Acheson didn't matter much to him. They were all part of his own faction. In fact, with the sudden emergence of the second prince, Dean faced even greater pressure. According to Xuangu's past practices, the top 10 newcomers in the assessment would enter the elite class, which would then be divided into 2 small teams led by the 2 highest-ranking newcomers. This year, there would be 11 people in the elite class, and since he ranked second, he could become the captain of one of the teams. However, Dean, who ranked third, would only be able to serve as the vice-captain. People like them all wanted to be in charge of their own destinies. When Adam returned to the palace, the back hall was also cold and quiet, with only Queen Amber present. But his treatment was even worse than that of Huadeli. At least Huadeli was welcomed by an old butler who asked about him with genuine concern. In contrast, the palace steward offered polite greetings and a standard smile that resembled that of a robot. Adam looked at the steward's standard smile and couldn't help but think of a certain girl's smile. As a girl from the border planet and an orphan, how had she learned to wear such a hypocritical smile? It was quite a self-taught skill. His father, Adam the 12th, was still in the front hall of the palace meeting with the council members. His busy older brother, Adam, had even taken a moment in the morning to send him a text saying he would return to see him that evening. Mother, Adam said as he approached his mother. Queen Amber was in her beauty salon, getting her nails done. She looked indifferent and ignored her son, who had just returned after a month away. Weren't you so determined to follow your brother? You actually came back, Queen Amber said coolly, her gaze still fixed on the nail technician who was working on her nails. The special training is over, Adam said, unsure how to break the cold silence between him and his mother. In the past, although he had been a playboy, he had listened to his mother quite well. They had stood together against his older brother, and she had been very gentle with him. But 2 years ago, his brother had suddenly changed his attitude toward him, using the only level 10 elixir of the Gus Empire to enhance his cultivation potential, forcibly confining him and compelling him to work hard on his training. Although he was furious at his brother's actions and loudly protested against them, he wasn't foolish. His brother was investing the best resources in him, forcing him to grow rapidly. This was a sign of high expectations, hoping he would amount to something. Even though he continued to outwardly resist, he no longer opposed his brother's arrangements as he had before. In fact, he worked harder than others imagined. No one knew that he had become a playboy on the surface due to his cultivation potential issues. But only he knew how deeply he yearned to become someone like Huadeli. So, when the elixir was altering his body, the unexpected excruciating pain didn't make him suffer. Instead, he found immense hope amidst that agony. In the end, he finally became the person he had always longed to be. However, life still held many troubles, and the conflict between his mother and brother intensified because of this situation. During the 2 years he was trapped, his mother didn't believe that his brother was genuinely looking out for him. She sought to rescue him, engaging in many activities that harmed the interests of the Empire. Even though he returned with significantly increased strength, surpassing Huadeli, who was always referred to as the son of the Empire, his mother remained unwilling to let go of her schemes against his brother. Instead, due to his changes, she became even more eager to plot for him to seize the position of Crown Prince. In the past, due to feelings of imbalance and not wanting to go against his mother's wishes, the young Hebrew Adam openly opposed his brother, simply to make things difficult for him. It wasn't until 2 years ago when his brother was fatally injured in an assassination attempt that he realized he didn't want to see his brother in such a state, pale and frail on the hospital bed, suffering injuries. Moreover, with the change in his brother's attitude afterward, which ultimately shaped the person he is today, Hebrew Adam certainly wasn't going to follow the same old path. As his cultivation improved, his perspective naturally broadened. he became more aware of how outstanding his brother was and the immense efforts he had devoted to this country, not to mention that his brother himself was exceptional, being 25 years his senior and already well established in the military. If he listened to his mother and insisted on competing with his brother, the chances of success would be very low. The outcome would only result in various unrest and deplete the nation's resources. Just based on his brother's care for him and his father's expectations, Adam did not want to be at odds with his family. If given the chance, he would prefer to compete fairly based on his own abilities, but he had no desire to resort to schemes and conspiracies. Furthermore, with the crisis looming over the entire Gumara star domain, any unexpected trouble that undermined his family could lead to severe consequences, possibly even the destruction of the empire. Chapter 80, Brotherly Heart. Adam has grown up and broadened his horizons. He no longer harbors resentment towards his father for his coldness towards his mother. After all, his mother had schemed against his brother several times over the past 10 years, and his father couldn't change her, which naturally resulted in his father feeling distant from her. In such circumstances, not only is his father's trust in his mother very low, but to prevent her from causing trouble, he also keeps certain confidential matters regarding the empire from her. Moreover, since his mother is just an ordinary level 3 warrior with no significant power, in order to avoid causing her fear and anxiety, his father did not inform her about the impending invasion of the extraterrestrial beings from Yunkai. In fact, Adam was initially unaware of the Yunkai aliens. Given his previous abilities, it would have been useless to tell him. His brother forced him to take the top-tier potion, and only after he gradually trained up did he learn about it. It was at this time that he began to understand the immense burdens resting on his father and brother. However, his mother, unaware of all these underlying causes, grew angry and disappointed at his shift away from obediently siding with her, especially since he now seemed to support his brother. After several failed attempts to persuade him, his mother became cold and distant with him in her frustration. Adam does not want to see his mother unhappy like this. He hopes for a more harmonious relationship between her and his father and wishes she would not be so antagonistic towards his brother, her stepson. He longs for his family to have the same warmth as an ordinary household. However, he cannot convince his mother. Even more disappointing to him is that he knows deep down that even if he tells her about the impending invasion of the Yunkai aliens, with her extreme mindset, she would not take a step back unless the members of the Amber family behind her were dealt with. "Why are you standing here in a daze?" A deep and pleasant voice rang out behind Adam. Adam turned around and saw that his brother, Adam, had returned, dressed in a black military uniform. His brother was tall and imposing. Although he was extremely handsome, he exuded an aura of nobility and authority that made it difficult for most people to meet his gaze directly. This was his brother, His Highness the Crown Prince of the Gus Empire, admired and respected by everyone. Adam calmed his thoughts. Having such a brother made him feel fortunate. Adam asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you would only be back in the evening? It wasn't even dusk yet." "The Royal Guard commander informed me that you were standing in the courtyard for 2 hours, so I thought we should talk," Adam replied. Ever since he learned about his father and brother's good intentions towards him, Adam felt somewhat awkward and could not fully relax around his brother. He couldn't be as close to him as a typical younger brother would be, but he no longer felt the rebellious emotions that arose when his father or brother lectured him. Adam stood side by side with his brother. Not only had he greatly increased his cultivation, but his height had also increased to nearly match that of his brother. His physique had transitioned from a slender youth to a strong young man. From behind, even though their hair colors were different, the brothers' silhouettes were surprisingly similar. When King Adam returned to the rear hall and saw the two brothers standing side by side, their atmosphere appearing very harmonious, satisfaction crossed his eyes. He turned to the cold-faced queen and said, "Look at how similar those two brothers are. What's wrong with them getting along and supporting each other? Why do you insist on making them enemies? They're both your sons. Why must my son back down? He has abilities too," the queen retorted indignantly. King Adam furrowed his brow, feeling that he couldn't communicate with this woman. After all, if communication had been effective, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Fortunately, his younger son had begun to form his own opinions and was no longer influenced by this woman and her family. King Adam didn't want to say more and turned to leave. The queen was indifferent to King Adam's departure. Over the years, their relationship had been increasingly hostile. Although they lived in the same palace, they hadn't seen each other for days. She had long since lost hope for her husband, who favored the crown prince. The queen stared intently at the two figures in the garden, her flickering gaze betraying her unspoken thoughts. Early the next morning, Alicia emerged from the holographic game pod, looking at the faintly bright light streaming in from the window and the happy motes of dust dancing in the sunlight. She suddenly felt uncomfortable with such a peaceful life. For the past 2 months, Alicia had become accustomed to hurriedly getting up each morning, racing against time to attend the grueling training sessions. Even yesterday, when it was said that the special training would end, they still had to run laps before being dismissed. Today, with such free time and no drill instructor pushing her from behind, Alicia felt uncomfortable all over. This was the aftermath of being tortured for over 2 months. So after having breakfast, Alicia went to the school playground to run. Indeed, the military students who could get accepted into the Xuangu Military Academy were not lazy. Even before classes started, many military students were already training on the large playground. Alicia jogged along the wide track at a leisurely pace. People were running in front of, behind, and beside her, and everyone seemed to be in a similar rhythm, with their footsteps sounding remarkably uniform. With so many people running seriously, apart from the sound of footsteps, there was almost no conversation to be heard outside the playground. More military students continued to arrive to train, quickly joining the others with fluid movements. After running for over 20 laps, Alicia felt fatigued and stepped off the track, gradually slowing down. However, those military students who had come earlier than her were merely breathing slightly heavier and showed no intention of stopping their training. Alicia looked around and had to admit that she had the lowest martial artist rank among everyone on the playground. There were not many girls exercising on this playground, just a little over a dozen. At this point, the sky was completely bright. Alicia checked the time and confirmed that it was already time to start work, so she headed toward the Mecha Engineering Department's freshman academic office. Alicia pulled up her admission notification and reported her student ID. "You are Alicia." The female instructor at the academic office looked at Alicia in surprise, then smiled and said, "Although you look a bit delicate, you're very beautiful." Seeing the beautiful and elegant female instructor looking at her with admiration, Alicia felt a bit shy. "You're the one who is truly beautiful, instructor," Alicia replied with a shy smile. "You're quite impressive. Make sure to work hard and don't waste your talent. I will be your mentor for the elite classes Artistics Behavior Cultivation," the female instructor said while handing Alicia her student card. After receiving the card, Alicia politely bid farewell to the female instructor but was inwardly filled with questions. What is an Artistics Behavior Cultivation course? Why do military students need to learn this? After getting her student card, she inserted it into the wrist-mounted holographic computer, instantly unlocking the entire intranet of the Xuangu Military Academy. Chapter 81, Intranet Information. Yesterday, the senior from the Mecha Combat Department who accompanied Alicia seriously told her that at Xuangu 1st Military Academy, academic credits are extremely important. Therefore, she should not miss any opportunity to earn credits. At Xuangu 1st Military Academy, aside from food, almost everything else requires credits, especially resources related to cultivation. For example, access to the academy's state-of-the-art training rooms, which are far ahead of any other military academy, requires credits. Since she didn't have a student card yesterday, much of the information was locked. Now that it's unlocked, the first thing Alicia did was check the information on the academy's training facilities. The training center information was prominently displayed on the homepage of the school's internal network. When Alicia clicked on it, a detailed description immediately popped up. After quickly browsing the details, Alicia understood why the senior emphasized that this was a must-visit place for combat department students. The training centers are the best environments for cultivation. In short, if combat department students at Xuangu 1st Military Academy don't regularly train in these facilities, their cultivation progress over the years will lag far behind those who do. The training facilities at Xuangu 1st Military Academy encompass almost all cultivation activities necessary for combat department students. The training facility is divided into 5 main areas: the Swimming Training Center, Martial Artist Training Center, Psychic Training Center, Mecha Training Center, and the Holographic Simulation Training Center. Each of these areas is further subdivided into more specialized categories. These 5 training centers occupy 3/5 of Xuangu 1st Military Academy's total area, which alone highlights their importance. Just looking at the massive, ultra-modern buildings on the screen is enough to make one's blood race. Alicia was eager to go there. She was no longer the inexperienced girl from over 2 months ago. During her night training on the island, she had experienced firsthand the benefits of training in a proper facility. However, unlike on the island, where training was free, here at the academy, using the training centers requires academic credits. To train there, one must have credits. The senior had mentioned that every new student receives a certain number of initial credits when they first enroll. Since her personal information had been locked yesterday, Alicia didn't know how many credits she had. Alicia accessed her basic information and first looked at the credits section. To her delight, she discovered that, even before classes started, she already had 70 initial credits. Next, she looked at the second section, which contained her baseline data from her entrance assessment, followed by her updated stats after completing the special training. Alicia compared her 2 sets of data and noticed significant improvements, especially in her physical fitness, which had doubled. Additionally, she reviewed the training evaluation given to her by Instructor Dudley after completing 2.5 months of special training. Each score had a maximum of 100 points. For her psychic abilities, all of her training scores were above 90 points. However, her martial artist scores were much lower, with her highest score being only 85. Her overall physical fitness score was just 75, and her worst was swimming, with a score of only 60. Although Instructor Dudley expressed dissatisfaction, Alicia felt much better about her progress. After all, in the entrance exam for Xuanbu First Military Academy, her physical fitness score had been only 45. On the first day of training, Instructor Dudley had bluntly said she was just an empty shell. Thinking it over, Alicia couldn't tell if her scores were good or bad, so she sent a message to Dean Acheson to ask about his training scores. Dean Acheson replied within 10 seconds. When she saw his physical fitness score of 93, Alicia couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Alicia recalled how seriously Dean Acheson had told her that at Xuanbu First Military Academy, there was a multi-day field training exercise at the end of every month. Alicia searched the school's internal forum for information about past field training exercises but found that much of it was locked. All she could see were comments like it's exhausting, and without good physical fitness, it's impossible to complete the tasks. Alicia thought about it and speculated that the school locked information about field training exercises to prevent students from gaining too many details, avoiding shortcuts or easy ways out. The purpose of the field training was to improve the students' overall combat abilities, and taking shortcuts would defeat that goal. Thus, she decided not to overthink it and focus on improving her physical fitness as much as possible. If there was a field training every month, then there would be at least 7 or 8 sessions per year, likely covering all types of terrain. Swimming would undoubtedly be unavoidable, especially if the training took place at sea, where swimming could dominate the activities. Considering Alicia's current swimming speed and stamina, it would be disastrous. She feared she might either be eliminated halfway through or end up dragging her team down, causing the group's overall performance to suffer greatly. Alicia absolutely refused to let herself become that person. Therefore, she resolved to significantly improve her swimming speed this month. The school even had a dedicated swimming training facility, indicating just how important swimming was as a skill. Alicia looked up information on the swimming training center and saw that training for an hour there would cost 1 credit. She breathed a sigh of relief. Before school even started, Alicia already had 70 credits. Since swimming training only consumed 1 credit per hour, she wasn't worried about running out of credits and being unable to train in the facility. After swimming training, her stamina would likely be mostly depleted, so she planned to move on to telekinesis training next. When she checked the information about the telekinesis training facility, she found that it consumed twice as many credits as the swimming facility, 2 credits per hour. By the time she finished telekinesis training, her stamina would usually recover about 70%, and she would then finish her training in the gravity training room. Focusing on physical techniques, she could improve her combat skills later in the virtual war realm. Alicia discovered that the gravity training facility consumed even more credits, 3 credits per hour. According to her plan, Alicia would be consuming at least 10 credits a day, and she suddenly realized that the 70 credits she had didn't seem like much. However, she understood that gains came with sacrifices, and nothing was more important than improving her abilities. In a military academy where strength ruled, power was everything. With that in mind, Alicia, though still unsure how to earn more credits, believed that once her strength improved, she would be able to earn plenty of them. After setting her training schedule for the next few days, Alicia returned to her dorm. Although her stamina wasn't heavily drained after running for over 2 hours that morning, she was hungry. Not wanting to rely on nutrition supplements, she returned to her dorm to eat something and changed into her waterproof training gear. Chapter 82, Swimming Training. Alicia, ready to spend the entire day training, checked the campus map as she walked out of her dorm. She realized that the women's dormitory was 2 kilometers away from the swimming training facility. The vast size of the Xuanbu First Military Academy's campus surprised her. After all, wasn't it said that due to the high population density of Imperial Capital Star, the average living space per person was the smallest in the entire Gus Empire? Despite the academy being less than 1,000 years old and lacking the long history of other prestigious schools, its campus size was surprisingly large. Perhaps it was due to the academy's significant resources. This military academy had indeed produced many high-ranking officers, including the current king of the Gus Empire, Aidan, and the crown prince, both of whom graduated from here. Even the second prince had enrolled, and with his current potential, it was hard to predict just how far he might go in the future. Alicia recalled seeing on the school's internal network that students could use an on-campus flying car service. Curious, she followed the instructions, and after raising her hand outside the dorm, a flying car flew over and stopped in front of her. Using the flying car cost 1 credit. The 2-kilometer walk would only take Alicia about 7 to 8 minutes, given her current stamina. However, being a bit of a country bumpkin, Alicia was curious about the flying car experience and decided to hop in to broaden her horizons. After all, she couldn't remain a country bumpkin forever. Since it was flying within the campus, the car wasn't fast, allowing her to enjoy the view of the campus along the way. The experience was pleasant. 5 minutes later, the flying car arrived at her destination. Only after getting out did Alicia feel the sting of regret. 1 credit could be used to swim for an hour in the training facility, yet she spent it on just a 5-minute ride. It felt like a poor trade. The swimming training facility was located on the outskirts of the academy's training zone. From a distance, Alicia could see the various grand, spacious training facility buildings, each exuding a sense of majesty. The mecha training facility, in particular, took up nearly half the space. Its bright red building, designed to resemble the shape of a mecha, stirred a sense of excitement in anyone who saw it. Alicia had experienced the training grounds of 2-star military headquarters, but this place was on an entirely different level. There was no comparison, and the small, humble facilities on the island didn't even come close. Even though classes hadn't officially started, the entire training zone was bustling with people, and many students were heading into the training facilities, particularly the mecha training center, which attracted the most traffic. These students, all dressed in school uniforms, were senior students. The thrill of piloting a mecha was undeniable, and Alicia couldn't resist checking the internal network for information about the mecha training center. The mecha training facility operated in 2-hour sessions, each costing 20 credits. Additionally, there were limitations. Each student could only enter once every 5 days, and they could only train for 1 session at a time. This was likely due to the high demand and limited availability. 20 credits, though, that was no small sum. Alicia exhaled deeply, realizing that most freshmen wouldn't be able to afford this. Reflecting on the past month's special training, she recalled how Instructor Dudley had required them to pilot mechas for more than 8 hours a day. Back then, it had felt exhausting and unbearable, and she had mentally cursed Instructor Dudley multiple times, but now she realized how many credits they had saved by not having to pay for that training. Thanks to the preterm special training, the 11 of them had already surpassed their peers in mecha skills. Now, Alicia needed to focus on steady progress instead of constantly chasing rapid improvement. Reluctantly tearing her gaze from the mecha training center, Alicia turned and entered the swimming facility. Among the 5 major training centers, the swimming facility was probably the smallest in size, but that was only relative. It was still quite large, with 30 swimming lanes, each 1,000 meters long. Following the instructions, Alicia scanned her student card at the facility's terminal. Unsure of what to expect, she decided to start with a 1-hour training session. After scanning her student card, a middle-aged female instructor walked out of the training facility's office. She smiled kindly at Alicia and said, "Since you're a new student and haven't trained here before, let me explain. You might not be used to the gravity training in the pool at first, so I'll start you off at the lowest level. Once you feel comfortable, send me a message, and I'll gradually increase it step by step. These 3 devices need to be attached to your chest and temples. I'll monitor your training closely, and once you're done, I'll provide a training assessment." The instructor handed Alicia 2 flesh-colored devices and 1 white, button-sized device. The instructor's name tag read King Huasi, meaning blue and white porcelain. Alicia held back a smile, trying not to show any reaction. In this world, porcelain flowers were a type of beautiful, precious plant. However, with the surname King, it brought a different connotation to someone with a soul from Earth. "Thank you, Instructor King," Alicia said, trying to focus and forget about the name. She accepted the measuring devices earnestly. Alicia placed the 2 flesh-colored devices on her temples. She marveled at how stable they felt, barely noticing their presence after attaching them. As for the white device for her chest, Alicia, unlike other girls who could nonchalantly slip their hand under their clothes in front of others, turned her back to everyone. She discreetly lifted her shirt slightly and attached the device to her chest. This device was just as secure, but when Alicia tried to remove it, she realized it took considerable effort, which piqued her curiosity. She examined it closely, impressed by its design. "You're quite curious, aren't you, Alicia?" the instructor said with a warm smile. "This is the latest technology. It helps us monitor your training more accurately. Now, hurry to your training. Don't waste your credits." The swimming lane assigned to Alicia by Instructor King was long and wide, designed for only one person. Obeying the instructions, Alicia leapt into the pool. As a level 4 beginner martial artist, swimming was very easy for her and was on a completely different level compared to her experiences in the Earth realm. She propelled herself forward by 6 or 7 meters in one swift motion, and with a single stroke of her arm, she could cover 5 or 6 meters. Even though swimming was her weak point, after finishing 1,000 meters, she felt no fatigue at all. However, when she turned around to swim back, she noticed that her body felt considerably heavier than before. It was not as effortless as it had been. The gravity system in the swimming lane must have been activated by Instructor King. Without even looking at the timer, Alicia knew she was swimming much slower this time, compared to her previous 1,000 meters. She spent nearly double the time reaching the end this time. Although Alicia was slightly out of breath, she didn't feel exhausted yet, so she turned round and propelled herself forward again. However, after she turned again, she felt her body weighed down even more and sensed a subtle suction force from the bottom of the pool trying to pull her down. She had to swim with greater force to break free from that pull. This time, when Alicia reached the end, she was breathing more heavily, and her arms and legs felt a bit heavy. Not in a hurry to swim back, she leaned against the railing to catch her breath. Once her breathing calmed down, she turned around to head back. As expected, the gravity in the pool increased again. This time, it took her a long time to reach the end. She was not only gasping for air, but her hands also felt weak. Chapter 83, Value for Money. As Alicia leaned wearily against the edge of the swimming pool, gasping for breath, the instructor looked at her data with an unusual expression. At that moment, the director of the swimming center walked into the monitoring room. The instructor curiously said to the director, "Didn't they say that this year's combat department freshmen are all outstanding? The worst among them are at least at the mid-level of the early 4th stage. How come there's one at the initial level of the 4th stage, and her physical fitness is too poor? She's only reached the 3rd level of gravity and is already struggling to swim. Her heart rate is elevated." The previous freshman who trained here, at the very least, only showed such discomfort after reaching the 4th level. Upon hearing this, the director was also surprised and walked over to check the information of this new student. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he quickly used his authority to look up more details about her. With a serious expression, the director said, "This new student is not typical. She's not a martial artist as her major. Just having such a high martial artist level is already exceptional. She is a psychic at the early 5th level." What? The blue instructor was extremely surprised, and then she quickly realized, remembering the girl from the enrollment assessment that had been widely publicized throughout the Gus Empire. She excitedly asked, "Is she the genius girl psychic?" The director nodded. "From now on, when she trains here, you will be in charge of her training specifically. Her training results must be submitted to the principal, so you need to record the training data in detail." "That's no problem. If this student is a psychic, then her physical fitness is indeed remarkable. There are no senior-level psychics who can reach the 4th level in martial arts. Moreover, her psychic level is at the 5th level. At Xuangu First Military Academy, only a 4th-year student from the mecha manufacturing department has a 5th-level psychic." Upon realizing that Alicia was the legendary genius girl, the instructor's attitude changed dramatically. For instructors like them, there was nothing they liked more than seeing hard-working geniuses. "You especially need to pay attention to her safety. We can't allow anything to happen to her here," the director instructed. "You're lucky to have the opportunity to assist her in her training. I estimate that she'll earn quite a few military merit points in the future, so do a good job." "Yes," the instructor replied firmly. Although Alicia's breath soon stabilized, she rested for quite a while before her hands and feet stopped feeling weak. She then turned and kicked off, swimming out again. This time, the gravity in the swimming pool hadn't changed. Alicia guessed that the instructor had assessed her numerically and deemed that her current physical fitness couldn't handle any additional gravity. This judgment was correct. She indeed couldn't endure a greater gravitational force. After swimming another lap, she felt that she had adapted to the gravity and found her rhythm. This time, the physical energy consumed was half of what it had been previously. Swimming in 3 times the gravity for someone floating in water was nearly equivalent to experiencing 4 times the gravity on land. In other words, when she swam 1,000 meters in this lane, it was equivalent to swimming 4,000 meters under normal gravity. Alicia's previous best record was swimming 45,000 meters before she could no longer continue, which had taken her 4 hours. However, in this swimming training facility, she could reach her limit in just 1 hour. Alicia was overjoyed. Think of how much time she was saving. This swimming training facility was truly excellent. After swimming 2 more laps, Alicia reached the pool's edge, and her entire body's data indicated that she had reached the peak of fatigue. The instructor assumed she was about to get out to rest, but to her surprise, Alicia simply took out a bottle of potion and drank it. After leaning against the edge of the pool to catch her breath for 3 minutes, she turned round and swam off again. This child had an incredibly strong will. Even when exhausted, she could still grit her teeth and persevere. The instructor felt both proud and concerned, quickly sending a message to the lifeguards by the pool, asking them to pay close attention to the student in lane 1. She kept a close eye on Alicia's data, ready to call the lifeguards to pull her out of the water the moment her readings reached a dangerous level. According to the data, Alicia's physical stats indicated she should have been utterly drained by now. Most students would have gotten out of the pool to rest at this point. Continuing required immense willpower. This Alicia truly was remarkable. It was just the universe rewarding hard work. Students who work this hard will always progress the fastest. In the water, Alicia couldn't sense the instructor's admiration for her. She was simply too tired. She was swimming with everything she had, as if holding her breath desperately to keep going. The moment she relaxed, she would definitely be unable to swim any longer. If she hadn't experienced over 2 months of intense training and become accustomed to this hellish level of endurance, Alicia would have surely given up by the end of this final lap. She had no idea how she managed to reach the finish. All she knew was that she had finally made it, yet her hands felt so weak that she could barely hold onto the railing. It was the lifeguard at the pool who pulled her out of the water and helped her sit on a chair by the edge of the pool. Despite being utterly exhausted and barely able to speak, Alicia still politely thanked the lifeguard. The middle-aged lifeguard, though not smiling, spoke kindly. "You're welcome, it's my duty. If you continue to maintain this training spirit, Alicia, you will definitely see great progress." The instructor then came out of the monitoring room and draped a large towel over Alicia. Although she was wearing a swimsuit consisting of shorts and a short-sleeve top, and the temperature in the swimming training room was comfortable, she didn't feel cold. However, the instructor's gesture warmed her heart. After sitting by the pool for a while, Alicia regained some strength. She then went into a cubicle to take a hot shower and dry off. When she came out of the shower room, the instructor was waiting for her outside. "Alicia, you are very diligent. Here are your training data and my analysis. Should I send them to you now?" After receiving the training data, Alicia asked, "I've already exceeded my training time. I'll make up for the credits." "No need. As long as it doesn't exceed half an hour, it's fine. The school isn't that unreasonable. The reason for requiring credits to enter the training facility is to motivate you to work hard," the instructor replied with a smile. "I'm a level 1 instructor in this training facility. If you have no objections, I'll be in charge of your swimming training data from now on. This way, I can systematically analyze your training data and provide the most suitable training intensity based on it. You'll just need to message me 3 minutes before your training here in the future." Alicia had seen in the internal network that level 1 instructors were all highly capable individuals who had made significant contributions. Most importantly, Alicia could sense that the instructor had a good impression of her, so she naturally did not oppose her assistance in training and exchanged contact information with the instructor. Alicia highly appreciated this training method, feeling that the tuition fees at Xuanbu First Military Academy were indeed worth it. While she was resting earlier, she had observed the other military academy students training there. Each of them had instructors specifically assigned to collect training data and then tailor training plans for them. With such comprehensive assistance in training, it was hard for students not to make progress. If the other training facilities operated in the same way, it would require a substantial amount of manpower and resources, making the high tuition fees completely justified. Chapter 84, Coming for You. Alicia had already planned her training tasks for today. The first stop was the swimming training facility, and the second stop would be the telekinesis training center. So, after leaving the swimming training facility, Alicia headed directly to the neighboring telekinesis training center. Although it was next door, she still had to walk nearly 1,000 meters to get there. Among the 5 major training facilities, the telekinesis training center was the smallest, while the martial arts training center was the largest, second only to the mecha training center. It was estimated that the number of telekinesis practitioners was much smaller than that of martial artists, and those who could enter the Xuanbu First Military Academy were even fewer, so the telekinesis training center didn't need to be that large. Unlike the spacious and bright swimming training facility, the telekinesis training center consisted of many meditation rooms and telekinesis skill rooms, making it quite secluded. Since Alicia had arrived on Emperor Capital Star quite suddenly, Captain Lin and Instructor Fang were caught off guard, and there were many things they didn't have time to explain. As a result, Alicia was initially unclear about the skills practiced by telekinesis practitioners, which were generally kept hidden and not easily displayed in front of outsiders. It wasn't until the training on the island that Alicia noticed that Mina Oli never showcased her telekinesis skills in front of her and that the lieutenant also didn't arrange for the two of them to fight, which raised her suspicions. However, Alicia didn't ask Mina Oli directly and only inquired about the relevant information after finally being able to communicate with Captain Lin. In general, low-level telekinesis practitioners have a low overall combat power, and the telekinesis skills they can use are limited, so they must hide their skill levels and only reveal them in moments of danger. When Alicia walked into the telekinesis training center, she found it to be quite empty, a stark contrast to the bustling swimming training facility. "Is this your first time training, young student?" A middle-aged instructor in military uniform asked kindly. After hearing the elder's question, Alicia respectfully saluted him before replying, "I am a new student this year. If it's your first time here, we need to conduct a test to check your telekinesis level and your mental strength orientation. This way, we can assist you in your training." This line of reasoning was nothing new to Alicia. She had encountered similar procedures since meeting Instructor Dudley. The instructors at Xuanbu First Military Academy place a great emphasis on these data points. Alicia accepted this calmly. Hiding her true abilities at this point would mean losing an extremely effective training opportunity. She wasn't foolish. However, the data testing for telekinesis practitioners was more complicated, and Alicia ended up undergoing 3 tests. The first was to assess her telekinesis potential and current level. The second was to evaluate her data while practicing meditation techniques. The third was to test the damage output of her most proficient telekinesis skill. The 3 test administrators gathered together. Your telekinesis talent is exceptional, Alicia. At 15, you're a level 5 beginner telekinesis practitioner, with a telekinesis potential of over 3E. In over 900 years since the establishment of Xuanbu First Military Academy, only 3 such geniuses have emerged, and you are the 4th, the middle-aged instructor said, looking very pleased. In response to these compliments, Alicia only smiled shyly. She wasn't a typical girl and wouldn't let flattery go to her head. Moreover, she felt that with the experience of these instructors, they would least like to see students become arrogant from praise. However, talent does not guarantee success. Talent is the foundation, while diligent practice is the pathway to achievement. With your talent, Alicia, as long as you focus on your training, your future accomplishments will be significant. The middle-aged instructor encouraged her. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Alicia sincerely thanked the elder who truly taught her. Colonel, Alicia's mental energy source is very rich, and her telekinesis is more focused on attack, an older instructor said to the instructor in military uniform, passing him a set of data. However, the instructor in military uniform turned out to be a colonel, which greatly surprised Alicia. The Xuanbu First Military Academy was so impressive that it could even have a colonel serving as a training instructor. Alicia, have you taken any telekinesis teacher under your wing? The colonel instructor asked her after reviewing her 3 sets of comprehensive data. No, I learned my meditation techniques and skills from the War Realm, Alicia replied honestly. The colonel instructor nodded. The War Realm, developed under the guidance of the Crown Prince, is highly practical. It can provide corresponding meditation and attack skills based on the player's conditions, which has helped many people. What you've learned suits you very well and is even better than what the school offers, so there's no need to change that. However, since you haven't practiced for long, your mastery of the telekinesis skills is insufficient, and their lethality is too low. In the future, you should focus on improving that aspect. I'll demonstrate it for you later. As the colonel instructor spoke, he led Alicia to training room 10 and showed her how to skillfully use pure telekinesis to control flying knives. Alicia watched as 5 flying knives swiftly sliced through the air, leaving a long silver trail, and the tremendous force behind them pierced the target effortlessly. It's very simple. You don't need to practice any fancy tricks, just be fast, accurate, and ruthless, and no one will be able to catch them, the colonel instructor said. He detailed the techniques involved, and after trying a few times, Alicia found that mastering these techniques allowed her to manipulate the flying knives more flexibly. With a few more training sessions, she was sure the damage value of the flying knives would increase significantly. The instructor also had Alicia demonstrate her self-created telekinesis whip technique. This whip technique is very suitable for you. It has high defensive capability, but the damage value is too low. It's fine in combat with humans, but against high-level exotic beasts, you would be at a disadvantage. Since this is something you created yourself, take your time to explore and try to enhance its damage value. You have a better understanding of the long whip than of sword techniques, so you need to practice your swordsmanship diligently to achieve mastery through familiarity. The colonel instructor carefully analyzed Alicia's strengths and weaknesses, then pointed out the direction she should focus on in her future training. Alicia had never received such professional guidance before. She felt like a dried-up sponge, desperately absorbing the ocean of knowledge, tirelessly following the instructor's training advice. When the instructor finally told her to stop and take a break, she realized that over 2 hours had passed. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. Alicia sincerely bowed in gratitude to the instructor. All my telekinesis skills have been self-taught, and your instruction has greatly benefited me. As a grassroots practitioner, all of Alicia's skills had been self-taught. Without the War Realm, she wouldn't even know a single telekinesis combat technique. Until the past 2 months, she had been exploring on her own, receiving only superficial guidance from the lieutenant during her training at the Crown Prince's special training base, but she had gained quite a bit from that. However, the lieutenant was not a professional instructor, and possibly because he was a temporary instructor, he didn't put in much effort in his teaching. The instruction from this professional instructor was on a completely different level from what the lieutenant had provided before. The colonel instructor smiled and nodded. My name is Li Kixing, and I am the commander of the First Army. I'm not here by chance today. I came specifically for you. Chapter 85, Accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing Colonel Li Kixing's lofty self-introduction, and his blunt declaration that he was here specifically to see her, Alicia felt a tightening in her chest and her smile instantly froze. She felt unworthy of such attention from a military commander. It was far beyond her comprehension. Alicia instinctively heightened her vigilance. Someone with secrets could hardly be innocent, and any oddities would inevitably lead to suspicion. I am a level 7 telekinesis master, and I have always wanted to take on a true disciple who can carry on what I've learned. When I learned about you, I thought of taking you as my disciple, so I specifically came to assess you today. the commander stated plainly. However, Alicia was not moved by his words, nor was she swayed by the prospect of latching onto such a powerful figure. She calmly asked, "Are you saying, mentor, that you want to take me as your disciple?" "I want to take you as my closed-door disciple. Are you willing?" Li Kixing asked seriously. This sudden opportunity felt overwhelming, leaving Alicia somewhat dizzy. She knew nothing about this commander, and she was unsure of the significance of the master-disciple relationship in this era, as well as the constraints it imposed on both parties. Most importantly, she couldn't discern whether this commander was genuinely interested in taking her on as a disciple or if he had ulterior motives. His mastery in telekinesis surpassed hers, and she could not gauge the authenticity of the admiration he expressed with her spiritual energy. However, since he was a significant figure, she felt compelled to respond quickly, with no time for careful consideration. Thus, Alicia hesitated and said, "I'm still not of age. Can I make this decision on my own, or do I need to discuss it with my guardian first?" Naturally, she didn't want to refuse a good opportunity, but she also couldn't tell if this might be a trap. She could only buy some time before making a decision. Hearing her response, Li Kixing did not show any displeasure. Instead, he said approvingly, "Even if you agree, I must first obtain your guardian's consent before I can officially take you as my disciple." "Your cautious nature is commendable." Alicia provided Colonel Lee with a communication signal for Captain Lin, and he immediately dialed it. Due to the communication shield automatically activated by Li Kixing's quantum brain, Alicia could not hear what he said to Captain Lin or see his expression. However, 10 minutes later, after it was clear that Li Kixing had ended the call, Captain Lin's message came through to Alicia. "Alicia, Colonel Lee wants to take you as his disciple, and I have allowed it. He is currently the strongest telekinesis master in our Gus Empire, so it's great that you can have him as a mentor. But remember, I once told you about some principles that you absolutely must not violate, no matter the situation. You should never make those mistakes. Keep in mind that those who encourage you to violate these principles are not truly looking out for your best interests. If anyone tries to force you to do so, send me a message immediately." The last two sentences were emphasized by Captain Lin. As a genius girl far from her guardian, Alicia could likely encounter various challenges, and she had no elder nearby to guide her correctly. Captain Lin and Instructor Fang had spent considerable effort outlining 16 absolute principles that Alicia must not violate. Alicia looked at the 16 principles and understood how much effort Captain Lin and his wife had put into them. Even though a young girl might struggle to distinguish right from wrong or good from bad in relationships, as long as she followed these principles, she wouldn't go astray. Captain Lin's concern at this moment truly showed how much he cared for her. He wanted her to have a good teacher, but he was also afraid she might end up with the wrong person. A smile crept onto Alicia's lips, and she felt very pleased. Captain Lin was looking at the situation from her perspective, rather than thinking about how he could use her to establish a connection with Colonel Lee. Following Captain Lin's guidance, Alicia performed a deep bow and said, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Colonel Lee helped her up and cheerfully said, "My holiday ends the day after tomorrow. For now, I'll teach you some basics over the next couple of days. When I take my next vacation, I'll hold a formal apprentice ceremony to introduce you to everyone." This implied it would be public. What would such an action represent? Alicia suppressed her doubts, planning to message Captain Lin about it later that evening. After returning to the dormitory, after Alicia had paid her respects, Li Kixing began to assume the role of her master. Previously, Li Kixing's teachings had only involved the cultivation of telekinesis skills, and he hadn't mentioned the crucial telekinesis meditation techniques. Now that their relationship had changed, Li Kixing asked Alicia to practice the telekinesis meditation techniques, and she complied. An hour later, Alicia emerged from the meditation room. Li Kixing pondered for a moment before asking, "Did you learn your meditation techniques from the War Realm?" "Yes, Master. Is there something wrong?" Alicia sensed an underlying meaning in her master's question. This meditation technique is a heavenly level mind technique, and it's impossible for it to be included in the War Realm. The fact that you learned it means someone specifically gave it to you. With Li Kixing's authority, he immediately identified the issue. "Is there something wrong with this meditation technique?" Alicia felt anxious. "No, there's nothing wrong. In fact, it's excellent. This meditation technique isn't something that can just be bought with money. Even the one I practice isn't as good as yours." "Then, the person who specifically gave me this technique is doing it for my benefit?" "Of course." "Okay, as long as it's for my benefit." Alicia breathed a sigh of relief. As for who the kind person was that did this good deed without revealing their name, Li Kixing didn't say. Alicia felt he had his suspicions, and she also had some guesses. The War Realm was developed under the leadership of the Crown Prince, and heavenly-level mind techniques were part of the inheritance of great families, so this matter was definitely connected to the Crown Prince. Now that he had a grasp of Alicia's cultivation level, Li Kixing personally stepped in to spar with her, teaching her how to use and control her telekinesis. Previously, Alicia had learned to use her telekinesis to manipulate weapons for attacks, but Lee Kixing taught her to abandon weapons and instead use her telekinesis to manifest various weapons for combat. Learning these skills requires not only a strong mind but also the ability to control techniques with great precision, many of which are innovations created by Lee Kixing himself. These attack skills are not just for everyday use, they are even more practical when operating meshs. However, although your cultivation level is not low, you still don't know how to compress and condense your mental strength. You should focus on training in that area first, Lee Kixing said, with the teacher carefully guiding her. Alicia quickly mastered the techniques. Of course, achieving accuracy required continuous practice. This child's comprehension ability is very strong, and Lee Kixing grew increasingly satisfied with his teaching. I have been looking for a suitable successor to perfect and pass on the skills I created, but I have not encountered anyone suitable until now. You are the most outstanding and ideal successor I have come across. The master and disciple stayed in the training room for over 2 hours before leaving. If it hadn't been for Mrs. Lee's relentless calls, Lee Kixing would have completely forgotten about accompanying her to a banquet that evening. After instructing Alicia to come back at the same time tomorrow, Lee Kixing hurriedly left. Chapter 86. After Lee Kixing left, the greatly benefited Alicia continued to practice in the telekinesis training hall. If it weren't for the fact that she had reached the daily limit of 6 hours for training and was prohibited from continuing by the supervising instructors in the telekinesis training hall, she would have been reluctant to leave. Since she was now under her master's guidance, Alicia didn't need to spend any credits for her training in the telekinesis hall today. If it weren't for the excessive consumption of her mental energy, she truly would have wanted to stay longer. Alicia glanced at the time. It was only 4 in the afternoon. The physical energy consumed by practicing telekinesis skills wasn't too great, and she still had the energy for physical training. So, Alicia decided to stick to her plan and hailed a hover car to go to the martial arts training hall.